Loaded with regrets, it seems the universe decided to give him a second shot to fix those past mistakes, granting him an epic rebirth opportunity. But get this, he wakes up right when the math teacher orders him to the blackboard. Staring at a board covered in total gibberish, Chen Nuo can only groan. This is straight up hell. What kind of cliché is this? Leaving as a grown man and returning as a kid. It feels pretty familiar, and obviously Chen Nuo fails the question completely. That high school garbage was wiped from his brain years ago. So, Chen Nuo gets kicked straight out to stand in the hallway. He just keeps sighing. He survived a miserable life only to get thrown back in time. Everything and everyone around him feels totally alien. Stuck in a fresh environment with a weathered, old soul, Chen Nuo cannot even tell if the heavens are punishing him or giving him a reward. Suddenly, a crazy scream shatters the quiet. Holy crap, someone save her, the school goddess is falling. Chen Nuo looks up, and yep, there is actually a schoolgirl plummeting straight down from the sky. Relying on those razor-sharp reflexes and top-tier moves from his past life, he dives forward and manages a clean catch. Sure, the landing ends up in a super awkward and embarrassing position for both of them, but hey, at least she is safe. A gorgeous face immediately catches his attention. Her name is Sun Kike, the ultimate school beauty. After that crazy stunt, they are dragged to the nurse first, before getting hauled right into the dean's office for an interrogation. While waiting for the big boss to show, Chen Nuo silently checks her out. A total babe with a seriously stacked body. Luckily, she only fell from the second floor because if it was higher, forget her C cup, even a DEFG cup would be ruined. Just then, Dean Sun Shengli busts in, asking if they got cleared by the clinic. He tells him they are completely fine, explaining that he was just standing there when she tumbled from above and crashed right on top of him. So we can basically say I saved her life, right? Chen Nuo asks, acting like a totally innocent kid. Sun Shengli nods, then pivots to Sun Kike, demanding to know what the heck she was thinking. Sun Kike looks super embarrassed, claiming she was just leaning on the second-floor railing to enjoy the view and slipped by accident. Seeing her dad looking furious, Sun Kike quickly adds that she seriously was not trying to end it all. Wait, Chen Nuo cannot process this crazy plot twist. Sun Kike is actually the daughter of Dean Sun Shengli? With that massive gap in looks, she must be adopted, right? While he is spacing out, the dean turns and says he still owes him big. He already cleared his classes for the day. The dean asks if he needs a hospital run, or if they should give his parents a call. Chen Nuo quickly waves it off, saying he is not hurt and just needs a little rest, while Sun Shengli nods and tells him to speak up immediately if anything feels off. Chen Nuo agrees and turns to leave, but right at the door, he suddenly stops dead in his tracks. Now watch this. He casually turns back and asks for a tiny, highly unexpected favor. Can you lend me 50 bucks? My head is spinning, and riding a bike like this is pretty dangerous. Sun Shengli and Sun Kike are completely speechless at his guts, but hey, he actually gets the 50 yuan. Next, Chen Nuo uses his student records to locate his new home. It is a rundown old place, damp, smelling of age, and super tiny, clean but incredibly bare. He rummages through the entire apartment and finally digs up some background on the original owner of this body. The 18-year-old kid had the same name. But unlike our ruthless underworld kingpin, this kid was just a totally invisible, generic student whose parents divorced early, with his dad vanishing overseas. His mom remarried 6 years ago, leaving him with a few $1,000 and dumping him on his grandmother to raise. 3 years back, she embezzled a massive pile of cash to pay her new husband's debts, landing both of them behind bars. Last year, the grandma who raised him since he was a toddler passed away, leaving him completely on his own. Besides occasional neighborhood check-ins, he was totally on his own. Plus, the guy was naturally introverted and closed off, so he literally had no friends at school either. Honestly, this identity is basically a textbook definition of a cursed loner. But getting dropped into a body like this? Chen Nuo is thrilled. Since the original host had a dead simple social life, it saves him from dealing with a lot of annoying drama. But then he glances at the calendar and remembers something critical. Today is December 23rd, 2000, meaning he is in deep trouble. Chen Nuo rushes to an internet cafe to verify the timeline. If it is already December 23rd, he only has 15 days left. Around midnight 15 days from now, one of the girls under his wing in his past life is going to face the absolute worst nightmare of her life. Chen Nuo wants to save her, but the problem is he is just a broke high school kid now. No cash for tickets, no passport, and zero chance of getting a visa to Korea. Trying to play by the rules to save her is totally impossible. Heading back home, he tries to tap into those crazy superpowers from his past life, but they seem completely dead. Defeated, Chen Nuo just slumps onto the couch and sighs his lungs out. Meanwhile, the school beauty Sun Kike is chilling at her desk, blasting music while reliving this morning. She had leaned way too far over the second-floor balcony just to watch him. She ended up tumbling down, but he caught her and saved her life. The whole thing has her feeling super embarrassed, but honestly, pretty warm and fuzzy inside too. Right there on her desk sits a confession letter. And guess what? Chen Nuo wrote it. After tossing and turning all night, Chen Nuo hits up a public phone booth first thing in the morning to dial a number. Since his soul got thrown back in time into this weak kid with his same name, he wanted to check on his old self and find out what he is doing. But the operator just tells him that the number does not exist. He even goes to his childhood home, only to find complete strangers living there. The corner store downstairs still has the same owner, and that fat bully is still around too. This means his old world is still totally intact, but his former self has been completely erased from existence. Talk about terrible luck. How would you feel if the universe just threw you back in time with absolutely nothing? And since the timeline probably could not handle two of him existing at once, it just deleted his past self completely. Once morning hits, Chen Nuo heads to class like any normal day. The whole school is buzzing about how Class A6 Chen Nuo had the guts to write a love letter to Sun Qi, ignoring her scary dad. Meanwhile, Sun Qi spent the whole night overthinking. So first thing in the morning, she decides to go track him down. Right then, he is sitting at his desk looking super serious, like he is plotting something huge, not even looking up until her voice breaks his focus. She awkwardly asks if he has a second to step out and talk with her. Chen Nuo just asks what she wants in a cold tone, totally unlike a guy who confessed his love. His freezing reaction completely throws her off, making her stumble over her words before she can get a sentence out. She apologizes and tells him that while she read his love letter, she simply cannot accept his feelings. From her nervous vibe, he quickly pieces together that the original owner of this body confessed to her. Who knew this cowardly kid had the guts to hit on her? When he stays totally quiet, she swallows hard and speaks up again. She tells him straight up that she will never say yes, so he should stop doing stuff like this, but he just hits her with a dry okay. After his uncaring reply, she tries to save face by lecturing him that as students, they really should be focusing on studying. Worried she might have hurt his feelings, she keeps talking, but he just agrees and immediately hits her with a counter question. He asks how she ranked on midterms. That random question completely throws her off, but she still stammers out that she ranked 196th. He has to hold back a laugh because if he remembers right, there are barely 300 kids in their entire grade. Turns out she is no genius. So he gets up, pats her shoulder, and tells her she indeed needs to study hard and do better. He just walks off. She doesn't even realize he is roasting her terrible grades, but you can totally feel how embarrassed she is. It's like she got dumped. After the heartbroken school beauty leaves, the next class finally starts up. Right before class, their homeroom teacher announces that on the 10th of next month, there will be a big exchange competition against Yanbian Sports High School. Anyone who wants to compete is free to sign up. If the school picks you, you just need a parent signature and 150 yuan. Normally, he would not care about these school events, but then he suddenly remembers Yanbian is located right next to the Korean border, meaning he could easily cross over. Without hesitation, he raises his hand. He raises his voice to ask if anyone can join, stating he wants to enter the math competition. His teacher looks totally dumbfounded, while the rest of the class bursts into some loud, mocking laughter. Wait, is there seriously no other option, he asks, knowing damn well he's absolutely terrible at math. The teacher impatiently tells him to check the school bulletin board himself, before ordering everyone to open page 46 for today's lesson. During recess, he is totally passed out at his desk when two of his classmates suddenly walk over. They awkwardly ask if he wants to hit up the internet cafe to play some games. He normally does not care to make friends, but since he slept all morning, he actually agrees to go. They hit up the net cafe, but Chen Nuo keeps eating dirt in every single game. After taking L after L, Chen Nuo gets tired of it and calls it quits. But right as he tries heading back to school, some dude grabs him from behind. Hey, you are Chen Nuo, right? Get out here, we need a little chat. He turns around to face a total thug, and yeah, this guy is definitely looking for a fight. Who knows how this quiet, introverted kid managed to piss off a bunch of gangsters, but here we are. He just goes along with them, walking straight into a totally empty alley. Then the head thug turns to those two classmates who dragged him out to play games. You two did great, he says, now beat it. Turns out, those fake friends were acting so sketchy because these thugs threatened them into setting Chen Nuo up. Once those cowards run off, he is left completely outnumbered against 5 or 6 thugs. Leading them is the guy in the leather jacket who tapped his shoulder back at the cafe. Who even are you guys, and what do you want? Chen Nuo asks, sounding totally chill about the situation. The leader gets his cigarette lit by a lackey, blows some smoke, and aggressively starts interrogating him. My name is Xiao Dao. You can call me Brother Dao, he sneers. I heard you wrote a love letter to Sun Kike 2 days ago. Did you think you could write love letters to my girl without my permission, punk? Chen Nuo stares at the ugly mug of this thug, then pictures Sun Kike in his head. A low-life gangster dating the school beauty who is also the dean's daughter? What kind of cheap soap opera drama is this? Out of pure curiosity, Chen Nuo asks if she is actually his girlfriend. Well, not yet, the thug replies, but she will be pretty soon. So you know what you have to do now, right? The guy mutters while pulling a switchblade out of his pocket. Ah, so he is just some delusional simp starting trouble over an unrequited crush. That makes things a lot less dramatic, meaning it is going to be way easier to handle. Chen Nuo just bursts out laughing, and you already know this immediately triggers the absolute hell out of these gangsters. What are you laughing at, kid? We are talking to you. Do you hear us? Yeah, I hear you. Chen Nuo says as he scans the area. Perfect. Nobody is around, making this the ideal spot for a little action. Right after that, he starts cracking his knuckles. He just got reincarnated and is not fully used to this new body yet. Having these idiots deliver themselves to his doorstep is actually the perfect warm-up. Later that evening, around 8 p.m., Sun Shengli is still pulling overtime at work. Sun Kike's mom asks her to drop off some dinner for her dad. Just a short walk from her house, she spots Chen Nuo hyper-focused on unlocking a bicycle. The only problem is he keeps shoving his key into different locks, failing every single time. Confused by his sketchy behavior, she walks over and asks, "Why are you trying to unlock someone else's ride?" Getting caught red-handed like this leaves Chen Nuo pretty embarrassed, looking exactly like a thief who just got busted. Would you believe me if I said I forgot which bike is mine? So I am just testing every lock. Obviously, she does not buy it, turning away with a cold shoulder. But before she can walk away, he calls out to her, asking if he can ask her a quick question. She coldly responds, like what? She tries her best to act totally distant. But no matter how hard she plays tough, he easily sees straight through her little act. He casually tells her she should probably be a bit nicer to him, considering everything. I get it. You are the dean's daughter and have to maintain that perfect model student image, so you cannot be seen breaking school rules with some guy. But do you really have to treat me like an enemy all the time? She snaps back, saying her attitude has nothing to do with him. How does it not? I literally just saved your life yesterday, you know? Jumping from the second floor would not have killed me, she argues back. Even if it did not kill you, you still would have gotten hurt. So even if it is not a full-on rescue, it still counts as a save. Honestly, he makes a pretty solid point. She has no comeback for that, so she just stays silent, which is basically an agreement. But that is not even the main thing he wanted to talk about. He brings up that local thug named Zhang Shang, who goes by the street name Xiao Dao, and asks if she knows him. She nods, admitting that this guy cornered and harassed her outside the school gates twice already. Her dad chased him off the first time, but he kept crawling back. Well, Chen Nuo tells her he probably won't be showing up again for a very long time. Chen Nuo says it takes over 100 days for broken bones to heal. No lie, he is not bluffing. Right now, Zhang Zhang is literally stuck in an orthopedic ward after getting absolutely wrecked. But he did not just bring this up to brag about saving her from trouble. He actually needs a small favor from her in return. He wants her help with the upcoming contest. As he speaks, he casually crouches back down to keep fiddling with the bike locks. Finding this too painful to watch, she steps in to stop him. Quit messing with other people's locks. Your bike is right over there. Yeah, the black one with the busted basket and missing bell. How do you even know that? He teases. We are not even in the same class. That simple teasing comment instantly makes her cheeks flush a bright red. I just wanted to know, okay, what is it to you? Oh, so she actually likes him? Flustered as hell, Sun Kike quickly changes the subject, asking why he cares about that tournament. Obviously, he wants in. Chen Nuo plans to use this event to slip into Korea and save that girl, but the sign-up rules say he's not even qualified. But running into Zhang Zhang back then? That was the perfect excuse to clear up Sun Kike's mess so she'd owe him one. Plus, he claims he just wants to see the snow in Yanbian. So, since her dad is the dean of education, she's got to know some backdoor way to get him into that tournament, right? Sun Kike rolls her eyes. She thought Chen Nuo was acting all mature, but going all the way to Yanbian just for snow? Beyond childish. Right then, Chen Nuo's stomach lets out a massive growl. She asks him if he skipped dinner. Yeah, he smirks, telling her he's just too broke to afford a real meal, which immediately gets him chewed out for being a massive slacker. She knows his family is struggling, but they're definitely not starving or too poor to buy a cheap dinner. She even offers to have her dad hook him up with the school's financial aid program if things are really that bad. Right after saying it, she gets super flustered all over again. She stammers that she didn't mean to look down on him, she just wanted to help. Chen Nuo doesn't mind, using it to tease her more. He asks if she's been stalking him or digging into his family business on purpose. Her face turns bright red. Caught red-handed, she stutters that she only heard some rumors from other people around campus. Look, Sun Kike is only an 18-year-old girl, while Chen Nuo has already lived an entire past life. He can read her obvious crush like an open book. He doesn't get why the dean's daughter is falling for a broke kid, but honestly, it's pretty entertaining to watch. Just then, his eyes lock onto the lunchbox in her hands. Seeing his greedy look, she instantly clutches it to her chest, telling him to back off because this is her dad's dinner. Grinning like a villain, Chen Nuo manages to get his bicycle back and somehow scores a free chicken drumstick out of her. Meanwhile, her dad, Sun Shengli, gets his lunchbox only to find a drumstick missing, leaving poor Sun Kike struggling to make up a lie. Back at home, Chen Nuo immediately starts a heavy workout routine. With a long, brutal war ahead, he needs to build up his strength fast. 2 days later, he heads to the school administration office alone. Sure, he asks Sun Kike for help, but he figures getting to Korea is something he should pull off on his own. Inside sits teacher Liu, who isn't even a real tenured teacher but just a corporate coordinator sent by an outside education company to run the office. Big layoffs are coming soon. Plus, high school number 8 has the worst graduation rate in the district, meaning it's highly likely to get privatized and bought out by his company. So, technically speaking, this guy is more like corporate employee Liu than a teacher. And the fastest way to deal with corporate sellouts? Cold hard cash. Chen Nuo slides the door open, prompting the guy to ask what he wants. Chen Nuo gets straight to the point, asking about the school's upcoming exhibition match over in Yanbian. He says he didn't sign up but heard there's a spectator list for student representatives. Teacher Liu immediately reads between the lines. The guy nods. He tells him those spectator spots are strictly voted on by each grade, requiring signatures from class heads and department leads, meaning nobody can just ask for a slot. But look at this move. Next second, Chen Nuo drops an envelope right on the desk, leaving teacher Liu completely stunned. Inside is a bank card. The moment Liu sees it, his grumpy attitude vanishes instantly as he speaks up. He says his memory must be slipping because he almost forgot about 3 open slots for student volunteers. You go with the team, eat and stay with them, but you gotta do grunt work like chores. Chen Nuo nods, saying he is totally fine with that. He's even got his resume, student ID, and copied documents ready to go. Teacher Liu takes them, smiling from ear to ear, telling him to head back since the roster will be posted on the bulletin board this afternoon. Chen Nuo heads back, relieved. Watching him walk away, teacher Liu realizes this kid is definitely not your average high schooler. His sharp eyes, his tone, his calculated moves, none of it fits an 18-year-old kid. Yet, the greedy teacher has no clue he just got played, completely thrilled with the bank card in his hands. Later that day at dismissal, the school beauty, Sun Kike, walks across the yard letting out massive sighs. And the reason she is feeling so down? She just got her test score back today, and it's a terrible 45 points. She mumbles to herself, telling herself to do better next time and at least maintain her usual 60-point average. She tries to hype herself up but instantly slumps back down, realizing that even her absolute best average is still just a lousy 60 points anyway. Just then, Sun Kike overhears her classmates crowding around the bulletin board to check out the newly posted list for the exchange trip. She completely forgets her bad grades because she suddenly remembers Chen Nuo saying he wanted to go see the snow a few days ago. Squeezing through the crowd, she checks the board and spots his name right there on the volunteer roster. So he really gets to see the snow, huh? Sun Kike mutters to herself. Before doing something totally reckless, she turns and runs straight to the dean's office. Spotting her dad, Sun Shengli, sitting inside, Sun Kike blurts out, "Dad, I need to join the school trip to Yanbian too." Her dad is pretty shocked since she literally told him earlier she had zero interest in this trip, and now she is suddenly hyping it up. Stumbling for a good excuse, she just plagiarizes Chen Nuo's exact words. "Well, I just really want to go see the summer snow." Sun Shengli shakes his head, telling her the slots are full, but she immediately clings to his arm and refuses to let go. "I do not care, I will even join the choir just to go." "Did you not quit the choir earlier because you hated singing?" "Well, I love it now." Sure, she is incredibly spoiled, but since she is his only daughter, Sun Shengli ultimately gives in to his little princess. So right after New Year on January 3rd, Sun Kike is waiting at Jinling Station, fully ready to head out to Yanbian. Chen Nuo is on the volunteer squad, which means his very first duty is lugging around everyone's heavy bags. Spotting him in the busy crowd, Sun Kike excitedly waves her hands. He spots her and walks over, but just as he reaches out to grab her suitcase, someone else instantly snatches it away first. "Hey Dean Tun, you came out here to see everyone off?" Chen Nuo grins. The protective dad is totally on guard today, acting like a fierce tiger. This is pretty different from when Chen Nuo first isekai'd here and saved her life. Seeing Sun Kike on the train, Chen Nuo is actually pretty shocked because her name was definitely not on that bulletin board. So, the second they board the train, he demands to know what is up. "I go where I want, okay? Why do you even care? Am I not allowed to go see some snow too?" Sun Kike snaps back stubbornly, but Chen Nuo already knows she totally tagged along just to be with him. Back on the platform, Dean Tun can only watch helplessly as his precious daughter giggles with the punk who literally just wrote her a love letter. Honestly, his inner monologue is absolute gold here. Why does this stray dog keep trying to steal my fresh little flower? But hey, worrying about her now is totally useless. Within minutes, the train begins to slowly roll out of the station. Chen Nuo gets placed in the same cabin with teacher Liu, who immediately starts throwing his weight around and ordering him around. "Hey kid, go grab some water. Then clean up the luggage out in the hallway while you are at it. My expensive camera is in that bag, so do not go dropping my stuff. Chen Nuo hears the dude but literally does not even look up from his book. The cabin goes dead silent, and Teacher Lu eventually snaps, sitting straight up in anger. I am talking to you, kid. Are you deaf or what? Chen Nuo finally sets his book down, ready to talk some smack. Look, Teacher Lu, I am here for a trip, not forced hard labor. Did you somehow get things twisted or what? His totally savage attitude completely blows the teacher's mind with pure rage. You came here as a volunteer, and the duty of a volunteer is, but Chen Nuo cuts him off instantly. Teacher Lu, I already paid you my travel fees. If you are not happy with that, feel free to write me a full refund. Or just tell the group leader to kick me off at the next stop so I can head back. Teacher Lu is absolutely boiling but cannot do a thing. After all, if anyone finds out about the bribe he took, his entire career is pretty much over. So the teacher has to sit there and take this from a teenager. After a long, quiet ride, they finally reach the border. The long, brutal ride completely drains Sun Kike. Dragging her suitcase off the train, she silently curses herself for being a total idiot, traveling all this way just to chase Chen Nuo. Right then, someone suddenly snatches the heavy suitcase right out of her hand. Here, drink this. Chen Nuo tosses her a can of Coke, grabbing her bags and walking ahead. Looking down at the cold Coke, then staring at his reliable back, she cannot help but smile as all her exhaustion suddenly melts away. She quickly runs to catch up with him. But wait, here is where things get even crazier because Chen Nuo is about to drop another massive demand on his teacher. He wants to ditch the group and do his own thing, even though there are still 4 whole days left of the trip. Obviously, Teacher Lu flat out refuses. He cannot take that kind of heat if something bad happens to the kid. No way is he letting an 18-year-old run wild in a completely foreign city. But that is when Chen Nuo pulls out his phone and plays back the recording of their conversation from the train. On that tape, Teacher Lu basically admits he took dirty bribe money just to let Chen Nuo tag along. You little punk, you dare trap me? Don't play with fire, bro. You think a trashy little recording makes me sweat? Teacher Lu loses his mind and yells, but Chen Nuo just chills. Seeing him so relaxed, the teacher steps close. I mean business, kid. Are you really gonna report me for ditching the group right now? Chen Nuo stays dead silent, and his zero-care attitude makes Lu absolutely panic. In this ultimate staring contest of steel nerves, Teacher Lu is the one who cracks first. Lu completely breaks down, slumping to the dirty floor as his pathetic face switches right into begging mode. Look, Student Chen, scoring this job wasn't easy, so please don't ruin me. Tell you what, here is 200 yuan. Go hang out, eat whatever, my treat. Chen Nuo just smirks without saying a single word. He is totally not buying this cheap garbage offer. They keep going back and forth, and Lu tries threatening him a few more times, but it completely fails. Wait, check this out. Who's the real boss here? Chen Nuo has him totally cornered with that bribe evidence. Like, why even try to fight it, teacher? I'm not negotiating with you, teacher. I'm just letting you know that I'm officially skipping town. As for covering it up, I'm sure you will find a way. Brains over problems, right? I'm out of here. The rest is on you. Good luck, corporate slave. And just like that, under Lu's helpless gaze, Chen Nuo walks right out of the camp. 36 hours later, he is at the border, one cross and it is South Korea. It is dead of night and freezing at -13 degrees Celsius. Wearing thin clothes, Chen Nuo lies flat on the ground. Scanning the area like an absolute hawk, he glides lightning fast over the cold snow. His insanely sharp, fluid moves keep him totally invisible, easily dodging those sweeping military searchlights. But just when he thinks he is totally in the clear, a pair of heavy military boots blocks his path. Looking up, Chen Nuo locks eyes with an officer whose face is colder than the freezing snow around them. Spotting Chen Nuo, the officer immediately barks out, "Who goes there?" Without missing a beat, before the guy can even draw his pistol, Chen Nuo springs up and knocks him clean out. He catches the falling body in mid-air, dragging the unconscious soldier into a dark corner out of sight. Up on the watchtower, another guard senses something is off when a tiny shadow flashes past the edge of the searchlight. But he just shrugs it off as a crow or some stray animal. No way anyone is crazy enough to cross this border. Besides, it is not their only line of defense anyway. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo is lying flat right under their noses, using a pair of heavy wire cutters to slowly snip right through the fence. His battlefield instincts from his past life are still 90% intact, but this untrained 18-year-old body is just too weak, making the whole process an absolute struggle. Once he slips through the wire, Chen Nuo snaps a quick chocolate bar for energy, preparing for the upcoming minefield. This zone is a literal suicide trap for normal people, but for our boy, this is actually the easiest line to cross. He worked so many missions here, he knows every single inch. Our boy is crawling flawlessly like a total ghost, but right here, click. Just 30 meters from freedom, his knee slams into something hard. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, is he done for? Man, even the best of us stumble. Forced to stop, Chen Nuo carefully starts brushing the thick snow away with his bare hands. Sure enough, buried right under his knee is an M2 anti-personnel mine. weighing 2.9 kilograms, highly sensitive metal tripwire, with a blast height of 2 meters and a 10-meter kill radius. Standard military intel from his past life. And he knows if he shifts his knee even a millimeter, the compressed trigger will instantly spring up and boom. He is getting blown into a million tiny pieces. Sucking in a big breath of freezing air, he strips his jacket and cuts a small piece of uniform fabric to build a makeshift pressure pad. Holding his breath, he places it on the mine. Once that is done, he uses a needle to lock the pressure pad down. Finally, he jams a pencil lead into the safety pin. He moves with insane precision because there are no extra lives in this game. Screw up once, and he is gone for good. Meanwhile, back at Yambian, Sun Kike is performing with the choir. Singing on stage with her classmates, she is silently cursing Chen Nuo in her head, calling him an absolute trash deadbeat boyfriend. She followed him all this way, but the jerk has been totally MIA for 2 days. Back at the freezing minefield, Chen Nuo finally finishes his risky work by plugging that pencil lead right into the safety pin, adding that fabric pressure pad too. 2 layers of safety, he won't die yet. Since the heavens sent him back in time, they wouldn't be cruel enough to end his run this quickly. Taking a deep breath, Chen Nuo carefully lifts his foot, leaps back as far as possible, hits the dirt and covers his head. An absolute dead silence follows. He waits but nothing explodes. This means he actually successfully defused this deadly trap. Once he is absolutely sure he is out of danger, Chen Nuo finally stands straight, pure relief. Then he begins cursing like crazy. Those American mines definitely belong to Fat Li. Just you wait, this is one debt I am keeping receipts on. Out of the minefield, Chen Nuo sprints forward. Then, a sudden dive straight into a deep ditch. Just when he thinks he is finally safe, 2 random officers drop into the exact same hole. The second their eyes meet, one of those soldiers instinctively lunges right at him with zero hesitation. But Chen Nuo moves even faster, charging head-on at the guy. He easily sidesteps, throwing the first guy down, then whips out a dagger and hurls it straight at the second target. No way he is dodging that speed. The blade hits right between his eyes. Talk about a brutal way to go out. Now there is only one left, and this clown actually pulls his own blade, screaming trash talk at Chen Nuo. He is barking to come get some. Oh, you think you are some comedy star Shen Tang? Chen Nuo grits his teeth, grips his weapon, and rushes in. The two collide like heat-seeking missiles, their steel blades clashing with a sharp, deafening ring. Once they part, the officer gasps for air, stumbles, and faceplants into the dirt. Turns out, he just got the exact same lethal treatment as his buddy, completely crushed under Chen Nuo power. No clue where these spawns came from. Still, taking them out pays off big time. Chen Nuo scores some top-tier loot, their military uniform. With this disguise, as long as he plays it cool, he can easily slip right past the South Korean border patrol. By 3 p.m. on June 6th, Chen Nuo successfully sneaks into a quiet residential area. He grabs a cab straight to Guang. Buckling in, he leans his head against the glass, trying to catch some sleep. But wild memories from his past life start flooding his brain. In his previous life, he took on this crazy contract at the Hay Villa. That exact job was how he first crossed paths with Li Yingwan when he was only 22. The second he burst into the room, Chen Nuo saw Li Yingwan holding a gun, pointing it dead at the terrified villa owner. Seeing him, she flashes this totally desperate smile, screaming that the bodyguard is way too late. Chen Nuo yells out that she is freaking crazy before charging right at her. A massive gunshot echoes through the halls, instantly drawing every single bodyguard in the villa right to them. Chen Nuo grips his rifle in one hand and throws Li Yingwan over his shoulder. Facing an entire army of angry guards, he trades heavy gunfire while keeping her safe, somehow managing to carry her out of that mansion completely unharmed. Once they are safe, Chen Nuo drops Li Yingwan onto the floor, telling her this is his place and nobody will ever find them. Back then, this girl was a straight-up psycho with some serious mental issues. And get this. Instead of thanking the guy who literally just saved her life, she turns on the charm, getting super flirty and teasing him without a single care. She asks if that means she can do whatever she wants, but Chen Nuo stays silent, keeping his guard up. Right then, Li Yingwan gently reaches up to touch his face, but her eyes suddenly flash with pure hatred as she stares forward. In a split second, Li Yingwan drops low, launching a sudden attack. She throws a wild punch, but he easily slips the strike with a quick pivot. Chen Nuo smoothly slips behind her and delivers a swift, precise chop to her neck. She knocks out instantly, collapsing right into his arms. A few hours later, she slowly starts to open her eyes. Chen Nuo is still sitting there, but now Li Yingwan is wrapped like a burrito in a blanket, hanging up with a gag in her mouth. He calmly pulls out a cigarette and lights it, telling Li Yingwan to shut up while completely ignoring how she is thrashing around and screaming through the gag. Fast forward to the next morning inside the cabin. Chen Nuo unties her and calmly asks if she is finally feeling a bit more level-headed. Toying with his gun, he asks if she really wants to die. She just lies there and asks why he saved her, mocking if it is because of her looks. Li Yingwan glares at him, asking if he wants to sleep with her. Chen Nuo just uses his gun barrel to tilt her chin up and smiles. He says she acts just like a scared little kid consumed by hatred, desperately trying to play the part of some crazy, heartless psycho. Her eyes glisten as she leans closer, asking if he is really that strong. She says he is clearly next level since he wiped out so many guards and easily got her out. He smirks, telling her that is one way to put it. In this world, there are barely any fighters who can actually stand against him. Hearing this, Li Yingwan instantly drops to her knees, completely changing her tune. She bows and begs him for help, saying she has a few targets who need to die. Her hands shake as she promises that if she gets her revenge, she will give herself to him and do absolutely anything. Literally anything. Clutching her chest, tears stream down her face as she desperately begs him, her voice dripping with hatred while remembering her lost family. Ever since her parents were murdered when she was a kid, revenge was her only goal. For 2 whole years, she stays right by his side, surviving his brutal training. From close-quarters combat to marksmanship, her deadly skills skyrocket. Day by day, she turns into a certified monster with a rifle. 2 years of waiting and she finally gets her shot. She stalks her target, gun ready. Then, bang! One bullet catches him right in the head, dropping his sorry self on the crowded street. It is pouring rain, washing his blood away. Everyone goes absolutely wild, screaming about a dead body. Job done, Li Yingwan just drops to her knees. She grits her teeth, completely losing her grip on years of bottled-up rage. She is sobbing her heart out, clutching a photo as the rain washes away her tears. Staring at the last family photo she has, she whispers, "I miss you guys." Then a black umbrella shadows her. Just letting her let it all out, Chen Nuo stands there taking the rain to keep her dry. Later, Chen Nuo finds out the nightmare she survived on May 6, 2001. She wakes up, and he asks if she is okay. Chen Nuo smirks. Honestly, first time I have seen someone pass out from crying. She blinks, totally confused. But the second he tries to stand up, Li Yingwan grabs his shirt, desperately begging, "Can you please stay? If I wake up alone, I am afraid I will grab my gun and end it all." Chen Nuo stays. Honestly, seeing her this broken hits different, but at least she finally got her brutal payback today. Li Yingwan asks if she can tell him the real story of Li Yingwan. She starts detailing, "It was a freezing cold night. My mom was yelling at my brother for fighting at school. Then these straight-up monsters burst in. They murdered my dad, stole his whole company, and then tracked us down to slaughter my brother right in front of us. He always protected me and loved me. But they beat him down, brutally assaulted my mother, stabbed her to death, and pinned her body to the yard. And then, the monster who killed her threw me down and violated me. Right next to the sunflowers my mother grew." Chen Nuo grits his teeth, asking why they spared her. Li Yingwan whispers, "No, they kept me alive just to lock me up and use me. But on the road, I found a chance to jump in the river and escape." Chen Nuo asks what happened next. "I ran to my dad's old friend. He took me in, but that night he assaulted me too and sold me back." Tears streamed down her face. "But I waited until he was on the phone and jammed a chopstick into his eye. From then until I was 22 and met you, it was total hell." She looks at him with complete devotion. "From now on," she says, "I only live for you. You want me alive, I live. Tell me to die, I die. Just say the word and I will do it. Tell me to kill, and I will wipe out everyone. My world has been pure darkness, and you are the only tiny speck of light I have left. Literally the only one." Chen Nuo shakes his head. "If everything is pitch black, then you have got to find a way to shine yourself." She just stares. He tells her she cannot rely on others because even the weakest person can make their own light. So learn to take care of yourself. From this day on, I am giving you a brand new name. Firefly. Suddenly, reality hits. The taxi driver is yelling at him to wake up, snapping Chen Nuo right out of his deep daydream. The driver says they have arrived at Apu. Chen Nuo gets out and walks ahead. The door swings open to reveal a girl with a bow, chomping a lollipop and blowing bubblegum. "Say hello to 16-year-old Li Yingwan." Chen Nuo spots her there. But check this out. She is completely oblivious and crashes straight into him, wiping out. She gets mad, ready to swear, but a hand snatches her ear as Chen Nuo tells her to watch it. Li Yingwan glares, yelling, "Who the heck are you?" He lets go, tips his hat, and smirks. "Hey there, Firefly." Li Yingwan freezes. "Firefly?" She panics, demanding to know what crazy stuff he is talking about. "Seriously, who are you?" Chen Nuo grabs her hoodie and laughs. "Me, I just fell straight from the sky." He pulls the hood over her head, grinning. "I am just here to help you kick a nightmare to the curb." Li Yingwan blushes, totally dazed, but then she flashes a wicked smirk and throws a vicious knee strike. Chen Nuo easily dodging out of range. She takes off running, screaming at the top of her lungs that he is a total pervert. Chen Nuo casually follows while she runs straight to a cop. She rattles off some crazy story and points right back at him. They both look over, but Li Yingwan freezes in shock. The creepy guy she was just whining about is completely gone. Poof, gone. Flashback to May 6, 2001 at the NIS Intelligence Agency. Crime scene photos and murder weapons are scattered across a desk as a deep voice starts speaking. These 2 agents were wiped out during a top-secret Black Ops mission at the border last night. Everything we recovered from the scene is laid out right here. Besides all this stuff, 300 meters south of where the victim fell, right inside our own defensive minefield, they found an M2 assault landmine deactivated with some crazy advanced technique. Around the table, the brass is sweating bullets. The speaker goes on, saying all the intel, photos, and basic analysis are already right in front of them. Another guy jumps in. Look, this is a straight-up military infiltration targeting our country. He gets dead serious. The northern enemies are ready to slash us to pieces. To protect the Great Republic of Korea, the Blue House just handed down a direct order. We have to find those northern rats who sneaked across our border, right now, no matter the cost, and do it fast. And the whole room salutes, shouting, "Loyalty, loyalty." Meanwhile, over in a secret command post up north, their leader drops some pretty heavy news. Those southern enemies are already inside. I order you guys to beef up patrols across this entire sector starting right this second, tear apart every single camp and defense zone, searching every single corner with zero mercy. We have to root out these rats and crush their plans. Then he turns to his assistant, asking who was in charge of the area where that incident went down last night. Before even getting an answer, he just casually orders the guy executed. Cut to Chen Nuo chillin' on some random roof. He lets out a loud sneeze and wonders who is talking trash behind his back. He munches on some chocolate, complaining that he forgot to buy water and is dying of thirst. Suddenly, a super delicious smell drifts up. Wait, is that chicken soup? Peeking down through the skylight, he spots a little kid kneeling on the floor inside. A lady is screaming at him for getting into a school fight. The kid plays totally innocent, saying sorry mom, while Li Yingwan sits at the table looking smug as hell. She is loving the drama. But as Chen Nuo watches from above, a car speeds up and screeches to a dead stop right in front of the house. He suddenly freezes, realizing today is the exact day the tragedy goes down. A bunch of guys in black suits pile out of the cars. There are way too many of them, easily over a dozen armed thugs moving in. Chen Nuo watches and whispers, is it starting? They are already right at the front door. So what kind of monster was Chen Yanluo in his past life? Tons of intel agencies, including Xia, literally studied him. The funny thing is, they came up with nothing. This guy is completely unpredictable. But two things are absolute facts. First, Chen Yanluo is fiercely protective of his squad. Second, their relationship is purely symbiotic. We are talking something deeper than romance, family, or friendship. You are literally my only reason to live, boss. Sleep tight, Bi Kwang, sleep tight. This is an absolutely unbreakable crazy bond. It only ends when Chen Yanluo dies. See you in hell, right? But in this life, he is determined to rewrite the tragic fates of his loyal crew. How is he going to handle romance anyway? Meanwhile, let's cut to the hotel where the students are staying. Hearing someone hammering on the door, teacher Lu goes to open it. Coming, coming! And boom, Sun Kike is standing right there. He smiles, asking if it is her and why she is here so late. She just softly asks, where is Chen Nuo? She hasn't seen him in 2 days. The teacher fakes a yawn, asking what is up since he was already asleep. She stutters, I need to find Chen Nuo. Teacher Lu, I really need to talk to him. Lu keeps making excuses, saying it is way too late and he is tired. She presses him, demanding to know where Chen Nuo is, while he secretly dials a number behind his back. His phone starts ringing loudly. Lu fake answers, loudly yelling out, hello, is that Director Sun? Oh, hello sir, is something wrong? He looks right at Sun Kike and loudly tells the phone, wow, what a crazy coincidence. Your daughter is right here. Sun Kike instantly panics, begging him to stay quiet because she is not supposed to be there. She immediately books it. Lu watches her run, laughing it off on the phone with Sun Shengli, saying it is nothing. Once she is totally gone, he shuts the door and slides down, crying inside about how incredibly hard it is to earn an honest paycheck these days. Let's jump back to the house Chen Nuo is staked out at. Armed gangsters kick down the front door to let their 3 bosses slowly stroll in. Heavy footsteps echo through the hallway as they smash right into the dining room, completely blindsiding the family of 3. Li Yingwan's older brother stands up, demanding to know who they are. One thug kicks him right in the chest, telling him to get lost. The 3 big bosses walk in, Sa Jingshun, Ha Zhengzai, and Sa Taiyong. Zhengzai glares inside, completely unaware that Chen Nuo is outside, watching his every single move. He instantly recognizes him. This is the guy Li Yingwan brutally executed in his past life to avenge her family's massacre. Let me break down who these guys are. Zhengzai and Li Yingwan's dad actually used to be business partners. Back in the year 2000, their shipping company was doing pretty well. But that same year, the Sa brothers were secretly running massive, super profitable black market smuggling deals on the side. An illegal organ trafficking syndicate targeted the company run by Mr. Li and Zhengzai. They tried to drag Director Zhengzai into their scheme, but Li Yingwan's dad flat out refused. In the end, Director Zhengzai teamed up with those scumbags to murder Chairman Li Donga, Li Yingwan's dad, dumping his body into the Choyu-uk Sea. Right now, her brother is beaten black and blue, bleeding out on the floor right at his mother's feet. Another thug runs over and violently grabs her arm with zero mercy, making poor Li Yingwan scream in pain. The room is a total mess, and honestly, the three Li family members have absolutely zero chance of fighting back. Chen Nuo looks up at the clock on the wall. Based on his past life, you just know something massive is about to happen right here. While Li Yingwan shakes in absolute terror with tears streaming down her face, that creep Jingjun sneers, "Damn, Li Donghe's daughter is pretty hot." But Chen Nuo's eyes show he already planned something. Suddenly, the loud wail of emergency sirens outside freezes the entire gang dead in their tracks. Hearing the sirens, Jingjun lets go of Li Yingwan, walks over to the window, pops it open, and peers outside. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo is hiding on the roof right above him as Zhang Wang asks over the radio what is going on. The lackey replies, "There is a fire truck, boss." Jingjun swears, "Damn it, why now?" Then Taiyang barks out, "We can't do it here, take them all." Just like that, the thugs force all three Li family members into their cars. Chen Nuo silently watches everything and smiles. Luckily, there was an empty house nearby he could use to distract them, though next time he needs to time things a bit better. By now, Li Yingwan's dad is likely already dead, so all he can do now is save the helpless mother and her two kids. He quietly climbs down since this spot is not great for making a move. Chen Nuo plans carefully. Killing these scumbags is easy, but having over a dozen dead bodies suddenly appear inside the house would cause massive trouble for the family. So he heads down to the garage to find a better spot, hops into a white car, and immediately takes off after them. Chen Nuo silently tails the convoy of black cars ahead, which are moving pretty fast. Inside his car, Zheng Zai remembers the betrayal, thinking Li Donghe finally got what he deserved and begins cursing to himself. "Back then, you always treated me like a dog, using fake news to steal all the wealth, fame, and status from me. You even stole the woman I loved and had those two little bastards with her." A lackey hands him a cigarette, and then Taiyang asks if something is wrong. Feeling uneasy? Zheng Zai says nothing, just sparking up his lighter. Taiyang grins and adds, "Once we arrive, that woman is all yours tonight, and you can do whatever the hell you want to her." Hearing that, he takes a deep drag and sneers. "I am not just going to enjoy Li Donghe's wife, I also want to taste his beautiful daughter. Even in hell, that bastard is still a total loser." With that, he tosses his half-smoked cigarette right out the window. At an abandoned warehouse in southern Seoul, Li Yingwan's mother begs them through her tears. "Zheng Zai, please spare my family, at least show some mercy for the sake of your decades of brotherhood with Li Donghe." He just smirks coldly and walks over, holding a leather whip in his hand, while she keeps crying and begging with clasped hands. Ignoring her pleas, he furiously swings the whip downward with a raged expression. Instinct kicking in, she throws her own body over her kids to shield them. The brutal strike rips right through her white dress, and blood starts soaking through. Sobbing, Li Yingwan's mother turns and cries out, "Zheng Zai, why are you doing this to us? What did we ever do to wrong you? Has your soul completely rotted away?" Her brother glares with pure rage, then suddenly lunges forward at Zheng Zai, screaming at him to back off. The boy grabs and pushes him, but Zheng Zai punches him back, yelling to get lost. The thugs immediately jump in, kicking the boy despite his mother's desperate pleas. "Stop, please stop!" Li Yingwan just kneels there, tears streaming down her completely blank, lifeless face. "If this is just a nightmare, please someone wake me up." Suddenly, her eyes light up as she remembers the strange young man she met earlier this morning. Back when she asked who he was, his response was that he is just a guy who fell from the sky to chase away her nightmares. Frozen in place, she stares forward. Then boom! A white car crashes straight through the entrance right in front of them. Her brother and mother shield their eyes, while the thugs cover their heads, completely blinded by the bright headlights. Li Yingwan squeezes her eyes shut and weeps, but slowly opens them to look around as the car door suddenly flies open. She realizes it is actually her family's car, and out steps Chen Nuo, coughing lightly as he stands there. He casually complains, "Seriously, your family's car has some major issues." Even with a gang of armed thugs in front of him, he just stands there chatting. The clutch is super loose, the acceleration feels pretty choppy, and the steering wheel is off. "You really need to get this adjusted." Li Yingwan stares wide-eyed at him, completely stunned. This guy might just be her family's absolute last ray of hope. Giving her a warm smile, he says, "Hey there, kiddo, we meet again." As Chen Nuo coldly walks right into the crowd of thugs, Li Yingwan just stares in disbelief. Her eyes totally light up, realizing it is actually him. Jingjun barks out, "Yo, who the hell are you?" Right after, Taiyang orders his goons to take the guy out, and this random thug with a baseball bat charges straight at him. He swings the bat from behind, aiming to smash his skull. Chen Nuo is chill as always. He barely glances over, casually slipping to the side to dodge. Before the thug even realizes he missed, Chen Nuo launches a devastating kick straight to his face. A brutal knee strike completely wrecks his face, and the sheer force instantly snaps his neck bone, ending him on the spot. The guy drops dead on the floor. Watching that insane speed and raw power, the Sa brothers are suddenly looking pretty worried and shocked. Taiyang screams, "What are you idiots standing there for? Jump him!" In a split second, the whole mob rushes to attack Chen Nuo, but our guy just glides past them like a breeze. dropping goons left and right wherever he steps. The bosses are completely frozen, eyes wide as screams echo through the warehouse. We still do not know what is inside Chen Nuo's backpack, but right now it is covered in blood. The floor is literally covered with bodies of thugs he just absolutely destroyed. Taeyong's eyes go wide with pure terror. Chen Nuo calmly turns his head to look at them. With almost every goon flat on the floor, the boss grimaces and orders, "Jingjun, kill him." Old man Zhengzai quickly chimes in too. "Yeah, do it. He is nothing compared to you. You were the top elite frontline soldier of our country N." Boosted by the hype, Jingjun pulls out a wicked combat dagger. Watching the elite soldier step up, Chen Nuo casually drops his backpack onto the dusty floor. He sighs, a bit tired after that quick warm-up, and says, "Hey, let me give you a quick warning. You are only the second guy in this world to pull a knife on me. Want to know what happened to the first?" But Jingjun ignores the warning and charges like a madman. A lethal diagonal stab comes flying, but Chen Nuo simply tilts his head, letting the blade miss his neck by a hair. The soldier immediately follows up with a heavy kick, but our boy swiftly steps back, dodging it easily. The missed kick smashes into a nearby car, leaving a massive dent, while Jingjun keeps wildly slashing at Chen Nuo's head, but gets absolutely nothing. A second later, Chen Nuo stops his movement, looks at him, and smiles. "Alright, playtime is officially over." As our guy readies his counter, the soldier lunges forward, screaming out to die. With a heavy fist, Chen Nuo punches his knife-wielding hand sideways. The weapon goes flying straight to the ground, and before he can recover, Chen Nuo swings his other hand, chopping hard into his neck. He takes the hit, completely frozen and choking on his own words. Blood starts leaking as he stands paralyzed. Right there, in Chen Nuo's hand, is a cold, sharp blue blade shard. He holds it up with a deadly stare, muttering, "All those flashy moves? Totally useless." Seeing this, old man Zhengzai loses his mind, sweating bullets as he backs away. But when Chen Nuo turns his head, the old coward is already running for his life. Grabbing his heavy backpack, he smirks. "Think you can run?" He winds up his arm to throw, shouting, "Not a chance, old man." The backpack flies through the air, smacking the guy right in the skull and knocking him face down on the cold floor, spilling a bunch of heavy bricks everywhere. Taeyong turns pale, cursing under his breath. "Crap, he had bricks in that bag." Our guy just glares over and asks, "What are you staring at?" These bricks were obviously brought here just to bash your face in. With that, he turns around to face him. For a brief second, both of them stay dead silent. Then, Taeyong shifts his gaze and spots Li Yingwan standing nearby. Of course, this dirty coward is about to make a cheap move. You just knew it. He grabs her shirt, screaming, "Get over here," holding a knife to Li Yingwan's neck. "I do not care who you are, but you obviously care about this brat, do you not? Now let me go." With the cold blade pressed against her neck, tears stream down her face. Chen Nuo scowls in annoyance, calmly asking Li Yingwan, "Hey kid, are you terrified right now?" Her body shivers uncontrollably, rendering her speechless as tears flow down her cheeks, looking completely helpless and pitiful. But he just flashes a warm smile, reassuring her not to worry. His comforting look touches her heart, making her put absolute faith in this guy. He raises his hand, muttering, "I did not plan to use this move. It is still unpolished, but I will use you for some quick practice." He holds up two fingers in a weird pose, shutting his eyes to focus hard, as his face slowly turns completely pale. Letting out a heavy sigh, a dark, creepy aura begins wrapping around his entire body, and he slowly starts walking toward the terrified Taeyong. The boss shivers in complete terror, panicking inside. What is happening? He cannot move a single muscle, feeling like the air itself is crushing his body. By this point, Chen Nuo is standing right in front of him, totally chill. He effortlessly slides the knife out of the boss's hand, whispering, "You are the third person to pull a blade on me tonight." He spins the knife with insane skill before pulling Li Yingwan safely into his arms. The very second she rests her head on his shoulder, the blade drives straight into Taeyong's heart. The boss gasps, unable to fight back as his face turns completely pale. With a gentle nudge from Chen Nuo, Taeyong's lifeless body falls heavily to the ground. Our main character just stands there, looking down with cold, empty eyes. He puts his hand on her cheek, asking if she is scared. The poor girl is just completely frozen, totally spaced out by how insanely cool he is. He gives her a soft smile to chill her out. "Don't worry," he says. "I told you I would chase away your nightmares." 2 hours later, back at Li Yingwan's place, she's crashed on the couch, wrapped up warm under Chen Nuo's school uniform jacket. She finally wakes up, jolting awake in a panic. But wait, she looks around and realizes she is actually back in her own room. A guy's voice asks if she's finally awake. Chen Nuo walks out holding a small bowl, saying she basically passed out from pure shock. Then the dude just starts gulping down whatever is in his bowl, sets it down, and smiles. "Man, that is incredibly good." He walks over, reaches out, and asks if he can finally get his jacket back. Since she doesn't answer, he adds that he wrapped her up earlier because she looked freezing. But she clutched it so tight he didn't want to wake her up. Only Chen Nuo is talking, while Li Yingwan just stares like a dazed idiot. Chen Nuo tries to grab his jacket, but Li Yingwan holds on tight, refusing to let go. He sighs, looking at her. "Hey kiddo, This is my jacket, you know. Li Yingwan thinks about it for a second before slowly letting her grip loosen. Chen Nuo stuffs it in his bag and tells her he warmed up some chicken porridge, so she should eat if she's hungry. Her brother got banged up a bit, but their mom already patched him up. Before she woke up, he and her mom had a little talk. Sitting down in front of Li Yingwan, he says her mom will fill her in on the details. His advice is for her family not to call the cops, since he already cleared up all the drama anyway. He starts reaching for her face, but suddenly stops himself. Just pure innocence. Her eyes still look totally clueless now. Suddenly, she reaches out, grabs his hand, and gently presses it against her own cheek. Her eyes are wide, her face blushing like crazy. This little move totally catches him off guard. She finally speaks up, asking why he sounds so incredibly old. Deadass. He looks exactly her age. Instead of giving a straight answer, he asks if she was totally terrified tonight. That crazy mess was brutal, but his time was tight, so he couldn't handle it any better. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want her seeing this dark stuff anyway. Li Yingwan softly says, "You told me not to be scared, so I'm not." She hesitates, clearly stressing over something, before asking Chen Nuo if he can tell her who he really is under all that mystery. Like, what even happened tonight anyway? He did say he literally fell straight out of the sky. Her dumb question cracks him up. He pats Li Yingwan's head, telling her kids shouldn't ask so many questions, and that her mom will explain. Oh, also, her mom was pretty rattled, so he had to use some force. She's knocked out now, but should wake up in an hour. As for her brother, his temper was way too hot, so he had to tie him up. He playfully pinches her tiny ear and tells her to make sure she hits the books hard. And absolutely no copying adults by swearing, got it. Plus, don't go getting any trashy tattoos while you're still a kid, because that looks totally terrible. No smoking or drinking either, got all that? Li Yingwan nods, repeating his rules about no swearing. No tattoos, no drinking, no smoking. She deadass promises she will do exactly what he says. She will absolutely follow every single rule. But after pausing, her face turns bright red as she straight up asks for his name. Chen Nuo just pokes her forehead, asking why kids are so nosy. Seeing him stand up, she panics and asks if he's already leaving. Yeah, he says, otherwise what, is he supposed to move in? With that, Chen Nuo grabs his backpack and heads for the door. Li Yingwan still presses him, asking if he's even human. Like, is this guy actually some kind of guardian angel? That totally throws him off. What, an angel? He doesn't believe in God, he deadass only believes in Lord Guan. Suddenly, the black suitcase on the floor starts twitching. He kicks it a few times and tells it to shut up. If you move again, I'll bash you with a brick. She asks what is inside. He answers it is just Ha Zhengzai, who is still useful. With that, the dude just turns. See ya, kid, stay safe. Li Yingwan grabs his sleeve, kneeling on the couch and staring up blankly. Will she ever see him again? He asks if she likes fireflies. She smiles, saying she loves them. Her brother used to take her catching them in the summer. And then, wait, check this out. He touches her neck and she just collapses right against him. Total shocker. He whispers to stop catching them. The poor girl's eyes shut tight, completely knocked out or put under a spell. In her fading mind, his shadow still lingers. She desperately reaches out, begging him not to leave. Li Yingwan suddenly jolts awake, completely terrified, screaming for him not to go. Sitting alone on the couch, she looks around. Her face falls as she realizes the harsh truth. He's really gone. Suddenly, she spots something off. Her eyes go wide, she spins around and sees her desk. Now, she's sitting at her desk, writing down every single rule he told her not to do. No learning how to drink, absolutely not. After writing for a bit, she totally blanks out and asks herself, what else was there? A second later, another random idea pops in her head, so she mumbles and scribbles down Quan Ni Chi. But seriously, who even is that? Li Yingwan racks her brain to remember. Oh right, there is still that shirt with the school logo on it. She scribbles the letters from the shirt onto a paper from memory, then realizes it looks like Chinese. Once it is down, Li Yingwan gets super hyped because she actually recognized it. Jumping straight up, she says, there is definitely a Chinese dictionary in my brother's room. Dashing straight to the bookshelf, she hunts it down. Meanwhile, right outside the window, her brother is tied up, dangling in midair and staring at her. Reading aloud, she mumbles, Jiangning, the location of the old Jiangning College, basically modern-day Jinling. Even though the gagged brother is swinging right outside the glass, his little sister does not notice a single thing. Cut to Seoul, at the corrupt chief's secret hideout. Chen Nuo carefully puts on gloves, slowly unlocks the briefcase, snaps it open and stares inside. The old chief is lying there with a bruised face, crying and sniffling like a baby as he screams, "Who the hell are you?" No need to rush, Chen Nuo says as he calmly grabs the old man by his ankle, dragging him across the floor into a nearby room. He drags him straight into the bedroom, walks to the bed, and quietly slides the nightstand away to reveal a hidden double door. Chen Nuo turns to the chief with a proposal. Let us make a deal, you open this up. The chief stutters in absolute terror. Will you spare me? Chen Nuo replies, I can let you die with some dignity. Dignity, yes. Chen Nuo smirks, exactly. You can pick your classiest suit from the closet to wear before you go. Is that not incredibly dignified? Hearing that, he desperately begs, "Can you please just let me go? I am begging you, please spare me." The terrified chief bangs his head on the floor, frantically pleading, "I can give you so much cash. Take everything I have, just please do not kill me, I do not want to die." Chen Nuo coldly points to the safe, demanding him to open it. The old man stammers, tears flooding his face. He gives the code, revealing a hidden ledger inside. The heavy door swings open, exposing a ledger and piles of cash. Gold too. Chen Nuo picks up the ledger, tosses it aside, and says, "I have zero interest in your debt books." Then he reaches for the cash. With a shady smirk, he stuffs the cash and gold into his backpack, muttering, "I am just grabbing some lunch money." But right as he stands up to leave, check this out. A photo on the wall completely catches his eye. Chen Nuo grabs the guy by his hair, points to the photo, and asks if that boat is his. He asks how fast it goes, and the chief stammers. "Max is 30 knots, he answers. Chen Nuo proposes, "Let us add a condition, I am taking the boat." The chief immediately tries to bargain. "Then you have to spare me. Use the boat to trade for my life. You cannot kill me." He smiles and agrees, "Deal, I will spare you." Now where is it? Cut to a massive yacht with "Who Let the Dogs Out" blasting from the speakers. And honestly, Chen Nuo is at the wheel, totally hyped. Rewind to a few hours ago, while the chief is tied up, a bald guy is desperately screaming, "You definitely got the wrong guy. I do not know you. Why are you killing me?" Chen Nuo answers, "No mistake here. Han Zhengyuan, in my past life, the daughter of your best friend Li Yingwan, came to you in desperation, only for you to violate and sell her out." He keeps screaming, "Past life, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean." No more talking. Chen Nuo rolls the oil drum tied to the old man straight into the ocean, telling him, "The king of hell will explain it down there." Just like that, the heavy barrel drags both of them into the deep. The drum sinks, pulling them under. Standing there coldly, Chen Nuo chuckles, almost forgetting that he is the king of hell. Back to reality, suddenly, blood starts pouring from his nose. He wipes it away and thinks. Playing with forbidden moves is no joke. He forced his ultimate technique to save Li Yingwan, and now the backlash is hitting him. But ignoring everything, he starts dancing on deck. Wildly shouting along to "Who Let the Dogs Out," Chen Nuo flips his middle finger straight up at the sky, basically telling this crazy life to screw off. Cut to the Yambian Assembly Hall, where some speaker is lecturing the crowd during their absolute final group exchange event. He tells the chaperones from Jiangning No. 8 High School that every single student must be in attendance. Look closely and you will see everyone is present, except for one empty seat belonging to a certain punk we all know. Sun Kike glances over, realizing Chen Nuo skipped again. It has been 4 days. The speaker warns that unexcused absences will result in severe school punishment for both the student and their chaperone. Over in the corner, Teacher Liu holds his head in regret, wondering why he let easy money blind him. He stands up, snuffs out his cigarette, and makes a worried face. That little punk Chen Nuo is going to be the absolute death of him. Right as he looks up, a mysterious figure suddenly stands in front of Teacher Liu. That's the delegation leader, Principal Fang, looking down his nose at Luong. "Hey, didn't you say that student Chen Nuo was supposed to show up real quick? It's been literally 30 minutes, so where is he?" Luong stutters out. Maybe, just maybe, the kid snuck off to a nearby PC bank to game. I mean, Principal Fang knows teens this age are just super obsessed with gaming. The principal checks his watch and sighs. The event literally starts in less than 30 minutes. I already sent a bunch of teachers and students to hunt for him, so we better not have any major drama. He steps right up to Luong, points a finger straight at his nose, and snaps. "If things go sideways, both of us are going to be absolutely cooked. Don't make me ruin your career over this." Luong just forces a fake smile, trying to cope. "Relax, Principal Fang, there's no way he's gone." Principal Fang just waves and struts off. Luong is left standing there, looking pretty ticked off, and starts cursing. Damn it. He growls, that guy is just some nepo baby from the Education Bureau trying to flex a gold-plated assistant principal title. People only call him principal to suck up, what a clown. Who is he to point at my face like that? He clenches his fists, raging on the inside as he glares up. But seriously, where the hell is Chen Nuo? Skip to 30 minutes later at the main hall, and Principal Fang is already losing his mind. Still nothing? Sun Kike is practically panicking and suggests calling the cops. "Teacher, he's literally missing. If we can't find him, we need the police now." He starts panicking. No way, because if they involve the cops, it won't even matter if the kid is actually lost or not. As the group leader, he is completely cooked. Bad leadership, missing kid. If that record sticks to his name, his whole cozy career is basically over. But Sun Kike keeps pushing him. "Chen Nuo is missing, so why are you guys still hesitating? We need the cops now. What if he's in serious danger?" Principal Fang is only thinking about saving his own skin, so he orders them to keep looking. "Maybe we missed a spot, so just double-check everything." Everyone else is low-key over it, but Sun Kike is still completely frantic. Suddenly, he gets a random brain blast and turns to Luong. "Hey, you've been babysitting this kid the entire trip, right? Did he ever mention having any friends or family around here? Maybe he just went to visit some relatives." Lu Ong stutters, I don't really know. Well, where's his luggage? It's still in the room. He spins around and urges them. Go look, there might be a contact number or address we can use in his bags. So they all head back to the hotel area, walking up the stairs together to find the room where the duo is staying. Mr. Lu nervously fumbles for his keys, looking incredibly hesitant as his hand literally shakes trying to unlock the door. Right behind him, Mr. Fang snaps, hurry it up already. That only stresses Mr. Lu out even more. He closes his eyes, opens the door in fear, and sees a light shining from inside. Mr. Lu's eyes light up as the bright glow hits his face. Someone steps out, leaving Lu Ong completely wide-eyed and speechless. He lets out a massive sigh of relief, thanking his ancestors that the kid is finally back. But then, he sees something that makes Sun Kike immediately covers her eyes while Mr. Fang completely freezes. I mean, picture this. The kid is literally standing there in nothing but a towel, looking totally confused at the crowd. Now fully dressed, Chen Nuo stands there getting chewed out by Mr. Fang while scratching his head. He tries to explain he was just playing video games but gets immediately blasted. This is totally undisciplined and out of line. Do you have any respect for rules? Meanwhile, Lu Ong sits there listening to the principal ask what kind of student he is. What kind of student are you? When we get back, you are getting disciplined. Plus, you will write a self-reflection letter and read it in front of everyone. Chen Nuo shoots Mr. Lu a quick, loaded look. The teacher instantly panics, getting the hint. He scrambles to stand up and defend the kid. Principal Fang, look, you already yelled at him. The event is starting soon. Hearing this, Mr. Fang sighs. You got lucky today, I have other things to do. Standing by the door, Mr. Lu waves him off. Do not worry, Principal. I will make sure to teach this kid a proper lesson. Let me hit the restroom first, then I will bring him over. Once he closes the door, Chen Nuo just smirks. Old Lu, you really are a lifesaver. The teacher turns around and snaps. You totally ruined me this time, dude. I am definitely getting a warning from the school. Chen Nuo pulls out his phone and deletes a file, holding it up to show Mr. Lu his good faith. He smiles warmly and says he just deleted that secret recording. Let us get along peacefully from now on, alright? Our main character claims he is a man of his word, but the teacher still looks highly suspicious, like I would ever believe you. Later, Chen Nuo knocks on room 502. A classmate pokes her head out, asking what he wants. Chen Nuo just asks her back, where is Sun Kike? The girl excitedly replies that she is showering, asking if he is looking for her. Chen Nuo curiously peeks inside to check the room. Inside, Sun Kike is taking a super steamy hot shower. Standing right outside the door, our guy asks. He hits her up, telling her to meet him on the roof. Chen Nuo stands there with a cold drink, waiting for Sun Kike. A moment later, the door clicks open. Wearing a pretty cute short skirt, Sun Kike softly walks over to him. Chen Nuo spots her and turns. Look, he smiles, it is snowing. Blushing hard, Sun Kike clutches her chest, totally flustered. When Chen Nuo calls her over, she immediately obeys like a good girl. He hands her the can, but she hesitates. Drinking this stuff so late is totally gonna make me fat, she mumbles. Chen Nuo glares straight at her curviest spot and jokes that extra weight is actually great. Super annoyed but secretly loving it, she snaps back before taking a sip and complaining it is way too sweet. You know what? Chen Nuo says, I am honestly so hyped today. Sun Kike looks at him, totally confused. Wait, why? Catching a snowflake, he says it is because he finally did what he always wanted. She instantly asks, is it watching the snow with me? Looking up at the night sky, he says people always try to fix their regrets. That is what makes life so beautifully messy and complicated. Suddenly, he spins 181 degrees. Regrets? Screw that! Life flies by like a wild horse passing a window. Over in a flash, I want to grab the reins of my own ride. Watching him say all that, Sun Kike is basically swooning. Wow, he is actually so cool. He turns to her with a serious look, asking if she can promise him one favor. She squeezes her soda can, getting super excited. Sure, go ahead, she squeaks, her mind racing. Is he about to ask me out? Is this getting too real? At most, I will let him hold my hand. But kissing? Absolutely off the table. Maybe a tiny cheek kiss is barely fine, but definitely no lip action. Absolutely not. Chen Nuo scratches his head with an awkward smile. Hey, can you write a self-criticism letter? Write one for me. Sun Kike instantly freezes for 5 seconds. This guy is literally a clueless blockhead. Back at school, the snow is already piling up pretty thick. Inside the principal's office, the radio warns that a massive cold wave from the north is hitting. Heavy snow is going to keep burying the Jinling area today. Everyone stay warm and drive safely. Sun Shengli sits there, totally lost in his thoughts. Just got back from Yambian yesterday, and he is wondering if those rowdy teenagers are behaving. Plus, what is the deal between his daughter Sun Kike and that punk Chen Nuo anyway? Flashback to Jinling Station, the kids are back, including Sun Kike. As she steps off the train, Chen Nuo grabs her so she does not fall. She looks up, blushing slightly. Sun Shengli spots them and instantly gets annoyed, letting out a loud fake cough. Flustered, Sun Kike asks, Dad, did you not say you were staying home? Thinking about that moment gives the head teacher a massive headache. He grabs his thermos, deep in thought. Is my daughter seriously dating behind my back? The bell rings. Outside Class A6, Sun Shangli glares through the window. He slowly walks in and stands by the teacher's desk. Below him, the students start whispering, totally freaking out. Oh crap, it is the head teacher. Why is he here? Did someone mess up or does he have some crazy news to announce? Word is there is bad news coming. Where is Mr. Ngo? Is he not coming? Damn it, we cannot sneak out this time. Chen Nuo's eyes narrow as he senses something off. Believe me, you can feel the sudden bad vibes in the room. Finally, Chen Nuo looks up and realizes who is standing right in front of him. His face pales as he curses under his breath. Teacher Sun speaks up, listen up kids, I have some news. Yesterday Mr. Ngo slipped on the snow and got hurt, so I will be taking over his classes for a while. Pulling out a stack of papers, he says, to check your progress, we are doing a quiz at the start of every single lesson. Everyone try your best. Fail the test and you are staying after school to shovel snow. Right then, Sun Shengli glares directly at Chen Nuo. He gulps, wondering if he is just paranoid or actually being targeted. After class, Chen Nuo looks completely dead inside. He is stuck sweeping the yard. Seriously, you have to feel bad for him. Did he even do anything to piss him off? Just then, Sun Kike runs over with a broom, waving and smiling at him. Chen Nuo turns around, asking what she is doing. Sun Kike holds out a cute pink bottle. Thirsty? I came to help. Watching from inside, Sun Shengli is literally fuming. Cursing that punk, he plans his revenge. The next day, the teacher targets him again. Chen Nuo, you are sweeping because you copied answers. But he immediately defends himself, saying his score was actually passing today. On day 3, it is the same thing, sweep the snow because you did not do homework. But he argues back, there was no quiz today. Day 4, Sun Shengli asks him, you are sweeping unless you can tell me when the 5th National Congress took place. How many delegates attended? He answers without missing a beat, confident since he did his homework and there was no quiz. May 12th to 18th, 1997, with 2,074 delegates. But when asked to name them, he totally freezes. On Thursday, right in the middle of another class, Sun Shengli opens the door and calls Chen Nuo. He instantly gets the vibe, sighs, pulls back his chair and stands up holding a broom. Sun Shengli snaps, what are you doing with that broom, he answers, shoveling snow. What else? I am always ready for duty. The teacher lowers his voice, put the broom away. No snow duty today, follow me to the office right now. Soon they are in the office where an officer is already waiting. Seeing him walk in, the cop asks, so you are Chen Nuo? Sun Shengli introduces him. This is Officer Truong from Longdam Prison. The kid blinks in total confusion. Wait, did I do something? The officer says, look, here is the deal. Your mom, Autu Hoa, is currently serving time in our facility. She had great behavior last year, so her visitation request got approved. But the guard asks why they have never seen Chen Nuo show up to visit her. Chen Nuo is speechless. All this went down before his regression, so he has no clue. So Autu Hoa asked me to track you down. She misses you like crazy. Kid, are you really not going to see her? He goes quiet. Knowing his messed up family history, it makes total sense why he never visited. Sun Shengli senses the heavy vibe. Looking at the kid, he knows this is eating him up inside, so he steps in to save him. Officer Truong, he is my student. Let me talk to him. How about you head out first and leave this with me? The officer adds, family visits really help with rehabilitation, so I truly hope you can make the trip to see her. Hearing this, Sun Shengli shields his student immediately. Look, that is enough. He is still just a kid. Putting too much pressure on him will not help. Let me handle this. I am his teacher. I will talk to him. Officer Truong, please head back. I will call you if anything comes up. Watching this, Chen Nuo actually feels a warm spark of family care, secretly labeling him his future father-in-law. Teacher of the year. Officer Truong nods. All right then, sorry to bother you, teacher. Then Sun Shengli walks the officer out, gently closing the door. Chen Nuo just sits there, lost in thought. The teacher sighs, feeling bad for this poor kid who has had it rough. He sits down, turning to him. I already knew some of your family situation from school records. But after hearing from Officer Truong, I had no idea things were this hard for you. Sun Shengli smiles. You are a smart kid. Just think it over and decide what you want to do. No need to carry any heavy burden. If you need anything, just let me know. He checks his watch. Man, it is getting late. Nobody is cooking at your place, right? So he invites Chen Nuo, come over to my house for dinner. Cut to Teacher Sun's apartment complex. And look at her. Sun Kike is just chilling on the couch in her pajamas, eating corn, completely clueless about the surprise visitor. She jumps up as the front door opens, calling out happily, Dad, you are home. But right behind her dad, Chen Nuo pops his head out and waves, throwing up a peace sign to greet her. Seeing him, she panics, tosses her half-eaten corn aside, and bolts straight into her room, slamming the door shut. Hiding behind the door with blushing red cheeks, she panics. Chen Nuo, why is he here? I am wearing my pajamas, and he saw me eating like a caveman. Outside, Chen Nuo just chuckles, thinking she is cute. Right then, Sun Shengli realizes, oh crap, I just invited a wolf into my own house. He pats his shoulder, take off your shoes and go sit in the living room to do some homework first. A few minutes later, Sun Kike comes out wearing an incredibly cute short dress and asks, Dad, why is he here anyway? Sun Shengli says, I brought him over for dinner. Now both of you sit down and do your homework, no slacking off. Chen Nuo sit at the dining table. Sun Kike go to the living room and absolutely no whispering to each other. Shortly after, Chen Nuo is scribble writing something on a scrap paper. Sun Kike watches him thinking, is he just acting busy because he is scared of my dad? Finished, he crumbles it into a ball, catches Sun Kike's eye to give her a signal, and tosses the note right over. Stunned, she stares at the paper landing in front of her, opens it up, and reads, your dad is actually pretty nice. Her face turns red. Does this mean he approves of my dad? If Sun Shengli knew, he would scream, girl, you got it all backwards. Meanwhile, Sun Shengli sits there keeping watch, reading a newspaper while fuming inside. This brat has zero respect for me whatsoever. You can feel the tension as time flies by, and soon it is already near 6:30 in the evening. Chen Nuo pulls his old trick again, getting Sun Kike's attention before tossing another rolled-up note her way. It says, your dad is weird, he has been holding that same newspaper for 2 hours. Does he sleep with it? Reading it, Sun Kike cannot help but giggle, hiding her face behind her hand. Watching them, Sun Shengli squeezes his newspaper even tighter, glaring at Chen Nuo and cursing him out in his head. This little punk has tossed notes 32 times, and Sun Kike peeked 57 times. Do they think I am invisible? He stands up with a furious glare, startling Sun Kike. She looks up and asks, Dad, why are you so angry? But his face instantly softens. With a forced laugh, Sun Shengli says, it is already 7:30. Your mom is working overtime, so I will go buy some dinner. Grumbling to himself, Sun Shengli heads out for groceries to get him out of sight, muttering that Chen Nuo is banned from his house forever. Soon, the table is packed with food. Sun Shengli drops a duck leg into Chen Nuo's bowl, telling him to eat up since growing boys need their fuel. Sun Kike reaches for a piece. Suddenly, the whole dining table goes dead silent. Catching his warning glare, Sun Ki just grins playfully and drops the meat into his bowl, telling him to eat it instead. 3 minutes later, everyone is happily digging in, especially Chen Nuo, who is absolutely shoveling down the rice. Sun Shengli grunts that he should head home right after eating since it is dangerous late, but he shrugs, claiming he owns the night. Patting his stomach, he asks Sun Kike for a refill. She reaches out to grab his bowl, but Sun Shengli abruptly stands up and snaps at them. I said you are done, no more. That means no more refills. Kicked out. Door slammed. Poor Sun Kike wonders if this counts as an early taste of father-in-law versus son-in-law drama. Now check this out. Heading down the hall, he spots a woman walking toward the apartment who looks insanely familiar. She has this sweet face with features that look exactly like Sun Kike. Chen Nuo's eyes widen, but he quickly looks away, trying not to stare. He looks back. It is a perfect striking match that is definitely Sun Kike's mother. Once outside on the street, he notices a parked sedan where someone has their hand hanging out the window, smoking a cigarette. His incredibly sharp nose immediately catches a very specific scent, realizing that this cigarette smoke matches the tobacco smell lingering on Sun Kike's mother back in that hallway just moments ago. He looks up at the apartment. Suddenly, he feels a wave of genuine worry for Sun Shengli. Cut to Monday morning at the local internet cafe, where Chen Nuo is slouched in a chair, puffing on a cigarette while browsing, typing away. Suddenly, a heavy hand drops right onto his wrist. Sun Shengli stands over him, demanding to know why he is skipping school, saying he searched the whole morning for him. Without a word, he pulls out a pack of cigarettes and offers one with a grin, telling comrade Sun Shengli to relax and light up. The teacher scolds him for being a smooth-talking punk, but still pulls up a chair, sits down, and pops the cigarette between his lips with a sigh. Instantly, Chen Nuo flicks open his lighter, teasing that offering a smoke without a light is just plain rude. Snatching both away, Sun Shengli sighs and starts lecturing him about acting like some cheap street thug just to look cool to others. He warns that in a few years he will look back and see how childish this phase actually was. Taking a long drag, he admits he understands the rebellious streak and the messy situation going on at home. I get that you are stubborn and hate dealing with people, but Chen Nuo, have you ever seriously thought about your future? The future? He just watches the older man smoke, muttering the word. Sun Shengli continues, asking what on earth he expects to do if he just gives up now. Become a full-time gangster? I do not want to see you turn into a street bum because that would truly break my heart. Chen Nuo just sighs. Honestly, you are seriously overthinking this. I do not have typical student issues. I just find being an idle slacker pretty comfortable. He stretches. Honestly, he really enjoys this quiet and boring lifestyle. It is peaceful, free, and nobody bothers me. No worries at all, just eating and drinking is more than enough. Sunbathing in winter, watching the snow fall, and maybe teasing his daughter. Look at Sun Shengli's reaction. He instantly glares at him. Just kidding. Chen Nuo quickly waves his hands and then he looks surprisingly sincere. You are a great teacher and a good person, but please stop worrying about me, okay? I am not going to ruin my life. I genuinely just want an easy, quiet, boring life. But the teacher sighs, asking how he expects to survive in the long run. What will you live on? Chen Nuo secretly laughs, knowing his stashed gold and thousands of dollars can keep him comfortable. Blackmail a few more targets, buy some prime downtown property. Done. In 20 years, when prices skyrocket, he will be a rich landlord doing absolutely nothing but collecting rent, with zero motivation. Breaking his train of thought, Sun Shengli pulls out a crisp white envelope, handing over a hard-won recommendation letter for a part-time job he secured with immense effort. The hours and pay are all sorted out, so he just needs to show up and do the work without worrying. He advises saving up for the next 2 years to easily secure enough cash for college tuition instead of wasting it. Once there, he can work part-time, which is tough but infinitely better than rotting on the streets as a nobody. He looks at the teacher, asking if anyone has ever called him incredibly foolish. 20 years later, pure souls like this man will be completely extinct in society. Sighing, the teacher tells him to think it over, then heads out for his afternoon classes, leaving him alone. That same night, Chen Nuo stretches his neck with a groan. Man, he is beat, but these lazy days honestly slap. He smirks to himself, sorry, Sun Shengli. Skipping class again tomorrow. No choice. He has to deal with Oshihua sooner or later, so a trip to the prison is officially on the schedule. After all, this body belongs to her son. Guess it is time to tie up the loose ends for the original Chen Nuo. Next morning at Longdam Prison, Chen Nuo stands right outside the gates clutching 2 heavy bags of stuff. He checks in as Chen Nuo, mentioning his pre-arranged visit. Moments later, the guard calls out inmate Oh Xiuhua, telling her that her son has arrived. Staring through the thick glass, the two lock eyes. Picking up the phone, his worn-out mother whispers his name, calling him Tio Nak. Tears start flooding down her face. She sobbed. She knows he probably hates her and never wanted to see her anyway. He sighs. Things were messy in his head before, but he is over it now. Honestly, he does not hate her. She looks up, asking if it is true. He nods, confirming it before pushing over some chocolates and cookies. Prison life must be rough, after all. Wiping her eyes, she forces a weak smile, telling him she is doing pretty okay in here and he should not worry. When she asks about his life, Chen Nuo says he is doing great. His teachers and classmates are looking out for him. Zhuhua promises she will keep her head down and work hard for an early release. She begs him to wait so she can make things right. Just then, the guard coldly interrupts. Time is up. A simple nod from Chen Nuo brings a flicker of joy to her eyes. Seizing her last chance, she pleads for one final favor. She admits it is totally shameless to ask, but there is literally nobody else she can turn to. It is his half-sister. Breaking down in tears again, she begs him to go check on the poor little girl. The kid is only 5. Nightmares keep keeping her up, worrying about her safety. She asks if he could drop by. If he refuses, she understands. It is her own karma anyway. Chen Nuo stands frozen. Wait, he actually has a little sister? After a quick sigh and a moment of thought, he shrugs and agrees to go visit the kid. Cut to the Street Women's Union. Officer Liu smiles, pointing out the spot, while Chen Nuo heads off to grab some snacks, smokes, and drinks first. She nods, secretly impressed by how remarkably mature and thoughtful this kid actually is. Soon, Chen Nuo returns with a bag of goodies. Officer Liu leads, saying she has checked on them a few times. She tells him his sister is an absolute angel, super sweet, but her situation is quite complicated. Her deadbeat parents left her practically nothing, so the association scraped together a tiny monthly allowance of 300 yuan for her upkeep. She tracks this cash closely every single month, making sure it goes directly to the foster family's account. Thanking her for the effort, he thinks back. After his mom and her husband got locked up, the kid went to the husband's brother. Based on what Liu is saying, this little sister is probably living way better than Chen Nuo did after his grandma passed. And here they are at apartment 602. Let's see how this goes. She knocks and the door creaks open. A smiling man steps out, welcoming her warmly by name. Hurrying them inside, he welcomes them. Chen Nuo spots an elderly woman and a little girl glued to a cartoon. Officer Liu does the intros, introducing Uncle Gu and Aunt Fang. Ko is the kid's real uncle, and this is Chen Nuo. Uncle Gu nods, repeating his name. Handing over the gifts with a polite smile, Chen Nuo apologizes for dropping by unannounced. He tells them it is no big deal, he just really wanted to check up on his little sister. Peeking into the gift bag, the uncle's face instantly lights up with a massive grin. He quickly invites them to sit. Saying the kid usually keeps to herself, Aunt Fang heads back and soon emerges, gently leading the shy little girl out. Aunt Fang tells the kid to say hello to her big brother. Clinging to a black teddy bear, she shyly mumbles a greeting. Uncle Gu jumps in, explaining she is just pretty shy around strangers, but he proudly boasts they take amazing care of her. Aunt Fang beams, chiming in that her husband absolutely adores his little niece. She points out her brand new, expensive sweater before heading into the kitchen to start cooking lunch. She tells Uncle Gu to keep them company while she preps, insisting they all stay over for lunch. Peeling a banana, he offers it to his sister with a smile. Want some? She gulps, staring longingly at the food before looking at Uncle Gu for approval. He chuckles, telling her to go ahead. As she happily munches away, Chen Nuo hands over some sweet candy next. Just as she reaches out, another hand violently snatches it away. A bratty boy sticks his tongue out. He brags about stealing the candy, mocking her. Uncle Gu quickly excuses it. Kids will be kids, you know? But somehow Chen Nuo spots something pretty off here. He fake smiles, playing along, telling them kids this age are always troublemakers, and raising two must be pretty tough on them. Just then, Mrs. Fang sets the table and calls out to everyone that lunch is finally ready. At the table, Uncle Gu insists he make himself at home while Mrs. Fang acts all caring and piles food onto his plate. She hands the little girl a chicken leg, calling her Little Diep. As their fake conversation gets pretty lively, they tell young Chen Nuo to eat up and visit more often. Later, outside the Lai Puang estate gates, Officer Liu stops to talk with him. She tells him his little sister is pretty pitiful since her parents are locked up. But at least she seems to have it good now. She promises our association will keep checking in on her, so she does not have to suffer at all. He scratches his head and smiles, thanking her. But Officer Liu waves it off and says she has got to run back to work. Chen Nuo watches her leave, knowing nice people always miss the darkest details. Sure, Officer Liu is nice, but she is pretty young and inexperienced, meaning she misses all the obvious red flags. He noticed earlier that the wet laundry on the balcony had zero clothes for a little girl, meaning she rarely gets a change of clothes. Her sweater looked clean from a distance, but the elbows were completely worn down with tons of loose threads. Plus, it was obviously a boy's style, just a cheap hand-me-down. And what 5-year-old eats that cleanly without spilling a thing? She licked her bowl clean and stripped the bone bare. That kid is starving and rarely gets actual food. Chen Nuo chuckles. They love pocketing that monthly state benefit of 200 yuan, acting all righteous about it too. No wonder Aotu Hoa was so worried when he visited her in prison. He lights up a smoke, having already figured out this family's disgusting little game. He exhales a cloud of smoke, thinking to himself that since he took this kid's life, he might as well help out his sister. He turns right back around, marches up to room 602 and bangs on the door. It swings open. Uncle Gu is standing there holding a trash bag, completely freezing up when he sees Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo peers inside and catches Mrs. Fang holding a heavy wooden ruler while his little sister is sobbing on the floor. The woman is screaming at her to shut up and stop crying out loud. She hits her again, yelling that she is a useless parasite who can't even wash a simple dish without breaking it. She demands to know if it was on purpose, while Uncle Gu tries blocking Chen Nuo, demanding to know why he is back. Hearing the commotion, Mrs. Fang whips her head around. Chen Nuo is absolutely furious, asking how they dare treat his sister like this before kicking the man straight inside. Mrs. Fang charges at him, screaming in absolute shock that he dared lay a hand on her husband. He easily shoves her away, telling her to move, then walks right up to the uncle and slowly grabs him by the ankle. Dragged across the floor, Uncle Gu panics, calling him Chen Nuo and desperately asking what he thinks he is doing. The old grandmother jumps up, shouting at him to let go of her precious son while shoving Chen Nuo. He just glares, surprised the old hag is still breathing. You sat there totally fine while your daughter-in-law beat your own granddaughter. She is 5 years old. What is wrong with you? She points her finger, yelling that they are all curses, from the mother who married her son to this little brat. She claims they ruined her son's life, making Chen Nuo realize she is just another toxic, disgusting old hag who should have kicked the bucket. He drags the uncle straight to the balcony, swings the door open, and hangs him right over the edge. Dangling in mid-air, Uncle Gu screams for his life, and you know he deserves every bit of this. Chen Nuo snaps at him to shut up unless he wants to be dropped, then warns the two women that if either of them takes a single step, he lets go. The wife grabs the old woman, begging her not to make things worse. She changes her tone, begging Chen Nuo to pull her husband back up so they can talk things out. He just smirks, glad she is finally talking like a human. He keeps holding the guy by his ankle, dangling him over the drop while tears stream down his terrified face. With a single pull, he flings the man back inside. The old woman rushes over, crying over her son before instantly turning to curse Chen Nuo out, calling him a curse. She calls him a fatherless little beast who deserves to get run over by a truck, while the wife joins in, screaming that he is breaking the law and will end up in prison. She threatens to call the police on him right now. Instead of answering, Chen Nuo just gives Uncle Gu a chilling, icy smile. Terrified, the man snaps at his family, screaming at them to shut their mouths before they get him killed. He quickly raises his hands, begging him to calm down so they can talk things out. Chen Nuo smiles, saying things are finally getting interesting, before walking into the kitchen and returning with a massive kitchen knife in hand. All three freeze in absolute terror, but the old grandmother steps forward, screaming at him to just go ahead and end her life. Chen Nuo laughs, placing the knife on the table and telling them he won't be using it today. Now that they are terrified, he can finally start asking questions. If you don't want to bleed, start talking right now. Mrs. Fang points her finger and screams, "You Tran guy, aren't you afraid of karma? Let me tell you, you are going to prison. But Chen Nuo just smiles. I am not scared at all. I didn't even hurt anyone today. Even if the cops show up, the absolute worst they can do is give me a warning. Once I am out, guess if I will come looking for you guys again. Chen Nuo adds, you have a wife and kids, but I have absolutely nothing to lose. If I show up at your place later holding a knife, Uncle Gu, you think I won't do it? Want to bet on that? His wife's face turns totally purple with rage, completely unable to utter a single word. He turns around and snaps at her, shut your mouth if you don't want us killed. Uncle Gu stands up shaking, trying to sound soft and reasonable, asking, Kid Tran, what do you actually want? You already got your revenge. Is all this drama really necessary? We only treated your sister. But Chen Nuo smiles, cut the talk, let's keep it simple. I am taking my little sister with me and leaving. Mrs. Fang cuts in, screaming that they are the ones who raised her. He answers coldly, wasn't it just for that sweet 200 yuan a month, plus all that extra cash her real parents left behind for you to take care of her? No lies detected, you guys. The couple is completely speechless now. He smiles and continues, I don't want a single dime. Keep the money you stole, no need to pay it back. You can even keep collecting the monthly cash after this. Legally, you are still her guardians, but I am taking the kid with me. She's coming with me. Uncle Gu stammers, trying to protest, but Chen Nuo raises his boot and brutally stomps right on the guy's knee, then kicks the other leg with insane force. The old man collapses, screaming in absolute agony. Staring at him groveling, he declares, listen up, I am not negotiating here. I am telling you exactly what you are going to do. Sure, you can try refusing and see what happens. I am all alone, but your family has 4 mouths to feed. Chen Nuo asks with a dangerous grin. Your kid is only 7, right? Just hearing those words makes all 3 of them freeze in sheer terror. Panic-stricken, Mrs. Fang quickly rushes in, crying out, take her right now. Just never show your face around here ever again. From now on, we stay out of each other's way. Chen Nuo smiles, that is exactly what I wanted. Fine, she's mine, and we are strangers now. He walks over to his little sister, who is shivering in the corner, and gently drops down on one knee before her. Speaking softly, he tells her, you might not understand yet, but I am your real brother. Same mom. Want to come with me? Whatever I eat, you eat too, and nobody is ever going to hit you again. Shaking with tears in her eyes, she asks, if you promise not to beat me, I will go with you. Chen Nuo gently wipes her tears and says, deal, and from today on you call me brother. Then he asks her, by the way, what is your name? She whispers, Gu Xiao Yezi. He looks back with a scowl that Ko family is trash. You are with me now, so your name is Chen Xiao Yezi. That afternoon they head home, stopping to buy a bunch of delicious food and fresh clothes. The 2 of them look genuinely happy walking down the street. Back at the apartments, a familiar face is waiting. Sun Keek spots him walking with a little girl, and her eyes go wide as she calls out his name. Seeing Sun Keek waiting, Chen Nuo asks what she is doing here. She replies softly, I tried calling you, why did you not pick up? He pulls out his phone only to realize the battery is completely dead. Sun Kiki looks down at Xiao Yezi and smiles, saying she is absolutely adorable. Bending down with a warm grin, she asks, who is this little cutie? Where did you find her, Chen Nuo? Sensing a perfect chance to troll her, he replies, this girl? She is actually my daughter. Then he looks down and whispers, Xiao Yezi, call me daddy. The kid totally plays along, instantly calling him dad. Oh my god, look at her face. Her whole world literally just crumbled right there. Xiao Yezi acts totally innocent, lying straight to her face without even blinking, a natural-born actress. But then she suddenly tugs on his sleeve and asks, brother, did I do a good job? Sun Kike's expression instantly flips. Wait, first he was dad, and now he's brother? She jumps up, completely pissed, punching Chen Nuo's chest and complaining about his dumb jokes. He gets a good laugh out of it before suddenly locking in and turning serious. All right, no more jokes, why were you looking for me? Sun Kike squeezes her hands together anxiously, asking, where on earth have you been lately? Then she raises her voice. Do you even realize how much my dad worried about you? She adds, he kept riding his bike around your place, just trying to find you a decent job. He came home limping last night, claiming he fell, but I saw this massive bruise on his leg. Chen Nuo looks at her softly and asks, how long have you been waiting? She blinks, totally caught off guard. He reaches out, taking her cold hands, asking if she is all right. Waiting out here in this freezing weather? Blushing, she whispers, just a bit. He says, let's go inside. Sun Kike quickly flushes and pulls away, stammering that she absolutely cannot do that. Xiao Yezi watches the lovebirds, wondering if she's a third wheel. Are they dating? Chen Nuo looks at the sky, realizing it is getting late, so he backs off. Deciding to eat elsewhere, they head straight to KFC, where Chen Nuo asks if her dad just loves sticking his nose into other people's business. Over a table full of fried chicken, Sun Kiki denies it instantly. She explains that back when her dad was a homeroom teacher, he used to bring this orphan kid home for meals. The guy had terrible grades and was always getting into street fights. Once, her dad tried to block him from a fight by holding him back, but the kid shoved him to the ground. That same night, the boy ran over, fell to his knees in tears, and begged her dad to just give up on him. He said he was not worth it, totally crushing her dad. Sun Kike continues, saying a few years later, that kid got stabbed to death on the street. Since then, her dad refused to ever be a homeroom teacher again. That decision caused non-stop fights between her parents because giving up that role meant losing out on a ton of bonuses and extra side income. Chen Nuo and his little sister listen quietly, exchanging a heavy look. He thinks it over. Got it. Her dad saw that dead kid in him and wanted to stop him from messing up his own life. Glancing down, the polite little girl offers him a bite first. Big brother, you eat. But Chen Nuo feeds it right back to Xiao Yezi, telling her to just eat up since he is already good. Right then, the waiter rolls up with a massive grin, delivering the ice cream they ordered. Her eyes instantly light up. Like, seriously. You would think this cheap dessert was some 5-star luxury meal she had been dreaming about her entire life. Xiao Yezi scoops up a big bite, totally loving it. She presses her hands to her cheeks, shivering from the winter cold, but looking absolutely like she is in pure heaven. Then she feeds him, a sweet spoonful right to Chen Nuo. With teary eyes, she begs him not to send her back, promising she will be super good. She can clean, wash up, do the chores, and even cook the rice all by herself. Hearing this, Chen Nuo gently pinches his little sister's ear. I told you already. He says you are staying with me now. You are never going back there. Xiao Yezi nods obediently, promising to be the best girl ever. Watching them, Sun Kike asks if she is really his sister because she is just way too adorable and mature to be related to him. Classic Chen Nuo. He just pats his sister's head as she happily eats her ice cream. It is pretty complicated, he shrugs, then asks why her dad, Sun Shengli, is not calling her home for dinner. Is she not going to get grounded for this? If the coach catches us, I am going to end up sweeping the stadium again. Sun Kike sighs, admitting her parents are having a massive fight at home today. Whatever, he shrugs. Married couples fight all the time anyway. She explains that her dad never used to argue back, but lately her mom has been working non-stop and always comes home looking for a reason to pick a fight with him. Chen Nuo chuckles, telling her to stay out of grown-up business because they are still just kids. Sun Kike rolls her eyes at his grandstanding. Her dad said the exact same thing and basically paid her 50 yuan to go hang out with friends and stay out of the house. That cracks him up. Chen Nuo laughs out loud. Then he holds out his hand, totally confusing her. When she asks what he is doing, he just grins and tells her they should split that 50 yuan. She slaps his hand away with a cute pout. Dream on, she says. After finishing up, the three of them head back to her apartment complex under the night sky. She waves goodbye, thanking them for walking her home, and sweet little Xiao Yezi politely waves right back. Suddenly, Sun Kike opens her arms wide for a hug. No way, is she actually going to hug him? He leans in with a smug smile, but nope. He hugs empty air as she bends down to cuddle his cute little sister instead. He freezes up when she starts gushing over Xiao Yezi. She is just way too cute. Maybe she should ask her brother if she can sleep over tonight. Seeing Sun Kike step inside, Chen Nuo just grabs his sister and says they need to head home. And check this out. The second he steps outside, he spots that same mysterious black car again, with a guy and a girl sitting inside. That woman looks pretty familiar. Wait, she is actually Sun Kike's mom. Seeing her again definitely gets Chen Nuo thinking about what is really going on. Early the next morning, Xiao Yezi is already calling out to him, telling him to get up for breakfast. He quickly washes up, wipes his face, and notices the food on the table. Did you make this? He asks. She obediently nods yes. He stares at her, pretty shocked that a 5-year-old can cook. The sweet kid innocently asks what is wrong, but Chen Nuo just sits down and smiles, telling her it is nothing. He grabs some noodles, blows on them to cool them down, and starts eating happily, constantly praising her cooking with every single bite. Xiao Yezi reminds him to eat faster, or he will be late for school, but he just answers that he is skipping class to take care of her. Still, he secretly thinks to himself, it feels like she is the one taking care of him instead. Noticing his sister looking pretty sad, Chen Nuo asks what is wrong. She quietly tells him she can easily take care of herself. She does not want to be a burden, because she is worried he will grow to hate her and kick her out one day. He gently pats Xiao Yezi's head to comfort her, promising he could never hate her. Chen Nuo neatly adjusts her bow, then playfully throws his hands up in mock surrender. Alright, I promise Xiao Yezi that I will go to school, so how about you grab my jacket for me? Later that afternoon after school, Chen Nuo stands in the middle of the parking lot completely stunned, before screaming out a loud curse. Furious, he glares at the empty spot, wondering where his bike went. After searching everywhere in vain, Chen Nuo goes to find the security guard. Reaching the booth, he finds the bald guard dozing off and yells that someone just stole his bicycle. The guard gives him a blank look, like it is not his problem. Realizing he is on his own, Chen Nuo says he will just find it himself. Grabbing another bicycle as a decoy, he smirks and mutters that you cannot catch a wolf without the right bait. Next, he chains the bike to a roadside pole, leaving it sitting there completely exposed. While sipping his drink, Chen Nuo keeps watch from a distance and spots two shady figures approaching his decoy. They look it over before one acts as lookout while the other breaks the lock, whispering that the coast is clear. Chen Nuo witnesses the entire thing and steps out, watching the two thieves ride off together. He watches them go, knowing they took the bait. A bit later, the two thieves push the stolen bike right into Tongzi Street in the Shangyang district. Chen Nuo smirks. Tongzi Street, we both know these guys are in for a beating. It is the most famous used bike market in Jinling after all. The thieves walk inside and wave to a tall, bald guy. He crosses his arms, asking if they brought new gear. The capped thief points back, boasting it is practically fresh off the line. Asking where it came from, the thief smiles, saying it is all the way from Jiangning. Wu Dali pulls out cash, agreeing on the usual price. The greedy thief tries to squeeze more money, saying it is brand new and asking if he could add a bit extra. Handing over the cash, he barks at them to shut up. Suddenly, Chen Nuo knocks on the gate, making Wu Dali yell out in irritation. Chen Nuo stands outside, asking to inquire about some things. The boss waves him away, shouting there is nothing to ask. Go away, he barks. Realizing they cannot talk this out nicely, Chen Nuo sighs and a heavy chain slides out of his sleeve. Holding one end tight, he lets the rest of the long chain drop heavily onto the concrete pavement. Chen Nuo coldly pushes the gate open, walking inside with an angry glare. Once past the entrance, he casually kicks the iron gate shut behind him. With a loud clang, the gate locks them in. Wu Dali steps up, pointing right at his face, asking if this punk is looking for trouble. Chen Nuo just smiles, asking the boss where they keep the safe around here. With that dangerous smirk and a chain in hand, it looks like this kid is about to rob a bunch of thugs. The thug boasts about his hardcore past, introducing himself as Wu Dali, a veteran criminal who got locked up for assault back in his youth. He served 2 years but got out 6 months early for good behavior, making a powerful connection behind bars who backs him now. That is how Wu Dali started buying stolen bikes, easily making a fortune off other thieves. Business thrived, and over the years, he learned that peace makes money, trying to avoid bloody brawls. But back to reality, Chen Nuo has officially pissed him off. He grabs a massive wrench and leaps forward to crush the kid. At that exact second, the chain wraps around his leg. Seriously, get ready for this next part because it is absolutely brutal. Gripping the chain, he gives a violent yank that forces Wu Dali into an extreme split. Yeah, those family jewels are completely wrecked. He screams in agony, crying out that they broke. Rolling on the floor and clutching his crotch, his teary face is pure pathetic comedy. Chen Nuo looms over him, and without him even saying a single word, Wu Dali immediately confesses the money is hidden in the cabinet. Hearing that, he flashes a dangerous yet friendly grin. Holding a massive wad of cash, Chen Nuo starts counting it right in front of him. He then opens the gate and walks away, leaving Wu Dali groaning on the floor. Gritting his teeth, the boss curses furiously and whips out his phone, screaming at his boys to cut the playtime and get back because they just got robbed. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo is completely chill, showing zero panic about the heist. He sits down at a nearby food stall, calmly ordering pancakes and wonton soup. Opening his loot bag, he finds a pretty decent haul packed inside. Around 40 to 50,000, totally making this trip worth it. He happily eats his meal until a car suddenly screeches to a halt outside. A man steps out of the vehicle. Soon, several other guys follow him out and head straight toward Wu Dali's warehouse. Finishing his meal, Chen Nuo smiles, gets up to leave, and decides to place one more order. Hey boss, pack 8 buns to go, I will be back soon. Back at the warehouse, the lackeys rush in to check on Wu Dali. Asking if he is okay, they get screamed at to go find that punk so Wu Dali can beat him to death. Wu Dali fumes, thinking about the 60,000 that kid stole, completely losing his mind over it. Damn it, so he is just some average-looking teenage punk, not even that old, and yet he is just strolling down the street like he owns the place, right? Spot on, boss. How did you know? Hearing that, the lackey points toward the gate, hesitating. Wu Dali is pretty shocked to see him, screaming out in absolute disbelief. Damn it, why the hell are you back? Chen Nuo just stands there with a dangerous smirk, saying he never claimed he was leaving since his bike is still here, he only stepped out for a quick bite. His cold tone makes the guy shiver, spitting out a curse before instantly pointing and barking orders at his crew. Get him, beat him to death, and lock the gates so he cannot run, he has got all the cash. Chen Nuo just stands there, totally chill, letting them lock up. But once that gate slams shut, these fools are actually trapped in here with him. He steps inside with a cold look. One impatient punk rushes him first, but Chen Nuo smoothly grabs the guy by his weapon-wielding hand. Then he casually sweeps him aside like some effortless Tai Chi move, before delivering a brutal knee strike directly to his leg. A loud crack echoes, leaving the lackey screaming on his knees while Wu Dali breaks into a cold sweat. Realizing he is in deep trouble, he gulps hard, absolute panic painted all over his face. Nothing left to lose now. Chen Nuo bends down to grab the wrench from the fallen thug, then slowly takes a step forward with a cold, ruthless stare. Panicking, Wu Dali desperately screams at his remaining crew to go get him, telling them to move. Just 10 seconds later, and get this, his entire crew is knocked out cold. He realizes he just ran into a literal monster, thinking, is this guy even human? Crying, he begs Chen Nuo, "Boss, I finally see how crazy strong you are. Can we just pretend this was all one big misunderstanding?" Chen Nuo sits down, telling him not to be like that, since he knows the guy is still salty and will probably call back up later anyway, so why not settle it right now? Go ahead and call your boys. I won't touch you until they all get here, deal? Hearing this, Wu Dale drops to his knees, bawling and begging for his life. "Boss, I was wrong. So wrong, please!" He rambles on, completely terrified, realizing there is absolutely no escape for him today. "I still need to run my business. I admit my mistake. Just let me go, okay? Take the cash. My guys are already beaten to a pulp anyway. It was just a stupid bicycle, bro. It is really not that big of a deal." Chen Nuo chuckles coldly, rubbing his chin. He is totally over bicycles, so he tells Wu Dale to go find him some slick ride instead. The guy nods frantically, promising to make it up to him if he only spares his life, then immediately leads Chen Nuo inside. "Boss, I just scored this bike last week, rebuilt the whole thing from scratch, and gave it a fresh coat of paint. Right in front of them is a massive Yamaha motorcycle, a genuine Japanese import, and he even customized the exhaust pipe entirely by himself." Wu Dale rubs his hands together anxiously, asking if he likes it. A moment later, they walk out, and Chen Nuo casually mentions that he is still missing a proper helmet. Wu Dale quickly replies that he has got the thing. He runs back out with a super high-end carbon fiber helmet, boasting about its fancy anti-fog visor. "Honestly, boss, I was keeping both this bike and the helmet for myself." He hands over the gear, adding that it is brand new and never worn, so he should just take it for a spin. Grabbing the helmet, Chen Nuo admits the guy finally knows how to act smart. He adds that while he was planning to let him off easy, he has got this minor issue where he absolutely detests bald guys. "Seriously, why do thugs like you always shave your heads to look tough? You are just going to walk outside and scare the local kids." Wu Dale tearfully explains that he did not even shave it. It is just his oily scalp causing his hair to fall out. Now watch what happens next. After robbing the actual robbers, Chen Nuo is cruising down the street when he suddenly spots Sun Kike walking along the sidewalk. He slams on the brakes, drifting the heavy bike sideways to block her path right on the spot. Not recognizing him at first, Sun Kike panics and screams, warning him that they are right by the school and she can easily yell for help. He slowly takes off his helmet, flashing a warm, friendly grin at her. Totally shocked, she asks where on earth he got this sweet ride. He hands her the helmet, offering a ride and promising to get her home before Sun Shengli finishes his shift. Sun Kike looks super confused, asking why they would go cruising in this freezing weather. Suddenly, Chen Nuo gets a bit playful, staring down and commenting on her pretty brooch, making her instantly cover her chest and ask what he is looking at. Curious, he asks where she got it, and she confesses it was a gift from her mom's friend. Apparently, her mom took her out for dinner with some friends, and one guy gave it to her. But judging by the looks of it, Chen Nuo knows this thing is incredibly expensive. She shrugs, saying it is just a simple brooch, how pricey could it be, plus her mom let her keep it anyway. Chen Nuo thinks to himself that while she might be clueless, her mom definitely knows this is a high-end Van Cleef & Arpels piece. In an era where monthly salaries are tiny, a 5-figure accessory is seriously insane. He pulls something from his coat and grumbles that if she does not want to hang out, whatever. Then he shoves it into Sun Kiki's hands, telling her to take it. She stares at it, completely clueless. Chen Nuo smirks and winks, calling it some delicious grub, then revs his engine and speeds off, leaving Sun Kike standing there. She gently opens the wrapper and a warm smile spreads across her blushing cheeks. She is pretty touched because this bun was kept warm right against his chest. Meanwhile, in Seoul at Li Yingwan's place, she is standing right in front of the mirror, practicing her self-introduction, saying, "Hello everyone, my name is Li Yingwan, nice to meet you all." Choppy as hell. She just keeps repeating that exact same greeting over and over to herself. After practicing a ton of times, Li Yingwan finally gets the hang of it, and her delivery sounds way smoother. "Hello everyone, my name is Li Yingwan, nice to meet you." Meanwhile, her older brother is standing right outside her door, eavesdropping on her. "Hello everyone, my name is Li Yingwan." He then turns around and asks their mom if she is seriously sending his little sister abroad to study in Jiangning. She nods, explaining it was actually her sister's choice for the family's sake, and that she has to go there to find that one specific boy. Cut to the homeroom teacher's office, where Sun Shengli is buried in work as Sun Kike walks up to the door. Sun Kike steps inside, bringing the food right over to him. Sun Shengli smiles, saying he is so busy sorting out classes for the new term and hates to make her deliver meals daily. She hands him the food, telling him to eat up before he starves. She guides him over to the sofa, telling him to sit and eat while she tries out his desk chair to see what it feels like to be the boss. He scoffs, saying he is hardly any leader. Sun Kike sits at the desk, pretending to watch him eat, but her eyes and hand are already drifting over to the class sorting roster. She flips through a few pages, spots a specific class list, pulls out a pen, and quickly scribbles something onto the paper. Talk about a pretty bold move. She just snuck her own name onto the Class A6 student roster. Absolute savage. Everyone is gossiping already, praying that Chen Nuo and Sun Kike end up in the same class again. It has to happen. See you guys when school starts. Mimi and Tintin shout. Winter break is finally here and it is time to game hard. Over at Sun Kike's house, Sun Shengli tells Chen Nuo that his final exam grades were pretty bad and he really needs to step it up next semester. He scratches his head, remembering how he totally peaked at his classmate's test. No big deal, right? He adds that Sun Kike mentioned he brought his little sister back. Is he seriously raising her all by himself? That is practically impossible. Since he is just a student, how could he possibly have time to babysit? He bluntly replies that he can just cut classes. He just stares, totally exhausted. How can the kid say that right to his homeroom teacher's face? He sighs and offers to check around, saying the kid must have a preschool she was attending. Didn't that Kogai tell him anything? He tells him he is being way too reckless, and that if he wants to raise his sister, he needs to plan things out properly first. Chen Nuo recalls his past life where preschools did not even exist, and kids just raised themselves. Right in the middle of their chat, there is a loud, rapid knock on the door. Sun Shengli tells his daughter that her mother is probably home. Just as she heads over, the door swings open and her mom walks in. Sun Kiki greets her, taking her handbag as her dad steps up to introduce her. He tells Chen Nuo to show some respect to Mrs. Zheng. He politely greets Mrs. Zheng, while Sun Shengli tells his wife that this is his student, Chen Nuo. She smiles back warmly, letting down her hair as she heads off to wash her face and prep dinner. Cut to Friday morning, the first day of the new preschool semester. Behind the gates, little kids are bawling, screaming that they want their moms and just want to go home to watch TV. Watching this absolute chaos, Chen Nuo completely freezes. He looks down at his little sister, whose face is already crumpling as she starts to tremble. He kneels down, gently telling her that she will be staying here from Monday through Friday. He promises to bring her home on weekends and asks her to get used to it today. Xiao Yezi politely asks if he will really pick her up every weekend. He pinches her cheek. No worries. He promises he will definitely be back to get her right after school today. Heading back to his own school, Chen steps inside class A6, only to spot a bunch of random new faces fooling around. You guys probably forgot too, but it is a brand new term with shuffled classes. He double-checks the sign, rubbing his chin as he realizes why there are so many random strangers around. Scanning the room, he spots Sun Kike sitting with her best friend. The friend quickly nudges Sun Kike, whispering that Chen Nuo has finally arrived. She blushes, pushing her friends away and telling them to stop joking because class is about to start. Chen Nuo slams his backpack down onto the desk right next to her, startling Sun Kike. She looks up in shock, asking if he is seriously planning on sitting there. He shrugs. Any objections? Suddenly the school bell rings and Sun Shengli walks up to the podium. He makes a quick announcement, telling everyone that he will be their homeroom teacher all the way until they graduate. Then he barks out Chen Nuo's name and the boy instantly raises his hand. Sun Shengli points straight to an empty desk in the back, telling him to get over there. He adds that he is having the other teachers keep a very close eye on him this semester, so he can forget about skipping classes. Chen Nuo sighs, grabbing his bag and thinking that Sun Shengli is totally overdoing it. The kids in the back watch him walk down, praying he does not sit near them. Stay away from me. Don't drag me into your drama. I just want to read my manga in class in peace. Chen Nuo slumps right down into his assigned desk at the very back. Seeing him slide in, his classmate turns around and whispers, "Brother, flirt with the school beauty all you want, but don't drag me down with you." Chen Nuo spots the book title and smiles. Tam Tan Ki? Personally, I prefer White Horse Neighing in the Western Wind by Master Kim Duong. He quotes the classic line about good things not being enough, which immediately gets his classmate Luo Qing super hyped up. Exactly, Chen Nuo. Who knew you were actually a man of culture too? After school, Chen Nuo heads over to pick up his little sister Xiao Yezi, while her teacher reminds all the kids to stay calm and not push. Spotting him, she cries out for her big brother, eyes instantly tearing up as she buries her face into his chest and starts sobbing. Chen Nuo asks if someone bullied her, but she just wipes her eyes and, sniffling, says she was just terrified he would never show up to get her. He laughs and pinches her cheek, as if, now hop on the bike, your brother is taking you to get some free food. The two of them chat happily on the bike ride, with her asking if they are heading to his girlfriend's house, leaving him totally speechless. Check this out. He screeches to a sharp halt when he spots Sun Kike next to Luo Qing. She waves him over with a huge grin, telling him to hand the bike to Luo Qing, who looks completely shocked to see his adorable little sister. Luo Qing kneels down to offer Xiao Yezi some chocolate, telling her to take it and just call him Big Brother since he is friends with Chen Nuo. Sensing her hesitation, Chen Nuo nods for her to take it, so she politely accepts the treat with both hands and thanks him. Luo Qing beams, saying she is way too cute, and wishing he had begged his parents to make him a little sister back in the day. He explains that his dad spent his youth chasing money, marrying late and having him at 40, which makes his old man 57 now. Chen Nuo jokes about him being a late life blessing, But Sun Kike sighs. She wanted them over for dinner, but her dad got called in for overtime. Apparently, the district education department is hosting some big inspection in 2 weeks. It is all about some staff restructuring, so dinner is postponed, but Luoqing smiles, saying it works out since staying home alone is boring anyway. Let's hit the arcade instead. They just opened a massive new game center in Dongsun with a KFC inside. He promises to buy them dinner after they play, and once they arrive at the arcade, Luoqing immediately dashes off to play the racing games on his own. Before running off, he gives Chen Nuo a classic wingman wink. Chen Nuo just grins, gotta love the bro code. Meanwhile, Sun Keek happily grabs Xiao Yezi's hand, super excited to play. She suggests throwing darts first, so Chen Nuo agrees but tells her to head on ahead with his sister while he uses the restroom. But as he heads inside, he feels a strange pair of eyes watching him. Meanwhile, that scumbag brother Dao rolls into the arcade with his trashy crew, looking completely wasted. He slurs that they are real bros for throwing him this massive celebration. Muttering drunkly, he brags about just getting his cast off this morning and how loyal his crew is for immediately throwing a party. Suddenly, one of his goons points across the room, telling his boss to look, and Dao squints his drunk eyes in confusion. Turns out he spotted Sun Qi playing nearby. With a flushed face and a nasty grin, the drunk bastard whispers that today is his lucky day. Walking out of the restroom, Chen Nuo spots these thugs crowding around Sun Kike and his sister, who immediately cries out for him in fear. Chen Nuo casually taps his shoulder, asking if he got discharged already, making Dao turn around furious to see who dared touch him. You guys have to see his face here. His eyes almost pop out when he notices the absolute monster standing right behind him. One clueless goon points aggressively at Chen Nuo, yelling at him to beat it since his boss is talking to his girl. He asks who the hell this kid is, but right then, Luoqing rushes over, demanding to know who wants to touch his friend. Showing some real loyalty, he tells Chen Nuo not to sweat it, then turns to face the thugs, asking who exactly is looking for trouble. The thug snaps that he is begging for a beatdown, but Luoqing just double dares him to swing, causing the goon to lunge forward. Luoqing yells out that his dad is Luo Dashan and dares them to touch him. The second that name drops, the thugs freeze up as if paralyzed, while a cold sweat breaks out all over a stuttering Dao. He stammers about him being Boss Law's son, quickly claiming it is all a big misunderstanding, and they were just having a chat. Trying to play it cool, he says they will let it slide out of respect, but Luoqing instantly screams for his backup. He yells out asking if they are just going to watch him get jumped, which gets the attention of three guys playing cards nearby. The guy in the middle stands up cursing, while the crowd starts to gather around, and brother Holo walks over to check on him. Luoqing points straight at Dao, complaining that he was seconds away from getting his face smashed in by this drunk loser. The talkative goon suddenly starts whistling to act innocent, but brother Holo immediately grabs Dao by his collar, demanding to know where he gets his nerve. Xiao Dao immediately pales and begs, "Big bro, this is a misunderstanding." Before he can even finish, a massive punch lands right on his jaw. Xiao Dao gets slapped silly without a second to react, while his sidekick scrambles away. With a battered face, he still tries to argue, "I never said I wanted to fight." But brother Hulu shows zero chill and keeps laying into his face. Xiao Dao whines, "Bro, my bad, but you really gotta respect Bossla." Hearing that, Hulu lands an absolutely brutal punch that sends him flying flat on his back, roaring that he does not give a single crap about his boss. "You think a trashy punk like you gets to demand respect from my boss?" Xiao Dao holds his bruised face, trembling and begging for mercy. Chen Nuo watches, thinking that is savage. Hulu turns, asking Luoqing what to do. Luoqing just waves his hand, telling him to let it go. Hulu kicks the punks out before casually waving goodbye to them. Hulu leaves, waving goodbye to Luoqing. Our boy turns back to find his two friends standing there completely speechless. Smiling, Luoqing drops a bomb. "My dad actually owns this whole place." Chen Nuo laughs, asking if he is some secret rich kid. "You seriously look like an underworld crown prince." Luoqing just brushes it off, saying he never asks about his dad's business, but promises to always have his back if anyone tries to mess with him. Chen Nuo can feel the genuine vibe from his new friend. He smiles and thanks him, realizing Luoqing is Luo Dashan's son. Luoqing asks Xiao Ye if she's hungry. "I'll take you to get fried chicken." Chen Nuo remembers from his past life that the name Luo Dashan was incredibly famous. The guy started as a basic sand shoveler in a state factory before hitting the absolute jackpot. He built a massive empire in Zhongning, utilizing heavy underworld connections to secure his family's grand fortune. But in this game, karma always collects eventually. Once a bigger crew targeted him, Luo Dashan's life ended in an absolute bloody tragedy. Chen Nuo knows the family only has about 2 years of glory left. Looking at his friend carrying Xiao Ye, he cannot help but feel a bit sympathetic. Luoqing is actually super low-key, mostly keeping to himself and reading web novels. He is genuinely sweet to everyone, just a pure, gentle soul at heart. But watch this. Later that night, the three of them arrive at Sun Kike's dark house. When she knocks on the door and calls out, only a creepy silence answers her. Pulling out her keys, Sun Kike looks worried, wondering why the lights are all out and where her dad could have gone this late. Sensing something is seriously off, Chen Nuo quickly speaks up, asking her for a favor. With Xiaoyi fast asleep on his back, he continues. He explains he has to head out tonight and cannot leave his sister alone, asking if Sun Kike can watch her. Sun Kike is confused, asking where he could possibly be going so late. He sighs, telling her not to ask, as he hands his sister over. He promises to come back first thing in the morning to pick her up. He quietly slips away while his sister sleeps peacefully. Chen Nuo makes his way down to the office building where Sun Kike's mom, Xiaoyi, works. It is already past closing time, meaning Sun Kike's dad, Sun Shengli, should be lurking nearby. As he coldly prepares to step inside, he suddenly spots a very familiar car parked right out front. The words gold medal architecture flash through his mind. He spots Sun Shengli sitting in the distance, smoking a cigarette alone. Then, a car door slowly swings open and a man steps out. This guy is Dao Weishan. The receptionist bows politely, telling him to have a safe trip and to come back soon. Seeing him, Sun Shengli scrambles to his feet with his briefcase. A thug immediately blocks him, but Weishan just waves his hand, telling the thug to let him through. Standing in the shadows, Chen Nuo watches them talk, though he cannot make out a single word of their conversation. What is Sun Kike's dad trying to do here? He hands the briefcase over to Weishan, begging him to take this first. And here is where it gets crazy. Weishan violently slaps the briefcase away, sending cash flying all over the street. He coldly steps right over the scattered bills, calling him a pathetic loser. Left with no choice, Sun Shengli drops to his knees to pick up the cash. Gritting his teeth, he yells out in pure desperation, "I am giving you everything back, isn't that enough for you?" But the boss just speeds away without looking back, leaving him sitting defeated on the cold hard ground. From the distance, Sun Kike's mom comes pedaling fast, completely out of breath. She ditches her bike and rushes over to her husband. Seeing his wife, he freezes in embarrassment before frantically picking up the scattered cash, stuffing it back into his briefcase and locking it tight. Standing up, he snaps at her, "Xiaoyi, look at the absolute mess you have made. Just look at what you did." She closes her eyes, telling him to just hit her. His hand trembles, but he cannot bring himself to do it, letting out a heavy sigh instead. Xiaoyi grabs his shaking hand, begging him, "It is all my fault, please. Let us just go home. We can talk about everything once we get back, okay?" He grabs the bike, and the two walk away into the darkness. Sun Shengli hands some cash to that guy. "Looks like my first guess was pretty off." Fast forward to Monday morning, and there is a total scene at the school gate. A massive red sign screams out, "Sun Shengli, pay back what you owe. If you borrow cash, you pay it back." That is just how it works. Some clown with a megaphone starts blasting. Sun Shengli is a deadbeat. He is totally unfit to teach. Students are crowding around the courtyard, whispering like crazy. Chen Nuo pushes through the crowd, telling everyone to move aside. Meanwhile, Sun Kike stands there completely speechless. She covers her face in total shock, wondering how things got this messed up. Standing right beside her, he watches the chaos unfold. By now, Sun Shengli has heard the noise and steps out clutching his briefcase. He confronts the megaphone guy, asking what they are trying to pull here. Sun Shengli lowers his voice, "I will pay. There are still 2 days left, so why are you making such a massive scene?" He shoves the briefcase toward them, saying this is all he has for now, so they should take it and leave. Then he raises his voice, "This is a school. Stop causing a disturbance, take the cash and get out of here." The thug snatches the cash and scoffs, "Sun Shengli, paying debts is natural. We did not want to resort to this either." Turning to his goons, he tells them to pack it up and return in 2 days. Sun Kike keeps crying out for her dad as Chen Nuo looks on. Clearly, Sun Shengli absolutely hates having his daughter see him in this broken state. The teacher tells the watching students to head back inside since class has already started. And there is nothing to see. But the kids are already talking trash, mocking him for acting tough, when he is just a fake deadbeat getting cornered by loan sharks at school. Seriously, who knows what shady stuff he did out there? Just like that, the respected reputation Sun Shengli built over half his life completely shatters. And you can literally feel his pain. Back in class, Luoqing whispers to Chen Nuo. He asks if Sun Kike is doing okay. Chen Nuo replies that he sent her home with her dad to sort things out. With all this nasty gossip, staying at school is pretty much impossible. Then Chen Nuo asks Luoqing for 2 favors to handle this. His buddy readily agrees, telling him to spill. Chen Nuo asks him to dig up some dirt on those loan sharks from earlier today. No way. Even shady loan sharks would not make such a loud scene like that. The guys running this racket in Zhongning are likely connected to his dad, so finding out who they are should be pretty easy. Luoqing says it is a breeze and he will have Holota make a call. Still, he wonders how Chen Nuo plans on helping the teacher. Chen Nuo just smirks, saying he will pay off the debt. Luoqing is totally speechless but asks about the second favor anyway. With a smile, he tells him to cover for him and just tell the teacher he ditched class today to run some errands. Standing up, he pats his friend on the shoulder, telling him to text him as soon as he gets the intel. His buddy watches him leave with a serious face. An hour later, Chen Nuo is riding his motorcycle, impressed by how fast his friend worked. Looking up, he heads straight inside. Gohua Finance on the third floor is definitely the place he is looking for. Chen Nuo knocks on the door right next to the Gohua Finance sign. A few moments later, the door slowly swings open. The megaphone guy from earlier opens up, asking what he wants. Chen Nuo coldly replies that he is looking for him specifically. Before the thug can react, Chen Nuo kicks him straight in the gut. The force sends him flying backward, crashing onto their table. The rest of the gang gasps as Chen Nuo steps inside, challenging them all. Grab your weapons, knives or guns, it makes no difference to me. I bet you do not even have guns, so do me a favor and fight back hard. I am in a pretty trash mood today and really need to blow off some steam. A thug charges forward, cursing. Chen Nuo calmly prepares his counter. Chen Nuo dodges effortlessly and plants a seemingly harmless punch to the gut, sending him crashing into a cabinet. Spotting a boiling kettle on the desk, he grabs it and hurls the scalding water at him, telling him to wash away his dirty deeds. The guy screams in agony from the boiling water. Chen Nuo pulls out his signature metal chain, telling them to try harder. Grabbing their weapons, the remaining thugs step forward as they rally their crew to take him down together. They yell to charge and beat him up. A few minutes later, they are all flat on the floor. Chen Nuo grabs one guy by the hair, dragging him across the floor toward a chair. Dropping him, he calls him the leader. Looking down at him, Chen Nuo says he knows he is not the big boss, but he still needs some honest answers. You better tell the truth. I absolutely despise liars, and when people try to deceive me, I get extremely pissed off. Understood? The guy nods and stammers in fear. Chen Nuo immediately snaps his pinky finger, making him scream and break down in tears. Chen Nuo keeps going, telling the dude that his first answer was trash because he muttered it way too quietly. He stares straight into his eyes and says, "Nice, that is much louder. Now what is your name?" He stammers out his name, Tui Daping. Chen Nuo immediately asks if he has ever broken the law, leaving him completely speechless. Chen Nuo snaps his wrist again, making him scream twice as loud as before. Shaking in pain, Dapeng finally starts behaving and stutters out, "Yes, okay, I did 3 years in prison." "For what crime?" "Assaulting and severely injuring someone." Chen Nuo lowers his voice, sarcastically praising him. "See, now we are finally starting to get to know each other. Okay, next question, do you guys have a safe here?" The guy nods like crazy, stuttering yes, yes. Shoving an empty backpack into his face, Chen Nuo orders him to stuff it completely full of cash. If any space is left, he threatens to fill it with the guy's body parts. Obviously, a cash-stuffed bag appears instantly. Grabbing the bag, Chen Nuo laughs. Man, extortion really is the fastest way to get rich. Then he glares down for one last question. "Where do you keep the loan contracts and client files?" The thug drops to his knees, begging, "Boss, please spare me. If I touch those, my boss will literally bury me alive." But the second Chen Nuo grabs his hand again, he instantly sings like a bird, pointing and crying, "Okay, okay." It is in the second drawer of the document cabinet. Walking over, he pulls open the cabinet doors and starts tossing papers around like crazy. After searching for a bit, he finally pulls out a folder. Got it. Tucking the file safely under his jacket, Chen Nuo pulls out a lighter, flicks it on, and casually tosses it onto the pile. As the loan files go up in smoke, one of the beaten thugs groans on the floor. "Do you even know who our boss is? Stealing those files means you are messing with his money. And that means you are basically signing your own death warrant." Chen Nuo calmly asks who this boss of theirs is, and the thug spits out Xiaoguohua. So Chen Nuo looks down, "And do you know who I am?" The bruised thug just rolls his eyes internally. "Dude, you are wearing a mask. How the hell is anyone supposed to know?" Chen Nuo demands all their phones, walks out, and chains the door shut from the outside so nobody can escape. He tosses the stolen phones away as he walks down the hallway, keeping that new name in mind, Xiao Guohua. Later that night at a karaoke bar, Xiao Guohua is pacing around, trying to figure out who has the guts to mess with him. His usual rivals like Luo Dashan or Fu Daqing do not fit. They are in completely different businesses now with no reason to start a fight with him. The club manager tags along, sucking up to him and offering to walk him out to his car. The boss waves him off. He is convinced this whole stunt was probably pulled by some random, desperate drifter. Some broke thug looking for quick cash. But even if it is some big shot from out of town, they will spit up every penny once he is done. Right after hearing about the robbery, he ordered his men to mobilize every single guy on their payroll. "I want you to tear this entire city apart until you find that bastard." Furious, he quietly walks over to his waiting car. He climbs inside, tosses his wallet on the seat, and tells his driver Old Wei to take him home. He is pretty drunk by now. 10 minutes later, he snaps awake. As an experienced gangster, he immediately realizes they are heading down the wrong road. Trying to stay calm, he pulls out a cigarette, lights it, and smoothly offers one to the driver with a fake smile. Chen Nuo, who is actually behind the wheel, just coolly replies that he is driving. Rolling down the window, Xiao Guohua looks outside and realizes they are already way outside the city limits. Pulling out his wallet, he asks Chen Nuo what he is trying to pull. Are you just short on cash, or is something bothering you? He tosses a thick stack of bills onto the front seat, telling him to take it as a friendly gesture to make a new connection. Gangsters should always help each other. Chuckling, he tells the driver that he has plenty of power around here, so there is really no need to go to such extremes over a little cash. Looking through the rearview mirror, Chen Nuo replies, "Boss Xiao, you sound like a pretty righteous guy." Look at his face. This is where he suddenly realizes this was never a random mugging, but a highly targeted hit. Trying to test the waters, he asks if the money is too little. "Just name your price, and I will have it brought right to you." Chen Nuo chuckles. "Not bad, you actually sound like a real boss, no wonder you have such a big reputation." The boss reaches into his jacket, knowing that getting dragged into the wilderness means certain death. But seeing him move, Chen Nuo warns him not to make that call. He adds a cold threat: "We are in the middle of nowhere, so even if your men trace us, it will take them at least an hour. And that 1 hour is more than enough time for me to dig a hole and bury you." Panicking, the boss quickly pulls his hand back. "Whoa, let us not go that far, brother. What kind of massive grudge do you even have to go this crazy?" Suddenly slamming the brakes, the car skids to a halt right next to a shovel waiting on the side of the road. Chen Nuo turns right back and says, "I guess I will just be bold here and ask Boss Xiao for a cigarette first." Reaching for the lighter, he lights up and casual talks about how Tio business is booming lately, then takes a deep drag and drops a bomb, asking if it is true he has a secret mistress in On Hank who just had his baby boy last year. The boss freezes completely, forcing out a pretty nervous laugh. "Just some random rumors," he mutters. But Chen Nuo just smiles, telling him if he is tired, he should take a break and stop stressing over this annoying drama. "Go relax for a bit. Play with your girl, play with your son, sounds pretty good, right?" Guohua, terrified, quickly agrees with his new brother. He asks if a month off is enough, but Chen Nuo cut him off, saying a big boss like him losing a whole month of cash is too crazy. Just 2 weeks, besides, Southeast Asia is quite warm right now. The old boss immediately takes the hint. "Got it. Tomorrow, I will get someone to book tickets and take my whole family straight to Thailand." Chen Nuo glances outside, wrapping things up by telling him he is not driving him home, so he should just call his own ride. The car door clicks right open. Guohua scrambles out, saying he will not bother his brother anymore, and tells him to just keep the car. Watching Chen Nuo drive away, the old man lets out a massive sigh of relief, but then he spots a shovel stuck in the dirt nearby. He starts cursing up a storm, face turning completely pale. Guys, if he had slipped up even once, that hole was literally meant for him. He pulls out his phone in a panic and calls his guy, telling him to get everyone back inside immediately. Forget about what happened today and stop digging into it, he barks, telling him to just shut up and do as he is told. "Just drop it," Guohua yells, admitting defeat before telling him to book a 10-day vacation to Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand for them all. "I am paying for everyone, even the families," he says, "because shutting down business for a few days will not kill us." Shut down everything. Damn it, what is that fancy word again? Oh right, team building. "We are going on a team building trip. Got it?" Meanwhile, cutting over to the local Tumlian supermarket chain, we find Teacher Lu at the cashier, grinning about that shopping card Chen Nuo bribed him with earlier just to get onto the border trip. It is finally time to use it. Holding a massive pile of groceries, he hands over the card, only for the cashier to tell him his balance is pretty low. Teacher Lu pulls out some cash, coolly saying he will just pay the remaining 6 yuan difference in paper money. But she says he is short 504 yuan and 2 cents, leaving him shocked as he screams to know how much is on it. It turns out the balance is literally 1 yuan and 8 cents, making him cry outside while cursing Chen Nuo to be a real human. Carrying a laughably tiny bag, he walks out only to spot Sun Shengli standing nearby. He wonders why Sun Shengli is sneaking around a hotel this late at night, thinking he might be booking a room for some secret business. He shrugs and turns to leave, realizing he has better things to do than nose around in other people's messy lives. "Hold on." Chen Nuo walks right past him, making the teacher double take, wondering if his eyes are playing tricks on him because that damn rascal had stressed him out so much. Inside a hotel VIP room, Dao Weishan sits with a cigarette, giving a cold smile as he welcomes Sun Shengli, who walks in calling out his name. Sitting down, he asks what he wants this late at night, staring at the absolutely massive feast laid out right in front of them. Offering a cigarette, Weishan sighs about how many years it has been since the two of them actually sat down for a meal together. Lighting up, Sun Shengli replies that it has been over 10 years, ever since he went abroad and never expected him to return. Weishan chuckles, saying he actually came back last year, asking if Yang Xiaoyi never mentioned it to him. He returned to fund a project, which coincidentally happened to cross paths with the exact agency Yang Xiaoyi works for. Sun Shengli mutters that it is indeed a pretty crazy coincidence. Weishan waved it off, saying they have known each other for decades, so there is no need for mind games, admitting he brought the project here on purpose. Just to meet Xiaoyi, Sun Shengli interrupts, accusing him of setting up this whole elaborate trap just to lure her straight into it. Smiling, he says those words really hurt his feelings, claiming he only gave Xiaoyi some friendly investment tips to help her make a little pocket money. Sun Shengli coldly asks what happened after that. Well, she got pretty excited, so he helped her set up an account in Country M for investing, never expecting her to be brave enough to go this far. Throwing in that much cash at once was reckless, especially with the volatile derivatives market, meaning Xiaoyi was just being incredibly foolish. Sun Shengli slams the table, yelling that she only threw that money in because he deliberately baited her into doing it. She did not understand the market, so he gave her a small taste of victory first, then set up her account to let her fly solo. We are talking about the crazy derivatives market over in Country M. Once she got in way too deep and faced having her assets seized, she had to run to him begging for help, so how exactly did he save her? You handed her the company investment account and told her to take a few thousand. Dao Weishan, you literally set up this entire trap from the start. An investment account where she can just pull hundreds of thousands of yuan at once, and a boss like you did not even sign off on it. How did she even get that cash? Now, on paper, she is the one on the hook, and that massive debt has her signature all over it. She grabbed the cash to cover her massive stock market losses, and then, right after New Year, your companies suddenly demand the whole debt cleared. What kind of company suddenly demands a payout right after New Year? Sun Shengli snaps, did you seriously calculate every single move just to ruin her life? He knows Xiaoyi loves taking risks, but she is definitely not this reckless. If you did not feed her that insider trading BS about a guaranteed winning stock, would she ever dare to drop that kind of insane cash? She only did it because she trusted you. Weishan just sneers. Sun Shengli, without proof, you should just stop talking. Why do you think she actually trusted me so much anyway? Lighting up a cigarette, he reminisces. If she had just moved abroad with me over a decade ago, none of this mess would be happening. In Jinling, there is someone I can never let go. Sun Shengli fires back. Dao Weishan, do not be so shameless. Xiaoyi is my wife now. He cuts him off. You seriously think I am talking about Xiaoyi? Now check this out. Sun Shengli completely freezes, stuttering. What are you even saying? Sun Shengli sits back down, his voice dropping. I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. Weishan continues. Look at yourself, Sun Shengli. I always said you were pretty smart back then. You are just completely clueless when it comes to people. Honestly, you already get it, you are just too terrified to actually think about it. Am I right? Sun Shengli brushes it off. Shut up, just shut up. But Weishan keeps going anyway. 2 years ago, back when I was in Country M, a friend sent me a photo and I could not stop staring at it. Blood is always thicker than water. You did not have a choice, and neither did I. Did you seriously think I came back to steal Xiaoyi? With my wealth, do you think I am desperate for women? Weishan walks right up to Sun Shengli. I did not even want to come back, but I got pretty sick a few years ago. After I recovered, the doctor told me I could never have kids. What is that medical term again? Oh yeah, sperm deformity. Sun Shengli screams out, Sun Kike is my daughter. Weishan immediately snaps back, your daughter? Seriously, Sun Shengli? Take a good look at her. Does Sun Kike look anything like you? The second I saw her picture, I knew she was my flesh and blood. There is no way I am wrong. Sun Shengli suddenly flashes back to their wedding day, flooded with congratulations from family and friends. He was so incredibly hyped when she got pregnant, feeling those little kicks in her stomach every single day. Xiaoyi would always laugh and call him a giant baby. Then came delivery day, the nurse carrying out their beautiful newborn girl. Then Sun Kike grew up, and he would always wait for her on her bike. Today is her birthday, and her mom cooked all her favorite meals. Sun Shengli buries his face in his hands, completely sobbing. No, that is a lie. Sun Kike is my daughter. Weishan stands there, entirely unfazed. I know you love them more than your own life, but Xiaoyi totally messed up big time. Knowing the company audit was coming, she panicked and confessed to you. And you just could not bring yourself to hurt her. Your savings were completely drained. You threw away your pride, begging everyone for help, scraping up 100,000 yuan. But that is pocket change. You had to hit up loan sharks for 150,000 to barely make 300,000. Still not enough though. Sun Shengli, you blocked my path last night, begging me to take that cash and cover things up. But did you honestly think I would ever agree? Sun Shengli stands up, asking, what do you even want from me? He answers, I want Sun Kike, I want your daughter. Actually, let me rephrase, I want my own daughter. Sun Shengli laughs like crazy. Still dreaming? Do I need to get a DNA test to wake you up? Weishan just grins. Fine, I will put you out of your misery quickly. And honestly, Sun Shengli, the time is right now. And just like that, look who walks right through the door. Sun Shengli freezes in absolute shock. It is Xiaoyi. She is holding a thick file in her hands. The moment she spots Sun Shengli, she drops the entire folder right onto the floor. Weishan smiles. Finally, everyone is here. The gang is all together. He drags Xiaoyi over and asks, tell Sun Shengli right now, whose kid is Sun Kike really? She panics, screaming out, why are you doing this to me? I do not know. I do not know anything. Sun Shengli roars at him to let her go, lunging forward with a brutal punch, screaming at the top of his lungs. I told you to let go of my wife. Weishan rubs his face. Fine, let us count that punch as payment for raising my daughter for 15 years. We are even. Sun Shengli turns to Xiaoyi, desperate. Tell me, Sun Kiki is my daughter, right? She is my kid, right? She is really my daughter, right? But Xiaoyi suddenly drops to her knees, crying uncontrollably. Sun Shengli, I am so incredibly sorry. When I married you, I was already pregnant. Tears stream down her face as she gasps. But he abandoned me and went abroad. I had absolutely no choice. Sun Shengli cuts her off. So you just settled for me. Xiaoyi hangs her head in silence. Sun Shengli, you are a great husband and father. I am so sorry. He just smiles back in pure pain. Fine, you got the drama you wanted, Weishan, but I am never handing Sun Kik over to you, so forget it. He helps his wife up and tells her, let's go. But Weishan blocks them. He cold logs, saying the company books close next week. Walk out that door tonight and prepare to watch your wife rot in prison, he warns, pulling out a sleek black card. There is 1 million yuan on this card to wipe out all your problems, so take it and start over. As for Sun Kike, I can take her to Country M, put her in the absolute best school, and give her a wealthy life to completely change her future. Weishan drops a stack of paperwork on the table and says, all you gotta do is sign these 3 contracts. He demands a DNA test, total termination of his father-daughter relationship, and transfer of custody. Both of them stand there completely speechless as the scumbag continues. Sun Shengli, I know you are stubborn, so you probably cannot decide this right now. I will give you guys 3 days to come find me, sign the paperwork, and take the cash. Cash in hand. Now look at this. We cut to the bathroom where Weishan is laughing like a maniac, bragging about how this feels even better than destroying his old rival years ago. He laughs like a complete creep. Once Sun Kike is in Country M, Sun Shengli is completely finished. You gotta pull the weeds by the roots and crush him for good. He shuts off the shower and steps out to dry himself, completely oblivious to Chen Nuo sitting right there in the dark. Who are you? He gasps, terrified, as Chen Nuo points a gun right at him with a casual good evening. Shaking, the creep throws his hands up, begging to negotiate if it is about money. But our boy slowly stands up, saying he does not want money. He looks him dead in the eye, wanting actual justice, which makes Weishan freak out, bolt for the door, and scream for help. But Chen Nuo's eyes flash with lightning. Weishan freezes instantly right at the door, panicking and wondering what is going on. Why can't he move a muscle? And why is it suddenly so hard to breathe? Chen Nuo steps up to drag him back, telling him running is totally pointless, before snapping his fingers to release him, leaving the old man clutching his throat and coughing. What kind of crazy black magic did you just use on me? Weishan stutters. Pouring a glass of wine, Chen Nuo muses whether the old man is unlucky or Sun Shengli is just insanely blessed, because without him in this world, this evil plan would have totally worked. He hands the brimming glass over, telling him to drink up right now. While the guy drinks, Chen Nuo says it is time to talk about Sun Shengli, making Weishan gasp in shock that he is here for that nobody. That broke, useless loser, he mutters, but our boy coldly replies that he has dealt with plenty of bad guys in his time. You are not the worst of them, but you are definitely the most disgusting, especially since Sun Shengli is just a normal guy who never hurt anyone. He takes the hits, keeps quiet. He only wanted a peaceful life with his family. Yet you treat a completely decent man like a cockroach, crushing and humiliating him for no reason, and that is exactly where you cross the line. Glaring at Weishan, he snaps. Did he dig up your ancestors' graves in a past life or something? Terrifying the old man completely. Look, let us talk. I will stop and leave his kid alone. I swear I won't touch him again. Panicking, Weishan grabs his phone, promising to leave for Country M immediately, and calls his manager, ordering Director Trio to cancel the audit right now. Stop the financial audit immediately, yes, call it off right now, he commands, before turning back to our boy with a fake smile. See, I let them go, so you cannot kill me now, can you? Plus, I have a Country M passport, so killing me will bring you serious trouble. But our main character just laughs, because we all know scumbags like him never change. After all, he used to be a bad guy himself, and right then his fingertip begins to glow with energy. Gasping for air, the old man chokes out, please do not kill me, I have so much money. Standing over him as he collapses back onto the sofa, our boy slowly explains that he took a steaming hot bath and chugged strong liquor. When they find his body, everyone will just assume he suffered a sudden, fatal stroke. Staring down at the corpse, he mutters, when you are drinking that memory soup on the underworld bridge, remember to never bully decent people again. The next morning, Chen Nuo spots a very familiar bicycle in the lot, recognizing it as Sun Shengli's and decides to swipe it. Sorry, Teach, but borrowing this bike definitely does not mean I am picking on an honest guy like you. Meanwhile, over at Wu Dale's junkyard, the boss is smoking and cursing about his right eye twitching like crazy all day. He drops his cigarette in sheer panic the second he sees Chen Nuo stroll through the front gate. A clueless lackey runs up to ask what kind of ride he is looking for, but our boy just drops his backpack with a heavy thud and pulls out a smoke. He relaxes, muttering about how this place is so much better, while the dumb minion, completely clueless about his power, points and curses. Who the hell do you think you are, kid, acting like you own this place? Wu Dale kicks his lackey right there, barking out, "How dare you talk to my big boss like that?" Then he runs over to suck up to Chen Nuo, "Big boss, oh mighty boss. What awesome wind blew you over to my humble shop today? Anything you like today, boss, just take it for free." Chen Nuo casually replies, "I don't need anything today, just borrowing your garage to wait for someone." The guy flashes a huge fake smile. "Wait right here, boss. Let me brew you some premium tea." Then he starts massaging the kid's legs, asking, "Does this pressure feel all right, boss?" Chen Nuo leans back, totally enjoying it. "Yeah, not bad." Meanwhile, Wu Dale inwardly curses, "God, what kind of crazy sins did I commit to deserve this? Going from gang leader to a personal foot massager, seriously?" Suddenly, Sun Shengli walks past the door, and Chen Nuo immediately spots him and calls out, "Hey, Sun Shengli." The teacher looks inside, shocked. "Chen Nuo, what are you doing here? Did you seriously skip class again today?" Pointing at the thug boss, the kid lies. "I'm working part-time for my tuition." Meet the shop owner, Brother Lei. He is super generous, kind, and extremely righteous. Working here actually teaches me some pretty useful real-world skills. The two guys just stare at each other, trying to keep a straight face. Sun Shengli turns to Wu Dali. "Thanks for taking care of him. He can be a little annoying, but he is a good kid at heart, so please teach him well." Wu Dali quickly nods. "Oh, absolutely, he is a valued employee here." The teacher adds, "If he acts up, just beat him." Wu Dali slowly turns to look at the kid. "Beat him? Who in their right mind would dare touch this god of death?" Then he asks the teacher, "Hey brother, you here to look for a ride?" Sun Shengli sighs, "Yeah, my scooter got stolen last night. Getting around without wheels is a massive pain, so I figured I would grab a cheap secondhand scooter just so I do not have to walk." "Well, you came to the right place, brother. Since you are close with our boy, I will sell it at cost value, zero profit." The teacher feels a bit awkward. "Wait, I cannot do that. Just charge me the normal price. I cannot go around taking advantage of you like that." After checking out a sweet ride, Chen Nuo kicks the price tag away and points. "How about this one, teacher? The boss is giving us a massive discount, only 80 bucks. Wu Dali catches on instantly, flashing 5 fingers. "Nah, 50 bucks. You can take it right now." The kid then asks, "By the way, weren't you heading to your company to check the books?" The kid turns to his teacher and brags, "Brother Lei here actually runs a legitimate microfinance company. They specialize in small personal loans. He is an incredibly kind, law-abiding businessman, so his trade is absolutely booming right now." The two exchange another silent look. "Since when do I run a loan firm?" Wu Dale cries inside, "Boss, are you just straight up writing this script as we go? I am a terrible actor and I cannot keep up with your crazy pacing," but he immediately plays along anyway. "Exactly, it is all thanks to everyone's kind support. In my line of work, honesty, trust, and treating people right are my top priorities." Sun Shengli is totally impressed. "Can I grab your number? I will definitely give you a call if I ever need a loan." The moment the teacher walks away, Wu Dali nervously asks, "So boss, how was my performance? No slip-ups, right?" Chen Nuo smiles. "Honestly, Brother Lei, with acting skills like that, you are definitely bound to strike it rich one day." Heading back inside his office, the thug boss gets super polite. "Boss, is there anything else? Just say the word." But get this, the moment the kid unzips his backpack, it is literally overflowing with cash. Staring at the money, he panics. "Boss, I only run a used car shop, okay? With this much cash, I am absolutely not doing any hit jobs for you." The kid sighs, "Relax, I am not asking you to kill anyone. Teach your son who just left. Find a clever way to lend him this entire stash of cash. All 200,000 yuan. Wu Dale tries to act smart. "Ah, I get it, you want to trap him and seize his property deed." The kid smacks him right on his bald head. "What is wrong with you? Who wants his deed? Just find a clean way to lend him the money." Chen Nuo warns him, "Make sure he signs a contract or he will get suspicious. But keep the terms super easy, low interest, and simple monthly payments. Make the contract last for 8 or 10 years, whatever works. Bottom line, the deal has to be so ridiculously good that he cannot resist taking the loan. If you mess this up, you and I are going to have a very painful talk." Wu Dale grabs the cash. "Got it, boss. Rest easy." "Wait, boss, this is too much. The amount is definitely not right." The kid smiles. "This is actually 300,000. The extra 100,000 is to pay for that motorcycle I took, plus medical bills for your beaten-up boys." Staring right at the guy's shiny bald head, the kid adds, "Use the rest of the cash to get some serious hair treatment. You are way too young to be completely bald, so treat it early and maybe it will grow back." Moved to tears, Wu Dale literally grabs his leg. "Boss, you are so incredibly kind. Everyone else just thinks I am a monster because of my bald head. Only you truly understand the deep hidden pain in my heart." The kid yells, "Damn it! Can you stop wiping your disgusting snot all over my pants?" As he leaves, the thug boss waves a very respectful, tearful goodbye. One of his lackeys asks, "Boss, who the hell is this kid? You are treating him like he is our actual supreme ancestor." Wu Dale turns around and smacks him. "What do you know, idiot? When you find a powerful backer, you hold on to them for dear life. Back when I was serving time, I used my sharp eyes to back the right guy, which is how I got this sweet shop after getting out. So we serve this boss well now, and trust me, we are going to rise straight to the top. Meanwhile, inside a high-end investment office, a secretary hands over a folder. Director, the project invitation from that foreign company has arrived. Please take a look. Reading it over, he smiles. These terms are fantastic. This is literally the biggest project of the entire year. The secretary adds that landing this investment basically means they have already won half the battle this quarter. But there is a tiny catch. The daughter of one of their board members wants to study here, so we need to pull some strings for her school admission. Judging by her age, she is probably in high school. The director shrugs it off. That is easy. They are dropping so much cash that we can even secure her future career path later. Go hit up the Department of Education, grab the info for the top school in this district, let the investor choose, and then negotiate with him. Hold up. The secretary says they already handpicked one specific school and she only wants that. Shocked, the director asks which school it is. She tells him she wants to go to school number 8, making him frown. Where did that school rank in the city last year? The secretary mumbles, 3rd from the very bottom. Now we cut to Luko International Airport in Jinling, where a blonde foreign guy is waiting. His female guide turns to him and says, Adrian, let us get you checked into your hotel first. He takes off his glasses. No. Take me straight to the police station. I need to review Tao Weishan's case files immediately. Head office wants updates fast. Once at the hotel, Adrian immediately makes a call to report. It is me. I have arrived at the place where Tao Weishan stayed. I also checked the police records. The voice on the other end of the line asks, What is your verdict? He replies, Preliminary assessment for minor number 16 shows an accidental death. Apparently, he drank right after a hot bath, causing a brain hemorrhage. The voice replies, If it is normal, wrap it up quickly. He is just an outsourced miner making us money. Do not waste too much energy on him. Adrian objects, but there is an underlying hostility in Tao Weishan's death that is making me pretty uncomfortable. I need to dig deeper. Fast, give me 2 documents. First, credit card statements from the miner's last 6 months. Second, we need his complete call logs right before his sudden death. The mystery man sighs, Fine, I will get you that, but do not do anything wild. We cannot afford any more drama. Remember, this massive national project has been planned for ages, and Tao Weishan was only the very first pawn we sent out. You must stay hidden in the shadows. Besides, the death of miner number 4 in country N is now our top priority investigation. They need your help over there. An hour later, Adrian is staring at his laptop, making another call. I found a pretty huge red flag because before his death, Tao Weishan contacted a woman named Yang Xiaoyi multiple times. She was also the last person he saw before he died. She is stunning and totally married. The voice asks, Are you saying this is a crimes of passion thing? That woman and her husband are just completely ordinary people, and normal folks have no power to kill a miner. Fine, if you find nothing in 3 days, pack up and come back. Country A needs you. The next day, near Sun Kike's place, Chen Nuo is giving her a ride on his bike. Sun Kike is hugging his waist tight from behind. Suddenly, he pulls the brakes, stops the bike, and touches her forehead, asking, How did you randomly catch a fever? She murmurs. Our home heater broke down, so I got super cold last night. He helps her up the stairs as she mutters that her parents are probably out. Chen Nuo secretly knows that after that school debt drama, Sun Shengli took sick leave to avoid gossip. Right now, he is definitely visiting Brother Lei to finalize those loan documents. As they enter the house, Chen Nuo instantly senses something is off. Someone else is inside. While they sit in the living room, Adrian is hiding in the dark. Man, this dude is seriously bold for breaking into a house in broad daylight. Meanwhile, Sun Kike's face turns totally red because they are sitting way too close. She closes her eyes, pouting her lips, but he snaps her out of it. Do not sleep yet. Where is your cold medicine? You need to take some first. Sun Ki replies, It is in the vanity drawer inside my parents' bedroom. By the time Chen Nuo walks in, the intruder is already gone. He thinks, teleportation? Pretty impressive. As Chen Nuo pretends to search the drawers, the stalker suddenly appears right behind him, completely silent. Adrian studies his posture, relaxed shoulders, zero guard, just a completely average high schooler. But Chen Nuo already knows he is dealing with a real expert. A foreigner lurking around means this is no ordinary thief. Finally, he speaks up casually, Found it. As he stands up, the shadow behind him quickly vanishes. Chen Nuo walks out while Adrian clings to the ceiling like Spider-Man. He gently closes the bedroom door, grabs some water, and hands the medicine to Sun Kike on the couch. Here, take this. Sensing the intruder is gone, Chen Nuo gently pats her head and whispers, Just sleep. She claims she is not tired, but her eyelids are already drooping. Once she drifts off, he slips back into her parents' room. Spotting the cracked window, he realizes how the guy got in. Chen Nuo throws it open and leaps down from a crazy height. Later at his hotel, Adrian stands before a whiteboard, mapping out Tao Weishan's death and everyone connected to the case. He crosses out Sun Shengli's name and mutters, Wait, could this really just be an accident? From the shadows, Chen Nuo silently watches him. Adrian suddenly whips his head around but sees nothing but a cold breeze. Later at the orange noodle shop, Chen Nuo orders a massive bowl of dry noodles, extra meat, and a soft-boiled egg. Just wait a second, the owner yells back, peel some garlic while you wait. Chen Nuo smirks. Turns out it's Adrian from the Abyss. Seriously guys, should he just bury him? He did it in his past life anyway. He remembers the Abyss, a B-class underworld syndicate that has been running for at least 50 years. They have some seriously freaky powerhouses who have pulled off countless top-secret, dirty jobs that never see the light of day. Some of their key players are a crazy-looking, totally psycho doctor, a deadly hunter named Cheetah who is basically a predator, and that blonde punk Adrian. Their ultimate powerhouse is their absolute boss, nicknamed Captain, a top-tier night-class esper. They also have these special operatives called miners, who run around in normal society, building massive social networks to rake in crazy cash for the syndicate, and Tao Weishan happens to be one of them. In the original timeline, the Abyss targeted Chen Nuo in 2004. Absolutely furious, he wiped out their entire organization single-handedly, making his legendary alias, Yanluo, feared across the whole underworld. Now, this stupid group of killers is messing with the resurrected Chen Yanluo again. In the present, Chen Nuo wants to erase Adrian, but it feels like a bad move. If Adrian suddenly goes missing, Sun Shengli and his entire family are going down with him. Plus, wiping out the Abyss again? He sighs, dragging himself back into that dark, bloody underworld is just way too exhausting at this point. This time around, I just want to chill, eat, and be lazy. Mind your own business, and I will mind mine. Since Sun Shengli is off the hook, Adrian gets to live another day. The next morning at school, Luo Qing passes the ball and yells for Chen Nuo. Catching it smoothly, he gets blocked by a guy in blue who smirks and introduces himself as the legendary Ola Juwan. Claiming nobody can stop his dream shake, the defender gets totally schooled as Chen Nuo leaps high, drains an epic three-pointer, and calls him a complete braggart. On the sidelines, all the fangirls are losing their minds, cheering like crazy, calling him the ultimate handsome god. Standing nearby, Sun Qi turns bright red, her heart beating like a drum, completely speechless. The same guy she rejected last year is now making her heart race. He is just so cool. Once the game ends, Chen Nuo walks straight over to her. Clutching a thermos, she hands him a warm cup of goji berry tea. Staring down at the healthy drink in his hand, Chen Nuo complains internally, I am a young teen, so why am I already living like a middle-aged uncle sipping tea from a thermos? Sun Kiki explains that her dad warned against drinking cold water after running, or he will regret it when stomach issues hit him in old age. Blushing, she adds that goji berries are great for his digestion. Right then, a loud voice calls his name, cutting their sweet moment short. It's a bunch of local thugs, armed to the teeth with metal pipes, baseball bats, and heavy chains. Some cheesy, high-energy action theme song starts blasting from the school speakers, setting up a dramatic showdown. Glaring at him, the leader snarls, You are way too cocky, kid. I have been wanting to teach you a lesson. Chen Nuo just sighs, Who even are you? His goons bark back. That is the undisputed boss of our school, the legendary Zhang Linsheng, basically the god of Causeway Bay. Chen Nuo mockingly bows, playing along with his stupid roleplay, but honestly, in his eyes, this guy is just a total wannabe gangster. Zhang Linsheng sneers, Even if God himself descends today, you are not escaping this beatdown. Mark my words, boy. Right on cue, a gorgeous girl dashes over and hugs him tight. Li Yingwan looks up with sparkling eyes. I finally found you. Thank Lord Guan for the blessing. Zhang Linsheng literally drops his chain in pure shock, gritting his teeth. What the hell? Another absolute goddess wasted on this guy. Chen Nuo stands there totally dumbfounded. Wait, what on earth is Firefly doing here? Meanwhile, Sun Kiki is utterly stunned, thinking she got cheated on. And you can't blame her, because Chen Nuo is totally panicking over this gorgeous girl. How do I fix this mess? He frantically brainstorms excuses, maybe lie about having an identical twin, or scream for Sun Qi to save him, or even yell assault. But no, those are just way too embarrassing. Glancing at Zhang Linsheng, a sly smirk crosses his face. Sorry boss, but you are taking the fall for this. He pushes Li Yingwan aside and immediately starts raging. Oh, so you think being an upperclassman makes you tough? You think you can just play gangster? Like I would ever be scared of a wannabe thug like you. With that, he charges straight in. Today I am shutting you down to show you what reality feels like. Before he can react, a brutal knee strikes him straight in the groin. He collapses to the ground, howling in absolute agony while the girls on the sidelines watch in complete shock. Chen Nuo leans down and whispers in his ear, Let me get you to a hospital fast, or you might lose your family jewels forever. Face pale, Zhang Linsheng screams out, Get me to the hospital, I am seriously broken. Slinging the guy over his shoulder, Chen Nuo bolts, leaving both beauties behind shouting his name in total confusion. The absolute brainless henchmen just stand there, completely lost, looking around. No way our boss got destroyed in a second and then dragged away. I saw it too, Chen Nuo is pretty brutal. Outside the gates, the two girls completely lose Chen Nuo. One checks left calling his name, The other looks right, shouting for her Appa. Li Yingwan screams out, "Appa, where did you go?" Suddenly, a hand grabs her from behind, muffling her mouth before she can even squeak. But check this out. Chen Nuo spins her around, signals silence, and whispers that it is just him. Meanwhile, Zhang Linsheng is literally stuffed in a trash can nearby. He lets her go, about to ask how she got here. But Li Yingwan just lunges forward with open arms, shouting Appa again. Chen Nuo straight up plants his palm on her forehead to keep her back, yelling, "Freeze! Stop with the Appa stuff, you are bringing massive trouble to my door." For real though, how on earth did you track me down? Li Yingwan snaps her fingers with a sly wink. "I remembered the Chinese writing on your jacket, so my mom transferred me here." She explains she was registering in the office when a massive commotion on the soccer field caught her eye, and she spotted him. Chen Nuo facepalms. "Alright, but I still cannot believe your mom actually agreed to let you transfer schools like that. Look, you do not want to bring heat on me, right? I am setting some ground rules, so you better follow them." Li Yingwan nods obediently, saying she will do whatever her Appa says. He sighs, laying out his terms. "Okay, deal. First, never ever mention I saved your family in country N." Li Yingwan giggles internally, thinking she is now the only sidekick who knows his true identity. Second, how did we meet? We definitely need to get our story straight. Third, I will not speak country N language when others are around, so you must learn Mandarin. That is all for now, I will hit you up later. Li Yingwan follows him like a lost puppy, asking if he is leaving already. He grunts in agreement, thinking he cannot just ditch her with people still chasing her. Meanwhile, Sun Kike is sitting nearby, fuming as she remembers that random girl hugging Chen Nuo. She is literally crying, wondering why he would play her like that. A hand suddenly extends, offering a tissue. Chen Nuo stands right there, casually asking why she is crying. She snatches it, complaining about why that chick was hugging him. Chen Nuo plays it cool under pressure, realizing it is best to stay silent. We all know how this goes. Any answer here is a trap, so he has to completely flip the script. He fires back fast. "You are seriously crying over that? Wait, do you actually know her?" Sun Keke nods. "How do you two know each other?" Chen Nuo deflects, asking if she saw the others. She says no, she was totally focused on chasing them. Standing up slowly, Sun Kike asks where the girl went. "Was she not chasing you too? Did you meet? She was ahead of me." Chen Nuo plays completely dumb. "I have not seen her. Did she run out?" She keeps pushing, telling him to stop asking and demand what their relationship is. Chen Nuo sweats. She is way too sharp to fall for his tricks. Luckily, Teacher Lu appears right on time. "Sun Kike, found you both. Are you guys okay? Follow me quickly. Principal Fang is totally losing his mind right now." Meanwhile, Zhang Linsheng's 3 goons are getting absolutely blasted by the staff. "What you did was extremely dangerous. Do you punks want a criminal record? Shouting about violence at your age, you will end up holding weapons in the streets." Teacher Lu returns, telling Principal Fang he found them. Principal Fang glares at Chen Nuo. He remembers the border incident vividly, instantly questioning the boy about what went down. Chen Nuo claims they wanted to jump him, so he just ran. The principal snaps back, "Why you and nobody else? Trash always attracts trash, no wonder there is constant trouble. So you are saying I should just let them beat me to a pulp to be in the right?" He rages. "How dare you talk to me like that? Do you want us to call your parents?" He turns to leave, saying he will call them himself. Principal Fang points and screams, "You are totally out of control. Your parents are useless." Teacher Lu leans in and whispers, "Principal Fang. Actually, Chen Nuo's parents are divorced. His dad's in America, mom's in prison." Sun Kike follows behind, wondering if he is just leaving. She wanted more answers. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo struts away, silently congratulating himself on his pure genius. That night at Sun Kike's place, Sun Shengli asks Chen Nuo about the new transfer student from country N, wondering if they know each other. Judging by Sun Kike's face, her eyes are totally swollen from crying. She definitely bawled her eyes out before her dad started questioning him. He casually explains it was a massive coincidence. He was fixing bikes at Brother Loy's shop when her ride broke down, so he helped. Sun Shengli is super suspicious about a young foreign girl wandering the streets all by herself. But Chen Nuo quickly clears it up. Of course she wasn't alone, she had an adult with her. Since they did not speak the language, communication was pretty messy, but the old man kept nitpicking about that. "Why would they be so friendly after meeting you just once?" Chen Nuo immediately acts smug. "Probably because I am way too handsome." Surprised, Sun Shengli actually warms up to him. "Let us be real, this Chen Nuo kid is actually pretty good looking." Sun Keke mentioned that foreign girl is quite pretty and around their age, so a little spark is completely normal. The dad just smiles to himself, thinking, fine, let them hang out. If they catch feelings, it actually saves his own precious daughter from getting ruined by this rascal. He then tells the kid to head home since they are all done. Sun Kike immediately volunteers to walk him down. They head downstairs in absolute silence until they hit the street, where Chen Nuo finally turns and tells her she should head back inside. Suddenly, Sun Kike throws herself into a big hug, complaining she never got to squeeze him the way he squeezed her before. Locked in a close gaze, Sun Kiki gets super flustered. High school romance is honestly on another level of wholesome. Breaking the hug, she shyly bolts upstairs while shouting a quick reminder for their date tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chen Nuo stands there grinning, thinking that a slightly chubby girl is actually quite nice. Meanwhile, we cut to a dark alley right near school. Zhang Linsheng is finally waking up, clutching his throbbing head, utterly lost. Who is he? Where is he? What did he even do? Then it hits him. Right, he is the legendary Haonan, and Chen Nuo is officially his ultimate mortal enemy. But before he can scheme, a massive hand slaps him across the face. It is his furious dad screaming about him causing trouble and being too chicken to go home. The principal literally went to their house. He drags the kid away, shouting that he is getting a major beating today. Zhang Linsheng curses silently, blaming Chen Nuo for all this. Old grudges and new hate are piling up, and he is charging every single slap to Chen Nuo. Next morning in class, Teacher Go, their homeroom teacher, stands at the front to introduce a brand new transfer student. Meet Li Yingwan, a transfer student from Country N. She will be studying at our school for the foreseeable future. She is temporarily assigned to this class. Li Yingwan bows politely, saying she is pretty happy to study with everyone here. Teacher Ngo scans the room for a spot and tells her to take the empty desk way in the back next to Chen Nuo. Hearing that, Sun Kike immediately stands up to object, pointing out the new girl is a foreigner. Her Chinese might be quite weak, so sitting in the back makes it hard to follow, and she cannot see the board. And you can already see the silent war starting. Luoqing whispers that Chen Nuo owes him big time for what is coming. Luoqing stands up and offers his seat, suggesting he will just move one desk back to sit right next to Chen Nuo. The teacher quickly agrees. But the second Li Yingwan sits down, a classmate immediately turns around to introduce himself. Before the guy can even finish his sentence, she shushes him right away. She then pops open her pencil case, revealing a picture of Guan Yu. Li Yingwan clasps her hands, praying to the god of war. The confused classmate turns around, asking if they saw that. Luoqing just smiles, saying they should respect foreign beliefs, while Chen Nuo is left facepalming in pure disbelief. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, Chen Nuo sits alone, complaining that his meal has absolutely no meat in it. Right then, Sun Qi slides over with her tray. She hands him a bag of delicious meat buns, telling him to stop eating this trash cafeteria food. She mentions her dad warned her they do not even wash the rice here. Chen Nuo immediately takes a massive bite, loving the taste, just as Sun Kike's best friend calls her from across the room. The moment Sun Kiki stands up, Li Yingwan suddenly appears, calling Chen Nuo her oppa. Meanwhile, Sun Kiki's friend waves her over. Wearing a super sexy crop top, Li Yingwan sits down and asks what delicious food he has. He coldly mutters that they are just buns. Li Yingwan starts acting incredibly cute, begging for a bite, and literally opens her mouth for him to feed her. Oh man, you can literally feel the deadly laser glare coming from Sun Kike right now. Li Yingwan just keeps leaning in, begging for a single bite. Since Chen Nuo stays completely frozen, she gets even closer, practically pleading with him to feed her. Nearby, Sun Kike is literally shaking with rage, leaving Chen Nuo sweating bullets. Luckily, someone suddenly screams his name, giving him a perfect escape route. The savior is actually Zhang Linsheng, sporting a fresh buzz cut from his dad, screaming that Chen Nuo is not escaping this time. Chen Nuo casually flicks a pair of chopsticks onto the floor. Zhang Linsheng storms forward, totally blind to the trap, swearing revenge. He is too busy acting tough to notice the chopsticks on the floor. His foot slips, throwing him off balance as he screams out in absolute panic. Screaming for his life, he faceplants. Chen Nuo gets a devious look on his face, walking over with fake concern to ask if he got hurt again. Zhang Linsheng looks absolutely pale, but Chen Nuo whispers that he desperately needs this excuse to escape the cafeteria drama. So he scoops Zhang Linsheng up in a princess carry, loudly telling his classmate not to worry. He promises to get him to the nurse immediately. Poor Zhang Linsheng is totally devastated, realizing his reputation as a tough guy is completely ruined. My absolute badass gangster life is officially over. Meanwhile, somewhere in some random country's ocean territory, a green boat is just drifting lazily in the middle of the sea. Adrian stands on deck making a call, reporting that they finally recovered the body of miner number 4. He adds that his investigation has actually made some solid progress, and he is going to send over the results as fast as possible. But wait, he says revenge is not even necessary since it is just some low-life miner, though they definitely still need to take action. Adrian flicks his cigarette butt right into the ocean and says they need to send a clear message. Anyone who dares mess with their people has got to pay the price. He slides on his dark sunglasses, staring down at the freshly dragged-up corpse with a cold smirk. It is just immortal over here. Chen Nuo chuckles to himself as he strolls down the street, muttering that he did not actually want to skip class, but that crazy, tense atmosphere back there was just unlivable. He just wanted some fried buns, so he took a little walk. Stopping right outside the Xiangyang apartments, he freezes. Wait, something is seriously wrong here. Peering into Wu Dale's second-hand motorcycle shop, he realizes some absolute punks must have come by to totally wreck the place. Crossing the street, he offers a smoke to the bun vendor and asks where the shop owner went, but the guy just asks if he is picking up a ride. He tells him not to bother waiting because some thugs snatched the owner at dawn. Word is Li Qingshan's crew did it, and getting out alive is going to be incredibly tough. Chen Nuo's eyes turn ice cold at that name. Meanwhile, at some resort in Nancheng, a guy is hanging upside down from a rope with his face dunked right into the water. Right above him, a guy is casually sipping hot tea, showing off a flashy jade ring on his hand. This smug jerk is Li Qingshan. He barks at his lackey to pull the guy up and ask him if he has finally decided to cooperate. Gasping for air, Wu Dali immediately protests that this is totally against the rules of the streets. The goon turns to speak, but Li Qingshan shuts him up, saying if the guy still has not learned his lesson, then dunk him right back under. Wu Dali panics and begs him to stop, asking the boss to please show a little mercy this time. He promises to give up the shop, but begs for 2 vehicles to feed his family. The boss scoffed, asking who the hell he thinks he is to bargain. That big bro he looked up to in prison is locked up again, which means there is no one left to protect him. He got over 20 years and his crew disbanded. Otherwise, taking this shop would be pretty tough. Suddenly, someone busts right through the door, throwing his goons straight across the floor. Now look who shows up. Chen Nuo standing right there in his helmet. He casually asks if they are having fun, which startles the rope holder into letting go, sending tied-up Wu Dali splashing into the lake. Li Qingshan spins around and mutters that it has been years since anyone dared to play tough with him. Chen Nuo just steps in coldly without wasting any words. Action speaks louder than talk anyway. The boss keeps casually sipping his tea, ordering his remaining goons to take the kid down. The gang tries to swarm him, but before they can even touch him, he lands a devastating punch that sends them flying back against the wooden railing. One guy splashes down, and several other goons are about to tumble right in after him. Li Qingshan quickly gets up and backsteps, saying there is absolutely no need for all this crazy, violent fighting. He nervously suggests they can just talk things out, utterly terrified after watching Chen Nuo completely wreck his entire security detail. He delivers a massive kick to the boss and flatly refuses before shouting to his buddy to hang on while he pulls him out. Back at the shop, a battered Wu Dali admits he would be dead without that crazy rescue. Chen Nuo points out that since his former boss is locked up and the crew is gone, what is his plan when Li Qingshan comes knocking again? He cannot act as his personal bodyguard. Wu Dali admits he wants to rebuild the gang but lacks clout and cash. Nursing his bruised face, he says feeding these guys costs tens of thousands every year. Besides, they cannot just lounge around and fight all day, they need real jobs, and this tiny business of his cannot possibly support that many guys. Chen Nuo tells him to continue, so he admits that dealing in illegal bikes is too sketchy. Doing this long-term means getting caught eventually, and he could end up behind bars, so he wants to partner with an electric bike dealership instead. Chen Nuo grins, thinking that in this new era, the electric bike market is bound to explode. It turns out Wu Dali actually has a solid brain and knows how to plan ahead. He asks him if giving him 500,000 would be enough to keep the business rolling. Wu Dali is thrilled, absolutely. With his own savings, that makes 700,000, which is enough to rent the next shop, secure the dealership, and bring back the entire old crew. That way, even if we cannot beat Li Qingshan, he will think twice before messing with us. Chen Nuo seals the deal, promising to bring the cash tomorrow. Super hyped, he declares he is working for him from now on, making the kid the real boss, but Chen Nuo just waves it off. He explains it is a loan, not an investment, so he can just pay him back once he makes a profit. He calls him his savior, but Chen Nuo just asks if he wants the money or not. His voice echoes everywhere, yelling to his boss that he is borrowing this. Cut to the school gate, where Li Yingwan is about to get in her car when a student approaches. Holding a letter, he tells her, "Hey Li Yingwan, do you remember we have that biology lab together today?" He says he wrote her a letter, but she turns and bluntly asks if he likes her. Before the poor guy can even answer, she steps into the car, tears his letter to shreds right in front of him, and tosses the scraps on the ground. With a smug face, she says she does not like him. Watching this, Luo Qing tells Sun Keke that another poor guy just got his heart completely shattered. He turns to cheer, telling Sun Keke she really needs to hang in there. She fires back, her being popular has nothing to do with me. Besides, is not she just trying to cling to Chen Nuo? But she has no clue where Chen Nuo even is. She gets in the car and winks with total confidence, saying she does not know, but I do. Cut to Wu Dali's shop. As they step out, Sun Kiki rides up on her bike and calls for Chen Nuo. Seeing her, he asks what she is doing here. Catching her breath, she says her dad mentioned his part-time job, so she guessed he skipped school to come here. Seeing her flushed and panting, Chen Nuo feels bad since riding from Jiangning takes a whole hour, and early spring is still pretty chilly. He immediately turns to Wu Dali and asks him to find a jacket, preferably something super cheap. Wu Dali beams and says he is on it. Chen Nuo quickly takes Sun Kike's cold hands, blowing on them to keep her warm. Are you cold, he asks. Sun Kike blushes and stammer, not cold. Seeing Wu Dale return, she quickly pulls her hands away. He brings out a thick, cotton-padded winter coat, claiming it is brand new from Jeans West. He hesitates, asking who this little beauty is. Chen Nuo introduces her as Sun Keke, the daughter of Sun Shengli. Hearing that name, Wu Dale silently thinks that she really is a total beauty. No wonder Chen Nuo helped her dad, he clearly has feelings for her. Then Chen Nuo gently puts the coat on her, telling her to wear it. She feels pretty shy with a stranger watching, so Wu Dale wisely takes the hint and leaves them alone. Chen Nuo gently pinches her cheek, gets on his bike, and offers to ride her home. She holds onto his waist as they ride off together. With soft music playing, it feels like she could forget the whole world, but never wants to lose track of him. Cut to Han Thang at Li Yingwan's house, where a white car parks out front and a woman steps out of the vehicle. She is Li Yingwan's mother, Zhang Yingzi. The housekeeper immediately salutes and greets the lady of the house. Zhang Yingzi pushes the door open with a sigh of relief. Standing inside, she knows managing her late husband's company will be incredibly tough. She needs to hide all her weakness and force herself to become a strong, fearless leader. Suddenly, Adrian appears behind her. She quickly spins around, demanding to know who he is. He smoothly introduces himself as Adrian, stating he only came here today to ask her a few simple questions. Though slightly nervous, she fiercely demands he get out of her house immediately, or she will call the cops. Pulling out a cold syringe, he sneers that since she won't cooperate, he has other ways to get the info he wants. He sarcastically apologizes as a second intruder suddenly lunges from the shadows. It turns out Adrian has a partner. A woman in black grabs Zhang Yingzi from behind, covering her mouth. He tells her not to worry, they will be fast. An hour later, Zhang Yingzi wakes up. Adrian sits nearby, mentioning a lone teenager who single-handedly saved her entire family. Her daughter even transferred to that kid's school. Coincidentally, Sun Shengli, who is deeply connected to their mining network, works as a teacher there. He recalls meeting Chen Nuo when he raided Sun Shengli's house. Oh man, he is definitely putting the pieces together now. He orders his partner in black to move out. She asks how they should deal with the mother. Adrian says they should keep her alive to run the business left by Ha Zhengzai until a replacement miner arrives. He warns her to clean up properly, as he does not want anyone tracing their visit from her wiped memories. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo is casually walking down the street with his little sister, Xiao Yezi, who asks if she is his puppy. While he is still totally confused, she explains that boys who walk cute puppies have an easier time impressing girls. She notes that since they walk through 10 streets, 53 older girls have already saved his phone number. Chen Nuo asks where she learns this stuff, and she boasts that she has 8 boyfriends back at her kindergarten. Completely shocked, he thinks he seriously needs to pay a visit to her school and have a word with the principal. Suddenly, Li Yingwan spots him from a distance and waves. Running over, she asks if this cute girl is his little sister. She heard about his sister, saying she is adorable, as Chen Nuo kneels to comfort his shy sibling. He tells her not to be afraid since this is just his friend. She bends over to introduce herself as Li Yingwan, calling herself his brother's future wife and asking to hang out. The little girl pokes her head out, saying her name is Chen Xiao Yezi. Then they start this totally childish back and forth. One talks about being 18, born in the year of the ox, and believing in random stuff. The little one replies she is almost 5 year of the rat, and believes in goddess mercy. Then Li Yingwan points at Chen Nuo, calling him Appa, saying he is their landlord. Dude just facepalms, thinking kids seriously need to stop watching those cringe comedy skits from TV specials. He just wants to get them upstairs right now. Lights on. The 3 of them are just sitting there in the room, eating instant noodles. Li Yingwan passes some food to Xiao Yezi as a gift, and the kid smiles, passing it right back. Seriously, who knows why they are playing this endless food-swapping game? She totally loses it. Oh my god, a soft-boiled love egg from her little sister. What should she do? Like, this is officially the best thing she has ever eaten in her entire life. Then she sneaky glances over at Chen Nuo. Then Li Yingwan starts flexing, saying she finally mastered that pronunciation training he told her to do, which is why she finally dared to show up. Chen Nuo is like, that fast? Show me. She pumps her fist, super confident, bragging she literally skipped sleep and meals just to master this thing. She immediately dives into this crazy local tongue twister about rice and sticky rice, trying to show off her skills. But even 5-year-old Xiao Yezi can tell she is totally butchering it. Li Yingwan is shook, wondering how it could be wrong when she studied so hard. Chen Nuo pats his sister's head and tells her to show Li Yingwan how it is actually done. The little kid innocently repeats the lesson. Rice is rice, sticky is sticky. She rattles it off perfectly, getting every single syllable right. Spot on. Li Yingwan jumps up, totally confused, asking if that is seriously how they both pronounce it. Xiao Yezi says her brother taught her, and Chen Nuo nods along, promising her that every kid in town learns it this way. He tells Xiao Yezi to hit her with another round. The kid excitedly rattles off another one about leaving a fat sardine under a tree for a hungry cat. He keeps egging Xiao Yezi on, while Li Yingwan is basically screaming for someone to save her. Playtime is finally over. Li Yingwan heads down to her ride, where her driver opens the door, treating her like royalty. Chen Nuo just grins, telling her not to come back until she actually masters it. He watches her car roll away, hoping he might finally get some peace and quiet for once. But right then, his danger senses start tingling. Look at that. Some sketchy dude in the distance is watching Chen Nuo through binoculars. He reports in that Alpha is on site, Li Yingwan has left, and the target is going upstairs. He keeps watching, noting they do not need to worry about Li Yingwan anymore because their real target is this kid. Down on the street, a woman inside a black car asks a question. She wants to know if he is absolutely sure Chen Nuo is the same kid who popped up back in Country N. Asking if there is any chance they got the wrong guy, Adrian confidently tells her his judgment is never wrong. He orders her to gear up because their recon mission just got upgraded to a straight-up hunt. He wants to capture the kid first, ask questions later, regardless of his motives. The girl agrees, checking in with Baxi at the back door and Bao San on the road at 6 o'clock. Wondering if they should strike, Adrian assigns Alpha to snipe while they handle the head-on assault. He tells Baxi and Bao San to stand by in case the target tries to make a run for it. She hits the comms to tell Alpha they are striking in 5 minutes, so get ready. But there is absolutely no response on the other end, just static. Suddenly, Chen Nuo's voice cuts in, saying he is sorry. Standing right on top of their lookout, he mocks them, saying their precious Alpha is currently out of commission. He dares them to hurry up since he does not have all day and still has dishes to wash. The beaten-up Alpha lies there trash-talking, screaming that he is dead meat for messing with the abyss. Chen Nuo stomps on his chest, telling him that weaklings should really avoid drawing attention to themselves. Shortly after, the heavy rooftop door finally creaks open. 3 agents from the abyss show up. Adrian immediately demands his release, but Chen Nuo just refuses. Asking what he will do, Adrian hits his earpiece and orders Bao San to go grab the little girl. Over at the apartment, a dark-skinned assassin gets the green light and immediately starts crawling down the walls like a literal lizard. Downstairs, Xiao Yezi is just watching TV, totally clueless. Chen Nuo glares at Adrian, telling him he just made the worst mistake of his life. He stomps Alpha hard. Oh, you are going to love this. He just smiles and claims first blood. Stunned by how ruthless Chen Nuo is, Adrian screams into his comms, ordering Bao San to strike immediately and execute the little girl. Chen Nuo just raises his hand and activates his special power, aiming directly at Bao San, who is crawling on the building wall. Bao San freezes up, completely paralyzed. Chen Nuo pulls him through the air, grabs his neck, and snaps it. Double kill. Adrian panics, realizing Chen Nuo sniped Bao San from over 20 meters away. Realizing he is a controller, he screams to disrupt him. The girl instantly unleashes a sonic blast. The mental attack hits his head, making him pretty dizzy. Chen Nuo's eyes flash with pure rage. He forces her onto her knees, blood starting to stream from her eyes. Standing there, he laughs coldly. Chippo screams. Adrian charges forward, aiming his knife, shouting for him to go die. Chen Nuo easily pins him down and steps over him. Don't rush, you're the last one, he says. Over there, the doctor flings a scalpel. Lucky he tilts his head to dodge, then plays a little mind game to scare the guy. Doctor, long time no see, he taunts. The guy attacks again, asking how he knows him. With just 2 fingers, he catches the doctor's scalpel, then channels his power straight into the man's arm, making him scream in absolute agony. My hand, the doctor yells. Chen Nuo slowly walks toward him, completely ignoring another scalpel flying directly at his back. He shifts slightly to grab it, smiling. I mastered blade control in my past life, trash. Chen Nuo spins the scalpel like a pro, then drives it straight into Dr. Quadrak Keel's throat. He stands up and looks at Adrian. Your turn. Sensing extreme danger, Adrian throws some hidden weapons as a distraction and runs. Adrian leaps onto the rooftop railing to escape. Seriously, look at this guy praying to God for a miracle. What kind of monster did I run into? But Chen Nuo is already standing right behind him, whispering, trying to run? Adrian spins around only to get grabbed by his neck, and just like that, the pentakill is complete. Soon after, Chen Nuo loads the 5 bodies into his trunk and drives off into the night. He pulls out his phone and dials. On the other end, a voice says, Adrian, calling already? Seems like everything went smoothly. Chen Nuo smirks, answering, Captain, so sorry, but your little strike team, including Adrian, is completely wiped out. After rolling the car off the cliff and into the ocean, he adds, if you have time, send someone to collect your 5 boys. Make sure they clean up. He drops one final threat, telling the guy to get his trash off his lawn. Far away in the Virgin Islands, the shocked captain asks who he is. His single eye widens as he realizes who this mystery caller actually is, Yama. Having reclaimed his title as Yama, Chen Nuo heads back home to tuck little Xiao Yezi safely into bed. He figures the captain won't make any reckless moves soon after losing his absolute elite squad. But just to be safe, he needs to watch over Xiao Yezi for a few days. Later in the shower, the hot water stings his scarred back, making him wince. Still way weaker than my peak self, he mutters to himself. Just dealing with these scrubs triggered a backlash. Still, my recovery speed is faster than expected. Wonder how much of my strength is actually back now. He just chuckles. His power was never meant to be measured by whatever system those fools came up with anyway. He was basically a cheat code in his past life, too. 2 days later, during lunch break, seeing him dozing off, Li Yingwan runs over to call him. She eagerly pulls out a lunchbox. Appa, ginseng chicken soup, you've got to drink this right now. Chen Nuo coldly refuses, not interested. But Li Yingwan is stubborn. She sits right beside him, scooping up a spoonful. Come on, Appa, just a little bite. My mom says chicken soup cures colds. She keeps pestering him, asking what he wants for dinner. Seafood tofu soup, maybe? He smiles, saying he wants crab snacks and cold noodles too. He is suddenly craving that random combo. A classmate with glasses watching them get all lovey-dovey is absolutely fuming, cursing Chen Nuo in his head. Talk about a shameless jerk. And honestly, we all know someone like this jealous classmate, desperately praying the girl will finally snap and dropkick him. But completely opposite to his wishes, Li Yingwan just stands up, smiling sweetly and happily agrees. Sure, I will go get it ready. As he eats, enjoying the soup, Sun Kike walks down toward them. She hands Chen Nuo a paper bag, telling him to put it on. She heard him coughing all class, and since it is freezing, he needs to bundle up. He reaches inside the bag, pulls out a sweater, and holds it up to ask. Sun Kike, did you steal this from your dad? Does Sun Shengli even know? She shrugs, saying he is asleep and won't even notice one missing sweater. Just put it on, she insists. Though he does not say it out loud, he secretly thinks this sweater is pretty ugly. Seeing Sun Kike about to cry because he drank the other girl's soup, he quickly relents and puts on his future father-in-law's sweater. She asks if he needs to take a few days off since he looks so sick. In his head, he realizes it is perfect timing for his next move. He tells her brother Lei just imported new bikes, and he is tagging along to the factory to learn the ropes. Seeing the worry in Sun Kike's eyes, he pats her head. Don't worry, I will be back in a few days. It's like a mini trip, maybe it will cure my cold. He asks her to look after his little sister this weekend, and she instantly agrees to pick her up next Friday. Nepal, May 20th, 2001. Chen Nuo slaps a giant stack of dollars on the desk, demanding a fast ride straight to Lukla and ABC. He adds that he is in a massive rush. Conveniently, the receptionist has friends who are flying out to ABC tomorrow. It is not going to be cheap, she warns, and she has to check if they mind taking a stranger along. ABC stands for Everest Base Camp, and Chen Nuo immediately throws down another stack of cash. The receptionist instantly flips her attitude, smiling and saying those friends of her are totally chill. I doubt they would reject a young climber from the east. It is May 21st, 2001, 9:40 a.m. at Lukla Airport. A group is ready to board. A young guy carrying a suitcase yells to his friends, "All right, girls, time to move." These two girls are sisters. The younger, Neville Devonhill, is 18, while her older sister, Legis Devonhill, is 24. Neville Devonhill asks if they can leave yet, mentioning her dad said they are waiting for another guest. Looking up at the chopper, the uncle says their late guest seems to be arriving, so they should head up first. Chen Nuo steps down, apologizing for being late. The boarding agent asks the guest recommended by Wilson for his passport, and our boy hands it over right away. No problem. That fake passport cost $50 made on the spot. The agent looks at it, asking if his name is Chen Nuo. He replies, Chen 21 from Ha. Handing it back, the agent praises his English, saying his accent is so clean. Have you ever been to London? The agent asks. Chen Nuo replies he visited a few times, being a big Gunners fan. The uncle reaches out his hand, saying his family are all Arsenal fans too, welcoming him to the group. Shaking hands, the uncle warns him, look, you only paid to hitch a ride on our chopper. Once we are up there, whatever trouble you cause is strictly on you and has absolutely nothing to do with us. So once the chopper touches down at Everest Base Camp, our little deal is completely over. Chen Nuo smiles, saying he is just hitching a ride anyway. Legis watches him, quietly writing him off as a total newbie. She judges him with a glance, knowing anyone with actual climbing experience would never waste their battery like that. Because once you hit base camp, charging up is a nightmare. Plus, he looks way too skinny to be a real climber. Late, lazy, and completely unserious. He is probably just chasing clout on Everest without knowing how deadly it is. Completely shallow and clueless. Chen Nuo pulls off his headphones to introduce himself, saying she looks super familiar. He asks if her nickname is Hummingbird, and Lagos replies yes, figuring he must have read her magazines before. Praising her beauty, he makes Lagos thank him. Chen Nuo then glances over at her younger sister, realizing she is indeed Neville Devonhill. In his mind, he remembers Hummingbird later becomes Neville Devonhill's nickname, used to honor her older sister Lagos who saved her life. Tomorrow her family dies in his past life. Talk about a brutal twist. That was how his connection with Hummingbird began in his past life. Now, on May 22, 2001 at Lobouche Peak, the uncle leads the climb, calling down excitedly. Keep pushing, we are almost at the resting point, he shouts. Below him are the Devonsai sisters. They use their climbing axes to hook onto the ice and claw their way up. Uncle Rhea pulls out a specially crafted knife, thinking to himself that this custom blade is finally about to do its job. Above him, a woman sees him cutting their rope and screams out, "Brother, what the hell are you doing?" The uncle stands there and yells back, "Only after you guys die can I finally inherit your entire fortune." Just like that, the two parents fall. Watching them plunge, the devastated sisters scream out for their mom and dad. The evil uncle grins, saying, "Do not worry, he will not let their family stay separated for long," as Lagus silently looks up. Neville Devanhill screams from below, begging him to stop. Lagus looks down at her sister with a smile, grabs the uncle, and tells Neville Devanhill to survive. The uncle screams out, "Do not drag me down with you," as Lagus desperately kicks off the steep rocks. 2 months later, the young girl stands inside, clutching a knife, looking out the window as those vultures close the deal. Neville Devanhill mutters, "You guys took absolutely everything. This estate is our only memory and bond left, so why do you have to steal it from us too?" Clutching the knife tightly, she drives it into the man's back, screaming not to sell her home, while the buyer shrieks in terror that she is a murderer. Neville Devanhill gets thrown into prison, and right away, a guard starts eyeing her maliciously. Hearing she is a rich girl, the guard smirks, saying the warden will love her. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo is on a mission, standing right outside the office. To him, killing a guard is way too low level. It is honestly bad for his reputation. He kicks the door open only to witness a completely sickening sight. A twisted female warden is licking her whip, wrapping a chain around Neville Devanhill's neck, demanding her to start crying out in pain. A single gunshot blasts straight through the warden's chest. She collapses, begging for help. Neville Devanhill stands up, screaming that the warden has tortured her for 6 long years. Strangling the guard, she screams one more time that she suffered for 6 whole years. Chen Nuo steps in, gently draping his own coat over her trembling shoulders. "Wear this," he says, throwing her over his shoulder and asking for her name. Getting no reply, he wonders if she prefers to stay silent. She stammers out, "Hummingbird." Chen Nuo repeats it, thinking that in this new life, she will never have to be just a shadow of her sister. She will finally be herself. Neville Devanhill. Back in this life, on May 22, 2001, the uncle waves goodbye to Chen Nuo. "Great trip, man. Good luck out there. We're staying at ABC for a bit, so hit us up if you need anything." He slides a tiny gift into Neville Devanhill's hand, calling it a small peace offering. She opens her palm. It's a chocolate bar. Neville Devanhill thinks, "What a weird coincidence. How does he know my absolute favorite chocolate?" Beside her, Lagus snaps, "I hate this guy." When her sister asks why, she puts her hands on her hips, "Because he dared to totally ignore my gorgeous face. He's only being nice to you." Then came the climbing day, and everything plays out exactly like her past life. Neville Devanhill's dad leads the pack, calling out to hang in there because the camp is close. But then, the uncle starts cutting the rope. Everyone freaks out, screaming, "What the hell is he doing? Stop, use the ice axes, hold on tight, and don't let go." Then Neville Devanhill plummets. But this time, Chen Nuo's hand shoots out. He catches her waist, telling her she's safe, don't be scared. He smiles, whispering that he's got her, and she passes out. Cut to a bright red tent sitting at the snowy mountain's base. Neville Devanhill wakes up to find Chen Nuo sitting right there. Handing her a bowl of hot porridge, he tells her to eat up quick because he worked crazy hard to keep it warm. Curled up in her sleeping bag, she dazedly stares at him. Then she suddenly remembers the mountain, bolts upright, and screams for her dad, her mom, and sister. Chen Nuo quickly asks if she's still not fully awake. And here's the absolute kicker, there is nobody else here. No dad, no mom, no sister Lagus. And definitely no Uncle Benjamin either. It was all a massive lie she made up, she's completely alone. Suddenly, her fragile memory fragments start to shatter. Back on April 17, 1997, her famous climber parents died in a brutal storm while trying to scale Mount Everest itself. Then on June 6, 1999, her sister Lagus set out to fulfill their parents' ultimate last wish. But during adaptation training on Lobuche Peak, her climbing rope snapped, and she plunged straight to her death. In May 2000, her heavily indebted Uncle Benjamin tried to force her to sell the family home, so she shot him dead in pure self-defense. Even though the court ruled it self-defense, Chen Nuo sighs, "But Neville Devanhill, look at yourself. Your mind totally broke after that. You literally split into 4 different personalities, your mom, dad, sister, and uncle, pretending that your family's tragic deaths never even happened. Looking back, there was only ever you and Chen Nuo on that entire flight. You played your dad first, shaking his hand and wishing him luck, telling him to hit your family up at the ABC camp if he ever needed a hand. Then you became your sister, boasting about how he must have read your magazine. And staring in the mirror, you channeled your uncle, telling the girls to get ready to roll." Chen Nuo places a hand on her shoulder. "Since you got kicked out of Westminster School last month for skipping class, you used your dead sister's passport and identity to join this climbing expedition under her name. You paid for the entire helicopter ride to fly everyone to ABC camp, and I just paid you to hitch a ride on your flight. Then this very afternoon, while climbing, you started hallucinating and pulled out a knife to cut the safety rope. Your teammates absolutely lost their minds. They screamed, "What are you doing? Hold on tight, don't let go. Stop it or we are all falling. Use the ice axes." Chen Nuo remembers that in the original timeline, Neveril Devonhill actually cut that rope, severely injuring two of her teammates. She got thrown into an insane asylum, and his actual mission back then was just to assassinate her. But unfortunately, that twisted asylum director was very real. Back then, Chen Nuo realized killing a noble heir in a mental ward was just too messy. He decided these cheap, low-tier hits were totally beneath his pay grade anyway. He looks at her with real pity. This is the brutal truth, and he's sorry for shattering her peaceful dream. Because that beautiful world she created is actually a pitch-black abyss dragging her down. Hearing his words, Neveril Devonhill completely freezes, and tears start spilling down her face without her even realizing it. She buries her face in Chen Nuo's chest, sobbing hysterically. In her past life, she was locked up and tortured by that sick director for years until she completely broke. This time around, he vows to help her beat this nightmare for good. The next day, they visit a memorial cross inscribed with her parents' names, forever resting on Mount Everest. Wishing them peace, she looks at a climbing hook hanging nearby, holding a simple metal identity tag. Neveril Devonhill slowly pulls off her own neck tag, hanging it right next to her sister's. She whispers that her entire family is finally together on this mountain. They turn to leave as Chen Nuo tells her not to worry, because he's already handled everything behind the scenes. He already smoothed things over with her climbing team. Her swinging a knife around and trying to cut the rope totally terrified them, but luckily nobody got hurt. She cuts him off, asking if they think she's insane, but he just tells her he blamed it on altitude sickness. They won't press charges, especially since Chen Nuo bribed them with some of her high-end climbing gear. Turning to him, Neveril Devonhill softly whispers her deepest thanks. She adds that she plans on donating her parents' estate. She wants to start a climbing foundation with it. Chen Nuo agrees. Great idea. Do not leave cash sitting around or some jerk is going to try stealing it. Nivu softly asks him if leaving today means they are parting ways forever. Are they really never meeting again? He straight up replies, yeah, probably. Hearing this, she hesitates like she has got something to say, but he cuts her off. I already know what you want to ask. Nevu is honest. She knows he won't talk. Honestly, if he had actually tried anything last night, she would not have minded. Chen Nuo pretends to regret it. Wait, really? Should they stay another day? Because once she leaves, there is no second chance. He laughs, waving a casual goodbye. Catch you later, girl. She just bites her lip, clearly wanting to say something more. Suddenly, Chen Nuo freezes up. Nivu runs over and hugs him tight, crying out that if he says the word, she will follow him. Anywhere they go, she won't care who he really is, and she won't care about his secrets either. Chen Nuo sighs deeply, turning around to tell her that he really wants her to live her own life. A good, warm, normal life. Go be an extreme sports expert, Nivu. She wraps her arms around his waist, holding him incredibly tight. He rests his hand on her butt, thinking this hummingbird girl should just stay in his memories. But Nivu instantly senses something is off, blushes hard and asks why his hand is touching her butt. Chen Nuo quickly apologizes, claiming it was just an accident, and then she finally turns and walks away. Well, goodbye. Chen Nuo stands watching her go, thinking a quiet life like this is actually pretty great. Meanwhile, over in Sun Kiki room, she cannot sleep at all, so she lies there staring at the ceiling and counting sheep. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 100. She tosses and turns, wondering why she is so wide awake. Let us try again. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, and eventually she is up to 31, 32, 33 sheep. But sleep never comes, because she keeps seeing Chen Nuo's stupid face on the white sheep. Sitting up, she curses that jerk. She grumbles that tomorrow is her birthday. Yet he is still gone with his phone completely out of service. It is not like he is away on business, but then she sighs, realizing he probably does not even know her birthday anyway. Suddenly, a small rock taps against her window. Stunned, Sun Kike gently pulls back the curtain and peers down to spot none other than Chen Nuo standing there. She grabs her phone to text him back and forth. Why is he even here at midnight? No way is she opening her window. While he begs her to open up, she plays hard to get, snapping a quick nope, not happening. Then, silence on his end. Peeking outside, she sees nothing and worries if he actually got mad and left. But right then, her phone buzzes with another text. It is a sweet happy birthday text sent exactly at midnight. Sun Kike beams, realizing that he actually remembered her special day after all. She pulls the curtain wide open, blushing. And oh boy, he gets a massive view that completely short-circuits his brain. Holy cow, they are huge. Stunned by the view, he mindlessly throws another rock, completely forgetting to control his strength or check his aim. Sun Kike covers her mouth in horror, looking over to see the neighboring window completely shattered. That was her parents' room. Chen Nuo stands there, kicking himself for totally messing up his power and targeting. Instantly, the lights flick on inside Sun Shengli room, followed by a furious roar. Who is the jerk smashing my window in the middle of the night? Hearing this, Chen Nuo immediately bolts before getting caught. A school week later, outside Sun Kike Place, Boss Xiao bids farewell, asking Sun Shengli to think over their generous offer. After those executives finally leave, the old man closes the door behind them and lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Suddenly, a loud knock startles him. Peeking out, he finds Chen Nuo beaming face shouting out, "Hey there, Sun Shengli, I am finally back." Seeing the kid's smug face, the teacher tries slamming the door, but Chen Nuo desperately begs him to keep it open. "It is me. I am here to fix your window. I already called the repairman, and we cannot let him make a trip for nothing." Sitting on the couch, Sun Shengli glares at him, silently cursing this brat for daring to throw rocks at Sun Kike window late at night. Chen Nuo casually asks if that was Teacher Liu he saw leaving earlier. Sun Shengli explains they were discussing some school business with Boss Zhao, which immediately makes Chen Nuo wonder if they want to renew his teaching contract. The teacher is shocked, asking how he knew, but Chen Nuo just shrugs. He knows the academy is restructuring after this term ends, transitioning from public to private. Since Sun Shengli is the only award-winning teacher left, those greedy capitalists definitely want to keep him around as their poster child for recruitment. But seeing the old man looking pretty down, Chen Nuo asks if he rejected the offer because the money was too low. The old man looks down sadly, admitting the new pay is actually way higher, but then he suddenly snaps, yelling at the nosy brat to stay out of grown-up financial business. "Do not act so tough, Comrade Sun Shengli. You still owe me 200,000. Plus, he grins wickedly, thinking about that whole not fully fledged remark. If he got bold enough, he could easily make his daughter a stay-at-home mom. Sun Shengli glares, adjusting his glasses to snap. "Anyway, why are you skipping school right now?" Chen Nuo quickly jumps up, claiming he just wanted to fix his teacher's glasses. He dips immediately. Out in the hallway, he stands thinking about how that recent high-interest loan shark drama got way too messy. Sun Shengli is all about his pride, and with the school still gossiping, the poor guy is too embarrassed to even teach. On Saturday, the school hosts a spring field trip and Sun Shengli ends up as one of the chaperones. Looks like our boy needs to score the teacher a major win to save his rep. At the park, next to girls in short skirts, little Xiao Yezi is shouting. The blindfolded little girl stands in the middle, shouting that she is coming to find her sisters Sun Keike and Oni. Lua Qing sits there jealous, saying a sister makes picking up girls way too easy, but Chen Nuo just brushes it off. "You are too young to get how exhausting it is having too many girls," Chen Nuo says, making his buddy immediately call absolute cap. A second later, Xiao Yezi tags someone, yelling that she got Sister Oni, while Sun Kike stands there feeling totally left out. Chen Nuo is low-key proud of himself, thinking it was a genius move to bring Xiao Yezi, otherwise he would be in deep trouble. He tells Lua Qing to keep an eye on them while he slips away, then spots Zhang Linsheng shivering nearby and teases him, asking if he is the legendary big boss Hao Nan. The guy grumbles that he retired from that life and is just Zhang Linsheng now, while some fangirls nearby scream out names of handsome drama leads. They scream their love at those four dudes, the local knockoff F4 group. Zhang Linsheng sighs, muttering that the whole gangster aesthetic is dead, loyalty is a joke, and it is time for him to retire. Chen Nuo laughs, telling him only the flu is trendy now, that F4 hype will die soon, so let those low-tier losers have their fun. With a sly grin, Chen Nuo asks if he can swim, and when Zhang Linsheng says no, Chen Nuo just mutters a quick acknowledgement. Oh man, he did not just do that. Without warning, our boy grabs Zhang Linsheng and chucks him straight into the lake, promising to pay him back later. Then he screams for Teacher Sun to hurry over and save a kid drowning in the lake. Hearing the cries, Sun Shengli rushes over, stripping his coat off and asking where the kid is, while Chen Nuo holds Lua Qing back and points to the lake. His buddy is totally confused and tells Chen Nuo to let go since he actually knows how to swim and help. The teacher dives in, warning the students to stay back and not follow him. Sun Shengli quickly swims over to Zhang Linsheng and drags him back to safety, telling him to hang in there. But as the teacher tries to climb out, his foot slips. Luckily, Chen Nuo grabs him just in time, while Sun Kike runs over in a total panic, asking if her dad is okay. Chen Nuo instantly hypes up Teacher Sun, and the other students join in, chanting that their teacher is the absolute best. While everyone is cheering, Lua Qing still wonders why Chen Nuo stopped him, since the teacher is older and having backup would have been way safer. Chen Nuo silently laughs, knowing his buddy almost ruined the plan, then pats his shoulder to calm him down. He tells him nothing could go wrong with him around, then waves Li Yingwan over, who quickly jogs up and asks what is up. Chen Nuo asks if her family, with their heavy commercial connections, might know some of the big local media outlets. Sure enough, a few days later, Sun Shengli's heroic rescue lands him on the front page of the city newspaper. The local news even broadcasts his brave rescue at Thanho Park, which quickly leads to a massive ceremony honoring Sun Shengli as an outstanding teacher of Jiangning District. Back at his house, a corporate rep drops by, saying headquarters ordered them to keep the teacher at all costs. They are ready to offer him insane benefits, making him the head homeroom teacher for the graduating seniors and the overall grade supervisor. On top of that, he gets to run school research and serve as the assistant principal. This is basically a vice principal gig, and they already have the contract ready for him to sign. Sun Shengli is over 40, and suddenly he is at the peak of his life. After school, Zhang Linsheng buys a protective amulet to wear. He walks out the gate, muttering that every time he crosses paths with that jerk Chen Nuo, he gets backstabbed, so he needs to avoid him. But then he spots Sun Kike walking by. Isn't she supposed to head to the staff dorms? This is the complete opposite direction. Zhang Linsheng quietly tails her and sees her enter Lei's bike shop, wondering if she is buying a ride, but Lei is currently out. The clerk says the owner went to grab noodles down the street and should be back soon, suggesting she should just call him. Sun Ki politely declines and goes to look for him, but once outside, she realizes she forgot to leave a thank you gift for Lei. Since Lei got Chen Nuo the job, she wanted to show appreciation, while Zhang Linsheng freaks out because there is absolutely nowhere left to hide. He crouches down, pretending to tie his shoelace, praying she somehow doesn't see him. He keeps chanting it like a spell, but Sun Kike walks straight up and asks if he is Zhang Linsheng, leaving him scratching his head in surprise. She giggles, saying he is practically a celebrity today, making Zhang Linsheng want to cry, because he got grouped together with her dad. She playfully asks if he is low-key stalking her, and honestly, the sheer panic on his face is priceless as he claims he just lives nearby. Inside a nearby car, a bald thug asks if those two are the targets. The passenger nods. Yep, the insider at Baldy Loy's shop said so. Just a high school kid, and some girl who always hangs around him. It's definitely them. With that, the thugs instantly make their move. Two guys jump out of the car, shouting to move fast and drag them in. One thug immediately grabs Sun Kike and shoves a rag over her mouth to stop her screams. Zhang Linsheng freezes, totally losing his mind and screaming, "Kidnapping!" But the boss rolls down his car window to shut him up. He sneers, asking if Zhang Linsheng is that famous tough guy who knows how to fight. Zhang Linsheng is completely baffled. A famous fighter? Me? Wait, did his fake reputation as the legendary Chan Ho Nam of Bat Trung Hai actually spread this far? He never wanted this gangster life, yet here he is, a living myth. The thug points to the back seat, warning them to get in quietly if they don't want trouble. Their big boss just wants to have a civilized chat with him. He threatens that if Zhang Linsheng doesn't cooperate, the girl gets hurt. Zhang Linsheng's heroic instincts kick in. Sun Shengli saved his life once. He can't just stand by. He might have retired from his imaginary street life, but the legendary code of Chan Ho Nam demands loyalty. He points a finger, yelling at them to keep their hands off her, then complies and climbs into the vehicle. The car speeds away, leaving Sun Kike's drop bag on the pavement. A bit later, Chen Nuo returns from lunch and Wu Dale greets him. Wu Dale asks where Sun Kike is, since she just went to find him at the noodle shop down the street. Chen Nuo is completely confused. He says he must have missed her because he stopped by the grocery store, so he decides to go back and check. Walking back, he spots a familiar bag lying on the ground. Picking it up, his stomach drops. He instantly knows something has gone horribly wrong. Check this out. The scene cuts to the backyard of Gia Fong Hall, where the kidnapper's car is parked. Inside, the big boss King Shan sits waiting as his thugs salute him. They drag the two captives in, announcing they got them. When Sun Kike whimpers, a thug snaps at her to shut up or get wrecked. Meanwhile, Zhang Linsheng looks around, totally lost, as the boss motions him to sit. As Zhang Linsheng awkwardly sits, King Shan sips his tea and says he actually respects the kid's guts. He complains that it has been 20 years since anyone messed him up this bad. He spent 15 days in the hospital, and even got pneumonia from the stupid IV drips. Zhang Linsheng is losing his mind. Who is this guy, and what does he want with me? The boss grunts, saying his stitches still haven't fully healed, and asks if the kid has anything to say for himself. Zhang Linsheng brainlessly tells him to drink more hot water, making the boss choke and spit. The angry gang members immediately step up to beat him. They yell to cripple him, terrifying Zhang Linsheng, who thinks he is about to get sliced. But King Shan calmly wipes his mouth and holds them back. Setting down his tea, the boss says they still haven't introduced themselves properly. He introduces himself as Li Qingshan, a name respected in the underworld where people call him Hall Master. He asks for his crew, and Zhang Linsheng claims he's Chan Ho Nam of Bat Trung Hai. The boss chokes again, thinking this punk must think he has never watched a Hong Kong movie. He sighs, saying there's no rush if he won't talk. He waves his hand, and his henchmen bring out a massive suitcase full of cash. He says it's just a small gift of 500,000 yuan for his new brother, but he wants to buy something in return. Zhang Linsheng is drooling over the cash, but the boss reveals his condition. He wants the right hand of Baldy Loy. Bring me Baldy Loy's right hand within 3 days and the cash is yours. Zhang Linsheng is horrified. A hand? The boss nods. Yep, just one hand. Sun Kike trembles as the boss says she'll be staying here as his guest for those 3 days. He promises he's a man of honor who follows the rules. She'll be fed well and kept completely safe. But in 3 days he expects that hand, or she doesn't go home. Cold sweat drips down Zhang Linsheng's face. Who even is Baldy Loy, and a severed hand? He hasn't even finished his high school homework yet. Then it hits him. The boss thinks Sun Kiki is his girlfriend. He nervously gulps. They've definitely mistaken me for someone else entirely. If these monsters find out, they'll slaughter him and Sun Kiki instantly. His only choice is to keep playing along. He's shaking so hard he can't even stand. Let's think for a second, who did they actually mistake him for? He thinks of Chen Nuo. Could that guy really be some crazy powerhouse to make a mafia boss treat him like this? The boss looks over, asking why he's sweating so much. The question sends a massive wave of panic through Zhang Linsheng. Is he about to get exposed? Is this the end? To understand, we have to look at Zhang Linsheng's totally average, working-class background. His dad works odd jobs at a garage for pocket change, while his mom cleans floors at a local clothing market. Growing up poor, the other kids constantly mocked him for not having the cool toys they had. His family was broke, but soon he found a way to get respect and free stuff by using raw violence. He started picking petty fights, screaming, "Watch where you were going, you blind idiot, bumping into me like that." His sidekicks kept hyping him up, yelling, "Beat him up more, Boss Trung." We hated his face for ages. If Boss Trung says black is black, then it is. How dare you even talk back, you punk. Zhang Linsheng knew people trashed him behind his back, calling him a cheap street thug, but at least they kept their mouths shut to his face. The schoolgirls always whispered when he walked by, asking if they saw him. Zhang Linsheng completely wrecked Lum Thung, a total creep who was always trying to get handsy with girls. Someone finally taught that creep a lesson, but other girls just shrugged, saying, "Bad guys fight bad guys, neither of them are clean." At 56, he lost his only weapon against this cruel world, raw violence. Just useless anger that changes absolutely nothing. One time, a girl confessed to him with a love letter, saying she liked him for 3 years because he was not a bad guy. But he coldly shot her down, saying he did not like her and she was definitely not his type. Honestly, he kind of liked her too, but he figured dating would just drain whatever little cash he had. Later on, Zhang Linsheng met the girl he secretly loved, forcing himself to hide his pathetic real self behind a tough mask. His crush was Sun Kiki, but his homies told him to back off. "Stop staring, Zhang Linsheng. She is the Dean of Education's daughter. We cannot climb that high in life." But he swore that from that day on, he was her tough hero, Haonan, and she was his girl. Too bad he could not protect her in the end. But watch him now. This is his only shot to protect his girl. Let's see if he steps up. Running from the shame. Having finally figured it all out, Zhang Linsheng boldly speaks up, demanding a cigarette. He coldly lights up, relaxes with a puff of smoke, and tells them 500,000 is not enough. King Shan laughs, loving how brave and greedy he is. "I really love that attitude. Once this job is done, I will double that amount for you." Zhang Linsheng grabs the cash suitcase, stands up, and says he is in, but she better not lose a single hair when he comes back in 3 days. He walks up to her, promising Sun Kiki he will get her out of this mess because he always keeps his word. Hearing that word makes her think of Chen Nuo. Meanwhile, Zhang Linsheng walks out of the mansion, knowing he needs to track down Chen Nuo as fast as possible. Spotting Chen Nuo speeding by on his bike, Zhang Linsheng runs over the second he stops and calls his name. Chen Nuo asks how he even recognized him, while Zhang Linsheng silently thinks he would know his face anywhere. Shoving the cash suitcase forward, Zhang Linsheng warns him that some old boss named Li captured Sun Kiki after mistaking him for Chen Nuo. "She is fine for now, but they paid me 500,000 to take out Baldy Lei." Chen Nuo listens closely. He nods, saying she is inside and safe for now. But when Chen Nuo tells him to go home, Zhang Linsheng stutters, asking if he can help. Should we call the cops or find backup? But Chen Nuo just tells him to head home, since this is not his fight anymore. Meanwhile, inside, a goon holds a blade to Sun Kiki's neck, asking the boss if they can have some fun with her. King Shan snaps back, asking if the other girls around are not enough to keep him satisfied. He tells his men to tail Baldy Lei with high-quality cameras for the next couple of days, making sure they record every single second of the kid actually doing the dirty work. Then he smirks, saying they will obviously hand the footage straight to the police. After all, they are just law-abiding citizens. He scowls, asking if they seriously thought his money was that easy to take. For 500,000 yuan, he wants Baldy Lei's hand plus 10 years in prison for that punk. Now that is a fair deal. Once the kid is locked up, the job is done, and they can do whatever they want with his girl. His goons immediately start kiss-assing, hyping him up as a genius compared to brainless thugs like them who only know violence. They keep chanting about how smart the boss is. King Shan smiles, lecturing them that times have changed and pure violence gets you nowhere. He tells his guys to use their tiny brains, but wait, watch this. Something outside completely stops him in his tracks. Chen Nuo is standing right there at the door in his helmet. King Shan asks why Brother Haonan is back in his old gear. Chen Nuo cracks his shoulders, saying he had to avoid the cameras since their first meeting was pretty rushed. "I did not find any safe at your office, but since we are at your actual hideout today, you definitely have one here, right? The boss smirks, admitting the kid can fight, but he is definitely not the toughest guy he has ever run into. Last time you just caught me off guard, but today one shout brings 50 guys down on your head. Can you seriously take on 50 men? He confidently lights up another smoke, smugly saying he does not buy it for a second. Chen Nuo holds up 2 fingers, telling him to watch if he finishes his cigarette before his men get absolutely wiped out in 2 minutes. King Shan blows a puff of smoke, laughing that the kid has got some real nerve to talk to him like that. The toughest fighter I ever met was back when I was 40, doing some sketchy jade deals in Burma. He was a monster bodyguard for a massive boss. The boss closes his eyes, thinking about what a real master looks like, while his goons scream to charge. His old voice still echoes in his head. I literally saw him leap across rooftops and scale walls, his punches throwing crazy shockwaves through the air. One punch from that guy could shatter a thick wooden pole like a toothpick. Down at the Burmese mines, this absolute legend faced over 10 blade-wielding thugs alone, scattering them like lost puppies. But in the end, what does that even matter? 2 years later, that big boss got cornered in a mine, while his master fighter got 2 gun barrels pressed to his head, beaten to a bloody pulp. King Shan takes another drag of his cigarette and scoffs. No matter how slick your kung fu is, you still fear blades, and one bullet ends you. Nowadays, it is all about influence, connections, and actual brains. A lone wolf gets you absolutely nowhere. Even if you can fight, you are just a tool to be used. But suddenly he freezes in shock. His entire crew is flat on the ground, and only our boy is left standing. Shaking with pure panic, King Shan reaches into his jacket, stammering, "How is this even possible?" Chen Nuo walks over, mocking him, "You are a big shot, so you should have brains. If I don't let you draw that gun, you will never accept defeat. You will never let it go, so go ahead, draw it." King Shan whips out his gun, pulls the trigger, and screams, "Die!" But wait, check this out. Chen Nuo catches the bullet with 2 fingers, shoves him onto a chair, and keeps talking. For some people, the rules never change because they are the rules. Chen Nuo asks if he is done yet, since he gave him a free shot. Now it is time to end this. I don't care about underworld drama, and your beef with bald Wu Dali is none of my business. So what should you do now? You are no fool. King Shan quickly begs, "Yes, from now on you are the boss, whatever you say goes." Chen Nuo states cold, "But that bullet you just shot at me won't slide. Spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." He presses his hand on his leg. Li Qingshan screams in agony, then Chen Nuo carries Sun Kiki to his bike, telling her to chill. Zhang Lin Sheng just stands there watching, feeling totally useless that he couldn't do a single thing. Protecting Sun Kiki is a must because she is his girl. Sun Kiki timidly asks, "Are you still the same Chen Nuo? You feel so different, like I don't even know you anymore." He asks back, "Is changing really that bad?" She anxiously replies, "Well, yes, it is good. Your old self was so gloomy that nobody ever wanted to get close to you. Now you are literally shining, but I am still scared." He asks what she is afraid of as Sun Kike hugs him tight and explains, "I saw you beat down a whole mob of guys just now. Since when did you become such an absolute beast? Chen Nuo, what actually happened to you? Why does it feel like you are drifting further and further away? You are like some mysterious mafia boss, and I am just a super basic girl. I keep wondering what is going to happen to us. Even though you hate studying and won't make it to college, I want you to wait for me while I go. Whenever I am free, I will hang out at Wu Dale's auto shop with you. After graduation, I will find a job nearby just to cling to you." She pictures arriving at the shop with Chen Nuo fixing bikes and Wu Dale happily shouting that Sun Kike is here. "Hey Chen Nuo, no overtime today, go hang out with Sun Kike. When are you two getting married? Don't waste her youth, bro." In her head, she imagines them getting married, working hard, buying a cozy little house, and living happily together with little Xiao Yezi. Then we would have a cute baby just like her. Sun Kiki then envisions them cuddling in bed, whispering sweet secrets. "Why aren't you sleeping? Staring like that makes me worry I will forget you in our next life. Let me memorize your face. Next life, no matter what you become, even a puppy or a grasshopper, I will find you. Hey, you are the grasshopper. If we have some extra cash, we will go shopping, watch movies, and walk hand in hand through the city square. Years will pass until our hair turns completely gray. Even if we grow senile and forget everyone else, I will still remember you." Then we see them old, walking together with a cane. "Hey, old man, are you going to Wu Dali's shop today?" Wait, who even is Wu Dali anyway? And who am I? "You are Sun Keke. What about me? Do you remember who I am? You are my Chen Nuo." Back in reality, she breaks down crying. Bro. This is where the heartbreak hits, because now she cannot see them together at all. Hearing this, Chen Nuo hits the brakes, takes off his helmet, and turns to call her name. Sun Keke. He kicks down the kickstand, pulls Sun Keke close, and kisses her straight on the lips. Her eyes widen in pure shock, completely frozen by his sudden move. Chen Nuo thinks to himself that he will protect her simple life, her family, and her pure love with absolutely everything he has. "Don't worry, when you wake up, I will still be the Chen Nuo you always knew." They sit together and she falls asleep on his shoulder. Later, she slowly opens her eyes, looks at him, and whispers, Chen Nuo, I had a crazy dream. I dreamed you became some legendary hero and went so far away. I ran after you, crying, but I could never catch up. That sadness was heavy. He gently wipes away her tears and calls her a fool, while she stands up, completely confused. Chen Nuo tells her he definitely went to Loi's bike shop to find her. He asks if she seriously doesn't remember begging him for a ride before totally passing out. She gasps, wait, really? She has absolutely no memory of that. She panics, wondering if she's already getting early dementia or something. She decides right then and there to start keeping a daily diary. Chen Nuo slips his helmet on, they hop on the bike, and he's like, let's go home. Sun Kike immediately blushes, like your place or mine? Chen Nuo gets lost in thought. Hypnosis can't completely wipe someone's brain. It only locks away a specific slice of time. As long as Li Qingshan stays gone and nothing triggers her, Sun Kike can forget this day forever. But he needs to hypnotize Haonan too, just in case he slips up. A month later at Jinling Airport, Li Yingwan spots her mom arriving, waves frantically, and runs over to give Zhang Yingzi a huge hug. She whines about how much she missed her mom. Zhang Yingzi asks if the task is done, and she confirms she already invited him to dinner tonight. Zhang Yingzi wants to thank him face-to-face, asking how far they have actually progressed. Li Yingwan admits they're still just friends, leaving her mom pretty disappointed with the zero progress, though they still have a dinner to prep for. That evening, Li Yingwan and her mom wait outside a high-end estate with their bodyguards. She spots Chen Nuo pedaling up on a bicycle and whispers to her mom that he is here. Instantly, the guards bow as Zhang Yingzi speaks up. She says her sensitive status makes it hard to visit his school, so she had Li Yingwan invite him instead, hoping he understands. Nearby pedestrians start gossiping, wondering who these rich foreigners are and what they're up to. But Chen Nuo ignores the noise. They head inside, where a private VIP room is fully prepared for their meeting. Zhang Yingzi pours the drinks, mentioning Li Yingwan told her he isn't into foreign liquor, so she got some local Jiangha white wine instead for him. Serving local wine to a local seemed right. Chen Nuo just smiles, knowing this kind of red carpet treatment means they definitely want a favor. She hands Li Yingwan a glass, telling her she should drink a bit tonight too. Then she toasts Chen Nuo, and all three of them down it. The daughter instantly grimaces, waving her hand to cool her burning throat. Her mom marvels at how incredibly strong Chinese liquor is, while Chen Nuo just watches them, completely speechless at their crazy drinking style. If they pass out, how is he supposed to carry them home? Suddenly, Zhang Yingzi stands up, and both mother and daughter drop to their knees to thank him. She says a proper thank you should have come from the man of the house. But since her son is currently unwell, he couldn't make it. Chen Nuo is visibly startled and urges them to stop. He tells her to please stand up since he and Li Yingwan are peers, making her the elder, but Zhang Yingzi insists on the gesture. She says Li Yingwan told her everything, about how he took down the enemy and avenged her late husband's bloody death. This toast is her absolute deepest gratitude to the man who brought her family justice. Without his crucial intervention, the entire Li clan would have been completely wiped out. She came here to thank him properly, and also to discuss her daughter Li Yingwan's future with him. Chen Nuo steps forward to help Zhang Yingzi up, admitting he actually has something important to tell her as well. But she cuts him off, begging him to let Li Yingwan stay by his side. He freezes, totally stunned, because he was literally about to ask her to take Li Yingwan back home. But the mother keeps pleading. She knows they are aiming way too high, but her daughter can serve him as a loyal follower or anything he wants. This is their absolute loyalty on a silver platter. Li Yingwan is completely stunned. Honestly, you can feel the tension in the room as Chen Nuo asks her mother if she even knows what she is saying. She insists she is dead serious. He snaps back, asking if she understands how utterly ridiculous her proposal actually is. He demands if she truly gets it, and she nods honestly. So he asks if they are secretly running from some massive trouble again. Zhang Yingzi denies it, explaining this is the only way the Li family can ever pay him back. Helping her up, he mutters, "Pay me back?" He tells her there is absolutely no need for that. But looking at the gorgeous girl standing right there, maybe he is secretly tempted. Pouring himself a full glass, he downs it in one clean shot. Chen Nuo slams the glass down, declaring he has officially accepted their thanks. He turns to leave as the panicked mother and daughter cry out his name, but he just waves his hand without looking back. Zhang Yingzi refuses to give up, shouting that her proposal is completely serious and begging him to deeply consider it. Chen Nuo slams the door shut behind him, leaving Zhang Yingzi panicked that he is mad. Li Yingwan tries to speak, but her mom snaps at her to shut up. The fragile girl immediately bursts into tears. Reaching out, Zhang Yingzi begs her daughter not to hate her for being so ruthless before hugging her tight. She explains that they are basically drifting on a sinking ship, and running a massive empire alone as a widow is incredibly dangerous. Her brother is too young. It will take at least 10 years for him to mature. Their family desperately needs a powerful backer right now. If she can't win his heart, she must pack up and return home with her mother. Look, I am trying to leech off some rich tycoon, but we are from the gutter, so you do not stand a chance with those elites. At best, you are just a side chick. Are you really okay with that? At least this rich kid is into you, and you low-key like him back. Li Yingwan cries her eyes out, sob whispering, but you do not have to sell me off like some product, Mom. Why can't I just date him like a normal couple? Why do you have to act like I am some low-class servant? She pats her daughter's head, calling her a silly girl. Clearly he has no plans for you, or he wouldn't have ghosted that night without even leaving a name. If you weren't smart enough to remember that Chinese logo, we never would have tracked him down. Zhang Yingzi puts her hand on Li Yingwan's shoulder, getting real. We need him. So to make this work, even if you have to throw away your pride and cling to him like crazy, you hold on tight. For your brother's sake, you have to do this. Now watch this. Let's check out Emperor Karaoke, a high-end playground for the super wealthy. Luxury cars line the streets outside while hot girls swarm rich old geezers. One hostess walks out to say goodbye. Hey boss Nangiam, remember to come see me next time. He slurs back, absolutely. Next time bring your friends too, cause you alone can't handle me. Our boy feels super tense, but his heart is low-key racing with desire. Zhang Linsheng sits there staring as she waves. Boss Nangiam promised, so do not go forgetting it. Noticing some high schooler checking her out, the girl looks pretty annoyed. Zhang Linsheng gets up and heads to the restroom, muttering to himself that this sketchy place is totally not his vibe. A few hostesses recognize him and start whispering. Hey, isn't that Auntie La's kid? He is actually pretty cute. Oh, you like him? I totally want to take him home. He is way hotter than my previous toy boys. Stop talking trash. Look, his face is turning bright red. A girl named Xia Xia steps in to cut them off, telling them to stop teasing the kid. You guys scared him. He won't even look over here. Another girl snickers. Look at that. Tio Hong. You didn't move fast enough, so Xia Xia beat you to it. Xia Xia walks over, tilts Zhang Linsheng's chin up and gives him a warning. Listen, good boy. Do not wander around. Just wait in the lounge for Auntie La to finish her shift. Keep your eyes to yourself. You are still too young. Do not copy those perverted old men. Then they all head off together, whispering that some guy named Brother Vuong is waiting. He gulps hard, watching them leave. He splashes cold water on his face to wake up. Stepping outside, he remembers her name is Xia Xia, just as his mom walks up and calls out for Zhang Linsheng. She tells him to head home early, because some big spenders just booked a private room all night. Pulling an extra shift to clean up will get her another 50 yuan. Once morning comes and she is done, she will crash in the break room. He hands his mom a bottle of water and warns her not to overwork herself. Working 3 days at the market and pulling night shifts here means zero real rest. But she just shrugs it off. She says she is fine and tells him to go sleep for school tomorrow. Walking out, Zhang Linsheng sighs, thinking how awesome it must be to have real money. According to his mom, booking just one private room here costs way more than her entire monthly salary. He sits smoking by the curb, watching, then stands up. What is he even waiting for anyway? Suddenly, shouting cuts through the night. Block her. Why is she running? A bald thug corners Xia Xia. He sneers. Did she really think she could run? Why act so sweet in the room for those fat tips then? She promised to go with him but bailed. Totally uncool. Xia Xia tries to pull away, pleading with Boss Vuong. Claiming her sister arrived unexpectedly, she forgot to mention it, promising to make it up to him next time. The dude snaps, telling her to cut the garbage excuses. He booked her room for 3 straight days, and she pulls the same cheap trick every time. Xia Xia frantically tries to explain that it is not what he thinks. She begs Boss Vuong for tomorrow instead, offering to buy him dinner. He just grabs her wrist, yelling at her to shut up after flaking 3 times. He asks if she thinks he is a joke, swearing he will teach her a lesson tonight to save his own face. Then Tiger grabs her by the hair, dragging her away like garbage while ignoring her desperate cries for him to please stop. And boom, out of nowhere, a very familiar water bottle flies straight into his face as Zhang Linsheng grabs her hand and screams for them to run. The angry goons scream out in rage, "Get back here! Catch them!" Cornered and surrounded, the two-faced Tiger as he sneers, mocking her for playing hard to get just to protect her little pretty boy. He dares anyone to try and stop him, but Xia Xia suddenly slaps Zhang Linsheng's hand away, yelling at him. Are you trying to die? Get lost, this has nothing to do with you. Then she runs over to explain. Look, boss, I've got nothing to do with this guy. He's just my delivery dude, so don't go wasting your time on him. Fine, fine. How about we go grab some late-night food, he laughs. But my word does not mean jack here. We have to see what boss brother Wang says. She pushes Zhang Linsheng, telling him to scram, barking if he is dead or just too dumb to move. This mess has nothing to do with you, so why are you sticking your nose in, he stutters. Meanwhile, Lao Hu steps forward with a nasty, mocking sneer on his face. Well, damn, you are pretty tough. Let me get a good look at this little puppy of yours. His eyes flash as his lackey asks him if they should take this guy out right here and now. Wait, check this guy's face out. He goes totally pale with fear, backpedaling while screaming at his own lackey to shut his useless mouth. He thinks to himself, oh my god, why is it this little monster? He literally watched this crazy kid crush over 70 guys and break the boss's legs last week. Lahu drops down crying, "Boss, no wait. I seriously did not recognize you just now. I am so sorry, this is all just a huge misunderstanding. I had no idea Xia was with you. I will get lost right now," he begs. Zhang Linsheng coldly asks if they know each other, and the guy quickly nods. "We did not before, but now we definitely know you. You are the legendary Haonan, right? I messed up bad. I seriously messed up, and I will never do it again," he screams, turning to sprint away while telling his crew to run if they want to live. Zhang Linsheng is left scratching his head, utterly confused if his fake identity Haonan has really reached this level of clout. Xia walks up and demands to know who he really is. He has absolutely no answer, completely lost in his own thoughts about his real identity, while thunder suddenly cracks over Jiangning and heavy rain traps them both on his tiny bicycle. Leaning against his shoulder, Xia softly whispers for him to finally take her back home. Somewhere else, there is a knock at the door, and when Chen Nuo opens it, he finds Li Yingwan standing there, asking if her mother sent her over this late. She nods, admitting she wanted to come herself, so Chen Nuo pulls Li Yingwan inside, asking if she seriously just walked through the pouring rain to get here. She says her driver dropped her off, but she was too scared to come up, so she just paced around downstairs for a really long time. He hands her dry clothes, calling her a dummy for standing in the rain, and tells her to go shower. After leaving Li Yingwan and her mom, Chen Nuo sits alone eating cheap instant noodles, deeply regretting leaving a whole table of delicious food untouched just because of his stubborn pride. Seriously, what kind of absolute garbage night is this? Li Yingwan comes out of the shower wearing his oversized shirt, which hangs so loose it basically looks like a sexy dress on her. She worries his mom's words made him look down on her, but he just looks up from his noodles, telling her to stop standing around and sit down. He hands her an apple to eat, softly telling her she should probably just ignore all the harsh things her mother said to her earlier tonight. Li Yingwan looks down, whispering that her mom threatened to drag her back home if she cannot find a way to stay by his side. He shrugs, saying going back might be best since staying in Hokwak is not a good long-term plan for her anyway. Hearing this, Li Yingwan bursts into tears, sobbing if he really wants to kick her out of his life. "Do you hate me that much? Or do you just prefer that fat girl Tan instead?" she cries, sobbing that her mom will sell her off to some rich tycoon if he rejects her. Chen Nuo pats her head, teasing her about how a grown girl can cry so damn ugly. He tells her to just lie to her mother and say she is already his, but she sniffling asks why it has to be a lie and why she cannot actually be his woman. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Zhang Linsheng and Xia happen to walk up right at that exact moment. While she unlocks her door, he hears a girl crying loudly from the apartment across the hall, where Chen Nuo is trying to quiet her down before the neighbors complain. But Li Yingwan keeps sobbing, wailing that she is just too heartbroken and needs to let it all out. Outside, Zhang Linsheng mutters about what a scumbag the guy is, before turning to tell Xia that he is going to head out. But as he turns around, she calls him back, leaving him completely blank as he asks if something is wrong. Out of nowhere, Xia plants a quick kiss on him, winking as she promises to invite him inside next time, before wishing him a sweet good night. Can you blame him? Getting kissed by a pretty girl has our boy throwing fists in the air, yelling out in absolute pure ecstasy. But in his hyperactive celebration, Zhang Linsheng accidentally punches his fist straight into Chen Nuo's front door. Inside, Chen Nuo tells Li Yingwan that they finally got a complaint, but when he opens the door, he just sees a kid running away. Chen Nuo scratches his head, thinking that runner's back looks pretty familiar, before turning back to ask Li Yingwan if they are ready to go home. She sniffles softly, asking if she can please just stay over tonight. She explains her mom grilled her today about how far they have actually progressed since she arrived, and she had to lie and say they were just practicing tongue twisters together. Clenching her fists, she says going back now means her mom will just grill her with endless questions all night long. "I do not want to hear it, so can I please stay?" she begs, as Chen Nuo just points to the back room. She tells him she is sleeping in little Yi's room since the kid is at school until the weekend, making him realize his little firefly is just as stubborn as in her past life. Li Yingwan jumps up and calls out to her oppa, before dashing straight into Chen Nuo's room and flopping right onto his bed. Standing there with folded arms, Chen Nuo asks if her mother taught her to behave like this, but Li Yingwan stammered out a quick denial, though he keeps pressing her. She snaps back, raising her voice to ask so what and why her oppa does not like her at all. She says she is no longer a kid and asks if she is not pretty enough to sleep with him, triggering Chen Nuo's memories of her asking this exact same thing in his past life. He hears her voice echoing from back then, asking why he did not want her, so he slowly approaches the bed and agrees. As he leans over her, Li Yingwan closes her eyes expecting romance, but opens them in total confusion. She wonders what he is up to and why nothing has started yet, only to see Chen Nuo standing up and casually dusting off his hands. Suddenly, she screams. Chen Nuo has completely tied her up in the blanket, ordering her to stay quiet. Watch this. He tells her to sleep, warning that if she acts up, he will literally hang her outside the window with a rope. Warning her he is serious, he turns off the lights, but she keeps whispering, asking if she is pretty. She asks why he dislikes her, but he says some bonds run much deeper, telling her to shut her eyes. Accusing him of faking sleep, she keeps pestering him, and the next morning she walks out, stretching lazily right in front of him. Seeing her, he tells her to wash her face and go home, but she clings to his arm, worried because her mom is way too sharp. Nothing happened last night, so she is terrified her mom will find out and refuses to go home. Chen Nuo tells her he has a brilliant idea, warning her to turn around and endure a little pain, before suddenly giving her butt a loud smack. Blushing hard, Li Yingwan whimpers that it hurts, rubbing her backside and complaining about his cruelty, while he just stares at his own palm. He instantly remembers that exact feeling. In his past life, he had smacked this stubborn firefly plenty of times, so he smiles, telling her that seeing the mark will convince her mother, then jokes about adding one more. He tells her to fake being sore when she sees her mother, leaving Li Yingwan totally confused as to why she has to do that. Chen Nuo tells her she will understand later, and by Wednesday afternoon, polite little Yi walks out of school, saying goodbye to her teacher. The teacher gently bids them a great weekend while reminding them of homework, as a soft song about the fear of falling in love echoes in the background. Earlier, the teacher had warned him that little Yi was acting a bit too mature lately. She warned him about letting her watch mature content, so Chen Nuo instantly realizes the kind of trouble they are dealing with. He promised to pay more attention, realizing he might actually have to lock up the TV remote control from now on. Suddenly, his phone rings, and it is his little firefly calling, so he answers, but her panicked voice instantly tells him something is terribly wrong. She begs him to come quick, because something happened to her mother, leaving him deeply worried as to why Zhang Yingzi is suddenly in danger. Meanwhile, Sun Qi was forced into extra classes by Sun Shengli. With Sun Shengli busy at school and away from home, he has no choice but to temporarily leave little Yi at Brother Lei's place. He tells little Yi that he is taking her to a super fun place today, promising to pick her up later that evening. After the kid obeys, he quickly heads to a luxury hotel, finding room 88 heavily guarded by two men, where he rushes inside to find Zhang Yingzi lying there unconscious. Li Yingwan cries that her mother went to rest after a midday shower, but she never woke up and suddenly developed a raging fever. Even the doctor found nothing, so Chen Nuo leans down, noticing her shallow, chaotic breathing. Sensing a weird smell in the air, he asks if they sprayed disinfectant in here, but Li Yingwan tells him they definitely did not. Deciding to check the bathroom, Chen Nuo swabs the shower head and takes a sniff, confirming she has indeed been poisoned. You can probably guess what is next. He tells Li Yingwan her mother was poisoned through a substance coated on the shower head. When the hot water runs, it melts the poison and lets it seep directly into her skin, leaving the poor girl panicked and asking what to do. Her oppa reassures her not to be afraid, as her mother's current condition is not life-threatening. She just needs to stay away from the source to slowly recover, and he promises he won't let anything bad happen to her. But he warns her they must act completely clueless, advising her not to trust a single soul from now on besides him, not even their own guards. She nods, promising she only trusts him, before asking who could possibly want to hurt her mother like this. He tells her that finding the culprit is his job, and as he walks away, he reminds her to take good care of her mom. Saying he needs to scout around and bury a certain someone, he heads downstairs to grab a Coke, analyzing this clever slow-acting poison method. To guarantee success, the killer must have left some way to monitor her every single move. That way, they can easily adapt if anything unexpected happens. So those two guards are highly suspicious, but after the Zhengzai incident, Zhang Ying's absolutely is not dumb enough to trust anyone with a sketchy background. Looking up, Chen Nuo knows the opposite hotel has the absolute best floors for an assassination. Based on Zhang Yingzi's room, the poisoner is definitely hiding between floors 8 and 10. After 10 minutes, he stands before a room with a cheap for rent sign taped on the door, telling him to call some random number. He thinks this is the only spot left since other rooms are either active offices or under renovation. Plus, this room has the absolute best angle to keep tabs on Zhang Yingzi. It is the perfect spot. Chen Nuo grabs the doorknob and channels his power inside. Stepping inside, he whispers that he got him. There is even a pair of binoculars sitting right there. Out of nowhere, a sharp blade swings straight at his head. Chen Nuo easily dodges every single lethal strike before delivering a quick, heavy chop to the guy's neck, making him drop his weapon. A thin line of blood appears on the assassin's throat. Clutching his neck, he desperately gasps out, "Who are you?" Chen Nuo recognizes the Southern Korean accent. Grinning, he tells the guy his name is Kang Ho-dong, making the assassin curse under his breath in pure frustration. Man-thi tells him to chill while channeling his own supernatural power. 10 minutes later, the assassin is lying completely motionless on the hard floor. After searching the body, Chen Nuo is pretty disappointed with his terrible luck. He got absolutely nothing useful except a fake passport and a hotel keycard. Hopefully, the guy left his good loot back at the hotel. Later at a motel, Chen Nuo sits there holding a USB drive. Examining it closely, he realizes everything is coming full circle, as a very familiar symbol catches his eye on the drive. An official commission pops up on the screen, looking to buy giant members of the White Tribe, specifically requesting the largest ones for a massive price. Logging in, Chen Nuo admits this dark website made exclusively for the criminal underworld brings back some serious nostalgia. In this underworld, ability users are split into 5 ranks. And get this, in his past life, Chen Nuo was a legendary master-level powerhouse. Back then, the website hired him as a top security consultant, paying him a massive salary of $10 million a year. He only had to step in once a year to help the site deal with any potential threats. The boss had handed him a bag, saying here is $10 million and a gold account on the Yama website, looking forward to a great partnership. He took it, but Chen Nuo honestly preferred the black sub-account he had secretly bought. Back in reality, his current username is Blade458, which is totally boring and lacks any real personality. Time to change this name. Young girl soul arsonist sounds like a guy who is definitely handsome. He deposits another $2 million. The screen immediately updates with his new details, showing his black account level with a cool balance of $2 million, fully ready for withdrawals or transfers. The commission type is to assassinate the target Zhang Yingzi, complete with her basic info. The success standard is simple, the target must end up dead. With 15 days total, there are only 11 days left. Payout is $500,000 for this D-class task. Seeing her mission is still marked as incomplete, Chen Nuo mutters that she will remain totally safe since the task cannot be reassigned during this time. Chen Nuo laughs. Alright you underworld citizens, your spam king has returned. He makes a post titled, even a small bait can catch a massive fish. Looking to buy weapons with enriched uranium-235 at 97% concentration. Need over 1 kilogram, buying at $500,000 per pound. He receives a direct message from Blade of Leviathan, calling him insane before offering a trade. Rumor has it Country M is planning to build a new military prison at Guantanamo Bay. Does anyone have any concrete details on this? Shoot me a private message. I can trade it for info of equal value. Are we seriously about to watch him break into a high-security prison? Someone replies warning him that he is still too young to choose a life of crime. Meanwhile, Guaoa2 posts an intelligence report about a space commander. The Starry Queen left her mark at the Tower of London, sparking rumors that she is directly challenging the Blade Knights. Will the Blade Knights become the second A-rank group to be utterly wiped out by Her Majesty? Our young protagonist is highly amused by this. Under his alias, he posts that nobody invited him, but he just got off the plane in America. Is the old lady Starry Queen's news even worth tracking? He calls himself a truly virtuous man of the modern era, then requests a private commission for the scandal files of Country M's presidential candidate. No need for romantic videos, he specifically wants the 90-second leak update. Our main character pretends he is completely clueless about it. He jokes that a friend of his is also pretty eager to watch that 90-second clip. While he is happily typing away, a notification pops up showing someone has replied to his comment. Chen Nuo immediately recognizes this gold-tier big shot as his bitter rival from his past life. He starts typing fast again under his username, saying nobody invited him but he is here anyway. Just off the plane in America, he questions if any gossip about that old Starry Queen is actually worth reading. Angrily, Starry Queen replies asking who he is calling an old lady. He shoots back that he calls whoever is old exactly that, prompting her to ask if he is insane. He replies asking if she has any medicine to cure him, which makes Starry Queen threaten to beat him to death. Telling her to come over and bite him, he acts like a total keyboard warrior, laughing while typing away. Starry Queen tells him to just wait, while he replies that it is his first time getting such a request, so he is already lying down waiting. And hey, what position do you want? I know them all. Seriously. Meanwhile, in some random castle, a furious scream absolutely shatters the peace. The one screaming is none other than the Starry Queen herself, Lu Shishi. She's blasting her gun like a total psycho screaming, "I'll rip you to shreds." A little girl runs up to ask the teacher, "Why on earth are you so mad?" Lu Shishi snaps back, "Some total trash offended me on that weird octopus website." Yunai Tong says while sipping her milk, "It's simple, I've got a way to explain this." Welcome to Chen Nuo's mini-lecture. Look, the internet has levels, surface and deep. The dark web is basically just a sketchy collection of those hidden, underground layers. Look closely here. Strange Octopus is the most mysterious dark website around, requiring a custom USB key. These USB keys come in black, silver, or gold depending on your rank. And this sketchy site has 3 major quirks. First, insane security, they never leak data. Lu Shishi calls up the Strange Octopus team. She offers 10 million and even promises to personally catch them a giant octopus. She wants the soul burner files right now. They just say no, rules are rules. Second, their tech team and overpriced security advisors are insanely cracked. The whole site is a fortress, completely unhackable. Plus, they actually want to hire him as their security guy. Chen Nuo laughs. They want to kill two birds with one stone, pay off a threat and gain a lackey. Third is their trash aesthetic. The layout hasn't changed in 10 years, and the admins are straight up obsessed with freaking octopuses. There's an official quest to buy a giant octopus. The bigger, the better. They're paying massive cash for it. This pinned login quest is definitely worth checking out later. That's exactly why espers keep their cash here. It's safer than any bank in the world. Too bad we can't hack it. But hey, don't worry boss, whatever we make, we'll give it all to you anyway. In his past life, December 23, 2021. In some random town in Canada, a white-haired girl in a red dress sits quietly as the voice on the phone reads out his final, parting words. Rest in peace, everyone. See you in the next life. Oxhead sighs. Alright, we are on a mission right now. Let's stop chatting. Staring at her phone, her eyes are heavy with grief. So he's really gone? And he still insisted on calling me Oxhead? She absolutely hates that name. This is Oxhead at 20 years old. Oxhead sits there grinding ink. A sinner like you hiding here painting to wash away your crimes? You want to drop the blade and find peace? This world is never that easy. Look, I'm no hero. I'm only putting you down because someone paid for your head. A small job for 1 million. I just took it for fun. The guy grovels on the floor, his voice shaking. He begs, I will give you whatever you want, just please. Don't kill me. She coldly grabs her brush and writes, yeah, you've got cash. You stole billions from domestic scam rings. Anyone else would let you buy your life back for a few million. Oxhead's eyes turn sharp as ice, but that trash doesn't fly with me. She writes a few characters and whispers, the king of hell wants you dead, and I'm taking your soul. She points her gun. When you reach the underworld, remember me. I'm Yama's personal reaper. Leaving his corpse behind, she hops into her car and tears down the road. Blasting music, her car speeds down the coastal highway. Then her phone buzzes with a final notification. Oxhead has logged off. Staring at the screen, she mutters, if you love the Green Mountains, why watch cherry blossoms with someone else? Since those mountains are gone, there's nothing left to miss. With that, her car plunges straight off the cliff and into the ocean, sinking as old voices echo in her head. Yunaitong, let's call you Oxhead from now on. Nah, Yunaitong was better. Doesn't matter, nobody needs me anyway. How can Yama's crew be missing an Oxhead? But who's gonna be Horseface? We'll find someone suitable later. Now, back to the present. Yunaitong starts clicking away on her keyboard, telling them to check this out. Lu Shishi stands nearby, grinning. She's seriously the smartest kid ever. That creepy soul burner is literally trying to buy nudes of the old Star Queen for $10,000, telling people to DM him. Seriously, what an absolute legendary clown. Go eat something actually decent for once. One user asks if they can get a peek too, while another teases that he clearly has a huge crush on Her Majesty. More comments flood in demanding a share, while some troll named Aki just spams for them to get married already. And get this, the soul burner literally just posted a new update. This is our absolute best lead. Under a fake account, she writes, I have the Star Queen nudes, but 10,000 is too cheap. Let's negotiate. The soul burner fires back, are you stupid or what? How could nudes of the legendary Star Queen ever leak out? Your bait is pure trash, he says, blocking her. But wait, isn't Fivan the mortal enemy of the Star Queen? Under another alt, she says she hates that woman too and has a plan, but he just laughs off her cheap bait. He tells her to practice her scamming skills and blocks her. Tang explains, she used 2 obvious alt accounts on purpose. Making her look like a total rookie makes him let his guard down completely. Next, she drops 4 new posts based on his replies, discussing hit jobs and trading intel on foreign armories. She even posts a complete breakdown of commander-level powers, and some leaked data on espers who went missing recently. In the end, this guy pops up in an assassination thread, making them suspect he might be a pretty powerful telekinetic. How on earth could Dracula use mere mind power to control the blood flow speed inside a target's body, making a heart valve failure look totally like a natural death? If the target is oblivious, our girl soul burner account says, and they already had heart issues, then pulling off this hit gets way easier. Just a little psychic nudge is all it takes. Just use mental power to warp the magnetic field, and boom, heart failure simulated. That makes it super simple to pull off. Dracula DMs her out of nowhere, hey bro, are we on the same wavelength? Let's chat privately, girl soul burner. And she says, sure, let's do this. Master and disciple exchange a smug look. He took the bait, Yunaitong says, we are not there yet, but we got him. Lu Shishi clenches her fists, plotting to trick him into revealing his real-world info. Then she will find this creep and break his head. She sighs. Yeah, but everyone online is heavily on guard and hiding their identities. Getting his real info takes time. Still, she used 9 dummy accounts and he bit. Is she brilliant, or is he just super dumb? Yunaitong replies, let's just keep playing along. Slowly make him think he found a kindred spirit, so he drops his guard. Give it a month or two, then we will use a fake mission to catch him. Lu Shishi agrees. That is great, I will make time for this. The master mentions she has to travel soon to check out a pretty interesting kid, hoping she might even score a new disciple. Boom! A notification pops up. Someone replied. Yu Naitang's eyes widen. He actually replied. Dracula writes, Yo friend, that idea of using consciousness to create a tiny magnetic resonance is cool, but how do we compress telekinesis into a tiny spot? We should discuss this, girl soul burner, but hey, when exactly are you sending me those spicy pics of the starry Sky Queen? Check this out. She pulls a gun, shoots her laptop, and screams, what a complete bastard. How did he see right through her? Cut to Chen Nuo's house. After some epic keyboard warrior action, he stretches his arms, muttering, my sweet disciple, even if you reincarnated 100 times, your grandpa is still your grandpa. I know pretty much all your accounts, and doing the math, you should be 9 years old now, probably apprenticing under her for barely a year. He mumbles about the starry Sky Queen and remembers her assets. Staring at his hand, the memory is still quite vivid. Then he heads to Wu Dali's place to pick up his little sister. Hey bro, thanks for watching her today. Was she good? Wu Dali pats her head, super good. If I had not messed around back then, my daughter would be this big. Boss Nuo, I have a big favor to ask. He adds shyly, I really want to adopt her as my goddaughter. Seeing Chen Nuo raise his fist, Wu Dali quickly waves his hands. No offense, I just really adore this sweet kid. She calls me dad, and you can still call me bro. Let's keep things separate, alright? Chen Nuo chucks a backpack straight at his face, but the guy persists. If she calls me dad, I will call you grandpa. We can square it. He leads his sister away, telling her to say goodbye to Uncle Lei. Bye-bye, bald uncle. Wu Dali yells behind them. Hey boss Nuo, bring her over whenever you can. He smiles, realizing she quite likes him, so babysitting will be super easy. The siblings chat on the way home. She asks, brother, why is your bag so heavy? What is inside? Just a laptop. What is a laptop? It is a compact computer. Where did you get it? Someone sponsored it. Next morning during PE class, Sun Kiki sits alone, daydreaming. Why does she keep dreaming about kissing him by the river? It feels incredibly real, not like a dream at all. Just look at her staring at his lips, wondering if kissing him in real life feels like that. She sighs with regret. Ever since extra classes started, weekends are ruined. She shakes her head. No, I must focus. I need to be way more proactive and make him my boyfriend before anyone else grabs him. Blushing, she tries her luck. My dad is traveling today, so he is not home. Chen Nuo sits up, replying, cool, but I am actually busy. I have an extra literature class tonight to attend. Seizing the chance, she asks to tag along. He smiles. No worries, I will just watch you study. Cut to their literature teacher, Zhang Gong. He opens the door smiling. Ah, Sun Keke, right on time. She replies, your flat is on the 3rd floor and mine is on the 5th, so of course I am prompt. Chen Nuo stands beside her, grinning. Good evening, teacher. Zhang Gong frowns. You are Chen Nuo, right? Why are you here? He grumbles internally. This school troublemaker is pretty bold to chase her to my house. I have been way too nice, and now this little brat is taking advantage. But the kid quickly chimes in. Since you are tutoring, I came to pay my respects and wish you a happy Dragon Boat Festival. The teacher is baffled. Wait, it is only April. What is he talking about? Then he asks Chen Nuo directly to just speak up. But the kid whispers, Teacher Zhang, can we have a quick chat in private? Stepping into the kitchen, Chen Nuo gets straight to the point. Teacher Zhang, you are taking over our class next year, right? Sun Kike told me your lessons are amazing, and I really want to learn too. Slipping his hand into his pocket, he pulls out a thick envelope. So, can I join your tutoring class? Then he turns back outside. Hey Sun Kike, forgot to ask you something. Holding the envelope, the teacher hesitates. This kid is incredibly sharp, and this envelope is way thicker than what other parents give. What should I do now? The kid clearly knows how to read between the lines. Gathering his 4 students, Teacher Zhang clears his throat and tells them to start studying. Today, Chen Nuo is joining our tutoring class. Chen Nuo, did you bring your literature textbook and your exercise workbook with you? He instantly scoots next to Sun Kike. Do not worry, teacher, we can just share a book. Minutes later, the teacher starts explaining. Do you all understand the meanings of the word lift? Now everyone give me a phrase using it and explain its context. The kid with glasses speaks up first. Lifting hands and feet, where lift means an upward movement. Then it is Sun Kike's turn. Lifting heavy like a feather. Yep. Also means raising up. Chen Nuo glares at her and says, lifting the tray to eyebrow level. Teacher Zhang grumbles in his mind. Why is he staring at Sun Keke while saying that? He then asks, what about the word mutual? Not differing mutually, looking mutually with cold eyes. Chen Nuo looks at Sun Keke again and says mutual respect like guests. Teacher Zhang gets pretty annoyed and raises his voice. The word white means bright color, purity, and has many meanings. Chen Nuo, if you dare say white hairs growing old together, get out of my class. The kid just replies smoothly, rosy cheeks and red lips. While they are studying, a knock sounds. He opens the door to find Zhang Linsheng and his father. Presenting a gift, the dad says politely, Teacher Jiang, sorry to bother you like this. I do not expect too much from him. As long as the boy can pass his vocational college exam, I will be absolutely thrilled. Accepting it, the teacher smiles, not at all, please do not be so formal. Then Mr. Trung kicks Zhang Linsheng's butt and warns him to study seriously. If you dare slack off, I will beat you to death. Teacher Zhang tells him to get inside and stop spacing out. Go on, take a seat. The teacher realizes there are 5 of them now, so they have to double up. Zhang Linsheng panics inside. Crap, how on earth did I end up studying with this crazy bastard? Meanwhile, Chen Nuo is absolutely loving this. You guys know he is thinking, Brother Haonan, you are seriously my lucky star sent straight from heaven. He shoots his hand up. Teacher Zhang, let him sit here, I can squeeze. The teacher holds his head. Destiny? Fate indeed. Chen Nuo whispers, Brother Haonan, extra classes too? Eaten dinner yet? Brother Haonan, this is a noun definition. Brother Haonan, teach me how to doodle-do-foo as a cool rapper. Meanwhile, Zhang Linsheng is absolutely screaming internally. Get lost, get lost, get lost! After class, Teacher Zhang stands by the door giving advice. Syndicate, study those reading comprehension questions. Zhang Linsheng, your basics are pretty weak. Practice more classical poems and memorize the texts to squeeze out some extra points. You two should follow their lead to catch up on the basics. Then he reaches Chen Nuo. The kid asks confidently, what do I need to watch out for? Patting his shoulder, he advises, just stay safe on your way home. Chen Nuo follows Haonan. Brother Haonan, are we going the same way? Hot-tempered Zhang Linsheng snaps, nope. But the kid clings like an annoying ghost, protesting, I did not even tell you where I am going yet, and you are already saying we are not going the same way? Brother Haonan, do you secretly hate me? That is pretty ungrateful. Last time you hurt your leg, I literally carried you to the infirmary. Like I should thank you? He suddenly sprints away. Chen Nuo yells after him. Hey, where are you running? Panting heavily, Zhang Linsheng realizes that even though he managed to lose that annoying stalker, something still feels totally off. You can clearly see it on his face. If he used to just despise the kid, now he is just downright terrified. It is like an alarm blaring in his head, warning him to absolutely never mess with this guy. He is completely untouchable. Right then, Chen Nuo pulls up on his motorcycle, slamming the brakes with a loud screech. Hop on, Zhang Linsheng, let me give you a ride. Staring at the bike, he gets totally jealous. Holy crap, that is the incredibly gorgeous motorcycle from before. Zhang Linsheng climbs on, and Chen Nuo warns him to hold on tight because they are about to speed up. Do not fall off. So he wraps his arms around him, thinking, man, this is so incredibly embarrassing. Zhang Linsheng can only wish he owned a killer ride like this. He would take Xia and ride off together to the very ends of the earth. Stopping by the same karaoke bar, Chen Nuo asks, what are you doing here at midnight? Zhang Linsheng answers honestly. My mom works here as a janitor, so I came to pick her up. When does she finish her shift? Quite soon. Chen Nuo realizes that since Brother Haonan helped save Sun Kike last time, he owes him big. Plus, after that whole crazy incident, the guy's memories were blocked by hypnosis. The two start chatting about the motorcycle. Do you like bikes? Yeah, is this a moment of romance or a fiery war bike? A moment of romance style looks incredibly cool. Do you know how to ride? A little bit. I used my uncle's motorcycle before. I am just pretty rusty. Tossing the helmet to Zhang Linsheng, he says, give it a shot. If you crash it, I will take the blame. Chen Nuo calculates. This counts as returning 1 favor. With 2 at school, 1 at the playground, and 1 at Jiafeng. Yeah, that is 3 debts fully paid off. Half an hour later, Zhang Linsheng wraps up his ride, stretches and gasps. Damn, that was absolutely addictive. He turns to Chen Nuo, thanking him for the ride, saying it must be insanely expensive. Chen Nuo asks if he likes it. If you like it, borrow it for a few days. Shocked, Zhang Linsheng stammers. Wait, you're not worried I'll wreck it? Chen Nuo tosses him his jacket. Almost forgot, if you want to look cool, gotta go all out. Take the whole fit, crash the bike if you must, just stay alive. Totally confused, Zhang Linsheng asks, hey Chen Nuo, why the hell are you suddenly being so nice to me? We had some beef before. But Chen Nuo just pats his shoulder. Bro, it was a misunderstanding, and now we are officially buddies. From today, we're friends, so the bike is yours for now. Ride safe. Zhang Linsheng is tearing up, thinking, friends? Really? I, Zhang Linsheng, am finally happy. Chen Nuo walks away and grins, thinking, Brother Haonan, that excited look of yours doesn't seem like you are picking up your mom. It looks like you are trying to impress some girl. Throwing on the designer jacket and helmet, he's set. Zhang Linsheng looks absolutely dripped out right now. He smirks, realizing that clothes really do make the man. And just like that, trouble finds them. Sudden screams echo from afar as a gang chases Xia, threatening her life. Zhang Linsheng instantly recognizes her. Acting like a savior, she bolts straight toward him. He calls out, Xia, it's me, what's wrong? Panicked, she cries, Brother Haonan, thugs are after me, we gotta run! Seeing her stop, Dai Peng, the leader of the thugs, he assumes some random guy is helping him catch her and yells out, thanks, brother! But suddenly, he realizes who's standing there, and his entire body goes completely ice cold. Shaking like a leaf, he looks around only to find his lackeys had already abandoned ship and bolted long ago. Left alone, Dai Peng stammers, black helmet, black leather jacket, black gloves. Zhang Linsheng steps forward aggressively, demanding, you're the one bullying Xia? Who the hell are you? The thug stutters, terrified. Hearing him mumble, Zhang Linsheng gets annoyed, Speak up, idiot! With this helmet on, I can't hear a single thing you're saying. Right then, Da Peng flashes back to his brutal beating by Chen Nuo. He got thrashed just for speaking too softly. Remember, if you speak too quietly, your answer won't satisfy me. Learning his lesson, he drops to his knees and screams. Kui Da Peng, 29, served 2 years in prison for assault. Is this loud enough for you, big boss? Please, can you spare me just this once? I swear I didn't know. I really had no clue this girl belongs to you. This dramatic reaction leaves Zhang Linsheng totally speechless, wondering why the guy is completely losing his mind. But his silent stare only makes Da Peng panic 10 times harder. Oh no, he's totally silent. He must be thinking of a new way to torture me. Desperate, Da Peng decides to go for broke. He grabs a liquor bottle, smashes it over his own skull, and screams. Big boss, I'm sorry, is this loud and clear enough? Tell me this isn't real. Zhang Linsheng is just standing there, unable to believe his eyes. Zhang Linsheng is totally baffled. Usually thugs are the ones beating people up. Now they're beating themselves up. If he goes to the hospital and blames me, I'm broke. But I should say something. So Zhang Linsheng tells him, just get lost. That's all Da Peng wanted to hear, scramming instantly. Looking back and seeing his squad gone, he curses. Damn it, where did those cowards run off to? This heroic rescue leaves Xia deeply touched. She wraps her arms around him, whispering, Brother Haonan, take me home, you can come inside tonight. Hearing this, his face flushes red as he stutters back. Wait, inside your room? Meanwhile, over at a luxury international hotel, a pretty tense conversation is going down right now. Guohua gasps in shock, catching a bullet. Is he even human? King Shan nods. Exactly, he's a monster, which is why I'm totally ruined and don't even dare to seek revenge. Hearing this, Guohua thinks, black helmet, black leather jacket, black gloves. Looks like my henchman actually made the smart move. Suddenly, Guohua's phone rings. He picks up. Kui Da Peng, what is it? Calling this late, what's the emergency? Panicked, Da Peng shouts, Boss, I found him. I found that guy. The one who trashed our company, wearing the black helmet and riding the bike. I know how to track him down now. Boss, should we get revenge? Let's bring the whole company to jump him. No way he wins. This absolute stupidity drives the boss crazy, screaming into his phone. Fight? Fight your damn head. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Get your ass back here right now. Back at her apartment, Xia invites Zhang Linsheng inside, clearly intending to offer herself as a reward for saving her from those thugs. The two of them lose themselves in a passionate kiss, totally caught up in the moment. But Zhang Linsheng gets a bit too wild with it, forcing Xia to pull back. Are you some wolf cub? Being so wild, trying to swallow me whole like that. He stammers out a quick apology, looking super embarrassed, but she just leans in, gives him another playful kiss, and whispers that he's forgiven. When she asks for his name, he stumbles. Wait, no, Zhang Linsheng. She introduces herself as Kukyo Ling, but says she prefers Xia because it sounds clean and fresh. She praises him, saying he's pretty badass for scaring off Vungsa. But Kui Da Peng this time is different. He works for Xiao Guohua, a major player. And that Vungka is even tougher. He works for Li Qingshan. You know who Li Qingshan is, right? That master of Jifeng Hall, whom everyone calls Lord Li. Hearing this, Zhang Linsheng sits straight up, his mind completely racing. Something about today already felt totally wrong to him. His sudden panic makes Xia ask what he's doing. But right now, his mind is flooded with endless dark memories of that man, King Shan. He remembers King Shan growling that in 20 years, he's never taken such a humiliating hit. He remembers Sun Kike's kidnapping and the demand for Baldi Lei's arm in exchange for the prize money. Trade that arm in 3 days for the little girl, and then he recalls meeting a mysterious biker clad in black. How on earth did you recognize me? Even if you turned to dust, I'd still know it was you. Then he remembers Chen Nuo tricking him, wiping his mind, promising he'd wake up with all of this totally forgotten. Holy crap, every single blocked memory is finally crashing back into his head. Overwhelmed, Zhang Linsheng abruptly abandons Xia and runs off, screaming at the top of his lungs that he remembers everything. A confused Xia yells after him, asking where he's going, but she gets absolutely no answer. 2 days flash by, and Xia stands alone outside Dehao Kai TV, softly calling out for her friend Tio Hong. When Zhang Linsheng finally shows up, she bursts into tears of sheer relief. He rushes over, asking what's wrong with her. She throws her arms around him, crying out about where he's been and how terrified she was when she couldn't find him. I had absolutely nobody to talk to. Zhang Linsheng hesitates, wondering if he should tell her he spent those 2 days digging up details on Jifeng Hall to see what went down. Since Li Qingshan's leg got broken, he also worries about Chen Nuo finding out his memories are back. He has to stay cautious. Ultimately, he decides to keep her in the dark. He pulls her into a tight hug and whispers in her ear, I really missed you, Xia. Since my best friend is gone, I'm visiting her family. Can you come with me? They walk to the hospital together. Along the way, he explains that her father is a gambler and her mother has kidney disease. The poor mom spent years stuck on dialysis, forcing the girl to work at that KTV club just to get by. But the medical bills were too high, forcing her to borrow from loan sharks. He warned her about those bloodsuckers, but she had no choice. Think about how sick this is. Those ruthless loan sharks literally hounded a living, breathing girl straight to her grave. Soon, they reach the ward and stand silently by the bedside, staring down at the frail, exhausted mother lying there. Xia whispers in pity, crying over how tragically unfair this poor girl's fate was. Once the mother wakes up, Xia gently comforts her, introducing herself as her daughter's close friend and offering her sincere condolences. The mother weeps, saying she looks around her late daughter's age, crying about how bitter and cruel her child's life was. Telling her not to cry, Xia hands over some cash. Meanwhile, as Zhang Linsheng turns to leave, two sketchy-looking thugs walk right into the ward. But he barely registers them, his heart still feeling incredibly heavy, weighed down by everything he's recently remembered. Suddenly, a loud, angry scream erupts from the hospital room, snapping Zhang Linsheng out of his thoughts instantly. She yells at them, asking if they even have a soul, barging in to demand money when the poor girl literally just passed away. Coming here to demand cash, do you thugs have absolutely no respect for the law? The thug just scoffs, saying a debt's a debt. 80,000 is no joke, but if they can't pay it all now, he'll take a few hundred a month. He eyes the cash, but a furious Xia snaps, asking where they'd ever find 80,000. She remembers her friend saying the original loan was tiny, and yells that loan sharking is highly illegal and they should just go ahead and sue. The thug gets right in her face, coldly warning her that since she isn't family, she needs to stay the hell out of other people's business. If she wants to play the righteous hero so bad, she can just pay it off herself. Furious, Zhang Linsheng steps in, yelling at them to back off and stop harassing a grieving family. You do not play the street code dirty like that. But that local thug just sneers with pure contempt, asking if his mom even taught him what the real streets are. The streets are brutal, so do not stick your nose where it does not belong. I made myself clear, and I will be sending my guys to collect the cash later. They walk off, leaving Xia terrified that Zhang Linsheng might pull something stupid, so he immediately tells him to cool down. We have no choice right now, we gotta find another way. Zhang Linsheng probably just wants some space to himself, so he turns away and tells Xia that he is going out to grab a smoke. His chest is tight with pure rage, but as he sits there taking heavy drags, a massive luxury ride suddenly pulls up right in front of him. The window rolls down slowly, showing the punchable face of that exact same thug from earlier. He flips him off and starts bragging, telling the kid he is too wet behind the ears to talk street code with him. Just because you got some attitude does not mean you know the game. Zhang Linsheng is absolutely fuming, but he keeps his mouth shut while his mind races. Are you mad? Go ahead and cry about it, but so what? Zhang Linsheng, you are not Chen Nuo. You are a nobody who cannot do a single thing right. He is totally fuming. He literally bites his lip just to keep from screaming out loud. Zhang Linsheng always felt totally useless, like he could never pull off anything. But then, out of nowhere, a massive crash echoes right behind his back. Huge flames erupt as onlookers panic and scream about a major car crash, yelling to call emergency services and wondering if anyone can survive that brutal wreck. Wait, hold on. Pushing through that chaotic crowd, Zhang Linsheng spots a super familiar figure, gasping because it is actually Chen Nuo. He showed up here solely because of Zhang Linsheng, thinking to himself that if Brother Hanan cannot do what needs to be done, he will handle it. The streets are ruthless, but when things get unfair, you gotta step up. A few days later, it is late night at Teacher Zhang's place. Before wrapping up the session, Teacher Zhang gives his class a quick heads up, saying that is all for today. But he has something they need to tell their parents. He sounds pretty hesitant, as he mentions some study guides they need to buy, which the school will also use for the next semester. A set normally costs 50 yuan, but he has an old buddy in the business who can hook them up with a much cheaper deal. If they want, they can just buy it through him for 40 yuan. Chen Nuo excitedly chimes in, saying his family is totally cool with it, so he is buying a set. He adds that he will pay for Sun Kike too, pulling out some cash and leaving Teacher Zhang looking a bit embarrassed. The teacher tells him to wait so he can grab some change, but Chen Nuo quickly pulls out more bills, saying he does not need change and is paying 20 yuan extra for Zhang Linsheng. After that, the class wraps up and everyone happily says goodbye to their teacher. They tell him they are heading out, and he warns them to stay safe. Once they leave, he sits there staring blankly at the stack of cash in his hands, sighing deeply. Seeing this, Teacher Zhang's wife, Song Chaoyun, rushes in to check on him, asking what is wrong. He confesses that his heart is in absolute turmoil. After years of teaching, doing this for the first time, and making money off his students makes him feel so ashamed. Song Chaoyun gently comforts him, saying she knows it is tough, but those study guides are cheap. The school sells them for 50 yuan, but he got them for 40, which is way cheaper. She knows he feels awful, so she promises they will never do this again. She says she does not need expensive medicine for her illness, so they can switch to cheaper pills. But Teacher Zhang immediately objects. No way, he insists, because he will never compromise when it comes to her medical treatment. Outside, as they walk down, the kid with glasses starts complaining that teacher Zhang is basically running a business on them, and the girl next to him completely agrees. With 60 kids in their class, if everyone buys a set, just think about how much cash the teacher is pocketing. Chen Nuo suddenly drops his hand on the kid's shoulder, making him turn around and wonder what is going on. He warns him to stop complaining, explaining that buying the guides is a school rule, not something their teacher is forcing on them. The teacher is saving them money, so if he does not like it, he can pay full price at school. Zhang Linsheng immediately speaks up to agree. Zhang Linsheng says Chen Nuo is totally right, prompting Chen Nuo to ask where he has been hiding for the past few days. He jokes about running off with the bike before casually brushing it off and asking if the motorcycle rides smooth. Zhang Linsheng explains his family had some stuff going on, adding that the bike runs great. Before his vibe shifts and he looks at Chen Nuo to thank him. The sudden thank you totally catches Chen Nuo off guard, making him ask what he is even thanking him for since it is just a motorcycle. With a soft smile, he says that Rouge D also says thanks. He is glad they are friends. A few days flash by, and inside a hotel room, he is checking his task board when he notices that the assassination contract on Zhang Yingzi is due. But get this, unless something changes, the client will just hire another hitman, so he has to rip this problem out by its roots. Task notification. The target is Zhang Yingzi, complete with her personal files, and the mission details require him to protect her and keep her alive. Huaxia is the location, with a 30-day time limit and a $55 payout. The success criteria is keeping the target alive for 30 days, actively stopping any potential threat that comes her way. Extra notes specify full protection from the shadows, meaning he must guard her secretly without anyone ever noticing his presence or catching on to what he is doing. He thinks to himself, thank God that creepy octopus website has top-tier security to hide the client's ID. Otherwise, the Starry Queen would have marched straight into Jinling. On this site, the real target is totally hidden from the public. Suddenly, his phone goes off, not just once, but 6 straight times. Looks like a bunch of people are taking the job. Chen Nuo stares at his exploding inbox, completely speechless. Is the economy really this bad for everyone to jump on this so fast? Now he has tons of options. Let's see who he actually ends up picking for this job. One applicant stands out with the username Floating Life. He nods in approval. This guy is right in the area, making him the absolute perfect pick. Floating Life messages him saying he is currently in China, which makes pulling off this mission super easy. Chen Nuo replies, read the target details first, then let me know when you can start. Floating Life replies back instantly. He says he is already checking the target file in Jinling, then promises he can be on site within 24 hours. Chen Nuo agrees, reminding him to protect the target at all costs without blowing his own cover. With the deal locked, he makes a plan, one in the light, one in the dark, 0 mistakes. Plus, since he is staying right below Zhang Yingzi in the room directly downstairs, he can rush up instantly if anything goes sideways. So he stretches out his spiritual sense to spy on all the neighboring rooms near her floor, making sure absolutely nothing escapes his watchful eyes. 3 hours slip by, but there is not a single trace of suspicious activity or top-secret villain talk. Instead, Chen Nuo just hears people getting busy, whispering things like, "Oh honey, you are amazing, just a little higher." He hears weird roleplay about useless husbands, wives begging to stop because it hurts, and even some sketchy people bargaining over overnight rates. Seriously, is an all-nighter really that expensive? Stressed out of his mind, Chen Nuo suddenly realizes what is actually going on. Oh my god, he totally forgot it is the weekend, meaning the hotel is packed with couples. He immediately pulls out his phone and dials 110. Doing his duty as an outstanding, responsible citizen, he tells the cops that some very sketchy adult activities are happening here, and they need to raid the place. He even tells them to bring everyone they have. Minutes later, the cops storm the building and turn the entire hotel upside down, demanding IDs from every room. Damn it, just remember to tell them, we are dating. Cops scream to freeze. People hide under beds. Watching this utter chaos, he is absolutely loving it. The next morning, a sudden wave of anxiety hits him as he thinks to himself, man, I messed up. Calling the cops was just a temporary truce, because now the real trouble is coming for me. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door. When he opens it, he finds a gorgeous long-haired girl standing there in a silky purple nightgown. Li Yingwan beams and sweetly calls him Oppa, offering him a hot breakfast. But Chen Nuo is not listening to a single word. His eyes are completely glued to her massive chest. Noticing his blank stare, she asks if he had a rough night since he has got some pretty dark circles under his eyes. Suddenly, he gets a rush of adrenaline. He thinks to himself, maybe there is still enough time to have a little fun with her. She instantly catches his drift and gets super excited. With him looking at her that hungrily, she thinks to herself, is it finally about to happen? Instead, Chen Nuo just snatches the plate. Boom, door slammed right in her face, leaving her completely stunned outside, wondering what is wrong with him. He sighs, man, this teenage body is way too full of raging hormones. It is almost a crime. Just then, a new text notification pops up on his phone. It is from Floating Life. The guy says he arrived. But wait, let us hop over to London, where a professor is asking his student in shock. So you are really dropping out? Neville Devonhill looks him in the eye and says yes. She does not want to waste time here when she cannot even pursue her true path. The teacher sighs, noting her illness just stabilized. He really thought she would finish her degree. Neville Devonhill reminds him that he was close friends with her grandfather. Even her father graduated from this school, so he hates seeing her drop out. But Neville Devonhill stands firm on her decision. Finding her purpose is just too important to ignore, and she begs him not to stop her. The professor can only smile helplessly and agree. Well, either way, seeing her finally step back out into the light of day is a massive win. When he asks where this path of hers is, she cryptically answers that it is exactly where it is supposed to be. He can only wish her luck. He says God bless her. Later, back in her room, Neville Devonhill looks in the mirror, completely hating what she sees. She always hated this uniform. Suddenly, an illusion of her older sister pops up to give her a quick warning. Her sister reminds her that everyone in their family has worn it. But Neville Devonhill snaps back, saying they agreed that the daytime belongs entirely to her. The sister quickly nods, totally pampering her. Fine, whatever you want, my cute little pumpkin. When asked where they are going next, Neville Devonhill instantly replies they are heading to Hong Kong to find Chen Xiang. Over at the hotel where Zhang Yingzi and her daughter are staying, everything seems totally normal. The secretary walks in to remind Chairman Kwong that she still needs to head to the industrial zone to host tonight's meeting. She nods, I got it, prepare to head out. Right across the street, some guy is on his phone, but the second he sees them heading down, he totally loses his cool. Look, I'm working here. Don't sweat it. Just keep the soup simmering on low heat and remember to throw in the wood ear mushrooms later. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I'm busy. Imagine stalking someone but still having time to worry about how the soup is doing back home. But since it's rush hour right now, the streets are pretty jammed, making him talk mad trash. These foreigners really don't get the local traffic. He hops on his beat-up bicycle and casual-like pedals right past them, smugly thinking, look at that traffic, cars can't even beat a bike. Cut to the industrial park, it's already getting dark, but this endless meeting is still dragging on. Inside, once Zhang Yingzi gets the full picture, she wraps things up by emphasizing one key point again. From now on, China is going to be our main focus. You all need to give it your absolute best and crush your targets. Meanwhile, Li Yingwan is just sitting there with her face glued to her phone the entire time. She keeps spamming Chen Nuo with updates on her schedule. Appa, Mom and I left the hotel. Appa, we just passed an intersection and the traffic is seriously awful. Appa, we are almost at Mom's company. Appa, Mom and I are getting out. Mom says she'll be super late tonight. Appa, where are you? Since he's a guy of few words, she has to text 10 times to get one reply. Relax, I'm here. Seeing her daughter practically breaking the phone screen with all that tapping, Zhang Yingzi asks, so who are you talking to? Li Yingwan immediately chirps, it's Chen Nuo. Seeing her daughter so incredibly happy, she lets it go. All right, have fun chatting. Let's go grab some food first. As they walk out, Zhang Yingzi can't help but pry. So, how have things been between you and Chen Nuo lately? But Li Yingwan just pouts, giving a little huff without giving an answer. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo is actually right there too. Shadowing them closely without missing a single step, he secretly thinks, Zhang Yingzi, forced love is never sweet, you know? Didn't that old Chinese proverb make it to your country? And by the way, where is my $50,000 protection fee? Suddenly, he senses pure bloodlust. The elevator doors slide open, revealing some guy wearing a heavy face mask, staring at the two of them with killer eyes. He's got a sharp dagger hidden right up his sleeve. But wait, look at this. A masked hero suddenly grabs his wrist, completely catching him off guard. The masked savior quickly slaps the elevator button to shut the doors. He coolly announces, elevator is acting up, no more passengers. Just like that, the doors snap shut and the lift keeps moving. Inside, the two of them immediately start throwing hands, with the masked assassin furiously swinging his free arm to strike back. He snaps, I had my eyes on you from the start. What kind of normal person goes out dressed like that? Not wasting any breath, our masked hero counters with a swift cranebeak punch, blocking the incoming strike perfectly. He follows it up with a heavy shoulder strike, blasting the masked hitman right into the wall. The guy immediately recognizes the style as traditional Chinese martial arts. But he still refuses to back down, talking trash. Don't underestimate me, you only got me because of a cheap sneak attack. Throwing a few shadow punches, he sneers. If you think you can make me run, keep dreaming. Next thing you know, the elevator is filled with brutal thuds, the sickening crunch of breaking bones, and loud, painful screams. The second the doors open, the hitman scrambles out, terrified, crap, I ran into a real master. But escaping is not going to be that easy. Our masked hero lunges forward, grabbing him by the collar and mocking, why are you running away so fast? If you start a job, you gotta finish it. But the guy has one last trick, leaping up to fire two hidden weapons while screaming, don't push me! At this close range, there is no way you can dodge. But you won't believe what happens next. The hero effortlessly bends his body backward, dodging those flying projectiles with absolute ease. Taking this chance, the masked hitman bolts like there's no tomorrow, moving faster than your ex when they found someone new. Even our masked savior is stunned. Damn, that guy is seriously fast. He looked epic while fighting, but the second it's over, he starts whining. Man, my back hurts. That 500,000 is way too hard to earn. Chen Nuo watches everything, totally lost in thought. Is this guy seriously the famous Fu Sheng? Need I say more? He looks more like a street performer, kind of easy to fool. Flash forward to an internet cafe in the middle of the night, and guess who is hanging out there? Who exactly is this masked fighter? It's Fu Sheng. Need I say more? He's actually here to report that the target was secured today. Someone tried to pull off an assassination in the elevator. I engaged him but couldn't lock him down. The client immediately replies, asking Fu Sheng, need I say more, to describe any notable features the attacker had. Male, Chinese speaker, skinny and short, masked up so his face was hidden. Dude is highly skilled, loves dirty tricks, and uses boomerang darts. The client wants him to keep protecting the target. Fu Sheng has to agree. I am pretty sure the guy I blocked today knows she is protected. Next time, they will be way more careful. That report was totally professional, but off camera, he is complaining like crazy. Boss, I am no bodyguard, not a bounty hunter. My back is basically broken. How is this going to affect my late-night plans with my wife? Pay up, boss. Suddenly, a text from the client pops up, saying he will create an opportunity for them to strike. So keep your guard up and trap him. Fu Sheng is honestly pretty confused and asks what that means. The client repeats, just stall him, and you get credit. An extra 100,000 in cash? Now his eyes are literally glowing. Fu Sheng instantly accepts the offer. Everything goes according to your command, boss. I mean, seriously, who on earth would ever turn down cold hard cash? The next day, Zhang Yingzi and her daughter go out for a stroll. But Li Yingwan is a nervous wreck, worrying about danger. She remembers Chen Nuo telling her to take her mom back to that same barbecue restaurant. Like, wait, Oppa, are you serious? Did not you say we should switch spots every single meal? Changing up locations is supposed to stop the enemies from slipping poison into our food. But Chen Nuo insists that she just needs to do exactly as he says. Lunch tomorrow at that exact spot, and dinner too, no changes. Li Yingwan is pretty anxious, but she completely trusts him anyway. With him around, they are safe. She knows her Oppa is definitely watching over them from the shadows. Zhang Yingzi notices her daughter acting totally distracted and asks what is wrong, but Li Yingwan quickly plays it off as nothing. No, nothing is wrong, she lies. But suddenly, Zhang Yingzi senses danger, screams, and shoves her daughter away. Look out, she screams, calling for her mother. Right in front of Zhang Yingzi, a speeding car is hurtling straight toward them like crazy. Just when we think she is done for, this absolute legend leaps out of nowhere to block the car. It is Fu Sheng. Realizing they just ran into a pro, the driver pulls a hard U-turn and flees. That crazy block definitely took some wind out of Fu Sheng. But the danger is not over. A nearby pedestrian pulls a knife from his coat and charges at Zhang Yingzi, screaming at her to die. Fu Sheng quickly senses danger and immediately decides to unleash his signature lion roar technique. He shoots a blast of wind that leaves the attacker completely staggering. Seizing the moment, Fu Sheng rushes in and kicks the knife right out of his hand. Terrified, the attacker gets on his feet and runs for his life. Li Yingwan immediately rushes over to check on her mother. Fu Sheng exhales, relieved that his targets did not end up 6 feet under. Luckily, they are totally fine and the threat is gone. Without a word, Fu Sheng vanishes, leaving them completely speechless. Meanwhile, the thug sneaks over to a highly suspicious bright red truck. Seriously, why do these lowlifes always pick the most eye-catching vehicles to do their dirty work? He looks around nervously. Nobody followed him. Inside, a long-haired guy is smoking a cigarette. As soon as the thug climbs in, he complains that the target is way too tough and they need to leave. The driver hits the gas without a word and asks if he failed. The short-haired guy just grunts in pure frustration. Yeah, but third brother already jumped out of the van earlier to set up an ambush somewhere ahead. He sighs, saying they just have to sit tight and wait for third brother to report back. Meanwhile, they have absolutely no idea that someone is trailing them. A bit later, they pull up to the Kim Tung auto repair shop. Right outside, a very familiar-looking motorcycle is parked. The two thugs smoking inside are suddenly startled by a sound. Turns out the guy they call third brother has finally arrived. Seeing him, they are absolutely thrilled. Like, wow, third brother is already back and that fast? But third brother looks totally miserable. He failed too. After second brother messed up, the target was immediately whisked away in a private car, leaving him with zero opening. Looks like the target has some serious backup. Fourth brother got hurt yesterday too, so we definitely need a massive payout. The long-haired guy totally agrees. They need to hit up the client, because if they are risking their lives, they need some real money. The short-haired guy suggests they should go inside and check on fourth brother first. They also need to change his bandages anyway. Inside, someone is lying in bed, completely wrapped in a blanket. Third brother walks over and starts complaining. Fourth brother, we failed again today. Damn it, we should have listened to you. Their guys are way too tough. But the second he finishes speaking, a massive surge of electricity rips through him, nearly shocking him straight into the afterlife. He drops, foaming at the mouth, and you will not believe who is on that bed. It is actually Chen Nuo with a stun gun. He looks at the weapon, pretty impressed with how well it works. The other two panic instantly, screaming out, "Who the hell are you? Where is fourth brother and what did you do to him?" Chen Nuo just shrugs. He is under the bed. Now I have a question for you. The short-haired thug glares back, snapping that they are never going to reveal who hired them. Screw rules, he just laughs it off and snaps back. Who even asked you about that? I want to know your rank on that weird White Clan website and how much cash is in it. Hearing this, they lose their minds, pull out blades, and charge to kill Chen Nuo. The short-haired punk leaps first, but Chen Nuo casually blocks with a taser. Now watch this. The high voltage shoots straight through the metal knife in the punk's hand. Obviously, the idiot gets fried to a crisp. Chen Nuo sneers at him, calling him a moron, asking if they seriously did not know metal conducts electricity. Seeing his buddy drop, the other guy tenses up, suddenly realizing he is also holding a heavy metal weapon. Guess this guy has half a brain. He tosses his sword aside and charges empty-handed, but Chen Nuo just sighs. Thinking you are smart is your biggest mistake. Chen Nuo rams the taser straight into his incoming fist, instantly sending thousands of volts through his body. He casually explains that humans naturally conduct electricity anyway, especially when his taser uses a special high-tier superpower designed to paralyze muscle. After wiping out all three, he approaches the long-haired boss and asks again, "You are the leader, so who hired you guys?" Still trying to hold out, the terrified boss stammers that they really have no idea. Since you know that site, you are no outsider. The client identity is completely encrypted, so how could we possibly find out? Groaning on the floor, the second-in-command spits out, "Boss, stop begging. This guy clearly has no intention of letting us leave here alive." The boss knows it too. They saw his face, so their survival chances are basically zero. Chen Nuo agrees, but seeing their defeatist attitude, he figures these guys actually want to make a final request. Since he asks, they do not hold back. "You are definitely going to hunt down that client and mess him up, right? When you take him out, do our crew a favor and stab him extra times." Chen Nuo is totally confused and asks why. That dirty liar never mentioned they had a high-tier monster like you guarding this place. If we knew, would we even dream of coming here to die? Respecting their final wish, he agrees to do it, promising to ditch the taser so they get a quick, painless death. Now, switching over to Fu Sheng. After pulling off those absolutely wild moves, he does not look so hot, constantly hacking and coughing without stopping. He unlocks his door, grumbling that he is getting too old for this stressful grind. Seriously risking his old life for cash, he never expected to end up in a safe house just to heal. He immediately dials a number to report. "Hey, I am fine. Just checking in to say everything went well today." "Wait, you made chestnut braised pork?" "Oh, I am not even home, so why bother?" "Alright, go ahead and make it, just put the leftovers in the fridge. I will be back in 2 days to grab a bite. When it is almost done, add just half a spoonful of sugar. Not too much, remember your high blood sugar checkup?" Alright, I got it." He finally takes off his mask, revealing a major twist. He's actually Mr. Zhang. Looking at the mask, he sighs, whispering that his wife has suffered for too long. 25 years ago, he promised to travel the world with her, but 10 years ago, he just gave up, dragging her into this dark life while the martial arts world keeps calling. Honestly, her smile makes all that glory fade away. Pretty wild how that works, right? Later that night, Mr. Jiang contacts the client, reporting that he got hurt and will be out of commission for a while. The client replies that the job was finished early, so he can clock out. "Oh, by the way, head over to the auto shop on 44 Dong Lum Road. There are 4 bodies inside you need to clean up." Fu Sheng asks, and the client says they are just the rival squad. "Get it done, and I will throw in another 20,000. Looking at the address, Mr. Jiang realizes the shop is actually quite close. A small nightingale lands gently right on the shop sign. And guess who is already hanging out nearby? Chen Nuo. He wonders why a wild bird would be in the middle of the city. Meanwhile, Mr. Jiang puts on his mask and arrives at the scene. Slipping inside, he whistles for the bird to fly down. Chen Nuo instantly realizes the bird is actually a scout for Fu Sheng. Luckily, he completely hid his presence from the start, avoiding detection. Next, he watches Fu Sheng pull out a small, unlabeled bottle and pour the liquid directly onto the 4 dead thugs. Instantly, the corpses dissolve into nothing. He immediately recognizes this as corpse melting powder, the classic cleanup method of those ancient traditional factions. Job done, Mr. Jiang heads home to collect his cash. 1 hour later, they are back on the chat app talking business again. Fu Sheng reports that everything is clean, wrapping up the job, and wishing them a good partnership. The client praises his efficiency, but Fu Sheng immediately cuts straight to the chase. "Pay up. The extra is 120,000. Catching the assassin is 100,000 and body disposal is 20,000. Transfer it now. The client says, cool, I am sending it now, go check. Master Zhang is grinning, totally sure he just made a massive pile of cash. He is stoked. He almost died out there, but at least Song Qiaoyun's medical bills are finally locked in. He can even grab some sweet chestnut braised pork on the way home. Epic. But when the banking app notification pops up, Master Zhang opens it and freezes. Something is seriously off. Look at his face. He is completely losing it because the alert says he received exactly $12. $12 from some ghost account, leaving him with a grand total of $10.12. Panicking, Master Zhang hits up the client instantly. He text blasts them. This is completely wrong. We agreed on 120,000, not 12. Did you forget to type a bunch of zeros? The client replies, nope, no mistake. I said 120,000, but never specified which currency. Our guy fires back. Even then, how does that equal $12? The client explains that 120,000 Hanoi Dong is basically 12 USD. I even rounded it up for you. Master Jiang loses his mind. You scammer, how can you have absolutely zero honor? System notification. Message failed. User does not exist. Blocked. Master Jiang is screaming at his screen, completely losing his mind. Shameless trash. Why didn't you just pay me in Zimbabwe dollars? Then a new system alert pops up. Account received $500,000. Direct payment from the platform system, bringing his balance to over $510,000. He finally breathes again. Thank God the actual bounty went through the official system, or he would have had a heart attack. Still, that jerk scammed him. The next day, Chen Nuo is staring blankly at his laptop with little Xiao Yezi sitting right next to him. He sighs, wishing those 4 guys had brought 4 separate flash drives instead of just one. He plugs it in and laughs. That group ID really fits those sketchy repair shop brothers. The balance shows 880,000. Not bad at all. Paid off Master Jiang with 550,000, made back 880,000. Easy money. But then, a chat history between the targets and the client catches his eye. They were complaining that the job was too hard because the target had elite bodyguards protecting them. Since it was way tougher than expected, they demanded more cash. But the client shut them down immediately. Smelling trouble, they threatened to walk away, told him to find someone else. But the client just asked if they were actually capable. They promised that once the money was secured, they would deliver. But this greedy client still refused to cough up any advance. He claimed the contract price was locked, promising to pay them directly the second the target was dead. They were not having it, asking if he took them for fools. What if he vanished afterward? They demanded half up front. Chen Nuo strokes his chin. Honestly, you can tell he is already plotting how to bleed this guy for even more cash. Alert, account received $250,000, bringing his balance to over $1.1 million. Chen Nuo stretches, absolutely loving life. So many rich idiots. This shady website is literally a money tree. Maybe he should just put a hit out on himself, wait for assassins to show up, and wipe them all out. He turns to Xiao Yezi. Pack your things, kiddo. Uncle Sun invited us over for holiday dinner tonight. Little Xiao Yezi beams with absolute joy and happily nods along. Even though he is basically freeloading, Chen Nuo knows better than to show up empty-handed. He brings a nice bottle of liquor, making Sun Kike's dad immediately worry. Why are you spending so much money on expensive alcohol? Just coming to eat was plenty. You work hard for your money, take this back and get a refund. Chen Nuo just grins. Too late, Uncle Sun. I already cracked the seal. We are splitting this bottle tonight. Seeing how stubborn the kid is, Uncle Sun has no choice but to give in. Man, this kid is something else. Pretty soon, the two of them are clinking glasses, pouring shot after shot without stopping. Round after round, they keep downing their drinks. Uncle Sun happily chugs every single drop down his throat. Tipsy from the alcohol, Uncle Sun starts pouring his heart out. Kid, you better make sure you never fall behind in life. Chen Nuo politely nods back. Do not worry, Uncle Sun, I am working my butt off. The old man sighs. I know you don't care about school, but you must stay on the right path and earn clean cash. Otherwise, you will end up in real trouble. He stumbles over his words before finally blurting it out. Otherwise, how can I ever feel safe leaving my daughter Sun Kike in your hands? Sun Kike blushes and yells at her dad while her mom snaps. Sun Shengli, you have definitely had way too much to drink. He waves them off. No way, I am totally fine. Besides, we can't hide it anymore. This kid is clever as a fox, and our stubborn daughter is already totally wrapped around his finger. Uncle Sun pauses for a second, then suddenly slams his fist on the table with a serious look. I'm warning you both right now, no dating before you graduate. But Chen Nuo just smirks, instantly teasing the old man. Got it. But what happens after we graduate? Uncle Sun's voice softens up a bit. Well, once she's in college, I suppose I won't be able to boss her around so much. That is music to his ears. Chen Nuo instantly raises his glass to seal the deal. You got it, Uncle Sun. I promise we will behave and never cross the line before she graduates. Sun Shengli is extremely pleased with those words and happily laughs it off. Look at him, everyone. This kid is way too smart for his own good, basically a genius. Huang-Ye is totally over it and sighs. Sun Shengli, you are wasted. Quit rambling to a kid about things that do not even matter right now. Who can predict the future anyway? Sun Shengli grumbles back. I do not get it. The kid is mature, raises his sister, and works hard without screwing up. Our Tun family does not look down on the poor or chase riches. If he is a hard worker, I am all in. Right after saying that, he completely passes out. Huang-Ye stands up and tells her daughter, Sun Kike, keep our guest company. I have to drag your dad to bed. He is totally wasted. Chen Nuo gets the hint and takes his leave, telling Sun Kiki he is heading home with Xiao Yezi. But Sun Kiki is worried he might overthink things. She starts to explain, but Chen Nuo gently cuts her off. He gets it. Parents just want their kids to make it big and have a secure life. She reassures him completely. She promises she is not afraid of hard times or struggling as long as they are together. Hearing her words, Chen Nuo softly smiles and says, I believe you. Leaving her place, Chen Nuo and his sister stop by Teacher Zhang's house. His wife, Aunt Song, opens the door, and Chen Nuo immediately greets her with a polite bow. Hey there, Aunt Song. I am Mr. Zhang's student. Since it is a holiday, we wanted to drop by and pay our respects. She instantly beams. Oh, I remember you. You are the kid who always comes for extra tutoring, right? Come on in. No need to waste money on gifts. After they sit down, she mentions that Teacher Zhang just ran to the pharmacy to pick up some medicine. Chen Nuo gets a bit worried and asks if she or the teacher is feeling sick. She waves her hand, telling him to drop the formal titles since there is absolutely no need to be so polite. Just call me Aunt Song. Your teacher actually hurt his back carrying some heavy boxes a couple of days ago, so he went to grab some pain patches. He will be back soon. He notices a massive pot bubbling on the stove and asks if she is brewing some kind of traditional herbal medicine. She nods, explaining that her health is pretty weak, so she regularly drinks these bitter herbs to stay balanced. I never brew this during evening tutoring because the smell might bother the students. By the way, I have definitely heard your name before, Chen Nuo, right? You are the gutsy kid dating Sun Shengli's daughter, she says with a chuckle. Why can't teens date at 17 or 18? Back in my day, we were already married. Honestly, Sun Shengli gets way too dramatic sometimes. Why even try to stop you guys? I think you are doing incredibly well for your age. Listening to her, Chen Nuo smiles. Aunt Song is actually pretty friendly. After chatting for a long while, it is suddenly already 1 a.m. Seeing that her husband is taking forever, Aunt Song decides to perform a little song to keep the siblings entertained. But the moment she starts singing, things get incredibly weird and creepy, absolutely terrifying the siblings. I mean, it literally sounds like she is screaming at some invisible ghost. She confidently belts out a theatrical piece about the unmatched beauty of Hangzhou and the gorgeous flowers blooming around West Lake all year round. Chills run down Chen Nuo's spine. Why on earth did she suddenly burst into this traditional opera song? That is not even the craziest part. She is not just singing, she is basically shifting into a full-on theatrical storyteller right before their eyes. Gather round, guests. Today we speak of Zhao Zilong charging solo into Cao Cao's army 7 times. What a legendary warrior! Raising his spear, he rides hard and screams at Cao Cao to back down. The siblings are frozen in pure terror, wondering if she is possessed by some ancient theater spirit. This is bad. Like, seriously bad. What kind of nightmare are we even witnessing right now? Suddenly, a caged thrush nearby starts flapping and chirping loudly. This catches Chen Nuo's attention, and his brain starts connecting the dots. The thrush, the masks. Out of nowhere, Teacher Zhang bursts through the door, shouting her name. He quickly pulls out a small bottle, urging her to inhale it immediately. He starts blaming himself, crying out that he should not have gone to buy medicine right when her crazy illness was about to flare up. Aunt Song gradually calms down. She just forgot to take her medicine earlier. Chen Nuo asks about her condition. The teacher sighs, explaining she has been battling this weird illness for several years now. She actually had to leave her old opera troupe because of this condition. It is a bizarre condition that triggers once a day around 1 p.m., lasting for an hour before fading away, and they have to use meds to keep it in check. The teacher apologizes for the scene, but Chen Nuo just smiles. No way, I got to hear an amazing professional opera performance for free tonight. With that, the siblings get ready to leave, telling Teacher Zhang they should let Aunt Song get some rest. We will head home now, but next time I visit, I am definitely requesting a full song. The teacher can only laugh awkwardly. He apologizes for the chaotic night and tells him to bring his sister along next time. Chen Nuo nods as the clock strikes 2 in the morning. Back in bed, Aunt Song asks her husband with a worried sigh if she just completely embarrassed him in front of his student. Teacher Zhang quickly reassures his wife. No way, he says. Chen Nuo just wanted to swing by another day to hear the rest. That kid is slick as a devil. Next time he comes, I'm charging him admission. She chuckles, thinking he actually has a pretty decent heart. Man, Sun Shengli is pretty lucky. But Teacher Jiang just sighs, saying it might not be that simple. He heard Yang Xiaoyi doesn't approve of Chen Nuo at all. Since their families have been friends for ages, He knows Xiaoyi is far too proud to let anyone slide easily. Song Qiaoyun chimes in, saying that she thinks Chen Nuo is actually quite a sweet kid, especially since he came over to pay his respects today. That's sweet of him. If anything goes down between him and little Keek later, she hopes her husband can back him up. They really are just good kids. He nods, promising her he will. Honestly, how many students these days actually show respect anymore? Song Qiaoyun squeezes his hand, apologizing for dragging him down all these years. She adds that she's also pretty fond of Chen Nuo's little sister. That little girl is just adorable. Teacher Jiang looks at his wife gently, telling her not to overthink things like that. Tears well up in her eyes. Her chronic illness has kept her from ever giving him any children, a son or a daughter to call their own. So whenever she sees other people's cute kids, she can't help but feel envious. Teacher Jiang holds her close, whispering that it's totally fine. He stopped caring about having kids a long time ago. They are getting old now, so there's no point worrying about it. No use dwelling on the past. Besides, without kids, they don't have to worry about raising some precious little girl just for some punk to steal her away later. Just look at how gray old Tan's hair got over the last 2 years. All because he's constantly stressing out over son Kike. Song Qiaoyun teases him, saying Chen Nuo actually reminds her a lot of how he used to be. Remember? Back then, her father absolutely refused to let them be together. Teacher Jiang quickly scoffs at that, asking how that punk could possibly compare to him. Then he proudly puffs his chest out. Back then, he flattered the old man so much that he gladly handed over his daughter. He even passed down his secret martial arts style to me. I was a total genius at winning people over. Seeing him so smug makes Song Qiaoyun laugh along. Look at you, all proud. Teacher Jiang then fills her in. Since this hit is done, he can finally chill for a couple of years. $500,000 is plenty to cover her medicine for the next 3 years. Song Qiaoyun nods, still looking deeply worried. Yeah, but when he went out for that job, she was a total wreck, constantly terrified that something awful might happen to him. He promises he's done for good this time. He ran into a seriously powerful opponent and honestly got a bit spooked. Plus, the client flat out lied to him. He's still pretty ticked off about that. But thinking back to the bodies he cleaned up today, one of them was a guy he'd actually fought before. His neck snapped like a twig. That sight alone made him swallow his anger. This underworld is just too damn dangerous. The next morning, Chen Nuo is strolling down the street, stuffing his face with a pastry while lost in deep thought. Who knew old Jiang was actually Fu Sheng? Talk about a crazy twist. We were literally family, but didn't even recognize each other. After hanging out at his teacher's place yesterday, he finally put 2 and 2 together regarding Fu Sheng's true identity. So he uses his alt account named Young Girl Soulburner to text him and pay back the cash. Yeah, that's really his username. Hey buddy. Got hacked the other day, so here is your 200,000 back. Go check your account. Fu Sheng is completely confused, asking if this is a prank, but holy crap, the money is really there. Young Girl Soulburner just texts back, happy now? He even adds a cute face, which gets a blunt one-word reply from Fu Sheng telling him to scram. That completely shuts the kid up. Chen Nuo feels so much lighter, glad he could help. Sending back the money he swindled from the old man was definitely the right call. Old Jiang is definitely grinning in his sleep tonight. But check this out. He suddenly spots the teacher practicing martial arts in the park. He waits until the routine is finished before shouting out his praises, running over to shamelessly brown-nose the old man. That form was amazing, teacher. You've got to teach me. Teacher Jiang is totally not buying it, thinking this kid is way too clever for his own good. If he takes him on, his secret techniques will definitely get stolen. So he shuts him down immediately, flat out refusing to teach him. What are you even doing here this early anyway? Chen Nuo instantly puts on a tragic face, whining that he's been fragile and sickly since birth, and a fortune teller said he won't make it past 20. Teacher, surely you wouldn't just leave me here to die? But the old man knows he's a professional liar and scoffs, telling him to keep spinning his crazy stories. Since he started the show, he's going all in. Chen Nuo grabs his chest and lets out a massive coughing fit, deliberately showing his hand covered in something bright red right in front of him. Worried he is coughing up blood, the teacher panics and asks if he is actually sick. The kid just acts totally defeated, playing along by saying it's nothing while looking completely ready to give up on life. With his broken body, a runaway dad, and a mom in jail, maybe reincarnating early is better since life is just miserable. Teacher Jiang can't take it anymore and finally caves. Fine, he'll teach him. He doesn't know medicine to cure him, but he can help. He can teach him some basic forms and breathing techniques to build up internal energy which should help his body. He walks over to support him, asking what's actually wrong with him. He chuckles and turns around to ask, Master Jiang, do you have any tissues? The teacher looks totally lost. So he casually says, chili oil mixed with ketchup on my hands is kind of annoying. Let me tell you a secret, Master. Steamed buns dipped in chili oil and ketchup sauce are absolutely fire. This makes Master Jiang lose his mind. You totally tricked me. I am not teaching you anymore. Chen Nuo just smirks. As a respectable teacher, how can you go back on your word? Then he waves goodbye to Master Zhang and quickly runs off. See you, Master. I am going to class. Tomorrow I will be on time. Securing the deal with Master Jiang makes Chen Nuo feel better. Adding a new skill is always a win. Besides, his own special ability has a pretty massive flaw, and maybe Master Jiang can actually help fix it. The next day, Chen Nuo heads over to the plaza to meet him. But he does not show up alone. He drags Zhang Linsheng along too. Master Jiang, I brought Zhang Linsheng with me today. Yesterday he heard me talk about martial arts training and got jealous, begging to come along. Hearing this blatant lie, Zhang Linsheng snaps back. What? Me begging you? Didn't you call me at midnight and force me to wake up early to come here with you? Without a word, Chen Nuo kicks Zhang Linsheng's leg hard, forcing him straight down onto his knees right there on the grass. Then he says with absolute attitude, teaching one person is the same as teaching two. We can train together. Look, maybe Brother Hanan is some secret martial arts genius, so just take him in too. As for Zhang Linsheng, he is totally lost. Who am I? Where am I? What am I even doing here? Seeing him treat this whole training thing like a joke, Master Jiang gets pretty annoyed and warns him. A martial arts genius? You think you can just buy one at some cheap street market? Chen Nuo just chuckles. Look, we are already here. Is he trash or a treasure? Just test him. Master Jiang sighs. Let's see if he's got talent. Show me some Tai Chi moves first. And with that, their training session officially begins. Zhang Linsheng goes first. Master Jiang stands nearby demonstrating some beautiful forms, carefully reminding his student to keep his stance low and perfectly solid. Follow the breathing pattern I taught you. 3 long, 1 short, 2 wide, 1 narrow, inhale once, exhale 3 times. But Zhang Linsheng is totally off balance, flailing his arms like crazy. After struggling for a bit, he completely loses his footing and faceplants, making Master Jiang shake his head in utter disappointment. What kind of genius is this supposed to be? He moves like a stiff wooden log. Watching this disaster, Chen Nuo cannot help but burst out laughing. Seeing him laugh, the teacher calls him over. Chen Nuo, your turn. But honestly, his performance is not actually that terrible. After watching him closely for a while, the teacher decides that Chen Nuo is not some legendary prodigy either. Sure, he is slightly better than Zhang Linsheng, but still pretty average. After teaching them a few basics, Master Jiang just leaves the duo behind. Practice the basic horse stance first while I go for a walk. Honestly, he feels that staying any longer would literally drive him completely insane with frustration. Before walking away, Master Jiang turns around and barks. Do not even think about slacking off, got it? The moment he disappears, Chen Nuo instantly drops his stance. He is finally gone. Zhang Linsheng follows suit and stops practicing too. Chen Nuo immediately nags him. Do not stand up yet. Keep holding that stance. Zhang Linsheng snaps back. Why do you get to slack off while I train? He replies with smug confidence. These things are all about looks. I am handsome, so I get a pass. You are ugly, so go train to death. That roast completely shuts Zhang Linsheng up. But check this out. In the middle of the night, Chen Nuo suddenly sneaks right up to his sleeping friend. Then he directly channels his inner energy and internal power straight into Zhang Linsheng's body. He whispers to the sleeping guy, Kid, you better not waste all this hard work I am putting in for you. Over the next few days, Chen Nuo practices his new cultivation technique day and night, but only manages to slightly ripple the water in his cup. He thinks, Master Jiang's breathing and energy method is actually pretty interesting. It is a purely external type of energy, but still feels pretty raw. Even if I master it completely, I can't break a glass from 3 meters away. Well, it's just a basic starter technique, not some crazy kung fu movie magic. Suddenly, some aggressive banging on the door ruins his concentration. Annoyed, Chen Nuo walks over to complain. Who is being so rude, slamming the door with that much force? Standing in front of him is a strange middle-aged man with a buzz cut. Chen Nuo asks curiously, Who are you, mister? The guy introduces himself. My name is Gu Kang. We actually met once a few years back. Recognizing him, Chen Nuo instantly brightens up. Oh, someone from the Ko family. Now I remember. Gu Kang, right? But the man immediately asks something completely different. Where is my daughter, Gu Xiao Yezi? That blunt question makes Chen Nuo feel pretty uncomfortable, but the guy doesn't even care and pushes his way inside. Why aren't you letting me in? Let us talk inside. Gu Kang sits down on the sofa looking incredibly relaxed. So soft, not a bad life here. This TV and AC definitely weren't cheap. Hard to believe a few years ago your mother had to secretly steal money from our house to feed you and your grandma. Guess I was too nice for not stopping her. Hearing this annoying rant, Chen Nuo loses his patience and cuts him off. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me, why are you here? He bursts out laughing. Interesting. Very interesting. Then he raises his voice. I remember you a few years back as a cowering kid who couldn't even look up. Who knew you'd grow such a big mouth now, acting like you're totally fearless. I won't waste any more breath. Where's my daughter Gu Xiao Yezi? I'm taking her with me. But Chen Nuo isn't backing down for a second. He asks straight up, take her where? You just got out of prison, so can you actually take care of Gu Xiao Yezi? Or are you gonna get drunk and leave her behind, Dumping her on your trash brother again? Or some other worthless mother who doesn't care? Chen Nuo's words push him over the edge. He slams his hands down, stands up and screams, "Kid, you better watch your mouth. My brother is an honest guy, but I'm not like him. You trying to play tough with me? Forget it." But unlike him, Chen Nuo knows exactly what he's after. He asks him bluntly, "Fine, I know your type. You don't care about your daughter at all. Just name your price. How much cash do you want?" That hits the spot and the guy blurts out 3,000. His voice softens with a fake smile. "Give me 3,000 and I'm gone. Xiao Yezi can stay with you, and I won't ever come back to bother you guys again. Wait, check this out." Chen Nuo agrees instantly, but instead of just 3,000, he throws in a little extra. "I'll add another 1,000. Gu Kang looks completely shocked. Chen Nuo lays down the deal. "Today is Wednesday. Once Xiao Yezi gets out of school, come pick her up with me and treat her to dinner as her real father. Do that, and the extra 1,000 is yours to take." Later that afternoon at school, the little girl spots Chen Nuo and runs over to him, totally thrilled. He scoops her up and smiles. "Xiao Yezi, look who came to see you." She freezes for a second, staring blankly. "Daddy." Gu Kang calls out her name, acting all affectionate. "Xiao Yezi, it's Dad." She immediately throws herself at his legs, sobbing her eyes out. But he quickly pushes the poor girl away. All right, stop crying." She won't let go, clinging to him while weeping. This actually starts annoying him. "I said stop crying, Xiao Yezi, just stop it." Chen Nuo pulls her close, feeling her pain. How could she not cry? "While you ran off, do you have any idea how much she suffered at your brother's house?" Xiao Yezi starts pouring her heart out through heavy, choked-up tears. "Uncle beat me. Aunt starved me when I wet the bed. She locked me in the bathroom and threw freezing water on me. Where did you go, Daddy? Where is Mommy? I want Mommy. Why did not anyone come for me?" Hearing this, Gu Kang actually looks pretty awkward. He mutters, "Stop crying now, okay?" Chen Nuo also tries his best to soothe her. "Don't cry, Xiao Yezi. How about your dad and I take you to get some delicious food?" The three of them head straight into the biggest fried chicken joint around. She happily tries to feed her dad first, but he just shrugs her off. "You eat, I am not hungry." Still, she is so happy to see him, babbling nonstop. "Daddy, I made so many friends in class, and they all love playing with me. Even the teachers love me and give me snacks." But looking at his face, he does not care at all. Watching this, Chen Nuo feels a deep ache for her. The massive void left by absent parents is something no one else can ever truly fill. But in her memories, her dad was not always like this. Once upon a time, her family actually had some pretty happy moments. She grew up surrounded by both parents and endless laughter. "Look at our girl go, she is finally walking. Where is our little bird flying to? Be careful, do not let her fall." But then Gu Kang fell deep into gambling, slowly losing his humanity until he became an absolute monster. He threw himself madly into the betting tables, turning into a shell of a man. A complete deadbeat. "Hey, you are out of chips." "Who says? I have got plenty of chips right here." Playing all day long. Soon, Xiao Yezi gets tired and falls fast asleep on her dad's shoulder. Their little reunion is officially over. And here is the kicker. He just dumps her back into Chen Nuo's arms, claiming he did his part and is leaving. Irritated, the teen asks, "You are seriously leaving already?" The man just shrugs, thinking his job here is done, so he is free to go. Chen Nuo presses on. "She is your own flesh and blood, shouldn't you be taking care of her and making things right?" But he just snaps back. "Kid, are you seriously trying to teach me how to live? You are barely a teenager, what do you even know about life?" Holding back his rage, Chen Nuo mutters, "If you were not her father, I wouldn't waste a single breath on you. Gu Kang, this is my final warning. If you have any soul left, stay and be a real father to her, even just for one weekend." But he cuts him off. "What weekend? Do you have any idea how busy I am? Hell, tonight I have got an important buddy waiting to meet me. Stop nagging me. I got my cash, so I am out." With that, he turns around and walks away without looking back once. Watching him walk away, Chen Nuo thinks, "Gu Kang, I gave you a real chance. I paved a path for you, and I did not let her down." Then he pulls out his phone. "Brother Loi, I need a quick favor. It is urgent. We need to do it tonight." Cut to the karaoke bar. The moment Gu Kang arrives, a thug is already waiting. Seeing the guy, he calls him Brother Yong. But Yong just immediately starts tearing into him. "You are freaking late, man. Told you 10 o'clock and my boss is already about to split." Gu Kang plays nice, saying he could not grab a ride, apologizing to Xiaoyong. Then Xiaoyong drags him inside to meet the big boss. This giant dude has a thick gold chain and a gorgeous girl on each arm. Xiaoyong quickly introduces them. "Gu Kang, meet Brother Wang, also known as Wang Laohu, the top muscle for leader Li over at Jifeng Hall. Go ask anyone in Jinling City, everyone knows this absolute legend." Gu Kang immediately starts kissing up, bowing low to pour some drinks. "Brother Wang, let me buy you a drink." Meanwhile, Xiaoyong tries pitching his buddy to the big boss. "Boss, this is my old cellmate from back inside. He is pretty sharp, knows how to read a room, and gets things done." Wang Laohu looks pretty annoyed, but since they are already here, he decides to talk a little trash. "Fine, since you are with Xiaoyong, I will give you a pass." Gu Kang humbly pours another glass, begging for a job down the line. The boss scoffed. claiming the streets have been pretty rough lately. He did not even touch the glass Gu Kang poured. This gets Xiaoyang sweating. Seems like Brother Wang is seriously ticked off about them being late. The boss drops the full glass, grabs his girl, and walks. Gu Kang yells out, "Brother Wang, the VIP room tab is already paid." That actually changes the boss's mood. He grins and turns back to his lackey. "Talk about money talking, right? Your buddy is actually pretty cool. Bring him to my office tomorrow." Gu Kang keeps thanking him like a hyperdog. Xiaoyang sighs, saying he was literally sweating bullets for him back there. "Do not turn off your phone, I will call you tomorrow." Gu Kang nods like crazy, promising Xiaoyang he will absolutely kill it tomorrow. After that, Xiaoyang also heads out. Then Gu Kang drops his fake smile. Furious, damn it, 12 grand down the drain. He figures Chen Nuo still has some cash left. Maybe he will scam that kid again soon. Meanwhile, a hot, long-haired girl is still waiting. He looks her up and down, asking for her name. She gives him a sweet smile and says she is San. This creep immediately invites her to hook up. Since he is acting like a big spender, San does not mind at all. She leans in, whispering that as long as he has the cash, any girl here is down for a wild night. Gu Kang just smirks with this super shady look on his face. "Treat me right and you will get paid," he tells her. Cut to the cozy Junyu hotel. He drags her straight to the room, ready to dive right in. But San stops him and tells him to take a shower first. No brainer. Of course he agrees. A clean body makes the mood 10 times better. This idiot is so hyped after prison, thinking he is finally getting lucky. But watch closely. His karma is about to hit like an absolute truck. But before he can even turn on the water, a massive crash outside scares him half to death. What the hell is that? Suddenly, a massive muscular thug literally kicks the door open and storms inside. "You piece of garbage, are you seriously messing with my sister?" Gu Kang froze, dead silent. Talk about a classic setup. The angry thug immediately grabs Gu Kang by his hair and starts dragging him out. He screams in pain, begging the guy, saying there must be a mistake. San even panics, screaming that she does not even know this guy. The thug walks over, looks at San, and asks if her name is Lily. She just stares at him, completely confused. "Wait, I thought my name was San." Smack, he hits her right across the face with absolute force. The thug roars, asking her what she just said. Terrified, she immediately changes her tune, crying that he is totally right. "My name is Lily. I am your sister." The thug turns back to Gu Kang, saying he told him there was no mistake. "Now let us talk about how you are going to pay for taking my sister to a cheap hotel room." Gu Kang can only grit his teeth, trapped. He silently curses these scammers for bringing a literal actress. He has only been locked up for a year, and the underworld has already gotten this crazy? Meanwhile, the thug remembers his orders. Brother Lei said to beat him just enough for a 4,000 yuan medical bill to hit his KPI. Fast forward to Monday afternoon. Gu Kang hobbles out of the city hospital, looking like absolute garbage, covered in bruises and crying his eyes out. Damn it, he got it wrong. He just got out of prison, so he has no enemies. It has to be that punk's doing. Right then, his phone rings, and the second he answers, Xiaoyang starts screaming. "Where the hell have you been, man? I spent the entire afternoon trying to call you. I went out of my way to set up a meeting with the boss to give you a real chance. But look at you, being a total flake. Do not blame me when I drop you as a friend." Gu Kang desperately defends himself, begging Xiaoyang to listen. "Last night I got set up and beaten half to death. I just got out of the hospital and my phone died." Hearing his cellmate got wrecked, Xiaoyang immediately demands to know who did it. "It was some brat," Gu Kang spits back, and just like that he gets summoned right over to Jifeng Hall. So Lao Hu listens to the whole story and sums it up. "Ah, I get it, so it is just your wife's bratty ex-kid? You are literally a grown-ass man getting played by a little punk? That kid has some serious cash, right?" Gu Kang swears he does. The AC and TV are all expensive name brands, so his dead grandma definitely left him a massive pile of savings. Hearing this makes Lao Hu super happy, and the greedy dude already has his own sketchy plans cooking up. Since their crippled boss rarely shows up at the hall, Lao Hu is temporarily running the place all by himself. But the sly old boss is too smart to let him touch the money. How can he run things with zero cash? Lao Hu stands up, creeps closer, and puts on a fake friendly face to tell Gu Kang, "Hey brother, since Xiaoyang brought you here, I will absolutely back you up on this. I will get some guys to look into him." Gu Kang is stoked, stammering out, "Thanks, Brother Wang." Early morning in the park, and after days of non-stop training, Zhang Linsheng finally gets a solid compliment from teacher Zhang. "Not bad, you actually got the form down." Watching his hard work, the old master is secretly pleased and impressed. He realized Zhang Linsheng actually has some raw talent. Sure, the kid is a bit slow and kinda dim-witted, but his physical build is legit. His veins and channels are basically top-tier martial arts material. Naturally, teacher Jiang compares him to Chen Nuo. That lazy kid looks like a dry twig and only trains whenever he feels like it. He skipped today too, so he needs a beating. But watch this, just as he says that, a familiar voice calls out, "Hey teacher Jiang, I am here today." The master snaps back, "Look at your sloppy self, is that how you behave? Now go do horse stance." Suddenly Xiao pipes up calling out, Uncle Jiang, her cute arrival instantly melts the old master's angry mood. Oh, Xiao Ye is here, she asks curiously. Uncle Jiang, why are you yelling at my brother? He chuckles awkwardly, explaining that his voice is just naturally loud and he is definitely not mad. Don't be scared, Xiao Ye. And just like that, he completely ignores his two disciples to carry the little girl away. Come on, Uncle Jiang will buy you some treats. The two walk away chatting, leaving the boys behind with absolutely zero instructions. Xiao Ye excitedly tells Teacher Jiang about seeing her dad. Uncle Jiang, my daddy actually came back last week. Teacher Jiang is surprised. Your dad? Yes, but he already left again. Chen Nuo told her dad went on business far away and won't be back for a long time. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo is busy teasing Zhang Linsheng, who completely ignores him. But a moment later, he finally speaks up. Yesterday, Teacher Jiang said he wants to hold an official initiation ceremony to make it legit. I wanted to tell you yesterday, but you did not show up. Chen Nuo shrugs, so we just do a master-disciple thing, eat a meal and offer him tea. But Zhang Linsheng clarifies. The master said a meal is unnecessary. We must worship the founder, burn some incense, and serve tea. You seem to take it pretty lightly. Then let us do the ceremony. Zhang Linsheng suddenly gets hyped. That means from now on, we are officially martial brothers. I am the senior brother, and you are my junior. But of course, Chen Nuo is not having it and snaps back immediately. Nice try, bud. I am the senior brother, and you are number 2. Zhang Linsheng argues back, saying he is older, but Chen Nuo shut him down. I joined first, plus I am the one who dragged you here. This completely silences Zhang Linsheng. Honestly, he is not out of words, he is just done arguing. Chen Nuo smugly wraps it up. Remember, next time you see me, call me senior brother. Just then, Teacher Jiang walks back. Hearing Chen Nuo boast, he gets furious and roars his name so loud it nearly blows his eardrums. Xiao Ye looks at Teacher Jiang with teary eyes, whining that Uncle Jiang is too scary. The master flinches and instantly tones it down. He is super annoyed, but has to force a bright smile. Chen Nuo, I was only gone for 5 minutes and you already stopped training? This will not do. Chen Nuo defends himself, saying he was just discussing the ceremony with his junior. The master is surprised. Junior?
Yes.
Zhang Linsheng chimes in, saying he was discussing it with his senior brother. Hearing this, the old master instantly corrects them. Fine, discuss whatever you want, but the first one to enter my lineage is the true eldest disciple. Back in my youth, before going to Jinling City, I already took in a disciple. Technically, he is your actual senior brother. Chen Nuo immediately turns to Zhang Linsheng. Second senior brother, looks like I am your third junior brother now. Zhang Linsheng is totally lost, asking why he suddenly gave up being the eldest. Chen Nuo literally laughs to tears, silently calling him a complete idiot. Too bad his special powers cannot heal a stupid brain. Meanwhile at school, some guy bangs on the guardroom door shouting for Old Chin to open up because the car has arrived. President Zhao is in the vehicle. Old Chin opens the gate but finds it super weird that the big boss is visiting on a weekend. But check this out. Even President Zhao himself steps down to personally open the back door. Like, who could possibly be inside? A pair of long, elegant legs steps out. Neville Devanhill makes a stunning entrance, rocking high-end designer clothes that instantly grab everyone's attention. Old Chin is left completely speechless, thinking this kid is pure, untouchable class. The teacher reminds the class that finals are next week. Since today is Monday, everyone has exactly 2 weeks to prepare, so work hard. Class dismissed. Then he adds that there is a school assembly this afternoon. Everyone needs to line up on the field at 2 p.m. just like morning exercises. Next week, the school is restructuring, and the big bosses from the education group are coming to inspect. Chen Nuo finds it annoying, so he asks Sun Kike to cover for him this afternoon. She gasps, wait, skipping class again? He quickly blames Loi's shop needing help, adding he's actually dealing with her love rival. Once he deals with Zhang Yingzi, he will tell Li Yingwan to return home. Honestly, it was a major lifesaver not letting Li Yingwan go to school this month. Otherwise, if she got targeted, who could handle that? Afternoon comes. The principal is on stage giving a super passionate speech. He says they will expand the school buildings and dorms, rebuild the cafeteria, and renovate the library so their school can march proudly into a bright future. Down in the crowd, the students clap like crazy. Then he asks Neville Devanhill if she wants to speak, but she shuts him down immediately with a flat no. Lowering her sunglasses, she scans the crowd, thinking she might use her supervisor title to meet that mysterious kid. Honestly, he is quite the ghost. Lua Qing has been staring at Neville Devanhill this whole time. Being a total gossip, he leans over to Sun Kike. That woman is definitely a big deal. Just look at those clothes. Sun Ki gets curious and asks if he means that plaid trench coat. Lua Qing nods, explaining that it is Burberry, and a coat like that easily costs 10 to 20,000. Sun Kike gasps in pure shock. Is she wearing half a house on her back? Lua Qing starts breaking it down for her. That is elite global brands for you. It is British royal family tier, so obviously it is ridiculously pricey. Plus, did you notice something totally weird? Sun Kike is even more confused and asks what. Her friend replies right away. According to my sharp detective eyes, Even though she is wearing those dark sunglasses, she keeps looking over at our row. It really seems like she is searching for someone. Do you think she is looking for Chen Nuo? We already had that country-end tycoon show up, so a British noble traveling thousands of miles for romance wouldn't be surprising. Realizing her friend is just teasing her, Sun Ke glares at him, completely annoyed, and tells Luo Qing to shut his jinxing mouth. Meanwhile, back at Chen Nuo's place, he is checking his quests when a system alert hits, stating that his mission has expired. With a calculating look, he recalls texting the client twice using his Thien Candin account before the deadline to assassinate Jiang Yingzi. He wanted to test the waters, but they never replied. If they knew the task failed, why didn't they cancel the mission earlier? Wait, could it be? Suddenly, a new notification pops up, the exact one he was hoping for. Here it is, a brand new request. It is finally time for the Maiden Soul Arsonist to shine. But even though he messages them, there is still zero response. He thinks to himself that the client isn't replying or even asking about the previous mission's deadline. They probably figured out that Thien Canding's strength wasn't quite enough to pull it off. They just wanted to gamble on a lucky break, waiting until the timer ran out. The exact task is an assassination with a hidden target. Once accepted, he has 5 days to complete it. The reward is $3 million, which can be split among multiple people. Note 1 states this is a multiplayer quest, with the client limiting it to a maximum of 6 people working together. A successful hit guarantees 70% of the total payout, while the remaining 30% is split based on the client's contribution rating. Note 2 warns that since the reward exceeds $1 million, this is officially rated as a B-rank system quest. Users must seriously consider the difficulty of this mission to avoid any deadly mistakes. Looking at this, Chen Nuo is quite certain the client will repost the quest immediately, raising the stakes to attract someone with much stronger skills. After making his choice, the system sends a pop-up asking if he wants to accept the quest. Naturally, he hits yes. Another alert follows, showing his alias, Maiden Soul Arsonist, a professional hitman with a clean 100% success rate. Everything is set, but he still looks a bit hesitant. Honestly, he wants to say something else, but since he is infiltrating the enemy group, he should play nice and wait to get picked. Half an hour slips by. Chen Nuo is half asleep when a loud ping suddenly wakes him right up. Your request has been accepted by the client. Tap here to view the mission files. Since he took on a B-rank quest, finishing it will successfully upgrade his account rank straight to silver. Chen Nuo is absolutely thrilled. He can actually level up. He is finally moving up from being a nobody. Then the mission details load, showing the actual target. It is Jiang Yingzi, complete with her personal files. Having already expected this, he smirks and mutters that it played out exactly as he thought. He joins the temporary chat and sees 5 others, counting himself and the client. That makes 7 people in total. The client wants this job wrapped up in 5 days, and I will split the cash based on how much work you actually do, so let's play nice. Igniter of Maiden Hearts immediately replies, telling the boss not to worry because this job is as good as done. Chen Nuo gets hyped, muttering that it is an absolute jackpot since 6 idiots are teaming up to kill Jiang Yingzi, completely clueless that the real Joker is right next to them. But being the cautious guy he is, he needs to make sure there are absolutely zero slip-ups, so he decides to add another layer of safety. Cut to Teacher Jiang painstakingly typing away on his keyboard when a sudden message pops up out of nowhere. Thien Candin asks if he is down to make some sweet extra cash. The gig is in Jinling, doing the same protection job as before to keep the target safe, making Fu Sheng Confai Noisao suspicious enough to ask who he is. Bringing up the 20,000 Hanoi bills, Fu Sheng Confai Noisao just tells him to beat it. He quickly sucks up to him, promising $300,000 this time around. He bypasses the web and sends half as a deposit, stopping Teacher Jiang right as he is about to rage-type a furious insult because the cash actually hits. Wait, check this out. A cool $150,000 just hit his account. He is still pretty annoyed, but money talks, so Fu Sheng Confai Noisao cautiously asks why he needs help when he handled 4 guys alone last time. Why even hire me if you are that good? But Thien Canding says his skills are just way better. Teacher Jiang is still quite suspicious of this insane generosity, feeling like that compliment sounds a bit off. But with the cash already in his account, there is no way he is saying no, so he decides to ask Old Tun for some time off. Sure, they have savings, but he cannot just sit around forever. Plus, the gig is local, meaning he can still easily take care of Song Xiaoyun. Meanwhile, at another hotel, the gorgeous Lu Shishi is relaxing in the bath. She is super hyped, wondering just how shocked the Igniter of Maiden Hearts will be when they finally meet face to face. Suddenly, her phone rings, and it is Yunaitong, so Lu Shishi answers with a grin, asking if her favorite disciple already misses her after just a few days. Yunaitong cuts straight to the chase, letting her know that the clients officially accepted their massive quote. She completely milked them dry this time, warning her master to get the job done with 0 mistakes, which only makes Lu Shishi laugh and call her baby. Once we pocket this cash, I am taking you to Las Vegas so we can buy tons of booze, hit the casinos, and even watch some pole dancers, making me feel pretty bad for poor little Yunai Tang. The kid sighs, telling her master that she is only 9 years old and trying to build normal morals, so she needs to stop saying such weird things. Instead of feeling any shame, Lu Shishi proudly boasts about her own past, claiming she was already sneaking sips of alcohol when she was only 9 years old. She even reminds her that she secretly spiked her birthday cake with rum last time, and she absolutely loved it. That completely triggers the little girl, who screams so loud it almost blows up her phone. She yells that she is quitting as her disciple and would rather go join that wizard, who promised to hand over all his rare magic books if she just calls him master once. Lu Shishi quickly tries to play nice, telling her favorite kid not to be mad since she is easily the smartest disciple ever. Yunai Tong fires back, complaining that spiking her food with alcohol is totally going to ruin her brain development. Calling her a total crazy woman, she immediately hangs up the phone on her. Lu Shishi just sighs at her screen, realizing the kid is seriously mad and wonders how on earth she is going to apologize. And you won't believe this, but right then, her phone starts ringing again. Lu Shishi happily cheers, assuming her cute little disciple was not actually mad, but the kid screams back with a rage so intense it almost blows her eardrums out. I was too mad. One hang-up was not enough, so I called back to do it again. Actually terrified, Lu Shishi quickly wraps herself in a towel to get to work, wanting to wrap this up fast so she can go home. She just hopes the kid in Jinling does not disappoint, calling him her new disciple. Right before she wakes up nursing a massive hangover. She is still pretty tipsy, her head absolutely spinning. Groaning about her massive headache, she knows she has to lock in, because finding the igniter of maiden hearts is still her #1 priority. Since she cannot figure it out, Lu Shishi decides to just head out for a walk, figuring she might as well wander around without any fresh intel. Meanwhile, over on Zhang Yingzi's side, young Li Yingwan is begging to go outside. She begs her mom to go out before she dies of boredom, but this is actually all part of Chen Nuo's secret plan. The kid remembers her Oppa's message warning about the incoming assassins, knowing they need to lure those killers out to take them down. Talk about wild luck, because Lu Shishi's room is literally right next to Zhang Yingzi's, and when they bump into each other, Lu Shishi immediately compliments the cute kid. Hey pretty girl, you heading out to play? Li Yingwan innocently replies that she is pretty too and wants to hang out with her, then grabs Yingzi by the hand and heads out. Lu Shishi waves them off with a cheerful grin, telling the girl to have loads of fun out there. Watching them walk away, her smile turns straight up wicked as she murmurs to herself. What a massive coincidence. Such a shame for a pretty little thing like her. Night falls, yet somehow everything still feels totally peaceful. Chilling with a huge pile of spicy crawfish, Chen Nuo keeps watch, finding this quiet night pretty weird. These assassins have some crazy patience, not gonna lie. Li Yingwan has been wandering around with Yingzi all day, so could those killers seriously not find their target yet? Even Teacher Zhang sent out his thrushbird, but that view can't compete with my second-floor spot. Either way, things down there look absolutely normal. The teacher trailed Yingzi and her mom all day without a single sign of trouble. It's past 8 o'clock already, looks like a totally quiet night. But suddenly, he gets this really weird feeling as the thrushbird swoops down right onto some stranger's hand. That stranger chuckles with pure amusement, how fascinating. And yep, it is none other than Lu Shishi herself. Staring at the little bird, she exclaims, "It has been ages since I met a beast tamer who can talk to animals. Good bird, now tell me where your master is hiding." Completely brainwashed by her spell, the bird flaps its wings and flies off to lead her straight to him. Smug as hell, Lu Shishi follows Yingzi, totally confident she is about to corner the legendary maiden heartbreaker. But facing her terrifying power, Teacher Jiang is completely paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle. Sweating buckets, the master grits his teeth. She is way too strong. Just looking at her locks up my entire body, making me break out in cold sweat. This heavy pressure feels like a wild animal cornered by its natural predator. Glaring at Teacher Zhang, she assumes he is the exact target she is looking for. Thinking so, this is what you actually look like. I only took this mission today on a whim. Who knew you would take it too? This must be absolute destiny. Closing the distance, she launches a direct strike right at Teacher Jiang, screaming at him. Hey, did you have fun calling me an old hag? The poor guy has absolutely no clue what is happening, stuttering back. What on earth are you talking about? Who even is this maiden heartbreaker? Before the confused Teacher Jiang can even process his panic, he takes her brutal blast right to the chest. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo is casually taking a sip of his drink, thinking everything is fine today. But wait, get ready for this. A massive explosion suddenly goes off nearby, making him choke. He panics. Then sheer terror kicks in as he finally realizes exactly who is attacking the old master. Why is this crazy woman showing up here and charging at Teacher Jiang? What happened to the 5 hitmen? Scrambling to check their private mission group chat, His mind is totally blown as he notices the first characters of their usernames literally spell out, "Oh my god. Are you kidding me?" Chen Nuo instantly fires off a text, "Run for your life." He sprints out of his apartment. That shameless old hag actually took down all 5 of those killers by herself. Coughing up blood, Teacher Zhang can barely stand after that hit. As Lu Shishi winds up for another devastating kick, Teacher Zhang desperately yells out to stop her. "Wait, you definitely got the wrong person." But she completely ignores him, bringing her leg down with absolute fury. The brutal shockwave completely tears up the entire street. Luckily, the master managed to dodge just in time, or he would have been absolute history. Glaring deeply into his eyes with pure rage, Lu Shishi snarls, "I literally threw my actual mission aside today just to find you. You are dead meat today." Yet Teacher Zhang keeps insisting, "You got the wrong guy, I am not him." The stubborn woman refuses to listen, blitzing forward to grab him before unleashing a lightning-fast sequence of her ultimate moves. First strike, direction. Seeing her insane demonic speed, the master can only rely on his decades of martial arts instincts to barely defend himself. But his desperate defense is totally useless here. Her next move, Mine, slams right into his back, followed immediately by Pine, ripping his shoulder wide open. Then comes Fire. Realizing he can't just take hits forever, Teacher Zhang finally swings back. Lu Shishi effortlessly raises her hand, blocking his desperate counterattack like it is absolutely nothing. Finishing with her limit strike, she blows him away with a devastating palm, sending him crashing deep into the bushes. Thinking she finally won, she gets hyped. She cheers in pure ecstasy. Yes, this feels so good, so incredibly satisfying. As she gets ready to finish him off, he yells back in total frustration, "Wait, hold on. Explain yourself. What the hell is a maiden heartbreaker? What are you even talking about?" The woman blinks, totally confused. "What? It is you. You are the maiden heartbreaker." Teacher Jiang is internally losing his mind. "You crazy lady, I will break your face. I have lived my entire life with total honor. I only love my wife. When did I ever break any girl's heart?" He screams all of this in his head, of course, too terrified to speak it out loud. The master tells her he has never even heard that name. Lu Shishi tilts her head with a clueless, innocent look. "Wait, did I actually get the wrong guy?" But check this out. Suddenly, a random bottle comes flying straight at her face, and her crazy sharp instincts pick up on it immediately. Catching the bottle out of midair, she scoffs. "Seriously, an accomplice? Talk about showing off weak tricks." Before she can even finish her sentence, she realizes something is seriously wrong with this bottle as cracks suddenly spread, and it explodes. Lu Shishi flinches, diving back fast to dodge the blast. But it's not just a tiny explosion. Those sharp glass shards suddenly move on their own, flying straight at her like they're possessed by some kind of crazy energy. She quickly whips out her telekinesis, throwing up a solid energy shield to block the razor-sharp storm from shredding her. But wait. Another sneak attack suddenly flies in from behind, catching her completely off guard. Our girl is no weakling, though. She instantly conjures up a second barrier to cover her blind spot. "Annoyed," she screams out, "trying to pull a cheap feint on me, huh?" The clash drags on, their spiritual powers neck and neck. The shockwave is so heavy that the brick ground right under Lu Shishi's feet starts cracking and shattering. Suddenly remembering her hostage, she spins around only to find Teacher Jiang gone. Furious, she yells out he actually ran away. She checks on her targets, Yingzi and her mom, but that spot is empty too. Total fail. Lu Shishi is boiling mad, muttering that she is seriously not happy. She couldn't catch the sole arsonist, her main target escaped, and now she's wondering who the heck dared to ambush her. Right then, the phone clamped between her thighs starts buzzing like crazy. Lu Shishi answers, softening her voice to say, "My sweet disciple, you finally care about me." Yu Naitong literally screams through the speaker, "Lu Shishi, what on earth are you doing? Aren't you in Jinling for that massive mission I grabbed? Why did you just log into an alt account? I found out you took another cheap gig without my permission. Are you insane?" Lu Shishi quickly tries to beg for mercy. "Look, my sweet disciple, don't be mad. Seriously, how does a 9-year-old kid even know how to nag this much?" Yu Naitong keeps yelling, "How can I not be mad? Do you know how hard I worked to build your legendary reputation as the Starry Sky Queen? Why would you cheapen yourself by taking some random side job for a measly 2 or 3 million yuan? Who's gonna pay you top dollar after this?" Lu Shishi tries to defend herself, saying, "But didn't we have a fight yesterday? I figured you wouldn't talk to me for days. And since I'm out here all alone, I'm almost completely flat broke. Honestly, you manage all my cash anyway. Since you were totally furious at me, I felt way too awkward to ask for allowance. I just took one tiny gig to get pocket money. My sweet disciple, your master is sorry. I will not do it again." Yu Naitong is completely done listening to her excuses. She drops the final hammer and hangs up. "The gig is officially cancelled. I worked way too hard to push your rates to the absolute top of the market. Finish your job. Come home. I told you already, you are an adult. Stop running around outside for nothing." Being scolded by her young disciple leaves Lu Shishi totally heartbroken. But with all this drama, she completely forgets a pretty massive detail. Oh man, I totally forgot to tell my little Candy that I already found the guy who burned those young girls' souls. But honestly, making that little lady back home angry is way more dangerous, so she puts it aside and heads out. Forget it, keeping her sweet disciple happy is what actually matters. The kid's been super annoyed with her lately, so no more triggering her. Man, having a genius disciple is a real struggle. Back to Chen Nuo, he has successfully smuggled teacher Zhang to his place. He quickly calls Li Yingwan, warning her and her mom to avoid their hotel and find a safer spot. This assassin is insanely strong, and I need to figure out what is going on here. While treating teacher Zhang, a thought keeps bugging him. What on earth is Lu Shishi doing in Jinling anyway? A low-tier hit job like assassinating Zhang Yingzi is way below her pay grade. And it's not like she'd hunt him down offline over some petty online internet argument, especially since they're half a world apart. After some intense healing, the old man is finally out of the danger zone. He lets out a sigh of relief. Luckily, his injuries are mostly on the outside, though his lungs took a small hit. It's likely internal damage from forcing his body to clash with a top-tier powerhouse like the Starry Sky Queen. I've stabilized his breathing for now, so once he wakes up and rests, he should make a quick recovery. Teacher Jiang finally starts waking up, but the sheer terror of getting wrecked by that crazy woman is a living nightmare. Even half asleep, he keeps screaming that he's definitely not the sole arsonist. You got the wrong guy. Chen Nuo feels guilty. Teacher Jiang, I swear I didn't mean to drag you into this. But then, a cold realization hits him. No way is Lu Shishi here just for this. She's a top 5 commander tier monster in the underworld combat rankings. When she moves, she wipes out entire A-rank syndicates like they're nothing. She doesn't waste time swatting tiny flies. He can only pray her business here has absolutely nothing to do with the people he is trying to protect. Even back in my absolute prime, I couldn't beat her. With my power nerfed like this, if she targets us, we are totally doomed. But hey, no matter how bad things get, a guy still needs to fill his stomach first. Chen Nuo heads over to a local noodle shop and yells out, "Old Guo, give me a giant bowl of braised pork noodles, extra meat and eggs." But Old Guo just frowns, telling him they are closing up. So he orders a massive pile of side dishes, including stir-fried mutton with green onions and a pinch of cilantro. Facing such a massive order, Old Guo can't say no. He asks if our boy just got paid to eat this much, and Chen Nuo just smiles brightly. Old Guo makes some seriously killer noodles, and our boy Chen Nuo craves them like crazy every few days. But suddenly, a massive threatening aura slams into his radar. Danger is creeping in fast. The exact person he is stressing over is Lu Shishi. She casually strolls right into the noodle shop. Chen Nuo desperately tries to look like some random hungry customer, so he starts rambling about nothing. "Hey boss, this garlic is totally dried out and needs a swap," he complains loudly. He knows Lu Shishi is watching him closely, so he keeps screaming in his own head. "Do not panic. This girl is definitely not here for me. When I clashed with her before, she never saw my face. This is just a coincidence, do not overthink." He just needs to act like a normal guy seeing a hot girl to avoid making her suspicious. Sure, that makes sense on paper, but staring at her like a total creep is not the play. Lu Shishi notices this kid gawking and asks him, "Hey, am I really that gorgeous?" "Get a load of this." Our guy just freezes up and mumbles a quick yes. "You are pretty cute yourself," she says. "Are the noodles any good?" He forces a smile. "They are okay. But the owner is kind of stingy with the meat." Lu Shishi laughs and calls him a cute kid, telling him to go home right after eating. Just then, Old Guo steps out. He grumpily tells Chen Nuo that they are out of green onions, so no stir-fried mutton. Finish up and get lost. An hour flies by and neither of them has budged. Old Guo sits right next to Chen Nuo frowning, asking why he is eating so slow. "Hurry up because I need to close the shop," he grumbles. Seeing everyone ignore her, Lu Shishi lets out a bored sigh. Sensing her attitude, Lu Shishi directly asks him why he is not even bothering to take her order. Old Guo fires back, saying she is clearly not here to eat. She gasps, "What? My money is not good enough. Your customer makes it look so delicious that I want a bowl too," she says. Old Guo just scowls. "Not until my current customer finishes eating and leaves," he snaps. She immediately argues back, claiming she has a flight to catch and is running out of time. So Old Guo agrees, but at the same time he sneakily channels a burst of force into Chen Nuo. This knocks the poor kid completely unconscious right onto the table. Lu Shishi smiles. "You really are as interesting as they say. Years ago I heard that you..." But Old Guo instantly cuts her off, saying it was definitely nothing good. She shakes her head, claiming it was actually super interesting. Word is, some insanely talented prodigy was absolutely dominating the Snow Territory sect back in his youth. The old master gave his ultimate skills and his own daughter to that guy. During their big 3-year tournament, this future son-in-law completely wiped the floor with everyone, and officially became the top disciple. I heard that guy was named Guo. Old Guo sighs, lights a cigarette, and just owns it. "Fine, shut up, you are talking about me." Lu Shishi tilts her head, asking, "So why did you run?" "The elders wanted to groom you, but you bailed right before the big fight, beating up 8 of your own classmates on the way out. Because you left them hanging, your sect got completely wrecked in the tournament, losing a ton of valuable mining territories. That is pretty messed up, right? Honestly, if I had not heard about your wild crimes, I wouldn't have taken this bounty. Old Go snaps, yelling that she does not know crap. Those greedy old geezers were literally forcing him into a marriage. Lu Shishi rolls her eyes, pointing out he was supposed to marry into the family anyway. Old Guo complains that they had 6 daughters. He loved the 4th sister, but they forced the 5th on him. Who could marry her? She weighed a whopping 160 kilograms. Look, I am a natural-born genius. Within 3 years, I was already stomping the master who trained me. Once the sect master took me under his wing, I spent 10 years bringing them massive glory and winning tons of valuable territory. I had a bright future ahead of me, paying back favors and settling scores with style. Then they suddenly grabbed me by the neck, forcing me to marry a girl I barely met. Her hands were rougher than mine, and she ate 10 times more than me. She basically looked like the kid of Mike Tyson and Liu Zixin. He screams, "Would you not run away from that?" Chen Nuo is still pretending to be passed out, but he is dying of laughter inside, trying so hard not to lose it. Honestly, who could blame him? This is peak comedy. Lu Shishi stands up, sighing that since she took the job, she cannot let him go. She immediately lunges forward, telling him he is going to have to suffer a bit. Old Guo is totally down to scrap, but breaking his own stuff costs money. He tells her to take this fight outside so they do not destroy his shop. So the two powerhouses take their epic duel over to Mount Nushao. But man, Old Guo is seriously outclassed here. He gets absolutely battered and starts coughing up blood. Lu Shishi hovers right in front of him, asking if he is finally ready to surrender. "Just come back with me," she says, but Old Guo refuses to budge. He spits back that he worked way too hard to escape that hellhole. He is living the free life now, so how much is the Snow Territory sect even paying her? Lu Shishi does not hide a thing, she just says it, a whole mineral vein. Old Guo bursts out laughing. This sect has literally nothing good. Back then, I risked my life for them and they were never this generous. Now they are paying this crazy price just to hunt me down. Lu Shishi tries her best to talk him down. You should just surrender quietly, why suffer? But Old Guo is not having it. He stomps the ground and lunges forward with everything he has, shouting that without his freedom, he would rather die. The two of them clash with top-tier martial arts, throwing relentless strikes at each other. Lu Shishi catches his punch with just one hand, holding it frozen in place. "Give up," she says, "you are no match for me." Old Guo refuses to back down, roaring at her to get lost. He channels his inner energy, unleashing a massive wave of power. He puts every ounce of his strength into a devastating head-on punch. You would think that would at least scratch her. But nope. She stops his ultimate attack with a single hand. Lu Shishi keeps trying to talk sense into him. "Surrender now, or I will get rough." She did not want to hurt him, but Old Guo is way too stubborn, determined to fight to the death. "Just shut your mouth," he yells. When he swings, Lu Shishi just tilts her head to dodge it. Then with a tiny bit of force, she effortlessly sends the big guy flying across the field like he is nothing. Lu Shishi walks over, reminding him once again, "You are not on my level. Your skills are decent, but I am the commander here. You are still one step away from my realm." Suddenly, she whips out a glowing weapon that looks like an electric whip and warns him one last time to yield. "I do not want to break you. I am only bringing you back to marry the daughter of Snow Realm. It is not a death sentence." Old Go fires back, telling her to marry her own sister instead. Completely out of patience, she strikes, calling him insolent. As the whip lashes out, Old Guo grabs it, but purple flames instantly spread all over his arm. "Oh no, it is the Jade transformation technique," he screams. She reminds him that this is the secret technique of Snow Realm. "You cannot withstand my flames," she says. "It is just wasting your energy, and letting it burn will destroy your core." Old Go shuts up, realizing she is actually right. He needs a backup plan, and fast. His only move is to run. Right then, he turns tail and bolts as fast as he can. Lu Shishi scoffs, asking if he really thinks he can escape. He sprints to a nearby river and dives right in. Now we have one on land and one in the water, bickering. "Get up here!" "No, you come down here!" They keep screaming back and forth. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo has been secretly stalking them ever since they left the restaurant. Watching the whole drama unfold, he figures that Old Guo's power level is pretty much identical to his own. If I were in his shoes tonight, the result would be the same. But this woman has a fatal weakness. Surviving is easy, but he wonders if Old Guo knows that she has a massive fear of water. She will never step foot in there. Floating in the river, Old Guo shouts up. "Hey, you don't know how to swim, do you?" Lu Shishi snaps back, "So what if I don't?" He starts laughing like crazy. "Then you can forget about catching me." And that completely snaps Lu Shishi's last nerve. She turns away in a rage, telling him he has officially crossed the line. She walks over to the forest and rips a giant tree right out of the ground. And of all things, she picks the exact tree our guy Chen Nuo is hiding in. He can only hold on and curse his luck. Seriously, of all the trees in this forest, why did she have to choose mine? Rule number 1, never make a woman mad. By the time he senses danger, it is too late. Lu Shishi hurls the massive trunk straight at him. Luckily, he is in the water and actually has some skills, so a single tree is not enough to take him out. Old Go yells back, calling her a crazy woman, promising to throw her in a river cage if he ever gets the chance. Chen Nuo slips away while they are distracted. But Lu Shishi is not done yet. Throwing just one tree was not nearly enough. She rips up half the forest, glaring down at him. "Keep running your mouth," she roars. "I am listening." The battle goes wild. She is raining giant trees from above while he manipulates the water below. Honestly, the sheer volume of logs is about to bury him alive. But right at that moment, a mysterious figure swoops in and hits Lu Shishi hard, sending her splashing straight into the freezing river. Luckily for her, all those trees she threw earlier are floating nearby, so she grabs one and avoids drowning. The moment she surfaces, a massive woman charges at her, screaming insults. Terrified, Lu Shishi clings to the log for dear life. She realizes she is in deep trouble. In the water, her powers are useless, and she can only brace herself. The angry woman strikes her hard, screaming that she hurt her husband. Hurting all over, Lu Shishi asks who she is. "That strike you hit me with earlier was literally a Snow Realm move. I know exactly who you are." But the thick sister does not care. She runs right over to hug old Guo, asking if her hubby is alright, and the dude just nods back, saying he is fine. Annoyed at being completely ignored, Lu Shishi complains, "Why the heck did the fifth miss of the Snow Realm sect even hit me? I actually came here to help you drag this guy home to be your husband." But the thick lady screams back, "He is already my hubby, idiot. Plus, I am not the fifth sister, I am actually the fourth." Lu Shishi is so confused, asking what the difference even is between you two. Furious, Sister 4 throws her husband to the side and charges straight at Lu Shishi, yelling, "Of course we are different. My man only loves me. We literally ran away together, but then my family said the sect leader sent some top-tier experts to kidnap my husband back." Getting chucked into the water so suddenly, poor old Guo has zero energy left to even stay afloat. He gasps for help, completely exhausted. Look at this drama. Sister 4 physically attacks Lu Shishi again, screaming that this basic chick ruined her husband and is going to catch these hands. Sister 4 grabs Lu Shishi by her hair like a helpless chicken, leaving her stuttering in fear, while Sister 4 just screams right back in her face. "You hit my man, so I will delete you. Ruining your cultivation is only natural." Seeing the danger, Lu Shishi realizes things are looking bad and quickly raises her hands to block. It is useless. Sister 4 grabs her head, knocking her out cold instantly. After that, the three of them finally make it to the shore. Lu Shishi lies there unconscious, but the couple only has eyes for each other. Sister 4 asks her husband if he is hurting anywhere. Old Guo groans, telling her to stop. She is literally killing him. Getting beat up obviously hurts. Suddenly, Sister 4 remembers something, reaching into her pocket to say, "Oh wait, hubby, I brought some medicine for you." But she was hiding in the water, so the pills are completely ruined. Old Guo, sighing, says to just forget it and handle this bounty hunter first. Just end her. Old Guo agrees, since this woman is super strong and he is no match. Plus, who knows who back home hired this expert anyway. They are already enemies, so finishing her off avoids future trouble. Once they agree, Sister 4 prepares to make the final move. Suddenly, a strange echoing voice cuts through the quiet night, repeating, "Killing is easy, but showing mercy is where real strength lies. If you two escaped, just leave, why take a life?" Sister 4 gets mad, yelling that this chick must have an ally playing spooky tricks. "Show yourself." Old Guo senses an energy blast coming and pulls his wife down fast. A second too late and she would have been seriously hurt. He whispers to stay quiet, "This person is a beast." The anxious couple stands back to back, scanning the area, as Old Guo calls out to ask who is there. "Where are you from? Come out and face us." Sister 4 suddenly remembers something, asking if this is the sacred land of the Buddhist sect, completely unaware that this whole spooky act is just Chen Nuo playing mind games. Hearing her, a genius idea pops into his head. He starts reciting random Buddhist scriptures, chanting that heaven values all living things. Creating so much bad karma will not help you. Listen to this old monk and just walk away now. Spooked, Sister 4 notes that the voice is everywhere, meaning this master does not want to show his face. Old Guo quickly asks which monk from Ungu Thu Mountain is speaking, demanding they leave a name. The mysterious voice replies that they disturbed his peaceful meditation, so they should leave immediately. Not wanting any smoke with a hidden master, the couple decides to beat it. "Fine, we will take your advice." They quickly retreat, leaving Chen Nuo standing over Lu Shishi with a heavy sigh. Checking her vitals, he realizes she is in bad shape, muttering that this is a total mess. Her mental energy took a massive hit, leaving her brain completely scrambled. So waking up anytime soon is basically out of the question. So Chen Nuo ends up carrying this self-proclaimed space queen on his back, complaining the entire way home. What a dummy. If you guys fought on land, you could have easily wiped her out, so why did you just let her hit you? Taking the hit directly without even fighting back? You literally almost died. If that is not stupid, I do not know what is. He mutters that carrying her like this might look sus, so maybe he should switch positions. An hour later, they finally arrive at his house. Hold on, this gets kind of funny. Looking at one of his t-shirts, he hopes it fits her, before quickly unbuttoning her clothes with smooth moves, while pretending to be a pure gentleman who totally is not taking advantage. She was soaking in that river for way too long, and her clothes are completely drenched. Plus, river water is super dirty, so keeping them on is a bad idea. Blushing like a tomato, Chen Nuo stutters to himself. I am seriously not doing this on purpose, but since her clothes are off, might as well be a little shameless. So he carries Lu Shishi straight to the bath, thinking she is too dirty to change without a quick wash first. Who knows what she is even doing in there with all those weird noises? It is probably just a shower, so let us not overthink it. Soon the door opens and Lu Shishi steps out wearing his oversized shirt, looking totally clean and neat. Chen Nuo scoops her up in his arms and sighs, knowing he cannot just abandon her because of past debts. He lays her on the bed to sleep comfortably. She is taking Xiao Yezi's room, Master Zhang has mine, so I guess I am stuck sleeping on the sofa tonight. Time check. Chen Nuo inspects Lu Shishi's condition once again. Her soul energy recovers super slowly, meaning she will probably sleep for 2 or 3 whole days. He looks at her face and chuckles. The legendary Star Queen almost died tonight. Who would even believe that if he told them? Her ultimate weakness is a fear of water, a secret Chen Nuo already learned back in his past life. He remembers when they went to Antarctica for a mission. The ice cracked open, and both of them plunged straight into the freezing sea. Chen Nuo risked his life to pull her out, but man, she looked absolutely pathetic and completely lost her cool Star Queen image. He thought it was weird and asked if she looked this terrible just because of a silly fear of water. After all, top-tier martial artists like them should easily survive hours soaking in water. But instead of getting a thank you, he got an angry interrogation from Lu Shishi. Touch my butt? No way. Chen Nuo was totally shocked by her accusation. He explained that she clung to him like an octopus while he was saving her, so it was just an accident. But she insisted it was intentional. Before he could even react, Lu Shishi launched a massive kick straight into his face. He tried to explain it was just a total accident, but she refused to listen. She insisted he did it. That kick sent him flying backward with a footprint on his face. You would probably remember a foot to the face forever too. Chen Nuo still holds that grudge. He was so annoyed. Getting kicked after saving her life, that made him want to tease her. Chen Nuo boldly places his hand right on Lu Shishi's butt to tease her. Go ahead and kick me again, he challenges, while actually squeezing to test the elasticity. He was having way too much fun squeezing and totally ignored his surroundings. When he finally snaps out of it, he realizes Lu Shishi is staring straight at him. Crap, when did you wake up? He screams in panic. While she is still groggy, he quickly pulls back his sketchy hand. But then, Lu Shishi randomly looks up and calls him her husband. He freezes and asks what she just called him. Lu Shishi looks completely confused, asking who he is and where exactly they are right now. She cannot seem to remember anything. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through her head, and she clutches it, crying out that she forgot her identity. She dreamed of a woman calling out for her husband, wondering if that woman was actually her. Turns out, when she first passed out, her mind must have overheard Sister Tu crying out to old Guo, "Husband, how are you doing? Are you hurt, husband? I brought you some medicine. Oh no, what should we do now?" The medicine got ruined in the water because she was so foolish. Lu Shishi continues in confusion, then glares at him, demanding why he was touching her. This sketchy state makes Chen Nuo worry. Has this crazy girl actually lost her mind and gone insane? Suddenly, she grabs his hand tightly and begs to know if he recognizes her, asking who she is and where they are. He just asks her again. When he says she does not remember anything, she gets mad at his silence and squeezes his hand so hard that massive electric sparks start shooting out from her body. Speak up, where exactly is this place? Losing all patience, she straight up blasts Chen Nuo across the room. You do not want to trigger her. He yells that she changes her face too fast. The angrier she gets, the more insane power surges out of her body. She keeps demanding over and over to know who she is. She lunges forward and chokes Chen Nuo, screaming to know who he is and where they are. She screams, demanding why he touched her while she was sleeping. Chen Nuo chokes out that he cannot even speak with her hands on his neck. So she lets go of his neck, grabs his wrist, and slams him so hard onto the table that it literally cracks in half. She demands to know who he is, asking if he is some bad guy who was trying to harm her while she lay asleep. Forget it. Too much pain. Chen Nuo yells a lie. I am your husband. Internally, he curses her out. This crazy chick is incredibly strong. She almost choked the life straight out of him. Hearing that he is her husband, Lu Shishi immediately calms down, and her dangerous electric aura completely vanishes. She sweetly calls him husband, while Chen Nuo feels totally humiliated. He lived 2 whole lives just to get pinned down by this crazy girl. She asks who she is and what this place is. Chen Nuo chuckles and comforts her, telling her to relax and let him explain everything. Chen Nuo starts spinning a story, telling her she is Lok Wai and this is their home. They have been married for over a year, living a super happy and peaceful life until one tragic day. With a sad face, he keeps spinning his lie, telling her that she has a brain condition where she loses her memory every few days, treats him like a stranger, and smashes everything in the house. Lu Shishi is totally confused. No wonder, because Chen Nuo is putting on a legendary performance with actual tears welling up in his eyes. He sighs. Yeah, you were that out of control, but I never blamed you. Seriously, a married couple is for life, so I can tolerate anything except cheating. He looks heartbroken on the outside, but inside, pure manipulation. And honestly, you can already tell she is falling for this sneaky trap hook, line, and sinker. Pointing around, he continues. Look at these new things, then look how run down our place is. Why would we buy new furniture for an old shack like this? We had to, because you completely smashed all of our old belongings during one of your crazy episodes. Hearing this, Lu Shishi panics, realizing she must have broken the bedroom bed earlier too. Then Chen Nuo grabs her hand to lead her away. He says, let me take you to see Dad, he has been sick for days. Poor Mr. Zhang is just lying there, forced to be an extra in his play. He had a stroke. Medical bills wiped us out, and then you kept on smashing all of our things. We were already pretty broke, and now things are even worse. Still, Lu Shishi is quite suspicious and does not fully buy his story yet. She asks, wait, if we are married, where are our wedding photos and certificate? Chen Nuo sighs, gently patting her head. Those are all gone. You set fire to them during a breakdown months ago. Still skeptical, she questions him again, asking how else he can actually prove they are husband and wife. He leans in and whispers in her ear, you have a distinct red mole on your body. This totally flusters Lu Shishi, turning her face bright red. She thinks to herself, he actually knows about my secret spot, so is he really my husband? She stammers, asking what her husband's name is. Chen Nuo grins and says, Lu Yi. Inside, he is laughing, glad to teach her a lesson for being so incredibly picky. By now, it seems Lu Shishi totally believes every single lie Chen Nuo just fed her. Bursting into tears, she cries, hubby, I am so sorry for breaking things and almost choking you to death. Gently wiping her tears, he tells her, it is fine, we are married for life, just do not do it again. Sneaking into a corner, he celebrates. When you lack raw power, you make up for it with elite acting. That was a pretty close call, but he survived. It is late now, past 1 a.m. Since the bedroom is totally trashed, this fake new couple has to squeeze onto the sofa. Once Lu Shishi is sleeping peacefully, he sighs in relief. To make sure she stays out, he uses a bit of sleeping gas, then lifts her up to head back outside. He mutters, Lu Shishi, I am being pretty nice here, I actually saved your life tonight. Half an hour later at Mount New Show, Chen Nuo dumps Lu Shishi right by the riverbank. He whispers, I am not abandoning you, but this situation has gotten totally out of hand. I had to fake being your husband and reveal your secret spot just to survive. If you suddenly wake up, even 10 lives would not save me. I would be dead meat. Standing up coldly, he turns away. If you were reasonable, we would call it even since I saved you. One life for another. But you are a crazy girl who does not listen to reason, and you would probably just end up hurting my friends. Enough talking, time to go. I just want a peaceful life. I saved who I had to, and I definitely do not want you chasing me forever. Even though he abandoned her, Chen Nuo starts imagining all sorts of awful scenarios like wild beasts, creeps, or a huge falling rock crushing her. Waiting for a ride on the highway, his mind is totally uneasy. Will she be okay? She is the Star Queen, but she is currently memoryless. He decides if the next car does not stop for him, he will go back. The next taxi already has its passenger light on, so he immediately decides to turn right back and check on her. Just a quick sneak peek. Chen Nuo recalls from his past life that she was always quite unstable, relying entirely on her helper, Yu Naitong. Now she is injured, memoryless, and left in the middle of nowhere. When he gets back, the spot is completely empty. Oh no, where is she? He desperately shouts for Lu Yi, then dives deep into the lake fearing she drowned, but finds absolutely nothing. He scrambles up the tallest tree. Can you believe this guy's desperation? Mount Niushan is only about 4 or 5 kilometers away from the newly developed college town. There are no large beasts on this mountain to drag her away, and there are no footprints on the ground either, meaning nobody else took her. Seeing nothing, he jumps down, totally frustrated after searching almost the whole mountain. Did she regain her memory after waking up and leave on her own? He hopes so, planning to go home and post on the Bai Clan forum to annoy her. If there is no reply by tomorrow, he will have to ask Brother Lei to search all of Jiangning. If not Jiangning, then Jinling. Half an hour later, Lu Shishi is already waiting outside his house, but he is too distracted to notice. Dang, if he knew he would worry this much, he never would have dumped her out there. He should have just dropped her at the airport and called her helper, Yu Naitong, to pick her up. Even the most careful plans have flaws, so why did he not think of that? Right then, Lu Shishi calls out, hubby! Chen Nuo looks up and meets her pitiful puppy dog eyes, panicking inside because he knows he is completely cooked now. She tracked him home. So Chen Nuo plays along, putting on this fake worried face, asking her where on earth she went and how he woke up in the night searching everywhere. Lu Shishi gets all confused and mumbles that she does not even know. She woke up by the lake, got super scared, and just ran back. Seeing her back in one piece with not a single scratch, He finally feels relieved. She is fine, which is great. Wait, why does he even care? Chen Nuo shakes it off and asks how she found his house, but Lu Shishi honestly says she does not know. She woke up by the lake, got terrified, cried for a bit, and then decided to just track down his actual scent. She kept tracking it until she reached this place. Hearing this, Chen Nuo starts shaking because her body actually remembers his scent. He is totally trapped now, so how is he supposed to end this loving husband act? Luckily, her stomach starts growling loudly and he asks if she is hungry. Let's go home and make some instant noodles because it is literally midnight and no food stalls are open right now. Back inside, he questions her again about what she can actually remember. Slurping her noodles, Lu Shishi admits everything before waking up is a total blank, but she is curious and asks if she can bring up something, so Chen Nuo just nods. She asks right away if the two of them are supposed to be just normal, ordinary people. Because they wrecked the room fighting last night, she might have amnesia, but there is no way normal people can throw down like that. Just think about it. She literally tracked his energy from miles away without even knowing how she did it. Plus, she ran all the way back incredibly fast. Normal humans definitely should not be able to pull off stunts like that, right? She looks at Chen Nuo with pleading eyes, begging him to spill the truth while he frowns, thinking this is going to be a long story. Lu Shishi smiles and tells him to take his time while she eats, leaving Chen Nuo screaming inside because he has to cook up another massive lie. Usually, a bad lie just gets you yelled at, but if he messes up this fake story, it is literally a matter of life and death. After thinking hard, he cooks up an absolutely tragic, dramatic love story right on the spot. It started 10 years ago in spring when a 10-year-old kid got chased by bad guys and ran into the mountains, begging for some fairy sister to save him. He was running for his life with an aching body and zero energy left. Though seriously, how does this insanely buff, muscular guy look 10 years old at all? A young beekeeper girl living alone in the wild saved him, took him in, and even taught him some high-level martial arts. She called herself Little Deer Girl and became his master, so he immediately bowed down to show some proper respect to his new teacher. Living totally isolated in the mountains, they caught massive feelings, crossed the moral line, and fell deeply in love despite all the rules. She told him she did not want to be his master anymore, and definitely did not want him calling her master. From then on, he called her Luer. Lu Shishi listens closely and admits that even though she lost her memory, this story sounds insanely familiar. Chen Nuo lies that they lived it, but then she fell really sick. Plus his dad needed constant care, so they retired from the martial arts world. He is so proud he knew her obsession with wuxia novels. Calling her Luer feels weird, but picturing her as some cute anime beast girl is actually not half bad. And of course, our boy immediately starts imagining her in some wild anime fantasy, begging him to throw away morality and enjoy paradise with her. Moved to tears, Lu Shishi tightly grabs his hand. She tearfully thanks him for working so hard to care for their sick dad all these years, and he plays along, whispering that being together makes every single struggle worth it. Only then does this model student finally remember his own master. He needs to get teacher Zhang to a hospital before he wakes up and ruins the plan. The next morning, Lu Shishi hums while fetching water, dreaming of their beautiful romance. But then, she suddenly overhears a strange woman's voice talking to someone. It is Li Yingwan on the phone, whining that she is still terrified and asking if the scary assassin has been dealt with. She whines about how much she misses him and asks to visit. But a totally panicked Chen Nuo whispers back, begging her to hold on since it is highly inconvenient right now. Suddenly he lets out a loud scream because Lu Shishi has appeared right behind his back staring silently at him. Why did she hear a girl's voice? Chen Nuo quickly covers up, claiming it's just the neighborhood committee calling about the electric bill. What are you even doing? She answers, husband, I already cleaned up all the broken stuff from tonight, and dinner is fully cooked. I felt kind of useless, so I wanted to take the initiative to help you out. I can at least wash Dad's face to help you care for the patient. But Chen Nuo secretly worries. What if washing his face accidentally wakes teacher Zhang up right now? Besides, has this boss lady ever even cared for anyone? Who on earth washes someone's face with freezing cold water? No way, he needs to get teacher Zhang out of here fast. He instantly snatches the water basin straight out of Lu Shishi's hands. No need to bother. I actually have to take him out anyway to get a proper checkup at the hospital. Since their treatment is expensive and they can't afford a long hospital stay, he has to keep running back and forth. Lu Shishi begs to come along. But Chen Nuo tells her, your condition acts up in hospitals. The minute you enter that environment, you'll get triggered and have an episode. You should definitely stay home. He's pretty worried his fake wife will get bored, so he quickly finds her a chore. If you really want to help, do this. Go peel that big bag of potatoes in the kitchen. Lu Shishi smiles. No problem. I'll do a great job. Then he carries teacher Zhang out of the house, warning her carefully before leaving. Do not go running around outside, okay? Just watch TV if you get bored. I'll be back soon. Meanwhile, Song Xiaoyun is losing her mind worrying about her missing husband. This little blackbird is actually Teacher Zhang's scout and eyes whenever he goes out on a dangerous mission. The bird flew back last night, but her husband never returned. So she decides to grab the bird and go find him herself. The bird flies ahead while she pedals behind on her bicycle, calling his phone over and over, but nobody answers. For a guy who always worries about home like Teacher Jiang, this is totally abnormal. The bird leads Song Xiaoyun straight to Chen Nuo's apartment. She stands outside, wondering why the bird flew to this specific balcony. After hesitating for a moment, Song Xiaoyun finally knocks on the door. Check out this timing. Inside, Lu Shishi is peeling potatoes, hears a knock and runs to open it thinking her husband is finally back. Seeing this gorgeous girl open the door, Song Xiaoyun gets instantly annoyed, thinking she looks like a total homewrecker. She demands, "Where is my husband?" Lu Shishi is completely lost, but the lady just barges right past her into the apartment screaming, "Where is my husband?" Lu Shishi asks in confusion, "What husband? Who even are you? And why are you barging into a random person's house like this?" Lu Shishi's reaction catches Song Xiaoyun off guard. She stammers, "Sorry, maybe I got the wrong place, I'm really sorry." Did she actually mess up? No way, right? Lu Shishi doesn't stay mad, muttering, "It's fine, but it's almost 1 in the morning, where is my husband?" Lu Shishi panics as Song Xiaoyun slams her birdcage onto the floor, asking the older lady what she is doing. After that, the woman starts acting super weird, spinning around in complete confusion, leaving Lu Shishi totally lost on how to react. And just like that, Song Xiaoyun starts ranting about ancient history, shouting about empires dividing and uniting under the heavens. She rants about 3 legendary heroes from a small county, meeting as if they had known each other for lifetimes. Though they weren't born on the exact same day, they swore to die together. They swore a legendary oath of brotherhood, joining forces to protect a holy monk on a dangerous journey to the Western Heaven to retrieve sacred scriptures. Lu Shishi looks at the older lady with deep sympathy, realizing this poor woman has a broken brain just like her. Facing 81 trials on the road, fighting off demons and skin-painted monsters in a series of endless tests. You have to feel for her here. Lu Shishi realizes this poor lady is seriously struggling with the exact same mental illness she has. No way, she cannot just leave this poor auntie alone. So she decides to follow her out. "Auntie, where do you live? Can we call your family? How about I take you back home so you can get some rest?" She mutters, "My family is waiting for me to pick them up." Lu Shishi asks where they are going, and Song Xiaoyun points to a nearby school. Lu Shishi looks over and realizes it's actually a local kindergarten. Inside a parked car nearby, Lahu pulls out his cigarettes and asks if the target's daughter goes to school here. Gu Kang nods desperately. That's right. Lahu orders him to go grab the little girl in a minute so they can take her away. Your wife's son is super close with your daughter, right? Once we grab this kid, we will absolutely get our cash. Petty thug Xiao Yang asks nervously. Boss, isn't this technically kidnapping? If they call the cops, we are all going to get busted. He snaps back, "Shut up, you idiot, what kidnapping?" Gu Kang is her real dad and legal guardian. A father taking his own kid isn't kidnapping. Suddenly, one lackey spots a hot girl outside. Boss, look at her, she is absolutely gorgeous. But Lahu snaps, "Women, women, women, is that all you brainless idiots ever think about? We are out here for real business today, so stop freaking looking around." Talk is cheap, but his eyes almost pop out when he sees a hot girl. Damn, she is gorgeous, so the whole gang gets out of the car. Lahu scowls and tells Gu Kang to hurry up and stop lagging. Meanwhile, Song Qian tells Lu Shishi to wait while she gets Xiao Ye. Lahu asks what she is even waiting there for, his eyes totally glued to Lu Shishi. Up close, she is an absolute goddess. Even tying up all the girls from Jifeng Hall cannot compare to this premium beauty. He secretly thinks, too bad this kindergarten is packed with people right now. Otherwise, I would have just tied up this gorgeous girl right here. Gu Kang leads Xiao Ye out. She looks around and asks where her brother is, since they were supposed to grab lunch together. Lahu sweet-talks her, saying her brother is waiting and he will show up later at the restaurant. Just then Song Xiaoyun spots Xiao Ye with these sketchy strangers and runs over. Calling out to Xiao Ye, the little girl happily yells Godmother Song, but she immediately tells her to drop that formal title. They changed terms already. Xiao Ye calls her godmother, leaving Lao Hu super confused about what's going on. Gu Kang shakes his head, saying he has no clue. He then storms over to demand who she is, but Song Xiaoyun snaps back asking what they want. They claim to be friends of the dad, and Gu Kang chimes in confirming he is her actual father. Song Qiaoyun is totally dazed, repeating her dad. Song Qiaoyun aggressively grabs Gu Kang by his collar, making him yell in annoyance, but she refuses to back down. She says she has never seen him and they cannot leave. When asked if this is her dad, Xiao Ye nods, saying yes, this is her father. Just like that, the tug-of-war begins. One insists the kid cannot go because she is taking her home, while the other claims he is doing the same. Xiao Ye whines, asking if they are playing tug-of-war, because she is literally being stretched out like a noodle right now. She explains her dad is taking her to see her brother. A surprised Song Qiaoyun asks where her brother is, and the guys nod in agreement. Lao Hu storms over, asking if she is looking for trouble, but Song Qiaoyun refuses, declaring her daughter is staying with her. When he tries to push her away, he realizes this woman is surprisingly strong. He realizes a crowd is gathering and he cannot cause a scene. So he just invites her along, telling her to come with them. Seeing the commotion, Lu Shishi walks over to join in the drama, telling them she is coming along too since she is worried about her friend. Since a pretty girl wants to tag along, Lao Hu happily agrees, saying it is just a simple meal anyway. He ushers everyone into the car for a lively family dinner. Meanwhile, Lu Shishi is confused because their conversation just sounded like white noise, and she could not hear a single thing. Lao Hu is totally hyped. Talk about a massive double win, guys. Not only does he get to milk a cash cow, but he also gets a stunning babe for free. Damn, he is going all out tonight. Whether he has to use sweet talk or get her totally wasted, he is definitely securing a piece of this prize. Back at the house, Chen Nuo happily walks in and calls out for Lu Shishi, but the place is completely empty. Sitting down, he wonders where she went. The potatoes are half peeled and she is not out taking the trash. After waiting forever, he panics and goes searching. He keeps calling her name, secretly freaking out that she might have regained her memory and bolted. But that makes no sense. If she actually remembered everything, she would definitely be waiting to ambush him. Suddenly, his phone rings and a voice on the other end asks if he recognizes who it is. He answers instantly. Gu Kang claims he took Xiao Ye out for dinner, asking if he gets the message. Being too smart for this, Chen Nuo wonders how he should even deal with this clown. Honestly, calling him a monster would just be a waste of breath at this point. Chen Nuo demands to know his price and Gu Kang holds up 5 fingers. Chen Nuo agrees immediately. He offers 50,000, promising to bring the cash himself. Gu Kang tells him to meet at Jifeng Hall, where someone will guide him right to them. Gu Kang warns him not to play tricks, but Chen Nuo calmly replies that he knows Jifeng Hall, mocking him for finding a big boss to lean on. The guy snaps, telling him to stop wasting time and giving him 1 hour. Chen Nuo fires back that he only needs 30 minutes. Looks like Gu Kang just signed his own death warrant, guys. Chen Nuo realized sparing Gu Kang's life out of respect for Xiao Ye was a mistake. The king of hell cannot be merciful. At the back courtyard of Jifeng Hall, Lu Shishi feels a bit anxious, but Lao Hu eagerly ushers her inside, telling them to head up to the 3rd floor for a private dining room. Before stepping into the elevator, he strictly orders his goons to guard the entrance and ignore any noises coming from upstairs, no matter what. His lackey nods confidently, telling Brother Wang to not worry about a thing. Up in the dining room, Lao Hu generously tells the beautiful girls and the godmother to order whatever they want, boasting that his place has literally everything from land to sea. Everyone starts asking questions at once. Lu Shishi happily asks for some alcohol, while a cautious Song Qiaoyun wonders if he is paying for this meal. Xiao Ye asks about her brother again, but he only cares about Lu Shishi's request for some drinks. Drinks are on. Where's Big Bro? My spot. My treat, of course. Then Song Qiaoyun chimes in, demanding food. Steamed lamb, deer tail, roast duck, chicken, goose, salted duck, and smoked pork. Fatty pork belly, dried jerky, sausages, massive mixed platters, smoked chicken, steamed pork belly, and sticky rice stuffed duck. Even Lu Shishi is shocked. Little Xiao Yezi whispers to her foster mom, "Hey, I bet this dude has 0 cash on him." "Oh, then just order whatever." Lo Hu is fuming inside, thinking, what the hell? Is she reciting some ancient menu just to mess with me? This old lady is totally here to ruin my vibe, need to split them up. He tells Gu Kang to go call and rush the guys. And take your daughter and her foster mom to another room. Get them their own table with all this food. All our smoking and drinking is bad for kids anyway. Then he turns to Lu Shishi, asking her what she wants to drink. Beer, red wine, hard liquor, whatever you got. She immediately asks for a bit of everything. Lao Hu is loving her straight-up savage energy. Gu Kang sucks up, saying, "Brother Wang, our guy is 30 minutes away. I ordered some watermelon juice since it is insanely hot outside." Lao Hu smiles in satisfaction, cooling down. Xiaoyang was right, you have sharp eyes. I just thought of it and you already did it. Gu Kang hands Lu Shishi the juice, telling her to drink up. But she rejects it, saying she only drinks alcohol. Lao Hu is hyped, fine by him, let's drink. He smugly thinks, drinking on an empty stomach gets her drunk way faster. Perfect, because he cannot wait another second. And here is where things get absolutely wild. Lu Shishi asks to borrow Gu Kang's phone, while Chen Nuo gets another incoming call on his end. Gu Kang answers, thinking the caller wants to raise the price again. But when he picks up, a very familiar voice speaks. "Hubby?" That completely floors him. Lu Shishi continues, "Hey hubby, sorry, I snuck out of the house. Are you back home yet? Something came up here. Can you come pick me up?" "Sorry hubby, I disobeyed you and ran off again. I ran into some sketchy guys here. One creep keeps staring at me, it is so annoying. Please come pick me up right now. I am so scared." Lao Hu sits right there, hearing every single word. He is thinking, is this girl serious? She is calling us bad guys right to our faces. Could she at least step away first? Hearing this on the phone, Chen Nuo is shaking in his boots. "Bro, I am the one who is terrified here." Gu Kang takes Xiao Yezi away. Lu Shishi is calling from Gu Kang's phone. which means she is right there with them. If she talks like that, is she not going to blow her cover? He stutters, asking if she is okay, or rather if the bad guys are okay. Like, is everyone still alive? Lu Shishi glances at the two thugs and says, "We are totally fine, hubby." Chen Nuo panicked. "I am coming to pick you up right now. But please, before I get there, do not do anything crazy. Seriously, do not go crazy." Lu Shishi says, "Okay, I will try." Just then, all the different kinds of booze get served. She says, "Gotta go, hubby, time to start drinking." Just picture this nightmare. Chen Nuo gets a terrifying flashback of a drunk Lu Shishi beating everyone to a pulp and forcing kids to drink with her. "Hey kiddo, drink with me or I will choke you out just like these guys." Chen Nuo completely loses his mind. When Lu Shishi gets wasted, she goes totally feral. He screams into the phone, "Do not let her drink. Gukang, if you want to live, hang up. If you guys do not want your entire block turned into a total wasteland, whatever you do, do not let her touch that alcohol. I am literally coming to save your lives." Before he can warn Gukang, Lao Hu straight up snatches the phone from Lu Shishi, yelling that the booze is already served, so why is she still on the phone? "Hang up already." He turns to the beauty, asking how she wants to drink. Lu Shishi looks at the tiny shot glass and complains, "Is this for mice?" Lao Hu laughs, telling his lackeys to bring out the big glasses. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo is desperately calling back again. Annoyed, Lao Hu orders Gukang to shut his phone off. Then he turns right back to Lu Shishi to continue their game. "We have 3 ways to drink tonight. First is sticking to one single type of alcohol from start to finish. Second is the mix. White liquor first, then red wine and beer, and finishing it off with some hard Western liquor. And third is mixing absolutely everything into one giant bowl." Lu Shishi gets hyped, asking which option is going to be the most chaotic. Lao Hu grins, "Perfect. Let us go with the giant mix bowl then." Lu Shishi gets hyped, saying they have to match her drink for drink. If anyone leaves a single drop, she will end them. Lao Hu laughs, "How are you going to end me, babe?" She casually replies, "Maybe I will throw you off the roof." The whole gang bursts out laughing, thinking this girl is hilarious. 20 minutes later, Lu Shishi is pouring herself massive glasses and chugging them down like water without even being asked. Meanwhile, Lao Hu and his entire crew are completely knocked out. "Bro Vuong, let me breathe. Shot after shot on an empty stomach is literally destroying my insides. I am about to barf blood." He thought getting her drunk was his only move, but since that failed, he tries getting close. "Hey girl, stop drinking, you are totally wasted this time. My private room is open right back here. Let me help you up." But Lu Shishi just fires back, "You calling me drunk?" He tries to grab her, but she swerves easily. "I am not drunk, but you definitely look it," she says. "Come on, sis, talk to me and stop drinking. Let us call it a night." But Lu Shishi just spins around and slaps him so hard his face starts bleeding. "Stop? Did I say we could stop?" Lao Hu is completely shook while Lu Shishi behaves totally normal. "I finished mine, now drink yours." Xiaoyang sees his boss get smacked and screams, "Do you want to die?" Getting yelled at out of nowhere, Lu Shishi just asks, "So you are not drinking either?" Xiaoyang loses his mind and charges, scream cursing. These trash guys never learn until big sister Lu Shishi gets violent. She easily grabs the massive dude by his leg. Then she asks him once again, "Are we really not drinking?" He gets slammed down, screaming in pain. "Who wants to drink with a psycho like you?" Lao Hu stands there utterly shook, wondering what just happened. Xiaoyang gets dragged away. Lao Hu blinks, questioning his own sanity. "Look at this." Lu Shishi lifts him like paper, brings him to the window, and straight up chucks him out because he refused to drink. Such a total buzzkill. She tossed him from the 3rd floor, wondering if he is even still alive. "Keep drinking," she demands. Lao Hu sweats bullets, freaking out, because she just threw a guy from the 3rd floor. Lu Shishi complains she absolutely hates people who ruin the drinking mood, demanding they continue. Lao Hu secretly grabs a bottle, screaming he will smash this crazy girl. But he is all bark and absolutely no bite, so he shoves the bottle to Gukang instead, telling him to hit her. Gukang is terrified. "Bro Vuong, I am literally shaking." Lao Hu pushes him from behind, telling him to stop being a baby. Lu Shishi just waves her hand, and the bottle flies right out of Gukang's grip, but she is annoyed because it is empty. "Empty?" She swipes Lao Hu's bottle next. "Also empty? What is wrong with you guys holding trash empty bottles like this? No drinks left?" Gukang whimpers to his boss, "Bro, let us get out of here. She is a literal demon." She crushes the glass bottle with her bare hands, saying, "No more drinks? I am getting mad now." Lao Hu's eyes pop out, seeing her shatter glass like nothing. Gukang bolts to get back up, yelling to Vuong, but escaping her grasp is definitely not that easy. Lu Shishi grabs Gukang by his ankle and drags him to the window, saying nobody leaves tonight or the party is over. "I will drink," Gukang screams. Hearing his terrified response, she instantly lets go and drops him back down. Just like that, he sits back down and starts chugging the bitter shots without daring to complain once. Lu Shishi laughs, "You should have said so earlier, were you that scared?" Gukang tries his best but leaves one tiny sip in his glass. Lu Shishi spots it and slaps him hard, asking if he is trying to breed fish. Terrified, he quickly gulps it down and says, "Big sis, see not a drop left." Lao Hu stays silent, sweating buckets. Who is this girl? Could she be some elite martial god who just wrecked a whole faction? Gukang is done. Now Vuong, it is your turn. Lao Hu jumps in terror and screams for help. Downstairs, his goons hear the noise and wonder if that was their boss calling. One henchman remembers his orders and says, "The boss said no matter what sounds we hear from upstairs, we stay put and guard this spot." The other nods, thinking the boss is having a wild night. But upstairs, get this, Lu Shishi gets so mad she literally smashes the table. "Why did you call backup? Trying to skip drinks?" La Hu sweatily realizes if that fist hit his face he would be dead, so he squeaks, "Big sis, I would never. Honor and loyalty are everything to me. I am not a runner. I call them to join us. Here is a toast to you. I will drink up, you do whatever you like." Hyped up, Lu Shishi orders more drinks. Meanwhile, at a nearby hotel, Teacher Zhang is resting peacefully. Suddenly, he screams and wakes up from his coma, shouting, "I am not a teenage soul destroyer." He looks around, realizing he is in a hotel. "Why am I here?" "Shoot, Song Qiaoyun." He rushes home but finds it empty, so he calls her immediately. "Song Qiaoyun, honey, where are you? I am back, but you are not here. Where on earth did you go? This is bad, really bad. I see you left your medicine behind today. Please tell me where you are." But a weird voice answers him from the other end. "General reporting for duty." Teacher Jiang panics, realizing her illness is acting up. "Song Qiaoyun, it is me, your husband, old Jiang. Listen closely to my voice." Song Qiaoyun responds that it sounds familiar, so she asks him to sing. Then Xiao Yezi's voice chimes in, asking if that is her foster dad on the phone. She takes it, saying, "Hi dad, it is Xiao Yezi." Teacher Jiang is so relieved. "Xiao Yezi, oh my gosh, are you with your foster mom? Where are you two right now? Tell dad quickly." The sweet girl replies, "We are eating dinner at Jiafeng Hall. Do you want to join us?" Master Jiang says, "All right, I am coming." But what kind of scheme is Chen Nuo pulling at Jiafeng Hall? Why eat dinner at Jiafeng Hall with his master's wife and sister? It is not a place for regular folks. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo pulls up to Jifeng Hall on his warhorse. The gatekeepers block him immediately, asking, "Who goes there? Barging into the backyard? You want to die?" Suddenly, a guard recognizes Chen Nuo and screams, "Move! Get out of the way!" The thugs scramble aside. A few rookies ask, "Brother Mao, who is that? Why tell us to get out of the way? Yeah, who dares to recklessly barge into this place?" The veteran whispers, "You rookies do not know, but he crippled our master. I still get PTSD seeing the color black." Chen Nuo walks in, grabs the first guy he sees, and asks about a gorgeous woman traveling with a little kid. Before he can even finish his sentence, the thugs start shaking like leaves and blurt out the answer. "Third floor." "Boss, tomorrow I am quitting this gangster life. Please just spare me." Chen Nuo climbs up, but the door is locked. Look at these poor guys inside. They are pale as ghosts while Lu Shishi is chill. "All right, your turn." Lao, who is absolutely terrified. "Are you really trying to drink yourself to death with another half-kilo of wine?" Suddenly, a door handle turns. Finally, someone is here. He bolts to the door, yelling, "Guards, save me! Get in here and save me!" But the guy stepping in is none other than Chen Nuo. The guy named Vung collapses to the floor, wailing in total despair. Even though his face is covered, Lu Shishi instantly recognizes Chen Nuo and cheers. "Husband." Lao Hu looks completely lost, repeating husband. His limbs turn to jelly as he thinks, "Crap! Your husband is this grim reaper. Why did you not say so earlier?" Chen Nuo asks Lu Shishi, "Where is that little girl?" Confused, she asks him back, "What girl? Explain it clearer. Was there a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, about this tall, who came here with you?" "She is super cute." Lu Shishi suddenly remembers. "Oh, she is eating dinner in the next room." Chen Nuo warns her, "Do not do anything reckless until I get back. Hear me?" Lu Shishi shyly replies, "I know that. But some guy tried to dodge his drinks, so I just threw him out of the window." Hearing this, he looks at Gu Kang, saying, "Pretty good idea. Life and death is up to fate. Talk about taking out the trash." He tosses Gu Kang out the window, then turns to his wife. "What about this bald guy kneeling here? What did he do?" Lu Shishi smiles. "He tried to get me drunk and touch me." Lao Hu terrifiedly crawls over to Chen Nuo to beg, "No, big brother, I absolutely did not. If I knew she was your wife, I would never dare touch her." Chen Nuo growls, "You know who I am, right? Where is Li Qingshan? You were here last time too." The thug kowtows frantically, "Yes, I was here last time. Big brother, I did not touch a single hair on your wife." "Big brother, I swear I did not." Chen Nuo pats La Hu on the head, asking, "Got pretty scared today, huh?" He stammers, "That bastard Gu Kang set me up." Chen Nuo softens his tone, "Just bear the pain for a bit. It is still better than losing your life. Jump yourself, or should I help you?" Lao Hu instantly responds, "I will jump." He figures jumping himself lets him choose a better landing posture, giving him a higher chance of survival. Having dealt with those thugs, Chen Nuo turns to speak with Lu Shishi. "Lu Yi, you are a patient. Stay put." She asks, "What, Lu Yi, you are Lu Shishi?" Chen Nuo is startled. "Do you know what your nickname is?" She happily replies, "Star Queen." He takes a few steps back and asks, "Who is your apprentice then?" "It is Yu Naitong." He is already backed up to the door, ready to bolt the second things go sideways. Chen Nuo asks again, "Do you know who I am?" Lu Shishi is swaying so hard she can barely stand. "You are Nak Ni, my husband. Even if you wore a helmet, I would know you." She flops onto the ground, whining, "Carry me, husband, I cannot walk." Chen Nuo is on high alert. "Let us replay this. I will ask again, what is your name?" Lu Shishi wonders why he is even asking. Without making sure, he honestly does not dare go over there. He asks again, "What is your name?" Lu Shishi obediently answers, "My name is Lu Yi, husband." "Then who is the Star Queen?" "Haha, that name sounds like a middle schooler wrote it."
Last question.
"Do you know Yunai Tong, husband?" Lu Shishi insists, "I do not like candy, I like drinking wine." Chen Nuo finally relaxes slightly. Looks like her memories returned briefly from the alcohol, but she forgot in a flash. The drunk girl begs for hugs. "Hugs, hugs." Chen Nuo holds her, asking, "Is the little girl next door?" But Lu Shishi has totally lost her senses. "What are you saying, husband?" He sighs. "Wife, here is a pretty wild coincidence. Did you not meet a little girl today?" "I will tell you later." "There are so many things you forgot that I have not even explained yet." "Afi did not get to tell you either. Let us go home tonight so I can break it down for you." Lu Shishi remembers. "Right, husband." Her foster mom is inside. He panics, afraid to open the door. Foster mom Song Qiaoyun hears them and asks who is out there. Chen Nuo slams the door shut, startled. "Crap, why is Master's wife Tong here? How do I even lie about this?" Master's wife Tong is Xiao Yezi's foster mother, which basically makes her his foster mom too. But what about the dad sleeping at his house last night? "Wife? Can you believe our adoptive mom and biological dad are actually married? Like, seriously?" Meanwhile, Song Qiaoyun's voice comes drifting out from inside. Lu Shishi asks if he dares to answer. "Hey hubby, why aren't we going in?" "Hold up, things are getting way too messy." But our boy quickly cooks up a plan. "Got it. Drop Lu Shishi first, pick up Xiao Yezi later." He cannot let Lu Shishi and Song Qiaoyun meet. Once Song Qiaoyun snaps out of it, she won't lie for him. Suddenly, Master Zhang's voice echoes through the halls, calling for Song Qiaoyun. Our main character is totally losing it. Great, now the real dad is here. How is he supposed to explain that their father goes to hospitals by morning and runs demon sex by afternoon? Out of options, he drags Lu Shishi back. Master Zhang arrives, hearing Xiao Yezi yell out that they are right there. Listening closely, a nervous Chen Nuo hears his master ask the little girl where her big brother ran off to. The little girl replies that her brother didn't show up, but her dad did. Even Song Qiaoyun mutters about something weird going on inside. A confused Lu Shishi asks what he's doing. He lies, saying he really needs the restroom. But check this out. As Song Qiaoyun walks past their room, she suddenly stops dead in her tracks. Master Zhang thinks she is just having another crazy episode, so he drags her away. "What's so weird? Just get home already." Meanwhile, our resident drunkard Lu Shixi spots some alcohol and completely loses her mind. She begs her husband for a toast, but Chen Nuo grabs some watermelon juice and shoves it in her hand instead. He tells her to drink up because it makes the alcohol taste way better. Just then his phone rings. "Yo, Master." Master Zhang demands to know where he is. Chen Nuo covers by lying that he is at Brother Lei's work, but his master's voice is full of panic. He asks if he knows someone already picked his little sister up from daycare. Chen Nuo plays along, faking absolute shock. "What?" He gasps out if she was really taken. While he talks, Lu Shishi happily chugs down the entire pitcher of juice. His master quickly reassures him not to panic. "She is safe with your adoptive mother, but the kid claims her biological dad picked her up. What is going on?" Our boy acts clueless, saying the dad's situation is way too complicated and that he will explain everything as soon as he gets home. He asks where they are, but Lu Shishi is seriously struggling here. She starts ripping her buttons open because of the heat. Moaning about how hot it is, she collapses right into Chen Nuo's chest. Over the phone, Master Zhang tells him he's bringing the kid home and orders him back. This whole night has been a complete disaster. How could he even think of bringing a little girl to a shady place like this? With a gorgeous girl squirming in his arms, his brain is fried. He just mutters that he will be home right away. The old man growls over the line, telling him to get his butt over to pick her up the second his shift ends. Hanging up, he pushes her back, asking what her deal is. Gasping for air, she whimpers about the heat. Chen Nuo leans in to sniff her and instantly panics. He curses in disbelief. "Oh my god, those scumbags actually spiked her drink." Face flushed red, Lu Shishi locks eyes with him, completely lost in lust. Before he can even blink, she pins him down and plants a massive kiss right on his lips. He turns away, blushing. He thinks she is seriously playing with fire. Once she gets her memory back, she will literally beat him to death. But she does not stop, leaning in closer to whisper that she just cannot stop right now, hubby. Chen Nuo shoves his phone in his pocket, grabs Lu Shishi by her backside and smirks. "This spot is totally not the right place for us, so we are heading home." Next thing you know, he tosses her right over his shoulder. He grabs a helmet with his free hand, then leaps straight out the window because he thinks it is way faster. The jump sends her skirt flying. He lands right on poor Xiaoyang, making the guy scream in pure agony. "My leg. It is totally broken. Boss, I am so sorry for getting in your way." Then he walks over to the trash can where Lo Hu is lying to take his phone. Cut to King Shan in the suburbs of Jinling. King Shan is soaking, thinking all three of his legs are basically ruined. The doctor said hot springs boost circulation and relax muscles, which might help him out a bit. Since things are like this, having zero worries is honestly the absolute best feeling ever. Suddenly his phone rings, showing Wang Laohu calling. He pulls off his towel, picks up and hears a loud voice asking for Li Qingshen. He stutters, recognizing that voice. Are you Zhang Linsheng? No, young master Haonan, why are you calling me? Oh, you already know he is sweating bullets. King Shan is terrified, waking up from nightmares of this exact voice. On the other end, Chen Nuo replies. It is me, this phone belongs to one of your men, right? He quickly answers. Yes, he is one of my underlings named Wang Laohu. Master Haonan, did my guy cause some trouble? The boy says no, making him breathe a huge sigh of relief. That is good then. But Chen Nuo raises his voice, explaining his guy kidnapped a woman off the street and drugged her. King Shan nervously asks if that woman is Chen Nuo, who screams back through the phone that she is his wife. Hearing this, he completely panics, drops his phone right into the water, and starts trembling and muttering to himself. His wife? I am dead meat. Vung Lao Ho, you literally just dug a grave for me. Right then, a minion runs up, completely frantic, shouting that they have a massive problem. He screams back, what massive problem, is the freaking sky falling down or what? The goon whispers that their guy got wrecked. Vuong Lao Ho was thrown straight from the third floor over at Jiafeng Street. King Shan immediately asks if the idiot is dead. The minion quickly answers, he is alive and rushed to the hospital. He is mostly fine, just got a few broken bones, luckily he survived. King Shan snaps and screams, why is he not dead yet? Why is he still breathing? Lucky my foot. Since he is still alive, go finish him off right now. Beat him to death, execute him immediately. Wait, what? Let us go. Then he tells his minions to head back first because he has some serious business to handle. King Shan starts laying down instructions. You already know what Vung Lao Ho did today by dragging that random woman back, and you know his sick intentions. With his trashy personality, he completely loses his mind whenever he sees a pretty girl, making the confused minion ask who that woman actually is. He turns with a dead serious face and says, she is his wife. Hearing those words, you can literally see the goon turn pale with fear. King Shan spins his jade ring and starts plotting. Go find out exactly what happened today and get me the key details right now. Figure it all out in 30 minutes, can you do that? The terrified goon does not dare argue and says he can. Second, drag Vung Lao Ho straight to me, even if he is on his deathbed, get his butt over here. The goon obeys and runs off to do it. But before they leave, King Shan demands they bring him a spare phone immediately. Back at Chen Nuo's place, Lu Shishi is passed out on the sofa while he is literally chugging a huge bottle of water down her throat. She keeps gulping it down but tries to whine that she does not want water. She just wants sweet kisses and warm hugs. Be good and drink up to flush out the alcohol and drugs. Just then, Vung Lao Ho's phone on the table starts ringing, and when Chen Nuo answers, it is King Shan on the other end. King Shan says it is him, and Chen Nuo asks why he hung up right in the middle of their conversation earlier. The boss explains that his hands were shaking so hard, his phone slipped into the water, hoping he does not look too pathetic. Chen Nuo thinks this Li Qingshan guy knows his place, and whether it is a lie or not, he is clearly acting very submissive. Fine, let us keep talking. The boss smartly asks if the wife is doing okay after everything that happened. Chen Nuo answers that she is fine, otherwise King Shan would not even have a chance to call him. Sitting in his wheelchair, King Shan desperately tries to play nice, swearing he had absolutely no idea about this and would never dare to cross him. He has been recovering away from home lately, so he has no clue about the situation. Just give me one night to get the facts straight and bring you a proper explanation. Then, you can do whatever you want. It is all up to your word, okay? Chen Nuo smiles and says fine, but he better ask for every single detail today, especially about Vung Lao Ho. Ask that trash who took my wife. King Shan quickly and politely agrees. Yes, please wait for my update. Meanwhile, the tied-up Lu Shishi squirms around on the couch, cutely whining that she is way too hot, pulling her usual trick. He shoves the bottle back in her mouth, telling her to just drink up to cool down. Her power suddenly explodes, blowing away the bottle and instantly snapping the ropes. You definitely did not expect her to flex that much insane strength as she pulls his head to her chest. Hubby, hold me, please just hold me tight. He can only sweat in silence, thinking to himself that playing with fire like this is going to get them both burned. He tries to break free but cannot budge her stiff body, sighing at her ridiculous strength. Finally, she drifts off to sleep, still mumbling for him to hold her. He looks at her. Is she asleep? He is completely stuck in this awkward position and his waist is going numb. So they both slide down onto the sofa and he just gives up, deciding to hold her since they have cuddled before anyway. An hour later, Lu Shishi wakes up and shakes him, pointing out his hand is right on her waist. He asks if she is awake, while his legs are still wrapped tightly around her. Lu Shishi softly asks if he can please let her go first. She runs into the bathroom, smiling, and says she smells bad and needs a shower. Chen Nuo scratches his head, telling her to go ahead. He wonders if the water did not actually help. Hearing the shower start, Lu Shishi peeks her head out from behind the door, saying she does not have any clothes. She asks him to bring her some clothes, making him sweat because he definitely does not have any female outfits lying around. He smiles awkwardly and tells her to wait. A few minutes later, he grabs his own clothes and brings them to the door. From inside, Lu Shishi calls out, "Do not come in." Wrapped in just a towel that shows off her pretty curvy figure, she reaches out to grab the clothes and softly thanks him. After changing, she steps out looking quite awkward. She wonders why the underwear is so tiny and does not fit. Sitting on the couch together, Lu Shishi suddenly speaks up and asks her husband if they can do it another day. Hearing this, Chen Nuo is low-key caught off guard. She turns to him with a sad face and says she is super sorry because even though she knows he is her husband and can do whatever, she is just not ready yet, begging him for some time. He smiles and pats her head, telling her not to overthink and just go to sleep. Meanwhile, let us switch scenes to a hot spring resort. King Shen sits there smoking and asks what the deal is. Turns out Veng Lao Ho took in a new minion named Gu Kang and backed him up. To shake down the kid's older brother, this guy went to the kindergarten to pick up the child. Then he totally snatched that woman right at the school gate. The lackey pushing the wheelchair adds that the woman and the kid's foster mom were together, making old Li curse that Gu Kang is a straight-up monster. Veng Lao Ho is so money-hungry he will hire any trash. He adds that everything is clear now since Veng Lao Ho ran into the kid's foster mom at the school. Her friend was right there too, who happens to be the wife of Brother Haonan. Veng Lao Ho saw a hot girl, got some sketchy ideas, and lured her all the way to the tea house. Luckily, Brother Haonan showed up in time, wrecked Veng Lao Ho's crew, and rescued everyone. But the lackey adds that there is more to the story. According to Veng Lao Ho, that lady was built different, and he would have been dead even if Brother Haonan did not show up. King Shan gets all thoughtful. No wonder she is crazy. A beast always matches with a beast. Veng Lao Ho just has trash luck, but he better not drag me down into his hot garbage mess. When the lackey asks if he wants to see Veng Lao Ho now that he is back, King Shan says nope, just guard him and keep him alive, because we need him for an explanation. The wheelchair stops and he calls Lao Qi, who steps up to ask what's up. King Shan brings up a major detail, asking how the wife of that monster actually knows the kid's foster mother. There is no way their connection is simple, especially with that big shot calling me earlier to drop some heavy hints. King Shan pieces things together, wondering if Gu Kang wanted to kidnap his own daughter to blackmail the kid's older brother. Who even is this older brother? Lao Qi gets the hint and says he will go grill Gu Kang while he is still breathing. 10 minutes later, Lao Qi rushes back to report that the kid's brother is actually Chen Nuo, a student from Bat Trung High School. King Shan rubs his chin, realizing this is the root. Gu Kang's daughter has Chen Nuo as her brother, who is a classmate of Brother Haonan, and Brother Hanan's girl is friends with Chen Nuo's sister's foster mom. Talk about a crazy small world, right? He grabs his pipe and Lao Qi quickly lights it up. In that case, Gu Kang is toast too. Handing over Veng Lao Ho was just to play nice, but throwing Gu Kang in makes our apology look way more legit. Lao Qi agrees, calling his boss a total genius and promising to handle it smoothly. King Shan warns him to do it right because this is their big break. Fast forward to 3 a.m., a totally wasted Xia Xia stumbles home. Walking inside, she kicks her shoes off and drags herself to the couch, complaining that she is completely dead tired. But wait, she freezes when she sees her closet completely trashed, instantly wondering if some sketchy thief broke into her place. She searches the room, pulls a drawer, and lets out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness her gold necklace in the jewelry box is still there. But hold on. If a thief broke in and did not take the gold necklace, what on earth did they steal? Time to check her stuff. 10 minutes later, she is absolutely furious, screaming about some total psycho stealing her brand new, unworn underwear. Like, what kind of freak does that? The next morning, Wu Dale is fast asleep when his phone rings. He sits up half awake, asking if something is up this early. Chen Nuo apologizes for waking him, but Wu Dale says it is fine and tells him to spill whatever urgent business he has. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chen Nuo still asks Wu Dale to help him find some clothes for girls. Make sure they are used, not brand new, and pick a stylish vibe that does not look too old. Just outerwear, no underwear, for someone around 170 centimeters tall. Also grab some shoes in size 37 or 38. Get some leather shoes, heels, and sneakers, but only used ones, no brand new stuff. Wu Dale thinks that working with his boss is getting weirder by the day. Last time was hospital bill targets, now it is hunting down clothes for a girl. He repeats the checklist to double-check with Chen Nuo, clothes and shoes for a girl, absolutely no underwear. Cute and trendy style, height around 170, shoe size 37 or 38, only used. Got it, I will get this done fast. He scratches his head in confusion, since Sun Kike is definitely not that tall. Chen Nuo comes home with his shopping bags, staring next door, and hoping the neighbors do not call the cops over some missing clothes. While Lu Shishi is busy washing up, Chen Nuo yells out that he bought breakfast. Fried dough, soy milk, and some warm porridge. Face covered in foam, she happily shouts back, "Got it, I am coming." Eating in the living room, Lu Shishi looks at him and says, "Hubby, yesterday was pretty weird. That lady came looking for you but got the wrong door." Then I noticed she was kind of out of it, so I followed her. Sorry for causing trouble again. Munching his food, he replies, I already know. You saw her, thought of your own story, and felt bad for her. She nods totally. My memory might never come back, so seeing her made me feel so sad. Let me tell you what happened next. Then some bad guys showed up and then you saved me. Lu Shishi pats her full tummy, lets out a tiny hiccup and wonders. But why did we not go inside to see her and the kid? Her husband showed up later, right? Why did you drag me away to hide? Look at his face. He is getting dead serious. He's actually been wanting to talk about this. Speak up then, she leans in. He begins, look, we both have martial arts, but we definitely made some enemies back in the day. We are totally off the grid now. Living a quiet life here means we gotta be pretty careful. If we show off, some bad guys might track us down. If word gets out, old enemies from the martial arts world will hunt us. Staying alive is priority one, so no fooling around. Got it? Lu Shishi tilts her head. So you wore that helmet to hide your face from them? Patting her head, Chen Nuo smiles. Exactly. You were the one who said you were sick of all the drama on the streets, so we chose a normal life. Just laying low in this peaceful place. Her eyes go wide. Wait, what? Did I really say that? He nods, yes you did. But in her head she thinks that action-packed life actually sounds so incredibly awesome. Why do I want to fight so bad? Later, they hit the streets. She asks excitedly, Hubby, where are we going to have fun next? Carrying heavy bags, his brain is working overtime to find a way to escape and pick up Xiao Yezi from Master Zhang's place. Suddenly, he spots a beauty salon. Talk about a perfect escape plan. He turns to Lu Shishi. Wifey, you've been looking kind of tired lately, and your skin is pretty pale. Come on, girls always need to pamper themselves. Hearing this, she blinks in total surprise. Wait, what? Did I get ugly? The receptionist greets them with a massive grin. Is it your first time here? Since you are new, let me walk you through some of our amazing beauty packages today. Chen Nuo waves his hand. Skip the intro, just give my wife the full package, no needles or surgery though. Spotting a big spender, the receptionist immediately gushes. You really love your wife, sir. Behind him, Lu Shishi pouts. Hey, aren't you gonna ask me first? The lady pitches in. Sir, we actually have a special promo going on right now. Deposit 1,000 yuan and get 200 free. He says, load 1,000. The staff says, load 3,000 and, but he cuts her off, fine, make it 3,000. He just wants her kept busy. She rushes over. Hubby, do we actually have that much cash? The staff freaks out, terrified she is about to make him change his mind and ruin their big sale. The receptionist refuses to let this pretty girl ruin the deal, so she quickly waves over another worker. Van, come over and assist this gorgeous lady. The staff member keeps sweet-talking him. Sir, you are truly a successful young man. Let's get that card set up. Chen Nuo nods, whispering to the staff to make the facial treatment as slow and detailed as possible, even if it takes half a day. Meanwhile, Lu Shishi is dragged away by another employee. Beautiful, please have a seat right here. Would you like some tea or juice? She can't even process what's happening. Done. Chen Nuo walks over with a grin. The card is all set up. Babe, enjoy the spa. I am getting veggies. She panics. Wait, we go together. He quickly puts a hand on her shoulder. Do not worry. I am just grabbing some veggies, and your treatment will take a pretty long time. I will be back soon to walk home with you. Just stay put and do not wander off. Call me if anything happens. You still remember my phone number, right? Right then, the beautician steps in. Gorgeous. Please follow me upstairs to start your ultimate beauty treatment journey today. Let's get moving. Sometime later at Master Zhang's house, Chen Nuo scratches his head at the door and calls for his master, who immediately tells him to get inside. Spotting her brother, Xiao Yezi happily runs out to greet him, but Song Xiaoyun smiles and reminds her, Hold on, your hair is not even fully brushed yet. You are going to be late for school. Master Zhang tells Chen Nuo to follow him into the kitchen because he has questions, so the young guy tells his sister, Be good and finish brushing your hair, Xiao Yezi. Master Zhang crosses his arms and asks, What is the deal with her father? Chen Nuo explains, Master, just hearing about that guy makes my blood boil. Out in the hallway, Song Qiaoyun is walking Xiao Yezi to school. Xiao Yezi, time for school. The little girl turns, but adoptive mom, I have not even spent time with my brother yet. She reassures her. Your brother is busy talking with your adoptive dad. Plus he will be back this afternoon, so you can definitely catch him then. Over on this side, Teacher Jiang nods along. Hearing this, he agrees that Gu Kang is absolute trash. Chen Nuo immediately takes the chance to double down, saying there is no way in hell they can let him take Xiao Yezi. By the way, master, what was up with you picking up Xiao Yezi yesterday? I was busy grinding at work and had absolutely no clue what happened. He starts explaining. Yesterday, your master's wife had another episode, and unfortunately, I was not at home. She wandered off to the preschool in a complete daze to get Xiao Yezi and ran straight into Gu Kang. But when her illness flares up, she remembers absolutely nothing. Xiao Yezi is just too young to explain. But that Gu Kang creep definitely has shady motives. He even dragged her to Jifeng Hall, like is that a place for kids? Teacher Zhang asks, looking totally pissed. Didn't you say he tried to extort a few thousand from you earlier? Chen Nuo nods yes. So the master suggests keeping Xiao Yezi at his place for now instead of letting her go home with him. That scumbag Gu Kang is obviously some low-life thug who knows how to play dirty. If he comes sniffing around to snatch the kid again, I worry a young guy like you cannot handle a parasite like him. Teacher Jiang thinks it over and decides against leaving her at the preschool daycare overnight. After all, he has plenty of free time after class. He can leave early with his wife to pick Xiao Yezi up. They will do this for a few days, and if things stay quiet, she can go back home. If Gu Kang comes looking for trouble, make sure you let me know. Seizing the moment, a relieved Chen Nuo grabs his teacher's hand. Master, you are literally a lifesaver. I was seriously stressing over how to protect my little sister. Feeling a bit awkward, the master tells him to stop being so dramatic, reminding him that the kid is also his adopted daughter. As the kid gets ready to leave, his master yells out one last piece of advice. Go handle your business and stop stressing. I am always here to back you up, so do not hide your problems. Chen Nuo waves with a smile, saying he understands completely, master. Pulling out his phone, Chen Nuo laughs. Since Li Qingshan thinks he is the legendary boss brother Haonan, he might as well let him keep flexing that fake identity. Suddenly, his screen lights up with an incoming call from his teacher, Teacher Lu. The second he picks up, a loud voice asks if this is Chen Nuo. He asks what is up, but Teacher Lu immediately cuts him off, demanding to know where he is and why he is not at school yet. Whatever your excuse is, get over here right now, the teacher barks. A totally confused Chen Nuo asks what the emergency is. The teacher explains that some big-shot foreign president just arrived and specifically asked to meet him. Even he has no idea why, leaving our boy completely stunned. Wait, a foreign president wants to meet a high schooler? This is getting crazy. Let's see what happens as they walk down the hall. The teacher turns around, warning him to behave himself so the school can secure this massive opportunity. Our boy just shrugs, asking what any of this has to do with him. That completely triggers the teacher, who instantly starts scolding him. He says she is a mega-wealthy foreign investor, and if we make her happy, she might drop a massive donation on us. Think about the upgrade to our school's reputation. And as a student here, your own status would skyrocket too. How does that not concern you? Chen Nuo just cleans his ear and chuckles, saying he is just a lazy student trying to survive high school. Plus, he already has a job, so graduating is not even a big deal. Teacher Lu gets totally frustrated at his stubborn attitude. Chen Nuo gives him a cold glare that sends a shiver down his spine. This puppet Lu has forgotten his place. Did your wounds heal so fast that you forgot the pain? Who gave you permission to act big? The teacher instantly forces a fake laugh, begging his little ancestor to chill. Please, just help the school out this once. Do this, and I promise I will cover for you whenever you get into trouble. Chen Nuo pauses, considering it. That is actually a pretty sweet deal. He snaps his fingers and says, all right, it is a bet. Go tell the dean that whenever I do not show up, it counts as an excused leave. Teacher Lu eagerly agrees, done deal. Yes, sure, leave it to me. Standing outside the office, he whispers some tea he heard on the way. This wealthy president is looking for a personal assistant. She wants someone around her age. Since your spoken English is the absolute best in our school, you are the perfect fit. I get it, he nods. Teacher Lu steps forward and opens the office door with a quiet click. As he steps inside, a female voice greets him as Mr. Chen Nuo. He politely says hello, but in his head he is wondering how this woman could be his age. The woman before him is actually a maid, who explains that the young lady is the real boss. I am just her butler. She changed her mind and wants to meet you somewhere else. A confused Chen Nuo asks who this lady even is and what her name is. She says he will find out when they arrive. Seriously, who is this mystery girl? Our boy is sitting in the car racking his brain trying to guess her identity. Moments later, they arrive at an insanely luxurious hotel in the heart of the city. Standing outside a room, the assistant tells him the young lady is inside, and she will wait out here. He gently pushes the door open and steps inside, only to spot a blonde girl who looks suspiciously familiar. She is wearing a tight yoga outfit. Seeing her like this, Chen Nuo internally curses because she looks incredibly familiar. The girl looks up and shocks him to his core. It is actually Neveril Devonhill. She immediately snaps, asking if he is done staring, and tells him to close the door. Chen Nuo freaks out, asking Neveril Devonhill how the hell she managed to track him down, while she just smirks and mentions his fake alias, Tran Duong. She explains she searched for that name all over Hong Kong before realizing he was straight up lying. He closes the door, thinking he should have just ignored her, while Neveril Devonhill keeps stretching in a super sexy yoga pose and talking. She literally tracked his check-in time at the hotel, then cross-referenced every single male passenger who entered Kathmandu within 48 hours. It took a ton of effort, but she finally found her favorite little scammer. Chen Nuo snaps back that they literally agreed never to meet again in this lifetime. But Neveril Devonhill just smiles, twisting her body into another flexible yoga pose. She tells him she changed her mind because girls do that, then crawls over and hands him a tiny cat collar. Chen Nuo flinches, asking what she is doing and if that is even a real yoga pose. Neveril Devonhill jingles the little bell, her face turning bright red as she asks if he actually likes the sound. Then she climbs right on top of him, leaving him totally stunned, as she whispers that she booked the room for another 2 hours. She ties the cat bell around her own neck, teasing that 2 hours is plenty of time for them to do so many things. Asking if she can wear it, she hints that the louder the bell jingles, the more it proves he is enjoying himself. Seriously, how is he supposed to survive this? Chen Nuo just sits there swallowing hard, while the camera randomly cuts to some pigeons mating on a tree outside. In class, Sun Keek stares outside, lost in thought. She has been feeling super uneasy lately, like some major danger is lurking nearby, so she glances over at the desk next to her. Chen Nuo ditched school again today, and when she called him, he just claimed he was busy. He hung up immediately, and Li Xiaoxiao is missing too, so she decides to visit his house after school to see what is up. Cut to a Western-style cafe, where Zhang Yingzi asks her daughter if Chen Nuo has reached out to her over the last 2 days. Li Yingwan says no, so her mom suggests she should just take the lead and text him first. She sadly complains that she sent 10 texts, but he only replied to one, barely giving two-word answers to everything she said. Either Oppa is too busy, or he is just ignoring her, and always being the one to chase him is getting pretty exhausting. Zhang Yingzi looks up from her newspaper and teases her daughter, claiming she must not like him that much. Li Yingwan stubbornly snaps that anyone who still likes him is a dog, but her mom suddenly looks behind her and calls out Chen Nuo's name. Spinning around immediately, she calls out for Oppa, only to find absolutely nobody standing there. Zhang Yingzi chuckles and tells her silly daughter to finish her food first, then go find him if she really misses him. She replies that Oppa literally banned her from going back to school until her mom's issues are sorted out, so Zhang Yingzi suggests just visiting him at his house. Li Yingwan worries that if she goes, she will be disobeying his orders, and asks if he will get angry at her. Her mom whispers that boys his age never say what they actually mean, and she is not buying his tough act. After all, who could possibly stay mad at a gorgeous girl like her, especially when she is totally devoted and comes running to find him? Hearing this, Li Yingwan bolts upright and says she is leaving right now, but Zhang Yingzi tells her to finish eating and wait until he gets home. Back at the hotel, Neveril Devonhill wraps her arms around his neck, whispering in his ear. She purrs that back at ABC, she knew he was totally into her body, so now they can do whatever he wants since they are alone. His face contorts as he curses his terrible luck, but Chen Nuo takes a deep breath and says they have plenty of time. Then he swiftly sweeps her to the floor, telling her to take it nice and slow. Sprawled on the floor, she screams, asking what kind of guy hurts a girl like this and if he is sick. He panic explains that she needs to stop shouting crazy things before people get the wrong idea, and when she asks for help, Chen Nuo backs away, warning her not to move lest he accidentally hurts her again. Neveril Devonhill pouts and asks if her body is not pretty enough. She asks if she is just not attractive enough, while Chen Nuo holds his head, asking what she actually wants. No way. Why does every girl want a piece of him? She smiles, pointing right at him, declaring he has to be her man. He is no rare treat everyone gets to bite, but when Chen Nuo says no way, Neveril Devonhill just says nothing is impossible. She declares that other than him, she does not care about anyone else, and will never want anyone else. Saving her life from the Grim Reaper was why she hunted him down, leading to a hilarious bickering match where he claims he has zero interest in her. He claims he already has a crush, but she calls bullshit, refusing to let him go for anyone else. She demands to know if this girl is prettier, sexier, or richer than her, proving she is completely impossible to argue with. Chen Nuo closes his eyes, trying his last-ditch desperate excuse by asking if she would believe him and let him go if he was gay. But Neveril Devonhill is totally determined, firing back that even if he is actually gay, she is gonna bend him straight. Chen Nuo darkens his face and asks if he is really that special. She boldly steps forward, hugs him tight, and says her family is gone and she just wants to be with someone. Besides you, I seriously do not know who else I could even look for in this whole trash world. Chen Nuo, I am so incredibly lonely. You snatched me back from the clutches of death, so you are my only real family left in this world, just you. Neveril Devonhill tears up, sobbing as she continues. Please do not dump me, just let me hang around you, okay? Chen Nuo grabs her hands then backs off a bit. He rests his hands on his hips, telling Neveril Devonhill that staying with him is a hard no, but she keeps begging for just a temporary pass. He warns her never to pry into his secrets or mess with his daily life, and Neveril Devonhill instantly agrees to all of it. Fine, then will you be my man instead? He does not even answer, simply telling her that she should just leave then. She agrees not to force him, but says he cannot deliberately avoid her either. Chen Nuo turns and warns her never to repeat those crazy antics again, because if she pulls this stunt again, she already knows what is coming. Neveril Devonhill argues back, saying she just won't do it in front of others. When he suddenly asks what went down with the director over there, she replies that after tracking him down, she invested over $3 million into this education company. Chen Nuo sighs, wondering if she is completely blind, since he is definitely no good guy and definitely no charming prince. Neville Devonhill instantly brushes it off. Princes are trash anyway, even that guy has to call her auntie since he is just a kid to her. He thinks to himself that she is truly something else, and the Devonshire family is indeed a massive, ancient noble house. Chen Nuo holds his head, thinking how annoying it is going to be if he actually has to call her auntie in the future. Hold on, we are cutting over to Jinling Airport, where a very familiar white-haired girl suddenly shows up at the gate. Yu Naitong stands there wondering if Lu Shishi really dared to sneak out, swearing that she is dead meat once she finds her. Suddenly, an old man known as Elder Vu appears right next to her, admitting this is totally unexpected. He never thought they would cross paths in this distant land. Patting Yu Naitong on the head, he asks if she came alone and where her companion is. The girl rolls her eyes, replying that her friend is not here, and she just came back home to China for vacation. Elder Vu nods, wishing her a great holiday. Yu Naitong then turns and curiously asks what he is doing here anyway. As the spiritual leader of the Great Monastic Association, being here suggests you do not even believe in your own god. He explains that he is also planning to relax while knocking out a few minor gigs since the association still needs funding. He smiles and continues. Talking to a weak, hopeless little kid like you makes me realize my offer is still wide open. You are always welcome to become my disciple, my little genius. With that, he walks off, waving his hand to bid her farewell and giving her a final nod of encouragement. Do not let my expectations down. Yu Naitong watches him go with a hint of gratitude, softly calling out his name. He pulls out his glasses to wipe them, muttering that a captain should never act like a hiding turtle. It looks like he has really been backed into a corner this time and will definitely pay a heavy price. He puts his glasses on and whispers Chen Nuo. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo walks down the hallway, thinking that things with Hummingbird are temporarily sorted out for now. He needs to wrap up King Shan's situation real quick. Pulling out his phone, he calls Zhang Linsheng, telling him he is sending over an address to check out first. Zhang Linsheng asks what is going on. He smiles, telling him he is going to introduce him to everyone and get him geared up before abruptly hanging up. A bit later, they meet at a Taoist temple. And here is where things get interesting. Chen Nuo looks at Haonan, saying they need to talk because the time has finally come. He asks point-blank if Haonan has actually recovered his memory, causing Zhang Linsheng to stammer out that he finally figured it out. Chen Nuo smiles and pours some tea, replying that he knew it all along. He even knows Zhang Linsheng went to Giafeng Hall to dig up info on what happened that day, making the guy anxiously ask if he is going to erase his memory again. Looking completely terrified, Zhang Linsheng begs his boss not to silence him forever, swearing he has been totally good and has not offended him at all lately. He did absolutely everything he was told, even obediently learning boxing from old Jiang without any complaints. He even stammers that he is his senior martial brother, but Chen Nuo sips his tea, reminding him that he is only the second senior. Zhang Linsheng cringes, arguing that even a second senior is still family, while Chen Nuo reassures him that he was called here for something else. I will lay it all out for you, so just follow my lead when the time comes. An hour later, someone pushes the door open, apologizing for being rude, while King Shan sits in his wheelchair, telling his lackey to knock first next time. Lao Chi quickly knocks a few times, and a voice from inside tells them to come in. Seeing the duo chilling there, King Shan speaks up, greeting Mr. Hanan like it's been ages. Zhang Linsheng panics inside, desperately telling himself to stay chill because Chen Nuo told him to just sit tight and do absolutely nothing. The boss tells his underling Lao Chi to scram outside and keep watch until he gets called back in. Zhang Linsheng sits there acting all tough and tells him to take a seat. Then he gestures to the side, introducing Chen Nuo as his classmate and his martial arts junior. Hearing that, King Shan quickly cups his hands to show some respect and welcome him. He's thinking, damn, they aren't just classmates, they're brothers from the same sect. No wonder his wife and godmother are so close. And no freaking wonder Haonan got himself dragged into Gu Kang's mess. But this junior dude wears his heart on his sleeve, making him super easy to handle. He's way less intimidating than the quiet Haonan. Actually, Chen Nuo is just putting on a drama show, acting like a total hothead whose every emotion is completely exposed. King Shan goes on, saying he stayed up all night to finish what was ordered. Zhang Linsheng just grunts, telling him to spill it. The boss starts explaining, saying he's here to apologize first and won't hold back on the punishment. That trash Wang Laohu offended the sister-in-law. Even though he didn't know the details, the guy is still his subordinate, so he has to make things right. He adds that thankfully she's fine. Hearing this, Chen Nuo fakes a massive rage fit, slams his hand on the table and screams, "No harm done? Is that all you've got to say?" King Shan squeezes out a painful smile, waving his hands to calm him down. He stammers out that of course it's not that simple. In his head, he's celebrating because this kid is just a hot-tempered brat. Nothing like the totally unreadable Haonan who doesn't show a single emotion. King Shan adds, Since his man crossed the line even if they let it slide, he can't just act clueless. That's exactly why he came all this way today to make amends. Chen Nuo acts furious, barking out a loud query, but Zhang Linsheng quickly stops him with a cool gesture. So Chen Nuo reluctantly sits back down, still making sure to look incredibly pissed. King Shan quickly chimes in, thanking him and begging them to just hear out his proposal first. He notes that besides Wang Laohu, there's also Gu Kang who messed with Chen Nuo. He's been thinking all night, and although it looks like two separate incidents, they're actually one and the same. The root of this entire mess actually boils down to Chen Nuo's little sister. Right now, both Gu Kang and Wang Lahu are utterly wrecked. They're still breathing, sure, but they're covered in brutal wounds and suffering like crazy. Once they heal up, he promises to ship them straight behind bars. Hearing this, Chen Nuo jumps in to question him. Lock them up? For how long? Since when do you run the local prison, old man? King Shan wipes the cold sweat off his forehead and says he's got his ways to make them turn themselves in willingly. If they refuse, he will just drug them, toss them in a car, drop them on the road, and plant some illegal contraband on them. And get this? He leaves their jail time completely up to them. But check out Haonan. Why is he keeping so dead quiet, making this boss sweat bullets? Chen Nuo raises his voice, claiming his big brother finds this kind of compensation barely acceptable. Finally, the boss lets out a massive sigh of relief and smiles. He taps the table to summon Lao Chi back inside. His goon brings in a heavy bag. King Shan grins, offering it as a small apology for offending the sister-in-law. He claims he has nothing else to offer, so he wants her to use this cash for clothes or makeup to cheer herself up. While Zhang Linsheng just sits there puffing on a cigarette, Chen Nuo takes the lead and tells him they'll keep the bag. Hearing that, the boss immediately says his goodbyes. Zhang Linsheng stays totally silent, slowly standing up and casually gesturing toward the door to show him out. King Shan quickly shakes his hand, flattering him with a super fake tone. He begs Haonan to look out for him, then grabs Chen Nuo's hand, apologizing profusely for his poor planning and not preparing a gift for his sister. While shaking hands, Chen Nuo secretly injects a tiny trace of his spiritual energy straight into him. Riding back in the car, Lao Chi asks why the big boss Haonan never spoke. King Shan sighs, saying the timing was just completely off. Lao Chi tries to comfort him, pointing out that since they took the cash, things should ease up. They will probably remember his goodwill, making future chats way easier. The boss nods, agreeing with him but admitting he is still pretty damn worried. Lao Chi wonders how Haonan even has a junior, meaning they belong to some secretive martial arts sect. He asks if they should investigate, but King Shan turns pale and snaps at him. Are you insane? If their sect raised a monster like this kid, how monstrous are their elders? No way in hell we can investigate that sect. Out of nowhere, the driver slams on the brakes, sending both King Shan and Lao Chi flying forward from the sudden impact. The boss yells, asking if he's blind. The driver frantically explains that some idiot ran a red light, almost causing a massive crash. King Shan rubs his head and barks at them to shut the hell up. Suddenly, his body starts shaking as he gasps out that his paralyzed legs can finally move. Right before this, the second those other two left the room, the mood totally shifted. Our boy Zhang Linsheng exhales in pure relief, downing his tea like his life depended on it. Chen Nuo asks if he is really that stressed. Zhang Linsheng wipes his sweat, replying, "Bruh, that is Li Qingshan, the biggest boss in Jinling City." Then he points at the mysterious bag, asking what is inside. Chen Nuo tells him to just unzip it and see. Zhang Linsheng opens it and freezes. Is that seriously all cash? It is literally glowing. Chen Nuo just shrugs and tells him to start counting. While Zhang Linsheng is hyper-focused on counting the cash, Chen Nuo kicks back, asking if he is done for the 5th time. Zhang Linsheng reports 88,800. Hyped about the lucky number, but zips it up feeling like something is pretty sketchy. Honestly, it is not even that much. A massive boss offends you and only pays 88 grand? I thought it would be 6 figures. Chen Nuo sits up straight, breaking down the situation. Locking up Vung Lao Ho and Gu Kang was the real payback. This money is just his way of showing some respect. You see what he is doing here? Drop $1 million now, and the next favor will cost an absolute fortune. Old-school mobsters like Li Qingshan know exactly how to play this game. Zhang Linsheng nods along, totally getting the vibe. He stands up, waving as he heads toward the door. Alright, it is getting late, I gotta run and grab groceries for dinner. Zhang Linsheng holds up the money bag, asking if he forgot it. Chen Nuo smirks back, gotta keep up the act, bro. Keep it safe, dude, and do not blow it all. Zhang Linsheng is pretty touched, realizing his friend just blessed him. Wait, he thinks his friend is single, so what is the deal with Sun Kiki? Next day, Wu Dali lugs in 2 massive suitcases, grinning. He smiles, surprised by the speed. Wu Dali replies, I would never slack off on your stuff, boss. Chen Nuo spots a pretty weird scratch on his face and asks what happened. Wu Dali sheepishly admits she scratched him, but her height and shoe size were a perfect fit for the mission. So I raided her closet, snatched all her clothes, grabbed some makeup and skincare too, and got my face shredded in return. He pats his shoulder saying, tough break, but you did me a solid. Also, go pay a visit to Li Qingshan soon. Just show up and say Brother Haonan sent you. Remember that name, never mention me. You are working for Haonan now. Wu Dale asks what he is even supposed to tell Li Qingshan. Chen Nuo grabs the suitcases, turning back with a grin. Tell him Brother Haonan is here to collect medical expenses. Meanwhile, inside a beauty salon, a consultant is pitching a deal. Girls need to start skincare early. Our salon has this ultimate eternal youth package that you will absolutely love. Price is not an issue. We have a massive discount running right now. Ladies have to treat themselves right, you know? A pretty face is a girl's greatest asset. Try our charm package. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo is standing right outside the door. Before he can even step inside, Lu Shishi rushes out, grabs his sleeve, and drags him away, screaming, "Hubby, run! Get this!" Lu Shishi explains she dragged him away to save him from getting absolutely scammed by those beauty pushers. "Hubby," she continues, "I remember you saying we are broke, so we should avoid these places." Chen Nuo gives a thumbs up, smiling, "Yep, we are super poor. You are the best at saving money, wife." Then they head down the street, deciding to just go home and cook. "We will make sweet and sour ribs and greens, your favorites." Lu Shishi links arms with him, complaining she barely ate anything at the salon. Back home in the kitchen, Chen Nuo is doing the dishes when her voice suddenly calls out from the other room. "Hubby, come here, something feels pretty off." He pokes his head out, asking what. Lu Shishi, now dressed, complains, "These clothes are way too baggy. That salon lady said this style does not fit me." Chen Nuo quickly lies, "Well, when you were sick, you skipped a lot of meals. Just go pick what you like." She peers into the closet, asking, "Hubby, are these seriously all my clothes?" He nods, "Yep." Lu Shishi turns around, wondering if they have any of her skincare or makeup lying around. Chen Nuo grabs a pre-packed bag and hands it over, saying, "Of course we do. Back when you were sick, you loved smashing stuff, so I packed these fragile things away." Chen Nuo secretly thanks Wu Dale for thinking ahead. She takes the makeup bag, shooing him out so she can change. Walking around in a basic t-shirt is getting kind of old. Chen Nuo just smiles. "All right, I will get back to the dishes then." He turns away, grumbling. Even the legendary Hades of the underworld has to do chores. He misses his past life when global chefs cooked for him. French, British, Japanese, or Brazilian food, tasting delicacies from all over the world. While he is daydreaming, Lu Shishi calls him. She steps out, asking, "Are you sure I used to dress like this? Cringy emo teen starry sky aesthetic?" She cringes hard, wondering if her taste was actually that terrible. Chen Nuo turns around, holding back a laugh. "Actually pretty cute. You used to love wearing that." He is totally hyped, thinking how much cash he would make by posting photos of her on Chuanggu Kuai. Then he turns to Lu Shishi. "All right, we are done packing. Let us go buy a bed. We cannot sleep on the sofa forever." Lu Shishi is a bit surprised to hear that. "Going outside, let me change my clothes first." Slipping back into her old clothes, Lu Shishi whispers right in his ear, "Hubby, where are we going?" Chen Nuo opens the door. Duangtu Street, there is a second-hand home store there. They walk out, slamming the door shut. Meanwhile, the other two girls, Li Yingwan and Sun Kike, have the exact same idea to head out. They think Chen Nuo is probably back home. Stepping outside, Li Yingwan spots a taxi waiting. She looks over and notices this little girl, Yu Naitong, sitting nearby and looking around. Seeing her crying, Li Yingwan wonders if she is lost. She sits next to Yu Naitong. "What is wrong, little girl? Are you okay?" The girl covers her face, sobbing. "I cannot find my hotel." Li Yingwan keeps trying to comfort her. "Are you out here all alone?" "No," the girl replies. "I came with my older sister to have some fun, and we took the bus together. But I fell asleep, and she was gone when I woke up." Li Yingwan thinks this kid is way too cute. There is no way I can just leave her here. Li Yingwan reaches out to pat her head. "How about I take you back to your hotel?" Yu Naitong dodges her hand immediately. "My sister said never to go with strangers." Li Yingwan quickly tries to explain she is not a bad person. Li Yingwan puts on a cute face and smiles. "Look at me, how could someone this beautiful be a bad person? Bad guys are always super ugly. Do you not watch television?" Yu Naitong hesitates, then says, "Okay, I believe you." Li Yingwan looks down. "Do you know which hotel you are staying at?" Yu Naitong pulls out a sleek black card. "Yes. I have the room key card right here." Li Yingwan smiles. "Having the card makes it easy. Let us go." Inside the taxi, she starts chatting. "So, how old are you, kiddo?" 8.5. Li Yingwan asks, "Why is your hair white? Did your family dye it? It looks so pretty." "Thank you, sis." Li Yingwan asks for her name, and the girl says she is Yu Naitong. Soon they arrive at the hotel. They stand right in front of the door. Yu Naitong points straight at it. "This is the place." While Li Yingwan rings the doorbell, the girl mumbles that her sister might not be back yet. Li Yingwan urges her, "Go on inside first. We cannot have you waiting out in the hallway." Yu Naitong looks up. "Big sister, can you please wait with me? I am really scared of being completely alone." Li Yingwan happily agrees. But then she remembers something. "Hey, do you happen to know your older sister's phone number by any chance?" She must be totally panicking. Yu Naitong quietly closes the door behind them and says, "Just wait a second." She turns around with a pretty creepy look in her eyes. "Hey, did nobody ever tell you not to trust a stranger?" Oh man, look at this. Li Yingwan freezes in shock as a sudden wave of spiritual energy slams right into her. Yu Naitong unleashes her strange power with a wicked smile. Time to sleep. Li Yingwan clutches her head, completely dizzy. Standing over her, Yu Naitang smirks. Grown-ups are seriously so easy to fool, just like that idiot Luok Lu Shishi. Lu Shishi used an alt account to accept that contract to kill her own mother, then vanished. I need to take her somewhere quiet. She calls the hotel receptionist up for some quick help. Mister, could you carry this heavy suitcase down to the entrance? Thinking this little girl is completely harmless, the receptionist happily agrees to help. Meanwhile, we are over at that second-hand store on Duong 2 Street. While Lu Shishi is busy petting a cat, Chen Nuo is busy bargaining over every single penny. The boss gets pretty annoyed. No way I can go any lower, the boss snaps. This is a top-brand mattress, 400 is a massive steal. Just then, Chen Nuo gets the text from Loi. Knack, bro, where are you? Sun Kike went to your place and found it empty, so she is heading to the store. Chen Nuo curses. Loi's shop is less than 200 meters away. He quickly glances over. Thankfully, Lu Shishi is still completely distracted by that cat. If she sees this, it is game over. Loi texts again. I told her you were out on business, do not mess up. I will tell her to go home now. Nak texts back. Good job, I am on Duong 2 Street and slightly busy right now. Loi texts back. Got it, I will definitely protect your secret, boss. But another text pops up. Boss, we have a huge problem. I tried to send her away, but some loudmouth in the shop said he saw you nearby. Sun Kike is already on her way. That news hits like a total bombshell. He immediately grabs Lu Shishi and pulls her outside. Alright boss, I will take your price. Just deliver the bed to this address. Lu Shishi is so confused, but as they step outside, there is Sun Kike walking right toward them. Looking at Lu Shishi, he panics. If these two actually cross paths, the disaster level is going to be absolutely insane. If Sun Kike fights with Li Yingwan, they just argue. But if Lu Shishi gets involved, someone is literally going to die. Lu Shishi looks over. Hubby, why are you sweating so much? Chen Nuo immediately turns and bolts. Honey, I have got to use the restroom. Wait for me right here. Just as Sun Kike walks right past Lu Shishi. She is totally simping over this gorgeous older girl before stopping herself from comparing. She struts past Lu Shishi, telling herself she is still growing and still has a solid chance. Then Sun Kike glares back and notices the girl is wearing the exact same shirt as Chen Nuo. Man, she really misses him. 5 minutes later, Chen Nuo peeks out from the bathroom, hoping Sun Kike is inside looking for him, so he can drag Lu Shishi away. He dashes out and grabs Lu Shishi's hand, telling her they should head home before she starts acting up. But Lu Shishi whines, wait up hubby, I totally need the bathroom too. Chen Nuo literally loses his mind outside the bathroom. Waiting here is a death sentence, so maybe he should just hide inside. Before he can even make a move, Sun Kike's voice rings out, giving him a massive jump scare. She runs up, hugs him tight, and smiles, saying she has not seen him in days. While she is all smiles, his face goes completely pale. What kind of sick joke is this? She wraps her arms around his neck, asking why he skipped school. He lies that he was super busy at Brother Lei's shop. Inside, he is sweating bullets, knowing if Lu Shishi walks back out, this place will literally explode. So he frantically asks why she ignored his texts. Sun Kike immediately snaps back, saying she sent tons of messages, while he took all day to reply once. He pats her shoulder, awkwardly reminding her they are still students, so hugging in public is a bit too much. People around them are already starting to stare. He realizes they need to get the hell out of here, fast. He grabs her hand, offering to take her to the super lively Yunaitong night market. But she pulls back, telling him to wait right there. She wants to use the bathroom first, demanding good food after. His face drops. Waiting here is basically suicide. Can he actually wait? No way. Now watch this, guys. Inside the restroom, Lu Shishi spots Sun Kike applying lipstick. Lu Shishi compliments her, saying that shade of lipstick is gorgeous on her. Sun Kike immediately blushes, saying she is super pretty too. Sun Kike is amazed that she is completely barefaced but still stunning. She asks Lu Shishi if she wants to try it. Lu Shishi smiles, asking if it is really okay to share. Sun Kike giggles, telling her to go ahead and put some on. She promises it will look amazing. Suddenly, they are both caught in a massive compliment loop, praising each other's looks. Sun Kike claims she has never seen anyone so gorgeous, asking if she is buying home goods. Lu Shishi laughs, saying she is with her husband. Apparently he is waiting outside. Right at that exact second, Chen Nuo gets hit with a sudden wave of goosebumps. Back inside, Sun Kike mentions she is also waiting for her boyfriend. Lu Shishi is pleasantly surprised by the coincidence. They walk out arm in arm, with Sun Kike pointing out that her boyfriend actually owns the exact same shirt Lu Shishi is wearing. Lu Shishi is shocked, but Sun Kike explains that oversized guys' clothes are totally trending for girls right now. Stepping outside, Lu Shishi calls out for her hubby, while Sun Kike looks around for her boyfriend. Chen Nuo is hiding nearby, losing his mind. Oh my god, they are literally becoming besties. He whips out his phone and starts texting like crazy to save his life. Sun Kike must absolutely not say his name. She opens her mouth to yell Chen, but luckily her phone starts vibrating. She eagerly shows the screen to Lu Shishi, saying it is her boyfriend calling. Over the phone, Chen Nuo quickly lies that Brother Lei's shop has an absolute emergency, so he had to leave, instructing her to head straight back there to meet him. He instantly hangs up, leaving her totally confused. He really just hung up. She shrugs and waves goodbye to Lu Shishi. She tells Lu Shishi her boyfriend had to run off, so she is leaving too. Lu Shishi just smiles nicely and waves her off. Peeking from his hiding spot, Chen Nuo gasps for air. That was way too close, his heart almost stopped. Lu Shishi yells out for her husband again, and he suddenly pops up behind her holding 2 ice creams. When she asks where he was, he says he bought her these. They link arms and head out, talking about going home since their new bed should be delivered soon. Meanwhile, when Sun Kike finally gets back to Wu Dale's shop, she is completely thrown off. Wu Dale scratches his head awkwardly, explaining that the supplier rushed him. So the second Chen Nuo got back, he sent him right out again. Since they have to inspect the shipment today or lose tomorrow's sales, Sun Kik feels super bummed but has to accept it. She sighs okay. Right then, she gets a text from Chen Nuo saying he is incredibly sorry for the rush. He says he didn't even get a chance to talk to her. She replies that she is upset but won't ruin his job. He promises to make it up to her, and she texts back that he absolutely must stay by her side afterwards. She lets him off the hook, and he instantly agrees. In his car, Chen Nuo pockets his phone and sighs, relieved he survived this round. Meanwhile, Lu Shishi is glued to her phone. He massages her shoulders, asking who she is texting so intensely. She smiles, saying she met this gorgeous girl in the restroom who literally let her borrow her lipstick. We had such a blast talking that we even swapped numbers, she says. Hearing this, he literally turns into stone. A worried Lu Shishi asks, hubby, what is wrong with you? He clutches his head in panic, thinking, they got numbers now? If they actually become besties, I will have to face a massive storm of legendary proportions from my assassin boss. He plays the stingy husband card, saying, Lu Yi, texting costs $1 per message, so keep it cheap. Luckily, she totally buys it. Just one last text to invite her shopping, then we will have dinner at home. Chen Nuo panics, wait, you didn't give her our address, right? She shakes her head, nope, ran out of character space, so I will tell her some other time. He quickly agrees, yeah, let's do some other time. Back home, the bed is finally set up. Lu Yi, go take a shower, you have been out all day sweating, let me wash those clothes for you. She is super hyped to finally sleep on a real bed, but while she showers, Chen Nuo acts sneaky and chucks her phone away. Fast forward to bedtime. While Chen Nuo is holding back his laughs, Lu Shishi feels extra nervous because sleeping on a bed feels totally different from the couch. He lies down, whispering softly, Lu Yi, babe wife, you asleep? She opens her eyes wide, blushing hard as his arm reaches over. You can totally feel the crazy tension here as he goes for the hug. Suddenly, she sits up. She swings her arm, unleashing a massive electric shock that blasts Chen Nuo away as she screams, no way! The bed literally shatters into pieces. He points to the light bulb, stammering, wait, I was just reaching to turn off the light. But the switch is on my side. She panics, I am so sorry, whenever I get nervous I lose control. He sighs, back to the couch tonight, we will buy a new bed tomorrow. The next morning, she pats her full stomach. Hubby, where is my phone? I am supposed to meet my new friend for shopping today. He plays dumb, oh no, I put your dirty clothes in the wash yesterday. Don't tell me it was still inside. While he washes dishes, she screams from the other room, hubby, my phone is completely dead, it won't even turn on. He fakes being sad, saying it is all my fault. Secretly, he is laughing because he washed it twice on purpose. He comforts her, it's okay, we will just buy you a brand new one. Too bad about your new friend though, since the number is gone. She feels pretty down about losing her. Making friends is so hard. She looks at him, hubby, can I borrow your phone for a second? He panics. Why do you need my phone, she says, to call my new friend. He stammers, but you lost her number. Lu Shishi just grins. It is just a phone number, I remember it. I memorized it right when she said it. Another wild shocker that completely freezes him on the spot. She actually remembered it? He groans internally, sister. Your character literally has amnesia. You do not even remember your own name. You do not even know your own name, yet some stranger tells you their number once and you memorize it? Talk about a major character plot hole. His heart is literally about to explode, and honestly, can we even blame him? Lu Yi turns to him, hubby, what is wrong? Why are you spacing out? Where is your phone? Chen Nuo smiles but panics inside. If I give it to her, she will see the contact name Sun Kk. There is absolutely no way I can explain that. She pouts cutely, hubby, come on, hurry up. Crying inside, Chen Nuo says, my phone is in the bedroom, let me go get it. He walks away, thinking hard. Back in the day, Cao Ji wrote a poem in 7 steps to save his own life. Today, as he walks to the bedroom, he must find a way to stop Lu Yi from calling, delete the number, hurry, before it is too late. Right then, a knock echoes from the front door. Chen Nuo instantly acts like he just found his savior. Lu Yi, someone is at the door, let me check it. He rushes to the door with a smirk, planning his escape. He needs to call Sun Kike to tell her to change her number immediately. Whoever is knocking is a total lifesaver. He grins, asking, who is it? Standing outside is Elder Vu, waving. Hello, mister. Before he can even finish, Chen Nuo slams the door, yells, wrong house, then rushes inside to grab her hand and flee. Lu Yi, let us go. She asks, hubby, what is wrong? Elder Vu kicks the door open, sneering, Mr. Chen, stop running, I already know your face. Cut to an abandoned house on the outskirts. Yu Naitong stands before a tied-up Li Yingwan, demanding, still not talking? Who is the one protecting you anyway? The young girl holds up a photo of Lu Yi, explaining, my very first move when I arrived in Jinling was locating Boss Guo. Since Boss Guo is her real main target anyway, killing Zhang Yingzi was just a side quest, but Boss Guo's shop was completely empty. So I had to go after you, the second target who got left behind. Yu Naitong continues, why do women have to make things so hard for other women? I have nothing personal against you, I just want you to tell me who your protector is. Maybe then we will find Lu Shishi. I wasted a whole night here. Don't you know that keeping a kid awake past bedtime ruins their development? Li Yingwan stays quiet, refusing to say a word. The little brat prepares to unzip her small suitcase, pulling out some serious threats. You totally forced my hand on this. Yu Naitong flashes a cold smirk as a creepy snake starts crawling right out of the box. This three-headed green viper is about to slither all over your clothes. And catching this thing was a total pain, you know? Knocking you out was easy, but catching this hard-headed viper took me 2 whole hours. Yeah, she is actually dropping some snake facts mid-interrogation. Plus, it is pretty venomous. Li Yingwan totally panics, screaming for her life to get that terrifying thing away. The snake wants to scream that it is just a harmless, tasty blackback garden snake, but obviously snakes cannot talk. Yu Naitong just sneers, telling her to spill it because she has got a million other ways to torture her. Li Yingwan squeezes her eyes shut and screams that she is never talking, even if it kills her. Appa, I am absolutely never going to betray you, so please do not forget me if I do not survive this. The brat sighs, calling her a massive idiot for choosing death over talking. If so, your protector is totally linked to Lu Shishi going missing. Since you two are so close, you basically just sold out your own teammate. Hearing that, Li Yingwan starts to stutter. No matter what you say, I am staying quiet. Yu Naitong just snatches her phone, scrolling through it with a smug, confident grin. I do not even need you to talk. If you guys are actually close, his number is obviously right here. Wonder why I kidnapped you instead of your mom? She honestly looks pretty brainless and useless. The little girl deduces, staring at the screen. There are no sketchy texts from Chen Nuo, but he is her most dialed contact, so he is definitely our guy. Li Yingwan is pretty shocked by this kid's sharp brain. But check this out, when Yu Naitong dials, the call fails. Meanwhile, our main guy is way too busy escaping with his girl to answer any calls. Levitating kitchen knives with his mind, Chen Nuo asks who the hell is out there. Breaking into a regular house like this? I am straight up calling the cops on you. Elder Vu bursts right in, telling him to cut the act. There is no need to play dumb, Mr. Yanluo. Blocking a knife flying at his face, he smirks and says his telekinesis is decent, but unfortunately pretty weak. With a smirk, Elder Vu flings the utensils back into the kitchen, mocking the kid to come out before he runs out of dishes to throw. But before he can even finish his sentence, a massive fridge blocks his path, making him swear. Shoving the fridge aside, Elder Vu rushes in with a pretty frustrated look, cursing the kid for being such a slippery bastard. Stepping into the kitchen, he spots an open window and mutters to himself that they probably could not have gone very far. Outside, Chen Nuo holds Lu Shishi's hand tightly, using his gravity powers to float them in midair. She asks him who that guy was. Grimacing, he urgently replies that it is an enemy. A split second later, they leap over to the opposite building, landing right on the railing. Lu Shishi wonders why they are running, but Chen Nuo grabs her hand and explains that they need to lure him somewhere empty to actually fight. Suddenly, they both halt as she looks back, warning him that the creepy old guy is already catching up. Chen Nuo lets go, telling her they need to split up. He will act as bait while she sets up a nice ambush. Lu Shishi nods and runs. Sprinting off, he wonders why Vu Su is targeting him. After regressing, they are supposed to be complete strangers at this point. Why did he show up at his apartment and break down his door? There is no way this is not a setup. Age unknown, nationality unknown. Vu Su is a pretty dangerous manipulator class Esper. He is also a gold-tier member of the Kraken website and a high-tier security consultant. Seeing Chen Nuo try to launch a barrage of dirt at him, Elder Vu effortlessly conjures a massive shield around himself, looking completely bored. Looking down at him, he says they are both telekinetic and admits the kid is actually pretty decent. But since his own power is way higher, he can easily suppress him. Chen Nuo grinds his teeth, remembering how they were equally matched rivals who fought for years in his past life. Raising his hand, he yells for him to wait. Elder Vu tilts his head, asking if he is finally done running. Our guy demands to know who he is and why he is coming after him. Smiling, the old man asks if he is joking, because industry rules strictly forbid revealing who hired him to do this job. Landing gently on the ground, Elder Vu listens as Chen Nuo deduces that someone definitely paid a lot of cash to target him. Taking off his glasses, he frowns, asking if he is stalling. He knows he has a companion and demands to know where she went. Planning a cheap sneak attack from the shadows? Trust me, that is completely useless against me. Chen Nuo smirks, challenging his massive ego. Elder Vu casually pulls out a cloth to wipe his glasses, claiming that crushing him is actually easier than wiping the dust off his lenses. You probably already know that any telekinetic with lower power than me is bound to get absolutely wrecked. Since he is no match, our guy just asks if he wants to surrender. His glasses are completely clean now. Putting them back on, he chuckles, saying surrender would make this whole game pretty boring. But if he wants to avoid a brutal beating, it is actually a decent choice. Chen Nuo subtly channels power into his foot, casually asking if he can get a few seconds to think it over. Elder Vu glares with pure suspicion, asking what kind of trash prank Mr. Yama is pulling. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo is low-key stressing out. He's thinking, that's the second time this creep called him Yama. Barely anyone in this current lifetime is supposed to know that name. Leaning back, no way I thought about it. Giving up is definitely not my vibe. Let's throw down instead. Plus, I'm at a pretty safe distance from that pit anyway. Elder Vu just stands there, totally smug. Listen up, Mr. Yama. When you're facing absolute crushing power, all your cheap tricks are straight-up child's play. But the kid just grins like a maniac. What if that hole is actually filled with straight-up sewage? Hearing this, the germophobic wizard freaks out, screaming as he looks down. Wait, what? Before the old man can even react, Chen Nuo shamelessly yells, "Detonate!" Pure sewage explodes from the pit, smelling absolutely toxic, while Elder Vu starts screaming, calling him a filthy, disgusting cheat. Our boy stands there looking pretty smug, making those concrete blocks pure distraction. His real goal was getting the absolute biggest blast radius while buying himself enough prep time. He used telekinesis to siphon gross sewage from the wastewater pipes directly under the ceiling. Talk about a crappy choice. Now the old man has to decide, go wash his nasty self first or ignore the toxic stench to keep chasing him. Elder Vu stands inside his magic shield, watching Chen Nuo bolt. But his barrier is literally covered in brown sludge, making him scream in pure rage. For a total clean freak like him, this is an absolute rage-inducing nightmare. Seriously, who even does that? The old man sniffs the air, almost gagging from the absolute chemical warfare level of stench. He screams out a massive curse before instantly rocket launching himself after Chen Nuo. I will murder you. Seeing the old guy totally lose his mind, Chen Nuo flinches. Man, did I just trigger his villain arc or what? Smash cut to New Show Mountain, where the wizard is hot on his heels. Chen Nuo sprints out of the forest, heading straight for an abandoned mining tunnel on the mountain. This place is packed with deep, empty shafts. He leaps through the woods, using his telekinesis to fling heavy branches backward at his pursuer, calculating every move. All he needs is to stall the wizard for just a second. Once he slips into that underground labyrinth, he is home free. Up above, Elder Vu smirks and twists his ring. Suddenly, a creepy shield of golden bones forms around him, easily blocking the incoming branches. Clenching his fist, the old man growls, "Mr. Yama, you have officially pushed me too far." Chen Nuo yells back as he runs, "Bro, are you serious? It was just a little sewage explosion, no need to get so murderous over it." Smiling, Elder Vu hurls his magic ring down, saying he already read his mind. The artifact slams violently into Chen Nuo's back, sending him crashing face first while spitting out blood. Glaring down from above, Elder Vu sees Chen Nuo lying completely wiped out inside a massive crater. He casually recalls the ring and slides it back on, floating in midair while speaking, "Mr. Yama, you had a good run. I wanted an honorable showdown, but your trashy tricks crossed the line. Now I am going to end you quick and painful." Glowing magic runes circle the wizard as he swoops down, shouting for him to kneel. Instantly, an insanely heavy pressure crushes the kid's body. Next, he summons a massive boulder right over the kid's head. As Chen Nuo kneels there, gasping for air, the old man sighs with mock pity. "Honestly, you're pretty strong, but way too green. Your potential is pretty crazy. With some time, maybe. You might have reached my level." The giant boulder suddenly rockets forward, but Chen Nuo raises his hands to block it. The rock shatters into dust, but the impact blasts him backward. Walking up slowly, Elder Vu looks down with a smug sneer. "No way. You seriously shouldn't have pissed me off. But look at this kid. Still talking back like a boss, asking if he'd really spare him otherwise. True, I wouldn't, but it would have hurt less." Chen Nuo spit back. "How much is that abyss captain even paying you to take me out?" "Since you already know," he says. Chen Nuo mentally rolls his eyes. "No duh, genius. I only dropped the name Yama once in this life. Right after wiping out Anderson's squad, when I literally called the captain to threaten his life. Why would a high-tier powerhouse like you even take a trash gig like this? Fighting someone who is highly likely a controller tier? Aren't you guys supposed to try your best to avoid clashes with each other?" Standing there, Elder Vu replies, "First off, you are not a real controller yet. Your telekinetic tricks might have scared the captain, but they won't fool my eyes. Second, telekinesis users have always been pretty fascinating to me. That is the real reason I took this hunt." Bleeding out on the dirt, Chen Nuo recalls his past life. This freak's hit list was always packed with telekinesis users. The old bastard literally had a weird obsession with them. Standing there with a cold smirk, he starts casting his final spell at the kid. Alright, enough chit-chat, I only told you this much. I actually wanted to see if that little runaway friend of yours would show up. But whatever, non-psychics are utterly boring to me. He adds, of course I absolutely love watching you struggle in complete, hopeless despair. But too bad. That magic rune on your back completely blocks your telekinesis, so you won't be putting on any show today. The old man sneers, telling him not to choose telekinesis next time. But Chen Nuo suddenly cracks up, leaving Vu Lao completely confused about what is so funny. He laughs, saying this trick actually worked on him. In his mind, he remembers a past memory. In his past life, their first meeting went down the exact same way. Then blue energy erupts from Chen Nuo as he asks, "Whoever told you I was telekinetic?" He slowly sits up as different colored auras join the blue light swirling around him. Suddenly, Chen Nuo charges straight ahead, ready to strike. He winds up a punch aimed right at Vu Lao, yelling that the absolute first rule of telekinesis is never letting your enemy get close. Too late, you sneaky old bastard. He blasts him back with a rising dragon strike and mocks him, saying if he hadn't faked being half dead and totally defenseless, the old guy would have never stepped so close. That single strike sends Vu Lao flying straight into a stone wall. Chen Nuo just stands there grinning, wiping blood off his chin. He taunts that while the underworld thinks the old man is sneaky, to him he is just incredibly simple-minded and naive. Vu Lao coughs up blood, wheezing out that he is not a telekinetic. Chen Nuo just rolls his shoulders, casually replying that he never once claimed to be. Vu Lao quickly activates a magic rune, healing his broken body instantly. He glares over, demanding to know what kind of power he just unleashed. He cracks a joke about trading a kidney, then remembers the lake near Mount Nushu is close by. Raising his hand, he yells, "There is one more move." He pulls a massive wave from the lake. "You guys ready for this?" He yells, "What's this jutsu called?" Vu Lao screams, "Damn it, you think I have never watched Naruto?" As the pit floods with water, Chen Nuo has already leaped high into the air out of sight. Catching his breath, he sighs that he is at his limit. If this does not beat the wizard, he is calling his wife to save him. Right now, Vu Lao is completely submerged under a massive wave, using a barrier to block the water. He curses in frustration, wondering how this kid can release such an insanely massive amount of energy. As the barrier begins to crack, Vu Lao gasps, "This is bad." Next second, the shield shatters completely, and water immediately swallows him whole. Watching from the edge, Chen Nuo mutters to himself, asking if it is finally over. But a sudden movement deep beneath the surface makes his eyes narrow. A familiar golden light flares up. Chen Nuo can only curse. This guy is definitely on the same tier as Lu Shishi. Standing firm, Vu Lao holds back the whirlpool with just one hand, shocked that he is actually struggling against a kid whose cultivation level is a whole tier below his. With his glasses completely shattered, he glares up and asks if the brat has any more dirty tricks left. Chen Nuo just asks if he would be scared if he did. The old man dares him to bring it on, so Chen Nuo flips him off and tells him to come get some. That actually makes Vu Lao hesitate. He stays put, thinking this sneaky little bastard is just trying to lure him close again. This wizard is not falling for the same trick 3 times. He raises his hand with confidence, asking if he even needs to get close to crush him. The rune magic lifts Chen Nuo straight into the air. He screams out, daring the wizard to put him down so they can fight properly. Before he can even finish, a brutal blast hits him square in the chest, sending him crashing into a pit as he coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. Chen Nuo realizes he is in deep trouble. The wizard has finally figured out how a long-range mage is actually supposed to fight. Slumped on the ground, Chen Nuo literally begs, "I'm telling you, if his wife doesn't show up now, she's a dead man's widow." Vu Lao still stays far away. He sneers from a distance, asking if he is calling for backup. He boasts that sneak attacks are completely useless against a master sensory mage like him. But right then, purple lightning tears through the sky, striking directly at him. The blast is so incredibly powerful that he cannot block it, sending him flying backward through the air. The magic ring on his finger begins to crack. Vu Lao looks down in horror at his damaged treasure. Suddenly, Lu Shishi appears above, glaring down, demanding how he dares. She immediately channels lightning in her hands and blasts it straight down. The massive impact forces Vu Lao back even further. He struggles to his feet and looks up in absolute shock, demanding to know why the Starry Sky Queen is here. Lu Shishi does not back down. She keeps raining down purple lightning, screaming at him for daring to touch her husband. Vu Lao is completely dumbfounded, muttering, "Her husband?" He figures this crazy woman has lost her mind, but running away forever is not an option. Deciding he has no choice but to fight back, he charges right into battle to clash with her head-on. The collision of their massive energies triggers a giant explosion in the forest. As they lock hands, Vu Lao snaps at Lu Shishi, asking if she is trying to get them both killed. She ignores him and keeps hitting him with her free hand. Vu Lao screams at her to stop, warning that they will both end up dead if she continues. But Lu Shishi completely tunes him out, staring back with ice-cold eyes. He curses under his breath at her crazy determination. He growls that she is seriously risking her life here. Finally, they both lose their grip and tumble straight down into the pit together. He screams again, asking if she is insane, and threatens that if she keeps this up, he will make sure they both die right here today. Lu Shishi stands firm. He hurt her husband, so she is going to kill him. Vu Lao wonders where this husband even came from. How did that extremely sneaky, deceitful brat suddenly become her husband? Sensing things are going south, Chen Nuo worries if Lu Shishi will be okay going all out like this. She charges in with crackling lightning, screaming that she is going to end him today. Old Man Vu grips his ring to cast a spell, raising it as blinding golden runes explode with light. That crazy woman cost me a soul weapon, Vu snarls, while Chen Nuo desperately yells at Lu Shishi to stop risking her life. But it is too late. The shockwave blasts him aside, and as he flies through the air, Chen Nuo desperately calls out for Lu Shishi. Out of the heavy smoke, a hand grabs Chen Nuo by his wrist, calling out to her husband. Looking pretty beat up, Lu Shishi smiles and says she caught him, as Chen Nuo gently lands and scoops her up. Resting her head on his shoulder, she whimpers that the bad guy was just too strong for her to beat. He quickly reassures her, saying she did amazing, and that she is incredibly strong. Forcing that sorcerer to shatter his own soul weapon has severely damaged him, and it will take years for him to recover from this. Lu Shishi weakly smiles, asking if she is indeed pretty cool then, and Chen Nuo warmly agrees that she is indeed awesome. Suddenly, she bursts into tears, crying that her left hand hurts, as he notices a dark corrosive energy left behind by the sorcerer eating away at her body. Chen Nuo wonders if she is holding back the poison herself. Things are looking pretty tense. She murmurs that she is so tired, and he softly tells her to just rest up, promising she will be perfectly fine soon. The spell from that old creep will fade away soon, but Lu Shishi is too weak to speak as her heavy eyelids slowly begin to close. Her vision blurs, and the image of Chen Nuo slowly fades away until everything goes pitch black. Night falls over the crater in the woods, where Chen Nuo sits quietly, channeling his energy to heal her while lost in thought. Pushing past his limits brings a massive throbbing headache, but a bit later, he firmly grips the glowing rune in his hand. Her mental space was already badly damaged a few days ago, and this brutal battle almost finished her off for good. It is just trauma on top of trauma now. Looking down at her unconscious body, he whispers how sorry he is for constantly lying to her lately. Honestly, there were so many times I wanted to wake you up and just take you far away from here, instead of lying to you for so long. Deep down, I was just lying to myself because I could not bear to let you go, and not because I was scared you would beat me up. I am completely obsessed with keeping you close to me, feeling just like we did back in our past life. This is only the second time you have slept on my lap, he says, gently touching her cheek. Lu Shishi, in this life I will not be angry with you anymore, okay? I will never call you a crazy girl again, okay? Chen Nuo closes his eyes tightly as hot tears start streaming down his face. A guy who has lived through 2 entire lifetimes is now breaking down in tears, crying out her name, Lu Shishi. Can I take you fishing again in this life, he asks. He hesitates, his tears dripping onto her quiet face as he begs Lu Shishi not to die on him this time. By the next morning, Chen Nuo is still sitting in the same spot, pushing his spiritual energy to heal her. Surely she is out of danger after a whole night, so she needs to wake up soon, or else he is going to run completely out of energy. Out of nowhere, Lu Shishi snaps her eyes open, staring blankly, and a thrilled Chen Nuo gasps that she is finally awake. She looks at him and asks who he is. Chen Nuo forces a weak laugh, replying that it is a pretty long story as he studies her face. She has amnesia again, and you can already tell this situation is about to get pretty crazy. He expected her to wake up, remember everything, and beat him up. Instead, Lu Shishi stands up, pointing at him and saying she knows he saved her. She senses a massive amount of mental energy inside his subconsciousness, and she can feel that this power is directly connected to him. Chen Nuo just sits there, nodding silently because yes, he definitely saved her life. Lu Shishi asks if he can explain what happened, since she has absolutely zero memory of anything before waking up. Give me a second to cook up a good lie. No, to explain it clearly, he thinks. Later, Lu Shishi ponders this, asking if he is a hidden martial arts cultivator who was training on the mountain, saw her fighting, and saved her. Chen Nuo nods and says exactly. He claims he lives nearby, came out for some late-night training, and ended up hearing a massive fight going down. After hiding in the shadows to watch, he found her. She frowns, trying to remember who she was battling and why her mind is blank. Scratches his head to play along, claiming he does not know either of them, and that her opponent had already fled when he arrived. He explains that he just found her knocked out on the ground. Lu Shishi gets highly suspicious, questioning if he did anything weird to her while she was unconscious. He quickly protests, asking what kind of guy she thinks he is. He claims to be a thoroughly decent guy with a golden heart. She looks doubtful, but he insists that it is absolutely true. Otherwise, why would he waste so much energy saving her? She instantly brightens up, smiling and thanking him for his help. Calling him a good guy makes him brag about being an honors student. He then asks who this mysterious lady actually is. Reaching out her hand, she introduces herself as Lu Shishi. Blushing with embarrassment, he says his name is Chen Nuo, and asks if she is actually some incredibly powerful martial arts master. Lu Shishi just waves her hand with a smug grin, saying that is a secret. So how old are you anyway? 18. She mulls it over. 18 is a bit old, but hey, your power is pretty solid if you actually manage to wake me up. Then she claps her hands, looks right at Chen Nuo, and asks if he wants to be her disciple. Lu Shishi looks ridiculously confident, boasting about how crazy strong she is and how being her student means you get massive street cred and bragging rights everywhere you go. Hearing this, Chen Nuo breaks into a sweat and gasps out. His mind is completely blown. Like seriously, how did he go from husband to disciple in 2 seconds? Wait, he used that classic master-disciple story to trick her before, so it makes sense. Panicking, he scrambles to reject it, claiming he already has a master. He backs away, telling her they will meet again if destiny allows it, then bids her a hasty farewell. Lu Shishi is left blinking in confusion as he sprints off, while Chen Nuo wonders if she finally got her memory back. But she suddenly chases him down, calling out to him that his footsteps look pretty weak, probably because he drained so much of his energy saving her life. Desperately trying to decline, he listens as she insists on walking him back to his nearby place. He says it is fine, but Lu Shishi is totally stubborn, demanding to repay her savior without any more excuses. Moments later, a bright yellow taxi pulls up right to the gate of an old apartment complex, and Chen Nuo lies that this is where he lives. He hops out with a fake smile, telling her to stay in the cab so the driver can take her home. But Lu Shishi refuses to leave it at that. She insists on being thorough and seeing him safe right to his actual doorstep. Chen Nuo begs her not to, then quickly tells the driver to step on it and take the pretty girl home safely. Watching the cab speed off, he sighs. This old neighborhood is actually miles away from his real apartment. He lets out a soft chuckle, whispering that if she finally remembers everything, then this is their final goodbye. Some memories are better left forgotten anyway. Back at his wrecked apartment, he picks up his shattered front door with a sigh. He props it up, hoping it will somehow survive the night so he can call a repairman first thing tomorrow. Slumping onto the sofa with a lit cigarette, the sudden silence of the empty flat feels kind of weird. Staring blankly at the bathroom, he hallucinates her popping her head out to call him hubby, and he almost shouts out her name before freezing in his tracks. His heart breaks as the phantom voice slowly fades, begging him not to throw her away. He shakes his head, realizing his mind is just playing tricks on him. But hey, at least his past life regrets got some closure. Honestly, just having that brief moment together was more than enough for him. She cannot stay by his side, or else that horrific tragedy from his past life might repeat itself. And just like that, a sudden heavy knock rattles his front door. He instantly panics, thinking it is the shaman, but that creepy villain should be in deep hiding. Slipping into the kitchen, Chen Nuo grabs a heavy meat cleaver and cautiously calls out to the dark hallway. Another loud bang and his already battered front door crashes straight down to the floor, leaving him standing there in absolute wide-eyed shock. Lu Shishi is standing right there in the doorway, looking pretty embarrassed, claiming she definitely did not mean to break it. She walks in, calling his place a total mess. He backs away, demanding to know why on earth she tracked him down. Seriously, this silence is killer. No wonder he is sweating bullets under her intense stare right now. Pointing her finger, she demands to know why he lied. And when he fumbles for an excuse, she steps closer, asking if that meat cleaver is for cooking or murder. She demands an answer, but Chen Nuo just slumps onto his chair with a defeated grin, totally speechless. He asks how he is supposed to react when she supposedly left, only to backtrack and break into his actual home. She fires right back, demanding to know why he gave her a fake address and hopped out of the taxi miles away from here. He stammers, "Look, the thing is." Lu Shishi cuts him off with a raised hand, pointing out that whenever he starts a sentence like that, a massive lie follows. Sitting down right in front of him, she grabs his wrist and tells him to start talking. Why the fake address when he clearly lives here? Sweating, he argues that in their dangerous world, you can never be too careful around literal strangers, especially with those crazy powerful fighters slugging it out back there. He just wanted to stay far away from all that dangerous drama. Lu Shishi smirks, moving in close to ask her next question, why is his heart suddenly beating so fast? Blushing hard, he retorts that any normal guy would get pretty flustered with a gorgeous girl holding his hand like this. She leans in even closer to whisper her final question. Why did he pretend they were strangers when he clearly knows her? He gasps, wait, does she actually remember him? But she just smiles, pointing out they ran into each other at that noodle shop. I still remember you eating noodles back then. You look pretty embarrassed to see me, but why? Why did you pretend we just met for the first time when I woke up? Don't you dare tell me you forgot. You literally just said I was pretty, so it shouldn't be that easy to forget, right? Chen Nuo sighs. Fine, I admit I saw you at the noodle shop. You were fighting the boss and I got curious, so I followed you guys all the way up the mountain. Lu Shishi says, I definitely remember fighting that owner near a lake. Then someone blindsided me, I passed out, and you must have saved me. He waves his hands with a smile. No need to thank me, it was just convenient. Your opponent was already hurt and ran off, otherwise I wouldn't have dared. Lu Shishi nods, so that's what happened. Chen Nuo secretly breathes a sigh of relief. Looks like Lu Shishi only forgot the days they spent together. Better off forgotten than being hunted down later. But wait, look at this. She suddenly flares her psychic energy right at him. Then can you explain why I was wearing a guy's t-shirt before I woke up? Don't tell me that was your shirt, was it? He panics and stammers. Oh, you're asking about that? Is there no way out of this? Chen Nuo is literally crying inside. He suddenly really misses the old, clueless Lu Shishi who was always dazed and confused. She continues. Here's a hint for you. Take a look and explain why this was in my pocket. She pulls out a slip of paper, leaving Chen Nuo totally blank. What is this? He looks at the receipt and completely loses it. It's a delivery slip for a double bed on Tangzi Street. No wonder she found him. She stares at him with a scary smile. So, have you figured out how to explain this yet? Spill it. He nervously looks back. If I tell you the truth, are you going to beat me to death? Chen Nuo starts making up a story. Back then, you were totally out cold and your clothes were shredded. I only took your shirt off because I was trying to help you. After you woke up, I was worried you'd think I took advantage of you, so I lied. Since we just met by chance anyway, I figured the less drama, the better. I am so sorry, big sis. After listening, Lu Shishi says, there are still some sketchy parts, but I know you didn't hurt me and actually saved my life, so I'll believe you. She lets go of Chen Nuo and stands right up. Interrogation over, but seriously, I still need to thank you. Oh, and I am keeping this delivery slip. Is that your phone number on it? He asks. Wait, why do you even need my number? Lu Shishi leans in close to his ear. So I can find you next time, dummy. You saved me once, so I've got to pay you back. Plus, there's still a lot I can't remember. Who knows, I might need to ask you more questions later. Chen Nuo blushes. Fine, whatever makes you happy. She walks to the exit. Alright, I'm heading out. Your door is seriously broken, by the way. He waves. Bye, I know. Walking down the hallway, Lu Shishi mutters, that little liar. As soon as she leaves, Chen Nuo finally breathes a sigh of relief, then instantly panics. Oh man, I've got to pack my bags and split right now. Lu Shishi is a walking time bomb, who knows when she'll remember everything. He rushes to his room to pack, his mind racing about how he's going to handle taking time off from school and his part-time work. Xiaoye has old Zhang to look after her. He just needs to hide until Lu Shishi leaves China. Maybe treat this like a vacation. Should he go to Canada? Or Brazil? Or maybe somewhere even further away? Antarctica, perhaps? Just then, his phone rings. He pulls it out, confused why Li Yingwan is calling him this late. As he answers, a voice speaks up. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen Nuo? He doesn't answer, thinking, damn it, do you seriously think pinching your nose to change your voice works on me? It's that annoying white-haired brat on the other side. Yu Naitong is calling repeatedly using Li Yingwan's phone. Mr. Chen Nuo? Why aren't you saying anything? Hello? Is the signal bad? Hello, hello? Li Yingwan is tied up there, screaming out. Appa, don't answer, don't answer. Over on his end, he says, this is Chen Nuo. Hearing this, the little girl smirks and starts threatening him. If you ever want to see Li Yingwan again, she keeps yelling next to her. Oppa, don't worry about me, I'm totally fine. Just then, Yu Naitong's own phone starts ringing with her custom master's ringtone. Good disciple, hurry and answer your master's call. Answer it now, kid. So she tosses the other phone aside, pulls out her own, and mutters, hold on, just a second. She looks at the screen to see the caller ID, casually hanging up the call on Li Yingwan's phone at the same time. She answers it, and guess whose voice pops out? Hello, my good disciple. You have so many missed calls on your phone. Did you make it to Jinling too? Where are you? Hurry over to the hotel so Master can give you a hug. She shrieks in panic. Lu Shishi, where on earth have you been? Hang on, I'm coming right now. Seeing her about to bolt, Li Yingwan asks, wait, since you found your person, aren't you going to let me go? Yu Naitong turns back. I'll tell your oppa to come pick you up. Meanwhile, over at the International Hotel, the reunited master and disciple are together, but Lu Shishi keeps kissing her, making the girl push her away in annoyance. That's quite enough. She sits there and grumbles, Lu Shishi, tell me where you've been running off to these past few days? She wipes her face, muttering, it's literally covered in spit. Before her master can even reply, the disciple snaps, just how old are you anyway? Ghosting me completely? No way. Is that really how someone your age acts? Lu Shishi just mumbles, no. Cut it out. Yu Naitong snaps, you have absolutely no idea how worried I was. Where on earth did you run off to anyway? She throws an arm around her student. I met a pretty interesting guy, she whispers. Hearing this, the tall girl laughs at her red face. Wait, are you caught in his trap? Yu Naitong yells, no way. You only vanished for days and already found another trash guy. Those clothes? Not mine, definitely not. Lu Shishi, did you actually get busy? She blushes hard, repeating the words. How do you even know if you've done it? Yu Naitong totally freaks out, offering to check her right then and there. But nope, she is still completely safe. Who is he? Spill it right now. Meanwhile, over at the warehouse, Chen Nuo is finally untying Li Yingwan. He asks if they hurt her. She smiles softly. I was terrified at first, but thinking of my appa gave me courage. He pats her head, glad she is safe. Don't tell him to ignore her again. I can't stand seeing you hurt. She nods, looking up with those classic puppy eyes while calling him her appa. Then she throws herself into his arms, crying that she was terrified. He holds her tight, whispering it is over. Li Yingwan looks up with tears in her eyes, saying she's not even scared of dying, but never seeing him again is just way worse. Chen Nuo wipes her tears away, promising he would literally drag her back to Earth, even if she fell straight into hell itself. She stammers, completely overwhelmed. Then she grabs his neck and plants a pretty passionate kiss on his lips. Brain short-circuiting, Chen Nuo just screams inside. She pulls back with a smirk, saying she's sorry. She just didn't want to die without ever kissing him now. She wants to do so many things together. I only want you, Chen Nuo sighs but says he has to tell her a story. Once upon a time, there was this rich girl named Miss Guo. On her 16th birthday, the entire martial world showered her with gifts. She was happy. But she knew those fake friends only cared about her family status, not her actual self. But then a legendary hero named Yang showed up. Boom. 3 mind-blowing gifts. These presents were worth way more than everyone else's combined, making Miss Guo the absolute talk of the town. It was the happiest day of her life. Li Yingwan guesses she fell hard for Hero Yang. Chen Nuo just smiles. Meeting someone way too perfect when you are young is both a blessing and a total curse. She eagerly asks what happened next. He sighs, explaining that unfortunately Hero Yang only saw her as a kid, with zero romantic feelings. They never crossed paths again. Miss Guo stayed single forever, basically living in her memories of that sweet 16th birthday. Li Yingwan naively looks up. Why didn't she just go look for Hero Yang? If I liked him, I'd totally hunt him down. Who cares if he doesn't feel the same? Just seeing him daily is enough. Chen Nuo cuts in, explaining that Hero Yang vanished into seclusion. Nobody could find him. Plus, not everyone is like you. She asks if Hero Yang would feel pretty guilty if he knew she stayed single forever because of him. Probably, he says, but that was her own choice. She instantly pouts, saying she doesn't like Hero Yang anyway. Glaring over at Chen Nuo, Li Yingwan sits up. Appa, did you want to be him? Chen Nuo just lies there smirking, teasing her for being slow to catch on. It is his fault she had to go to Jinling anyway, causing all this drama. She immediately grabs his arm. Appa, please. I won't let you play Hero Yang, and I definitely won't be Miss Guo. Wherever you go, I go. Whether you like me or not, I'm sticking to you. Releasing his shirt, she lowers her voice. Oppa, I know you like Sun Kike, I don't care. In my world, this is totally normal. Successful guys always have plenty of girls in her world. Just don't kick her out, and always treat her well. Chen Nuo gets a massive headache. Is she seriously enabling him to be an absolute playboy? She begs him to agree, so he finally does. He agrees to let her be his little tail, but she cannot cross any lines, especially with those sneaky stolen kisses. Turning away, he thinks this is just a quick stall tactic. Dumping her right now would feel pretty cold. He hopes she meets a decent guy later on. Hearing him, she smiles, promising to behave. But she's got her own little plan. If they spend 24/7 together, she's positive he'll eventually catch feelings. Next day at school, Chen Nuo spots Sun Keke and waves her over. Sun Kike pouts, teasingly complaining about how he always uses his shop as an excuse to skip class. Not even a single phone call? Seriously? She swore she'd ignore him today. But the school bell rings, and she convinces herself she's just returning his stuff. That totally doesn't count as breaking her promise, right? Just drop it and leave. Sun Kike walks over to Chen Nuo, slamming the books down on his desk. Here's the study guide. Teacher said finals are next week, so you better get on it. Memorize this or you'll fail and get held back. He just gives her this smug grin and asks if she's forgiven him already. He suggests they walk home together since school is over. She instantly shuts him down, saying absolutely not. As she walks off, he packs up and yells after her. Wait up! Chen Nuo laughs inside, thinking this girl is throwing a tantrum again and it's time to charm her. She storms out, but Chen Nuo catches up, wrapping his arms around her from behind. She blushes hard and snaps. Do you want to die? We're literally at school, people are gonna see. He smirks and says, so it's totally fine if they don't see us then. She stutters back that it's still not okay. Chen Nuo backs up, putting a hand over his heart dramatically, asking if she's really gonna abandon him like this. She totally panics, arguing that she didn't, but he's the one who ignored her for days without a single phone call. He just smiles and gently takes her hand. He stares right into her eyes, whispering that he was so busy he almost died. He complains about bringing his wife home only to lose her immediately. She blushes, suggesting they head to his place so she can massage him. But he quickly shuts that down, lying that he has to visit Brother Loy's shop. He claims he hasn't reported back since his trip. Honestly, he's just terrified of her seeing his messy apartment, especially since Lu Shishi's used stuff is still lying around there. As they walk, he pulls out a box of her favorite rice cakes to distract her. Are you that happy? He asks. No, she lies. Then what's got you smiling? She says she's not telling. Oh, come on, tell me. Suddenly his phone buzzes. He pulls it out and sees Lu Shishi calling. Seriously, this girl's like a ghost. He immediately spins a lie, telling Sun Kike that Brother Loi is nagging him to get back. She looks pretty disappointed. Leaving again? The scene cuts to a restaurant downtown. Sitting there are Lu Shishi, her student Yunai Tong, and Chen Nuo. As they sip tea, he's sweating bullets, wondering if Lu Shishi actually remembered something from their crazy night. Yunai Tong stands up, demanding to know if he ever had feelings for her master. Hearing this, Chen Nuo literally spits his tea right across the table. She frowns, asking what's so weird about it. Her master is drop-dead gorgeous, so any guy who doesn't hit on her must be totally broken. Chen Nuo snaps back, asking if anyone ever told her that talking like a brat gets your butt smacked. She flinches, asking if he's actually threatening to hit her. He just smirks, thinking he's literally done it in his past life already. He ignores the kid and asks Lu Shishi why she invited him out. She quickly cuts him off, saying it's nothing too major. Lu Shishi stands up, complaining that her annoying student won't let her drink alcohol, so she's stuck raising a cup of tea instead. She sits right next to Chen Nuo, pouring more tea. She explains she wanted to thank him for saving her life, and also apologize for her student's crazy behavior. The kid kidnapped his friend just to save her, and she only realized it was a giant misunderstanding after getting back. But get this, here comes the real trap. Lu Shishi mentions she was missing for days, so why did he claim he just found her? Chen Nuo instantly plays dumb, acting completely clueless. He claims he just randomly ran into her last night, saw she was in trouble, and lent a hand. As for everything else, he knows absolutely nothing. Deep down, he's totally sweating it because if she finds out what he actually did those few days, he's dead meat. He's sticking to his clueless act. How should he know? Flashback to Yunai Tong plotting earlier, telling her master that if she can't get answers, she'll cough to signal her turn to interrogate him. She warned her master to stay quiet, claiming men are all dirty liars, and they can definitely squeeze the truth out of him. She complained her master is just too innocent. Back in the present, the kid fakes a loud cough, smiling as she asks if his relationship with his girlfriend Li Yingwan is super close. Chen Nuo completely freezes, thinking she can outsmart him. He's played these exact mind games before. The kid explains she saw his texts on Li Yingwan's phone, making them look like a total couple. He looks over at Lu Shi casually spinning her chopsticks. With an awkward laugh, he says they are just close friends who like to joke around. Yunai Tong raises an eyebrow, completely doubting his weak excuse. She brings up texts like, "Oppa, I miss you, do you miss me?" Chen Nuo turns pale, sweating buckets and totally speechless. He glances at Lu Shishi, who's glaring daggers and snapping her chopsticks in half while the kid keeps grilling him. If they aren't dating, she asks if the girl just has a massive crush. She laughs coldly, demanding to know why he's suddenly silent. Chen Nuo tries to play it cool, casually grabbing food while asking why she's so obsessed with his love life. Why should he tell her who he likes? She's just a little kid, so why the nosy questions? Does she want to know what he eats for breakfast every single day too? Or maybe she wants to know what color underwear he's wearing. Yunai Tong scowls, realizing he's a total sly fox, before Lu Shishi steps in to diffuse the tension. Lu Shishi tells her to cut it out, warning her that asking such personal questions is incredibly rude. She turns to him and says, "Chen Nuo, looks like you're quite the chick magnet, huh?" He just chuckles, "Yeah, kind of. Miss Locke, I heard you're not from around here. How long are you staying in Jinling anyway?" Lu Shishi thinks for a second and shrugs, "Not long, I'm just here to track down some guy. Once I find him, I'm out." He asks if it's Boss Guo, but she snaps, "Nope, that failed mission is old news, I'm hunting a jerk who crossed me." She remembers, "I met this trash the day I took out Brother 2. Honestly, I won't ever bother to again. So don't worry, but that loser is hiding somewhere in Jinling. I've got to find him no matter what." Chen Nuo instantly panics. "Wait, she's talking about me, right?" Lu Shishi notices his sudden sweatstorm and asks why he's dripping all of a sudden. Is the cooler broken or something? Chen Nuo rubs his burning neck and mutters, "Why is the food taking forever? Let me go rush them." He is totally freaking out now, plotting how to eat and run because staying here is a death sentence. Meanwhile outside, King Shan is stroll flexing with his gang, bragging about how he swore he'd walk everywhere the exact second his broken leg got healed. "Walk and measure every single inch of Jinling with my own feet." Lao Chi immediately hypes him up. "Damn, Master Sun, that's incredibly deep. Look over there, Master Sun." Suddenly he spots Chen Nuo smiling and waves. "Wait, isn't that Chen Nuo right there?" Chen Nuo prays in his head, "Please, just don't come over here." Meanwhile, Lu Shishi is totally confused as the old man calls out, "Is this girl with Haonan?" Chen Nuo curses internally, "Bro, look at my eyes. Are you literally begging to get murdered? Did your brain just shut off to suck up to me? Did your gang boss survival instincts literally go out the window?" Chen Nuo smiles, cutting off King Shan. "She is just a good friend of mine." Hearing that, King Shan shuts his mouth and swallows hard, eyeing Chen Nuo's terrifyingly dark face and highly suspicious glare. Wait, it is late at night, and he's eating alone with the wife of their leader, Haonan. No way. Is our boy Chen Nuo actually having an affair with the boss's wife? Crazy bedroom scenes of the two flash in his brain, while on the other side, Lu Shishi speaks. "What if your brother catches us together?" Chen Nuo replies in his imagination. Don't worry, as long as we hide it well, he'll never find out. Just thinking about it makes King Shan dizzy. Truly sick. He stumbles back in horror. An illegal affair and internal betrayal. Am I about to get murdered just to keep me quiet? Lao Chi quickly holds him up and asks if he is okay, so King Shan instantly switches his tone. Oh, Chen Nuo, I was just passing by and decided to say hello. Chen Nuo asks with a smirk. Looks like your leg is fully healed, Leader Lai. He instantly panics and denies it. Nope, definitely not healed. My leg still hurts like crazy. I honestly don't even know why I'm walking today. Chen Nuo smiles coldly. If it's not healed, go home and rest instead of wandering around. He nods quickly. Yes, you are totally right. I am leaving. I will just stay in bed. Well, Chen Nuo, I'll take my leave now. Back home, King Shan panics. Lao Chi, touch my leg. Is it still attached to my body? Lao Chi nods. It's still here, boss. He sits on the stairs shaking. It is here now, but probably gone after tonight. Lao Chi is so confused and asks what kind of joke he's telling. King Shan groans. My brain must be broken. Why did I go walking so late instead of going home? And why didn't you guys stop me from making this huge mistake? This is a total disaster. He grabs his phone and calls President Tu, who answers, Hello, what made Master Sun call me out of the blue? What is the matter? King Shan sighs. I need to ask you something. Didn't you once build a smuggling route to Malaysia and Thailand? I need to run there now. I need to escape. Meanwhile, Lu Shishi asks, who was that weird guy? It felt like he actually knew me. Chen Nuo lies, oh, just an old buddy of mine. But Yu Naitong chimes in, that old man was totally staring at you, Lu Shishi. Super creepy. No way. Chen Nuo fake logs, how is that even possible? That old guy is just a total creep who stares at every pretty girl he sees. Honestly, it just proves how gorgeous you are, Miss Locke. Lu Shishi smiles. Really? Why would I lie to you? If you want his number, I can hook you up. Lu Shishi playfully replies, well, I wouldn't mind that. He instantly regrets his big mouth. Why did I even bring that up? Luckily, a taxi pulls up just in time and Chen Nuo quickly waves them over. Ladies first, get in. They're gone. Chen Nuo sighs in pure relief. Finally, he got rid of that living nightmare. Right then, his phone vibrates again. It is Hounan calling. Hey, what's up, brother? The voice on the line sighs. Chen Nuo, can you come over for a drink? My heart is in complete chaos right now. Wait, is Hounan heartbroken over a girl? While the taxi is moving, Lu Shishi suddenly calls out to the driver, drop me off right here. Yu Naitong looks confused. Wait, why are we stopping? She gets out of the car, telling Yu Naitong, I have stuff to do, go back to the hotel, I won't be late. The girl pouts. Fine, Lu Shishi, I can't believe you are hiding things from me. Don't forget that I am literally your master.